A week had passed since the Valentine's Day duel, an event that would go down in Hogwarts history, though very few actually knew the truth behind it. To most students and staff, the night of February 14th had simply been marked by violent weather, torrential rain, rumbling thunder, and the howl of relentless wind. They remembered being ordered back to their common rooms as lightning clawed across the sky. The truth only came the next morning, with a crisp rustle of newspapers. On February 15th, the Daily Prophet dropped a bombshell. The front page headline pulled no punches. Vampire exposed at Hogwarts. Headmistress Rosier unmasks culprit behind recent attacks. The article was thorough, detailing how the reclusive Transfiguration professor, Trokar, had been unmasked as a vampire. The string of strange attacks on students and staff? His doing. Before the ministry could dispatch Aurors, however, the vampire had slipped away, vanishing into the night. Minister Millicent Bagnold, under immense pressure, issued a public apology. She promised swift action and declared that the ministry would hunt the fugitive down and cast him into Azkaban. Back at Hogwarts, the students were buzzing with speculation. "Can you believe it?" gasped Gemma Farley, a Hufflepuff prefect. "Professor Trokar, a vampire? He always seemed so gentle. I knew there was something off about him," scoffed Marcus Flint, a sixth-year Slytherin. "He made me rewrite an entire section of Advanced Transfiguration just for getting a single charm wrong." "The ministry's way too soft on vampires," muttered Theodore Knott, a sharp-eyed first-year. "They should be locked away like magical beasts." Voices across the castle echoed similar sentiments. Rumors flourished like doxy infestations. Still, the chaos gradually settled. By the end of the week, most of the students who had been attacked were discharged from the hospital wing. Recovery was steady. Among them, Ron Weasley, the first victim, as well as Maria Adams, Rico Carlo, Justin Finch-Fletchley, Neville Longbottom, and Hermione Granger. Even Madame Pomfrey, who had been temporarily incapacitated, had returned to her duties, though her temper now flared like a kettle too long on the stove. The only one still hospitalized was Harry Evans. His injuries had been severe enough that whispers began about him possibly repeating the year. Among the recovered, their brushes with danger quickly transformed into tales of heroism and horror. Ron, in particular, had become something of a minor celebrity. "I was in the trophy room, cleaning as usual," he recounted animatedly. "We were out of cleansing charms, so I ran back to Pringle's office, and that's when it struck me. I didn't even see it coming." He'd lower his voice for dramatic effect. "Then I felt fangs on my neck, and when I turned, I saw him, Professor Trokar, pale, fanged, with blood dripping from his mouth. I blacked out right after." He repeated the story to anyone who asked, and even those who didn't. Not everyone shared Ron's flair for theatrics. Neville and Hermione, for instance, kept their experiences to themselves. They spoke of it only in private, and only with one person, Matthew Wickfield. Now, they sat in the back row of the History of Magic classroom, sunlight spilling through the tall, arched windows. "My suspicions were right all along," Hermione whispered, voice tinged with vindication. "They searched Trokar's office yesterday. Miss Clearwater led the sweep. She leaned closer. They found a cabinet full of drained animal corpses, rabbits, cats, even puppies. There were chickens, too, piled like trash, all bloodless." Matthew remained quiet. Professor Kettleburn recognized some of them. She went on, her tone lowering with grief. "Said they were his pets. He was devastated." Matthew nodded slightly. He had long suspected as much. Trokar had been feeding himself in secret, long before the attacks began. The Forbidden Forest might have been his initial hunting ground, but with no formal arrangement for blood, he must have resorted to desperate measures. Then Hermione's voice sharpened. "But doesn't that seem strange? Only a few animals were identified. Where did the rest come from? If he was getting blood from Hogwarts, then someone must have been helping him." Matthew turned to her slowly, his expression hardening. "That's enough, Miss Granger," he snapped. Hermione blinked, startled. Even Neville looked confused. "This isn't something we should be digging into," Matthew said sharply. "Or have you already forgotten?" Your curiosity nearly got Neville killed last week. How many lessons must it take? Hermione looked wounded. Her eyes dropped to the floor. I'm sorry, she whispered. I didn't mean to interfere. Matthew's stern expression softened. It's all right, he said more gently. The vampire is gone. It's over. Let's enjoy the calm for once. Hermione nodded, still subdued. Neville gave a small, supportive smile. But there's one thing I want to ask, Matthew added quietly, almost as an afterthought. Hermione looked up. Do you think wizards and non-magical people, muggles, are truly treated equally? Hermione frowned thoughtfully. They should be. A voice from behind interrupted them. They are. It was Penelope Clearwater, appearing at the classroom doorway. She entered with crisp steps. Wizards, muggles, centaurs, goblins, everyone deserves equality, she said. That's what the law says. She paused, then added with a faint smile. But let's be honest. We are the ones with magic. The power to change the world. Someone has to lead it. Matthew's expression didn't change. But inside, time slipped by like sand through glass. The quiet days that followed the storm faded into a rhythm of routine and study, as Hogwarts returned to its usual calm. Winter's bite gradually softened into the sticky warmth of summer. The snow-covered courtyards had long since melted, replaced by golden sunlight streaming through stained-glass windows and the chatter of students preparing for final exams. Professor Trocar's name was no longer spoken aloud. His absence, like a shadow lifted from the castle, brought with it a strange silence. In his place, Professor Sinistra had taken over the first-year Transfiguration classes, stern, composed, and more than capable. There were no more incidents in the castle, just the steady pulse of school life, beating toward its end. As exams loomed, even the memory of the vampire professor faded into the background. The focus shifted entirely to studying. Textbooks and parchment covered the long tables in the common rooms. Students quizzed each other on spell incantations, potion ingredients, and obscure magical laws. The curriculum was unforgiving. A single grade below acceptable meant a retake. 3 or more, and a student risked repeating the year, or worse, expulsion. But Matthew Wickfield hardly seemed fazed. Meanwhile, Hermione Granger had entered an academic frenzy, devoting every spare moment to her studies. Her eyes were ringed with exhaustion, her hands always ink-stained, but her determination was unshakable. The unbearable heat forced the exams indoors. Sweat beaded on foreheads as students bent over exam papers in the stifling classrooms. After the charms exam, Hermione broke down in tears. The long nights had taken their toll, and she was convinced she'd failed. Several Ravenclaw girls rushed to console her, whispering words of comfort and reminding her how brilliant she truly was. Matthew, however, thrived. In the Transfiguration practical, he transformed a white mouse into a snuff box engraved with delicate runes. Even the usually stoic Professor Sinistra offered an approving nod. During potions, Professor Slughorn nearly dropped his ladle in surprise when Matthew brewed a long-forgotten draft to near perfection. The final exam was History of Magic, a test of dates, names, and ancient lore. Questions on the birth and death years of Merlin and Morgana, the invention of Skeelgrow, and the timeline of the Goblin Rebellions marked the end of their academic journey. When Professor Bagshot called time, a collective sigh of relief filled the room. For the first time in weeks, students laughed again. That evening, the end-of-year feast filled the great hall with warmth and celebration. Once again, Matthew's eyes found Professor Grindelwald seated at the head of the hall, regal, enigmatic, and as commanding as ever. He rose briefly to give his closing speech. To our graduating 7th years, walk boldly into the future and carry the name of Hogwarts with pride, he said, his voice echoing through the hall. To the rest, rest well, but do not forget what you've learned. Growth does not pause for summer. Then he sat, and the feast began. Plates filled with roast chicken, puddings, treacle tart, and pumpkin juice. It was the final supper of the semester, and for many, the most joyful. That night, the exam results were posted. Matthew had earned outstanding O marks in every subject. To his surprise, he was ranked first in his year. He blinked in disbelief. Surely Hermione should have scored higher? Perhaps the strain had affected her more than she realized. Draco Malfoy and Theodore not also performed admirably, receiving mostly exceeds expectations. Their scores drew approving nods from their house, but fell short of Matthew's. Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, however, barely scraped by. A poor P in potions for Vincent. A dreadful D in transfiguration for Gregory. Still, they had passed. Barely. The next morning, the Scarlet Hogwarts Express arrived with its familiar hiss of steam at Hogsmeade Station. The house elves had sent all trunks, pets, and belongings onto the train the night before. Under Professor Kettleburn's watchful eye, the first years climbed aboard, buzzing with summer energy. As the train rumbled to life, the countryside outside turned lush and green. Fields flew past, rivers shimmered under the sun, and students snacked on chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans while trading stories and plans for the holiday. Eventually, the train slowed as it approached platform 9 3/4, and the towering arches of King's Cross Station came into view. "See you next term," Matthew said cheerfully, waving to Draco, Theodore, Vincent, and Gregory as they disembarked. At the station exit, he found Neville and Hermione waiting with Parvati and Padma Patil beside them. "Neville," Matthew said with a smile, "I'll see you in Diagon Alley soon." Neville grinned and nodded. "Looking forward to it." "Goodbye, Matthew," Hermione said, waving, her eyes sparkling despite the fatigue. Matthew waved once more, then turned and walked in the fireplace room just off the station, reserved for magical travel. Around him, emerald green flames danced inside hearths, crackling softly with the magic of the Floo network. He stepped forward. With that, Matthew Wickfield's first year at Hogwarts came to an end.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The once lively Hogwarts campus became desolate overnight. There was no hustle and bustle, no laughter, and no vindality. Mr. Pringle looked tired as he cleaned the castle, his pet, Mr. Donald, lounging lazily nearby. "Good morning, Apollyon," an old figure approached. "Good morning, Professor Grindelwald." Mr. Pringle quickly stood up. "By the way, have you seen Vinda?" the principal inquired. "I couldn't find her in her office." "Professor Rosier, I believe I saw her near the Transfiguration office," Mr. Pringle replied, bowing slightly. "All right, thank you." Professor Grindelwald nodded at Mr. Pringle, observing the mop in his hand and adding, "Thank you. It's my duty," Mr. Pringle responded. The principal strolled through the castle corridors, eventually arriving at the office of the Transfiguration classroom, where he found Headmistress Vinda Rosier. Professor Rosier, known for her youthful appearance, stood by the window, lost in thought. "Vinda," Professor Grindelwald whispered, and she seemed to snap out of her daze. "Lord Grindelwald," she turned around and curtsied. "What are you pondering?" Standing beside her, Professor Grindelwald asked casually, his gaze also fixed on the view beyond the window. "I suddenly thought of Professor Trokar," Professor Rosier spoke softly. "I wonder what happened to him." "I didn't expect you to care about Edward," Professor Grindelwald's voice held a hint of surprise. "I recall that you despise vampires, creatures of the dark." "Indeed." Professor Rosier's voice turned cold, a rare occurrence when facing Professor Grindelwald. "I never hide my disgust for those abhorrent creatures. But Edward Troka is still one of us. He and I were colleagues for over half a year, and he sacrificed so much for us." "I see, Vinda," Grindelwald explained. "Edward is doing well. He fled to Belfast, where the Ministry of Magic's influence was relatively weak. He's no longer in danger, not to mention we've been providing the Ministry with information that he's been sighted in Asia Minor AO. Rosier nodded. "I understand." After a pause, she asked, "By the way, Lord Grindelwald, is there something important you wish to discuss with me?" "There is indeed a small matter," Grindelwald sighed. "Vinda, please lead me to the Headmaster's office." This request seemed peculiar. Gellert Grindelwald, the Hogwarts headmaster, needed the assistance of the headmistress to access the headmaster's office. Yet Professor Rosier appeared unfazed by the request, calmly stepping forward and saying, "Please follow me, Lord Grindelwald." The two stopped before a colossal statue of a lion-headed beast. If Matthew were present, he would recognize it immediately, the same statue that shielded him from Morgana's howls on Valentine's Day. Professor Rosier raised her wand and softly incanted a spell at the statue. Professor Grindelwald stood silently behind her. The lion-headed beast suddenly moved aside, revealing a split in the wall behind it. A spiral staircase emerged, ascending slowly like an escalator. Professor Grindelwald took a few steps forward and followed the staircase's upward trajectory. Higher and higher, he spiraled until he reached a gleaming oak door. Without a doubt, it concealed an exquisitely furnished chamber. The headmaster's office, a spacious, beautiful circular room, seemed untouched for a long time, evidenced by the thick layer of dust. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, who snored gently within their frames. Professor Grindelwald's entry disturbed the tranquility of the office. The sleeping figures on the walls gradually woke, glaring at the intruder. Many old wizards began to curse. Murderer, butcher, leave Hogwarts. Do not defile this place. Unfortunately, Professor Grindelwald remained unperturbed by their shouts. He took a few steps into the office, opened a desk drawer, and retrieved a small silver lighter, the light extinguisher. Once the former and current headmasters grew weary of their scolding. Once the room quieted down, Professor Grindelwald waved his hand, and the curtains closed shut. With a gentle tap, he flicked the light extinguisher, causing a series of clicks that plunged the room into darkness. Only the faint glow of the light extinguisher remained, a tiny speck of light. Long time no see. Professor Grindelwald smiled at the faint glow. A weak voice emanated from the light, almost identical to Morgana's voice that day. Grindelwald. Kill me. Apologies. Grindelwald shook his head with regret. I've always respected truly great wizards. I will honor his choice now since Merlin chose not to kill you back then. I can't bring myself to kill you. Furthermore, Morgana's voice resounded. Ms. Morgana, have you considered my proposal from a few months ago? Do you think I will surrender? Morgana's voice was feeble yet resolute. Impossible. I will never. In that case, I'll give you a few more months to ponder it, Grindelwald sighed, placing the light extinguisher back into the drawer. However, Morgana's voice spoke once again. You did win, Grindelwald. Your trap caught me off guard. Her voice turned somewhat derisive. But so what? Do you think you're any different from me? You're just slightly better. In truth, we're all just intermediaries, nothing more. Gellert Grindelwald's expression remained unchanged. So what? He replied. Closing the drawer, he strode out and left the office behind. The sudden cold current from the North Atlantic Ocean swept Western Europe overnight. The weather turned dreadful. Relentless heavy rain persisted for nearly 2 weeks, shrouding the sky in darkness. The dense clouds, accompanied by fierce winds and downpours, drenched the ground. Even the typically calm North Sea now raged and roared. On the sea's surface, a Muggle fishing boat valiantly battled the stormy waves, teetering on the brink of being engulfed at any moment. Onlookers couldn't help but feel anxious for the crew. This damned weather! Cornelius Fudge exclaimed, angrily tossing his half-smoked cigar onto the ground. Even enjoying a smoke had become a luxury in such a fierce storm. His eyes remained fixed on the Muggle fishing boat out at sea. When will I be able to leave this cursed island? He complained aloud, forcing himself to avert his gaze from the distant boat. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the sky and earth. In that instant, Fudge saw it clearly. Just a few yards away, perched on a fence, was a peculiarly marked cat. The lines around its eyes formed an unusual pattern, resembling a pair of square brindle cat glasses. The cat sat quietly in the midst of the storm, seemingly unaffected. Fudge couldn't help but clean his glasses. How could such a creature exist on this small island? It was incredible. But upon closer inspection, the piebald cat had vanished completely, leaving only an empty fence. It was just his imagination, Fudge concluded. He hurried past that section of the wall, unwilling to linger any longer in the storm. He yearned to return to camp as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, several dark shadows drifted slowly across the sky. Only a few days prior, Cornelius Fudge had celebrated his 50th birthday. Only a handful of colleagues and a group of creepy, putrid-smelling creatures unfathomable to him accompanied him on his birthday. This milestone marked 50 years of his somewhat unremarkable life. Over 30 years ago, a young Fudge had graduated from Slytherin College at Hogwarts, brimming with vitality. Relying on his family connections, he swiftly joined the Ministry of Magic. He became an employee in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, eagerly aspiring to make a name for himself in the ministry, a Thailand body. And so, he remained in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes for over 3 decades. During that time, he neither committed any major mistakes nor achieved notable accomplishments. His career could only be described as mediocre. To this day, he is merely the deputy head of the Invisibility Task Force within the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Many of his peers who joined the ministry simultaneously had ascended to prominent positions. The thought haunted Mr. Fudge, depriving him of sleep at night. The sole responsibility of the Invisibility Task Force was to ensure that magical creatures and magical locations remained hidden from Muggles. And one such location was Azkaban. Mr. Cornelius Fudge served as a special agent of the Invisibility Task Force assigned to Azkaban. Undoubtedly, it could have been a more pleasant job. Azkaban was a wizarding prison, one of the largest in England and Western Europe. Perhaps only the Château d'If near Marseille could rival its scale. The prison was situated on a desolate island in the vast North Sea. Nearly 100 criminals resided there, extreme wizards who maliciously employed mass destruction magic, murderers, and dark wizards who betrayed their kind, violating the 1945 Wizarding Compact. The British Ministry of Magic also stationed several special commissioners on the island, including Cornelius Fudge, alongside a substantial population of creepy creatures despised by wizards. They were known as Dementors and considered some of the most detestable beings on Earth. Dementors, he said while feeling annoyed. These creatures, shrouded in cloaks, resembled decayed figures submerged in water. Their withered hands and rotten bodies instilled terror, draining the surrounding environment of vitality and reminding both wizards and muggles of their worst fears. No one liked them, not even the Ministry of Magic officials who frequently interacted with them. If one were to delve into the history of Azkaban and Dementors, the name of the malevolent dark wizard Acrisides would be impossible to ignore. Acrisides, said to hail from the Netherlands, was Azkaban's original occupant, a mighty dark wizard who lived during the 14th and 15th centuries. He constructed a fortress on the island. While alive, Acrisides relished luring, torturing, and killing Muggle sailors passing through, using them as subjects for his dangerous experiments in dark magic. During his lifetime, no one knew of Azkaban Island's existence. The island's spell concealed it from view, even on maps. After Acrisides' demise, the hidden spell lost its effect, and the British Ministry of Magic finally discovered the island and its structure. The wizards dispatched to investigate the island hesitated to disclose the horrors they witnessed there. They merely remarked on the existence of profoundly repugnant magical creatures, dubbing them Dementors, and declined to reveal further details. Many British wizarding authorities believed the island exceedingly malevolent at the time, advocating for its complete destruction. However, concerns arose that destroying the island would unleash vengeful Dementors upon the wizarding world, as there were no effective means to combat these terror-inducing creatures at the time. The Patroness charm had yet to be studied, and the wizarding community, lacking a powerful force, was ill-equipped to face them. Furthermore, before Ulrich Gamp founded the Ministry of Magic, the British wizarding world was in disarray, needing more significant authority. Consequently, Azkaban's island was abandoned for many years. Dementors continued to attack passing Muggle ships, tormenting sailors, and draining their happiness and souls. Every wall of Azkaban carried echoes of torture and suffering, attracting more Dementors to its confines. Until the International Wizarding Federation's confidentiality law was implemented, the Ministry of Magic believed that a well-secured wizarding prison was necessary to detain those witches and wizards who had committed numerous crimes. The ministry aimed to confine particularly powerful wizards there before resorting to more stringent imprisonment measures. The ministry initially planned to build a new wizarding prison on the remote Hebrides Islands of Scotland. However, the newly appointed Minister of Magic, Mr. Damocles Roll, rejected this proposal. Instead, he chose Azkaban Island as the location for the new prison, citing the Dementors residing there as a valuable advantage. The Dementors could effectively guard the prison, saving the ministry time, trouble, and expense. The plan was swiftly executed, and Azkaban Prison was established within 2 months. It has served as an adequate detention facility for wizards for over 200 years. Mr. Cornelius Fudge returned to their camp located in a secluded corner of Azkaban Island, perched on a massive reef. The camp consisted of a small, run-down cabin that endured minimal influence from the Dementors. Several special commissioners from the Ministry of Magic stationed in Azkaban rested there. Entering the dilapidated hut, Fudge hurried to the fire to dispel the cold. Despite the storms battering the windows, the relentless waves crashing against the cabin walls, and the gusting wind shattering a few broken windows, Fudge felt a sense of relief. "Cornelius, how is the situation? Anything unusual tonight?" another man in the cabin asked. "Nothing out of the ordinary, guard," Fudge quickly replied. Guard, a special commissioner belonging to the Auror's office, was a young and promising Auror who might soon be transferred from the island. The thought made Fudge slightly envious of wizards like himself. He would have to wait until retirement if he wanted to leave Azkaban. "But I sense something strange about tonight's Dementors," Guard frowned. "Something doesn't feel right. Don't overthink it, young man." Fudge's mood improved as he dried himself from the rain. He jokingly added, "The criminal capable of escaping from Azkaban has likely not been born yet." To be honest, Cornelius Fudge's statement was not an exaggeration. Azkaban had maintained a perfect record of 0 escapes in its nearly 270-year history. The witches and wizards imprisoned within its walls had no record of successful escapes, for the Dementors made it impossible. Throughout the years, many intellectuals in the wizarding world have contemplated the existence of Azkaban. Its treatment of criminals was deemed excessively cruel, causing even initially ordinary and non-dangerous prisoners to rapidly lose their sanity. A cemetery had even been established to bury those who succumbed to depression. While numerous individuals questioned the prison's existence, the Ministry of Magic steadfastly defended its position, relying on the flawless record of 0 escapes. A Nigerian Naira Omicron BS. "All right, Garter, come and have some grilled sausages," Mr. Fudge cheerfully suggested. "In this cold weather, a few grilled sausages and whiskey feel like heaven." As he spoke, he began skewering the sausages. Guard had no objections and quickly joined in to assist. The entire cabin soon filled with the aroma of the barbecue. A few hours later, a fully satiated Mr. Cornelius Fudge fell asleep. However, his slumber was short-lived as a loud explosion jolted him awake. "What's happening?" Mr. Fudge hastily arose from his bed, his portly figure scrambling. He bellowed loudly. Simultaneously, he instinctively grabbed his wand from the pillow. "Cornelius." The bedroom door swung open, revealing Gad and another commissioner from the Ministry of Magic. Both were armed. It seems someone is attempting to escape from the prison. Mr. Fudge was taken aback. He swiftly donned his wizarding robes and dragon leather gloves. He followed the other two as they dashed out of the cabin. An old rowboat awaited them at the shore, and they boarded it hastily. The boat sped towards Azkaban Island. In the sky, countless Dementors floated about, hundreds, even thousands. Perhaps all the Dementors on Azkaban Island had been mobilized. Dressed in their black cloaks, they fluttered around the island, emerging from every direction in an impatient search. Fudge's vision blurred, and he desperately tried to think of happy thoughts. Dementors' attacks often spared no one. The Ministry of Magic had encountered cases where their special agents fell victim to the Dementors. Expecto Patronum. Guard raised his wand. A silver-white stag materialized beside them. Fudge finally felt the earlier chill dissipating, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They hurriedly passed cell after cell until they reached the location of the earlier explosion. After a few minutes, they found it. A spell had blasted apart a wall, and several nearby cells' doors hung open, their occupants absent. Merlin's beard. Cornelius Fudge covered his mouth in disbelief. The worst had come to pass. Azkaban prison had witnessed its first successful escape in history. He suddenly recalled the tabby cat. Then, his thoughts turned to the Muggle fishing boat in the midst of the storm. He stuck his head out of the broken wall and surveyed the sea. Unfortunately, there was no sign of the Muggle fishing boat. Meanwhile, an odd quartet desperately swam in the frigid waters of the North Sea. 4 peculiar creatures. A tall stag with 2 long, pointed antlers, with an eccentric tabby cat perched upon its back. If Cornelius Fudge were present, he would immediately recognize the piebald cat as the one he had seen on the fence of Azkaban just hours ago. A pitch-black, splashing black dog was accompanying them, and a tiny mouse sat atop the dog's head. A fishing net descended, ensnaring all 4 extraordinary creatures. Subsequently, they followed the Muggle fishing boat, swiftly distancing themselves from the wicked island that lay not far away. Matthew had arrived in London just under an hour ago. Now, he stood in a shop on the north side of Diagon Alley, undergoing an interview. It was a less formal and less serious interview, but it held great importance for Matthew, so he maintained a serious demeanor. Seated on the sofa across from him was a thin man, slightly balding, with remnants of brown hair. He wore a light blue robe that appeared a bit dusty. Matthew only knew the man's last name, Shafik, and that he was the manager of Lihen Bookstore, the largest bookstore in Diagon Alley. Name. Shafik glanced wearily at the boy before him and asked. Matthew Wickfield. Matthew quickly replied. Gender, oh, you're male, Shafik muttered. And your age? I will be 13 years old in just over 2 months, Matthew replied. You're quite young, Shafik scrutinized Matthew. I have doubts about whether you'll be able to move the bookcases. I have a letter of introduction from Professor Rosier. Matthew calmly retrieved a thick parchment envelope from his pocket. On the back of the envelope was a heraldic shield, with the capital letter H surrounded by 4 animals, a lion, eagle, badger, and snake. Every Hogwarts student who didn't have a place to spend their summer vacation, usually Muggle-born students, received a letter of introduction from the headmistress. This ensured they could find a job in Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley during the break. Faced with the letter, the manager of Lihen Bookstore didn't dare to be dismissive. He swiftly took the letter, carefully opened it, and began to read. 1 minute later. Are you actually the top-ranked student in your year? Shafik looked up, his expression surprised. Yes. Matthew nodded without hesitation. After studying, you should try to make more friends, Shafik advised earnestly, putting down the Hogwarts letter. Generally, only children who were more withdrawn or lacked friends would choose to work in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade during the summer vacation. Students of Muggle origin preferred spending time at their friends' homes, and most wizarding families were happy to host them. Matthew didn't explain anything, simply nodding and saying, okay, I understand. Thank you. Then, Mr. Wickfield, you're hired. Shafik picked up a quill, took out a piece of parchment, and began scribbling while muttering, the recruitment period starts now and lasts until August 31 St. During this period, Lihen Bookstore will cover all food and accommodation expenses. Additionally, you'll be responsible for some miscellaneous tasks. You'll receive a weekly wage of 2 galleons and 9 sickles. Oh yes, 2 galleons. Matthew frowned involuntarily. He wasn't a naive child who knew nothing of the world. He knew that adult wizards in the wizarding world earned a minimum weekly salary of more than 10 galleons. And here was amiable Mr. Shafik, paying less than a quarter of the minimum weekly wage? Indeed, exploiting child labor seemed to be a fine tradition passed down by the British Empire for hundreds of years, and the wizarding world was no exception. Clearly, Matthew couldn't accept such a salary. He cleared his throat and spoke seriously. Mr. Shafik, I believe I'm worth a higher wage. These words caught the Lihen Bookstore manager off guard. Over the years, he had hired many Hogwarts students for summer jobs at the bookstore. This was the first time he had encountered such a greedy little fellow, and Matthew was only a first-year student. If it weren't for Professor Rosier's letter of recommendation on his desk, he might have become angry and driven this audacious youngster away from his store. Mr. Wickfield, he said patiently, you're quite young, and 2 galleons and 8 sickles is already a generous wage. Other bookstores wouldn't dream of paying more. I'll settle for a fair wage, Matthew calmly interjected, cutting off Mr. Shafik. Huh. Shafik was stunned, his surprise now more evident. Are you not joking with me? Matthew simply shrugged and remained silent. Well, then I'll test you. The Lihen bookstore manager retrieved an account book from a drawer and asked slowly, a copy of Magic Potion and Potion is priced at 2 galleons, 6 sickles, and 11 newts. Magic Theory is priced at 3 galleons, 16 sickles, and 22 newts, and a copy of Prophecy Cannot Prophetic, Protect Yourself from Fright is priced at 5 galleons, 3 sickles, and 6 newts. What is the total? Matthew almost instantly replied, the total is 10 galleons, 25 sickles, and 39 newts, which is equivalent to 11 galleons, 9 sickles, and 10 newts. So fast? Don't make up numbers to deceive me. Mr. Shafik eyed Matthew skeptically, then took out a discarded piece of manuscript paper. As he recorded, he used his finger to calculate. After 2 or 3 minutes. Oh, Merlin's beard. Mr. Shafik looked up, his expression even more bewildered. My child, how did you figure that out? Did you forget, sir? I'm the top-ranked student in my year, Matthew calmly responded. As he had expected, wizards generally needed better math skills, and the peculiar exchange rate of galleons, sickles, and newts made it challenging for them to remember. Oh, my memory fails me, the Lihen bookstore manager chuckled. Very well then, Mr. Wickfield, I will double your salary. However, every evening, you'll have to help me with the bookkeeping for the day. Bookkeeping can be tiresome. Matthew appeared a little hesitant. Or, Mr. Shafik clenched his teeth, contemplating for a long while before finally saying, shall I double it again? This quadrupled Matthew's salary to 10 galleons and 2 sickles per week, slightly higher than the minimum salary for an adult wizard. Matthew wasn't overly greedy, so he nodded and said, okay, let's go with that, sir. In this way, Matthew Wickfield continued his stay at Lihen bookstore, where he would spend over 2 months. During the day, he worked as an employee in the bookstore, and at night, he took on the accounting work in a small, damp room in the basement. The room was simple, with just a bed, a desk, and an oil lamp, and the basement environment was humid, filled with mosquitoes and occasional spiders. However, Matthew's pet, the black-eyed toad, proved helpful in eliminating the pests. The bugs quickly disappeared as Matthew opened the toad's cage, and many bread worms were saved. Matthew appreciated the benefits of having such a unique pet. Although life was challenging, Matthew didn't mind. After all, he was just a homeless young wizard, so he didn't pay much attention to the difficulties. Lihen bookstore was relatively quiet. Despite having many shop assistants, there were few customers. Most of the guests were Hogwarts students and their parents. Matthew's role was to determine their grade level and hand them cardboard boxes containing their packed textbooks. The night accounting work was relatively simple since, apart from Hogwarts textbooks, Lihen bookstore typically sold only 20 to 30 books daily. Hogwarts students had already purchased the textbooks, so there was no need to keep records for them. The remaining work could be completed for Matthew in just 15 to 30 minutes. The shop assistants were generally polite to Matthew, especially Mr. Shafik, the store manager, who rarely assigned him laborious tasks. Perhaps he feared that Matthew might deliberately miscalculate the accounts, resulting in significant losses. Matthew had no intention of doing such a thing. He faithfully fulfilled his duties every day. However, Matthew was surprised to discover that book prices were higher than he had imagined. Random paperback books started at 2 to 3 galleons, while hardcover books ranged from 5 to 10 galleons. He even came across a large leather-bound book priced at 50 galleons, which exceeded the monthly salary of an adult wizard. Suddenly, Matthew understood why the Weasley family in another world struggled financially. A set of random textbooks could amount to 30 or 50 galleons, which would strain a single-income family. Mr. Weasley's salary at the Ministry of Magic was likely low, and the book fees alone could equal half a year's income for their family. Of course, Hogwarts in this world didn't require families to bear such high costs. Matthew had chosen to work at Lihen bookstore with a specific purpose in mind to uncover the origin of the book that had been with him for almost a year. Yes. After all, he had first discovered the book at the bottom of a bookshelf in Lihen bookstore, implying a potential connection to the store. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, Matthew found no leads after nearly a week of searching, inspecting, and conducting unannounced visits. As the sales clerk he had encountered the previous year had mentioned, although Matthew hadn't seen him during this time, Lihen bookstore didn't deal in second-hand books. They only sold new books and lacked any record of purchasing used ones. This made Matthew doubt himself for a moment. Could it be that the book's origin had no connection to Lihen bookstore? Was its appearance at the bottom of the bookshelf merely a coincidence? Time passed, and the weather grew increasingly hot and muggy. Matthew encountered familiar faces from Hogwarts numerous times at the bookstore. They expressed surprise that Matthew Wickfield was working as a clerk during the summer vacation. Matthew explained that he preferred being surrounded by books and that working at Lihen bookstore allowed him ample time to read those interesting texts. This explanation only elevated his acquaintances' admiration for him. In reality, it was a complete lie. Lihen bookstore was different from Xinhua bookstore, where young wizards could freely peruse expensive books. Even customers who lingered too long were met with lukewarm attitudes from the clerks. Matthew himself hadn't encountered any of his friends from Hogwarts. Then, one mid-July day, the weather was exceptionally muggy. Matthew sought refuge under a bookshelf to enjoy the coolness. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Dad, I invited Matthew Wickfield to my house before. It was Draco's voice. He had entered the store accompanied by another man, his father. The pale, pointed-faced man with the same indifferent grey eyes could only be Lucius Malfoy. You've mentioned Matthew Wickfield at least 10 times, Matthew this, Matthew that. Mr. Malfoy interrupted his son. He glanced at Draco and warned, I want to remind you how talented and charming he is. But if he's a mudblood, then he's not one of us. Matthew blinked, reconsidering his plan to greet Draco. He quickly hid behind the bookshelf to avoid being spotted by the father and son. I'm not allowed to say that word on campus, Draco Malfoy whispered. Then say it in your heart, Mr. Malfoy responded coldly. You must remember, Draco, the conflict between our noble pure-blood families and the mud-blood group is irreconcilable. At that moment, Mr. Shafiq, the bookstore manager, approached the two. Mr. Malfoy, what a rare guest. Mr. Shafiq greeted him in an oily tone. I still remember when you came to me a year ago, you brought me quite a deal. Yes, Shafiq, you certainly earned a lot from it. Lucius Malfoy lowered his voice and said menacingly. But you also lost something vital, those books. Behind the bookshelf, Matthew couldn't help but blink. He felt like he might have stumbled upon a clue by Merlin's beard. Mr. Malfoy, you can't make baseless accusations with your eyes wide open. A small person like me cannot bear such a responsibility. Mr. Shafiq, the manager of Lihen Bookstore, pleaded, his voice sounding pitiful. You must know what you wanted a year ago. I did my best to obtain it for you. Moreover, the intact magical seal on it is evidence that I haven't tampered with them in any way. So, Mr. Malfoy, you can't hold me accountable for something I didn't do. If an outsider had overheard and witnessed this conversation, they would undoubtedly feel deep sympathy for poor Mr. Shafiq, as if he had been wronged. Humph. Mr. Lucius Malfoy snorted dismissively, lacking any sympathy. At that moment, Mr. Shafiq put on a pair of gold glasses and scrutinized the boy behind Mr. Malfoy. Draco. He smiled and said, I believe you must be Master Malfoy. Welcome. I'm honored to have you here. Is there anything you need? My prices here are very fair. I need a set of second-grade Hogwarts textbooks, Draco replied. Ah, yes. Mr. Shafiq's smile waned slightly. He tentatively added in a soft voice, don't you plan on purchasing a few reference books? These days, textbooks alone won't teach you everything. You don't need to worry about it, Shafiq, Mr. Malfoy coldly interjected. We have plenty of books at our manor. Of course, naturally, Mr. Shafiq quickly nodded. While speaking, he turned around and retrieved a second-grade bookcase from a corner of the wall. Matthew subtly adjusted his position behind the bookshelf to avoid being detected by Mr. Shafiq, who was eavesdropping on the conversation. The small bookcase was handed to Draco. Then, unexpectedly, Mr. Malfoy commanded, Draco, go outside. Draco gave his father a suspicious look. Go to the quality Quidditch supply and wait for me, Mr. Malfoy added. I'll buy you the latest Smooth Wheel 2001 broomstick. I remember you mentioned that your current Clean Sweep 7 is a bit outdated. Holding the bookcase joyfully, Draco obediently left Lihen Bookstore. Now, excluding Matthew hiding behind the bookshelf, only Mr. Shafiq and Mr. Malfoy remained in the store. Matthew sensed that the forthcoming discussion between them would be of great importance, so he perked up his ears to listen carefully. You're truly a kind father, Mr. Malfoy, Shafiq complimented. I should learn more from you. My daughter has always despised me. Enough of this useless talk, Shafiq. Mr. Malfoy cut him off with a cold tone. His voice is solemn. You came here, just as you did a year ago, for a significant transaction. You can expect to earn at least 3,000 galleons from this deal, with a cute S. Listen closely, Mr. Malfoy whispered. Mr. Malfoy deliberately lowered his voice, making it difficult for Matthew to catch the entire dialogue. There's another batch of goods this time. I'll leave the task of receiving them to you. I'll send the house elves to. Mr. Shafiq remained silent, nodding along. Remember, don't mess it up this time. Mr. Malfoy urged finally. You can expect good news from me at the manor, Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Shafiq softly bowed. I hope so. Mr. Malfoy departed. Mr. Shafiq hummed happily, clearly in a good mood. Hiding behind the bookshelf, Matthew also wanted to hum along. Choosing to work as a summer temporary worker at Lihen Bookstore was the right decision. Soon, noon arrived, marking the hottest time of the day. At this point, the door of Lihen Bookstore remained quiet, and all the shop assistants sought refuge in the corners, too lethargic to move. Matthew stood up calmly and walked toward the counter. What's the matter, Wickfield? Mr. Shafiq lazily inquired from behind the counter. There's nothing urgent, Mr. Shafiq, Matthew replied with an innocent expression, his voice full of enthusiasm. I thought I could help proofread last month's bills. Perhaps there might be some errors. I'm quite bored, so it would help pass the time. Matthew added. You're such a diligent boy, Wickfield, Mr. Shafiq praised hurriedly. Being the top student at Hogwarts, you truly deserve it. While adjusting his position, Mr. Shafiq pointed to the ledgers in the cupboard. The ledgers are all there. Take your time proofreading them. Don't rush. Matthew nodded. I'll do my best. Throughout the afternoon, Matthew sat at the counter, meticulously counting galleons, sickles, and newts. Mr. Shafiq had no reason to object to such a willing volunteer. Furthermore, after Matthew pointed out a few mistakes in the June bills, helping the bookstore recover some losses, Mr. Shafiq repeatedly praised him. Of course, the compliments only flowed one way, and salary increases were never mentioned. Matthew pretended to be oblivious to the concept of money, acting as though it held no importance to him. As evening approached, the store grew darker. When Lihen Bookstore was about to close in the middle of the night, Matthew suddenly picked up 2 ledgers and said to Mr. Shafiq, "Mr. Shafiq, I think I'll take these 2 ledgers to my room and continue proofreading and organizing them in the evening." Naturally, Mr. Shafiq had no objections. "Thank you, Wickfield. It's just a small gesture," Matthew replied generously, clutching the 2 books, and returned to his dark and damp room in the basement. Matthew had no idea that his temporary plan had proceeded so smoothly, but it was to be expected. After all, he was only a 12 or 13-year-old child. Even with some peculiar behavior, it was challenging to arouse much suspicion. In the basement room, Matthew slowly opened one of the ledgers. He had found this ledger secretly hidden in the cupboard in the afternoon. The records within documented Lihen Bookstore's revenue in August of the previous year. In August, the same month, Matthew discovered the book at the bottom of a crate in Lihen Bookstore. Matthew swiftly skimmed through the books in front of him. He searched for keywords such as large transactions or peculiar transaction records, specifically looking for the name Lucius Malfoy. Soon, he noticed something amiss. On August 26th of the previous year, the day before Matthew discovered that he was actually a wizard, Flourish and Blott's bookstore made a discreet purchase of a substantial number of black magic self-defense guide books from Italy. At first glance, this record seemed unremarkable. After all, the Black Magic Self-Defense Guide was the designated textbook at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, upon closer examination, it felt peculiar. Why would Flourish and Blott's bookstore buy many such textbooks so close to the end of summer vacation? If it was due to low inventory, shouldn't they have purchased the entire set of textbooks at once? Furthermore, the English version of the Black Magic Self-Defense Guide should not have been published by an Italian publishing house. Matthew quickly refocused and continued searching for related records in the ledger. Soon, he stumbled upon another piece of potentially valuable information. Also, on August 26th of the previous year, Flourish and Blott's bookstore received a sum of 5,000 galleons. 5,000 galleons, a substantial amount? For a bookstore with a modest reputation in the wizarding world like Flourish and Blott's bookstore, their quarterly profit might not even reach that amount. Such a significant sum of money. Its source. When Matthew saw the name associated with it, he quickly rubbed his eyes to ensure he was reading it correctly. The source was a wizard named Tom Gunter, and the reason was listed as a donation. Tom Gaunt, a familiar name. Matthew couldn't help but smile. With renewed vigor, he continued searching for records related to this transaction in the ledger. Early the following day, Matthew yawned and got out of bed. Holding the 2 books, he left the basement, secretly recording all the valuable information he had discovered the previous night. He returned to the counter and placed the ledger back in the cupboard. At that moment, Mr. Shafiq, the manager of Flourish and Blott's bookstore, approached. Mr. Shafiq's gaze lingered on Matthew, fixed and unyielding. His stare sent shivers down Matthew's spine, making him feel uneasy. It almost felt like Mr. Shafiq had discovered his borrowing of the ledger. Suppressing his confusion, Matthew greeted the manager proactively. "Good morning, Mr. Shafiq." The manager's gaze remained distant. "Good morning, Mr. Shafiq," Matthew repeated, trying to capture his attention. Mr. Shafiq, as if awakening from a dream, finally responded, "Oh, good morning, Wickfield. You look tired," Matthew casually remarked. "No, not at all," Shafiq shook his head initially, but after a moment of hesitation, he continued, "Wickfield, do you have plans for tonight?" Tonight? Matthew couldn't help but feel cautious. Recalling the conversation he overheard between Mr. Shafiq and Mr. Malfoy the previous morning, coupled with the suspicious records he found in the ledger, Matthew had a vague inkling of what was to come. "I should be free," he replied calmly. "In that case," Mr. Shafiq glanced at Matthew once again, then feigned nonchalance as he asked, "Since you're available, can you do me a small favor tonight?" He quickly added, "Of course, you'll be paid, and it won't take much of your time." At that moment, Matthew had already deduced the situation. "That's absolutely fine," he readily agreed. "But, what exactly needs to be done?" "Well," Mr. Shafiq began to explain slowly, "a friend of mine from abroad helped me acquire some books, rather valuable ones. Of course, these books are all legal, but the Ministry of Magic's regulations prevent us from importing them. So, we must secretly transport them back to Flourish and Blott's bookstore," Mr. Shafiq said while his eyes wander. "So, you need me," Matthew murmured. "That's correct." Mr. Shafiq lowered his voice. "For such an endeavor, I need someone I can trust to accompany me. Wickfield, that's why I chose you. In that case, what's the reward?" Matthew blinked and asked softly. 10 galleons. Mr. Shafiq pondered for a moment before reluctantly offering a figure. At least 20 galleons, Matthew began to negotiate. 12 galleons at most. 18 galleons, Mr. Shafiq, considering this is an illegal act. 15 galleons, that's the absolute minimum. I'll find someone else if you ask for more. Deal. The agreement was settled. Mr. Shafiq seemed relieved and departed with a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the excitement on Matthew's face faded as soon as Mr. Shafiq turned away. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Something was off. 15 galleons might not be significant, but it wasn't a small sum either. Mr. Shafiq had been too generous for just one night of work and such high remuneration. Moreover, considering his interactions with Mr. Shafiq during this period, Matthew was well aware that although the manager appeared wealthy, he was more akin to a Felix Grandet figure. Abnormalities and deception were to be expected. Furthermore, Mr. Shafiq mentioned the need to find someone trustworthy for an illegal act. Yet, Matthew was only a temporary worker who had joined Flourish and Blott's bookstore just a week ago. Could Mr. Shafiq already consider me a trustworthy individual? Matthew himself found it hard to believe. There was another point of contention based on the description in the ledger. Mr. Shafiq had facilitated a transfer for a wizard named Tom Gaunt, involving a few books, for which he was paid a large sum of 5,000 galleons. Moreover, yesterday, Matthew overheard Lucius Malfoy mentioning that this deal would earn Mr. Shafiq at least 3,000 galleons. Making money in the wizarding world seemed all too easy. After contemplating for a few minutes, Matthew devised a strategy to handle the situation. Just then, an owl flew by, flapping its wings, and landed beside Matthew. It delivered a copy of the Daily Prophet to Matthew. Matthew took out a few newts from his pocket and handed them to the owl, all the while scanning the headlines of the Daily Prophet. Azkaban experiences the first prison break in history. Numerous criminals escape. Matthew skimmed through the news, finding it somewhat amusing. Azkaban experiencing prison breaks was not uncommon. What kind of news was this to make headlines? Furthermore, the news provided no names or information about the escaped criminals. It was merely mentioned that the Ministry of Magic had severely punished the Night Watch personnel at Azkaban. What was the difference between this and no report at all? But speaking of tonight, Matthew was supposed to be involved in a smuggling job with Mr. Shafiq. If luck was not on his side, he might end up residing in Azkaban for a while. Matthew tossed the newspaper aside and left Flourish and Blott's bookstore. He made his way to the Leaky Cauldron, not far away, where he had a simple breakfast and attended to some personal matters. Nightfall was approaching. As darkness settled, Mr. Shafiq instructed the clerk to close the bookstore early, a rare occurrence. Simultaneously, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Matthew. Quickly understanding the unspoken message, Matthew returned an "I understand" expression to Mr. Shafiq before retreating to the basement and his damp cabin. He changed out of the Flourish and Blott's bookstore clerk uniform and donned a plain wizard robe without any logos. Additionally, he put on his dragon leather gloves, although he regretted not having Theodore Knott's dragon leather protective suit at hand, otherwise, he would have certainly worn it. Sitting on the bed, he flipped through the second-grade textbooks, such as the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2, which Matthew had taken with him from Flourish and Blott's bookstore on his first day. He patiently waited, and so he waited, until the watch on his wrist displayed 11 o'clock at night. Soft knocks echoed at the door of the cabin. Matthew swiftly set aside the book, grasped his wand, and stepped outside. Mr. Shafiq awaited him by the door, accompanied by another Flourish and Blott's bookstore clerk. Matthew couldn't recall the name of the clerk at that moment. From his recollection, the clerk seemed to be a reserved adult wizard who worked in the bookstore. Only 3 individuals, fewer participants than Matthew had anticipated, were involved in this smuggling operation. "Quiet, Wickfield," Mr. Shafiq reminded him. "Try not to make too much noise." Matthew nodded. The trio left Flourish and Blott's bookstore together and ventured into the dark night of Diagon Alley. Given the late hour, most of the shops on Diagon Alley were closed. The long cobblestone street lay empty, devoid of pedestrians. Mr. Shafiq, clearly an experienced individual in such matters, proceeded cautiously, carefully surveying the absence of wizards in the vicinity. Once assured of the lack of witnesses, he signaled Matthew and the other wizard to follow. Both inexperienced in such operations, Matthew and the other clues hurried to keep up, feeling somewhat lost. They followed closely behind. "Mr. Shafiq, why don't we use Apparate or the FLU network?" Matthew curiously asked, struggling to keep pace with Mr. Shafiq. "Of course, we can't use them," Mr. Shafiq replied in a hushed tone while cautiously observing their surroundings. "The Ministry of Magic strictly monitors the Apparition, FLU network, and Port-KA usage. Every instance is recorded, and if discovered, it will expose the operation. They must not be used. Quick, keep up," he urged. "A-S." Matthew noted that Mr. Shafiq's chosen path did not lead to the Leaky Cauldron. They walked for approximately 5 minutes, circumventing Gringotts to avoid detection from the goblins within. "Here, hurry." Mr. Shafiq waved at them once again. Matthew observed as Mr. Shafiq guided them into a side alley. It appeared to be Nocturne Alley. Matthew had learned a year ago that the dark magic item shop in this alley had been forcibly closed by the Ministry of Magic, rendering the entire alley desolate. Despite this, eerie sights could still be glimpsed through windows as they progressed along the filthy path. For example, in a massive display window across from them, a few shrunken heads were positioned hauntingly. The night was dark, the alley was quiet and foreboding, and the chilling wind rustled leaves and echoed the cries of stray cats. Matthew remained composed, but his companion, the reserved adult clerk, trembled. "Don't be afraid, hold on a little longer," Mr. Shafiq encouraged them. "This road leads to an exit from Diagon Alley. We can only take this path because we cannot use the Leaky Cauldron exit. It's crowded with a mixed assortment of people and easily spotted." Mr. Shafiq urged once again. Matthew nodded. The terrified companion remained speechless. Fortunately, Mr. Shafiq's words held true. After nearly 10 minutes, they passed through a fence, finally leaving behind the grimy, dark, and desolate alley. Matthew noticed that the three of them had arrived on the streets of London. Should we walk from here? Matthew asked, slightly perplexed. No, we'll fly. Mr. Shafiq shook his head, explaining, follow me. They crossed a Muggle street and discovered a remote, seemingly abandoned phone booth. The surrounding Muggles appeared oblivious to its presence, their attention diverted from the cityscape. Mr. Shafiq opened the phone booth door, revealing several concealed broomsticks inside. Wickfield, can you ride a broom? Mr. Shafiq inquired. Matthew shrugged. Clearly, he had never experienced this mode of transportation before. No worries, sit behind me, Mr. Shafiq responded without hesitation, retrieving 2 broomsticks from the phone booth. One he mounted himself, and the other he handed to the other clerk. Matthew noticed that the broomstick in Mr. Shafiq's hand lacked logos or numbers, unlike the ones he had seen in the quality Quidditch supplies. Let's go. Once Matthew and the other clerk settled on the broomstick, Mr. Shafiq immediately gave the order. 2 broomsticks ascended into the air, disappearing into the night of London. Matthew only felt the cool night breeze gently blowing through his hair as he sat on the flying broomstick. However, he couldn't help but compare the experience to riding on the back of an eagle, finding it less comfortable. Sitting on a broomstick is quite ordinary, it's nothing compared to riding on the back of a majestic eagle, Matthew thought. As they soared higher, the city streets of London gradually shrank below them, resembling a shining blackboard. Mr. Shafiq directed their flight, guiding them through ascents and descents, and the cold night air made Matthew's eyes water. The cold wind is really getting to me. Even my eyes are tearing up, Matthew thought. He checked his watch to gauge how long they'd been flying. It had been almost an hour. We've been up here for quite some time, he remarked to himself, judging from the darkening ground below, indicating their departure from London. It should be right here. Mr. Shafiq issued an order, let's land. The 2 broomsticks began to descend, and Matthew quickly gripped the broomstick tightly. As they descended, the familiar cityscape of London reappeared, car lights, street lights, and the towering chimneys by the roadside. Finally, they landed on a messy, barren grass in a small square. Matthew looked around and realized they were in a remote Muggle town far away from London. Mr. Shafiq rechecked his watch, reassuring the group, it's only 12:10. We're 5 minutes early. He sat on the grass, catching his breath from the long flight. Matthew, however, was more curious and observant, looking around the unfamiliar surroundings. Soon, several dark shadows appeared in the sky. 4 foreigners on flying broomsticks approached them, with a mysterious chained box suspended in the air between them. The box wasn't large, but it seemed heavy enough for 2 people to lift. The foreigners landed, and one of them, struggling with English, stammered, "Who is Shafiq?" Mr. Shafiq quickly stood up, replying, "I am." The foreign wizard then entrusted the box to Mr. Shafiq, using his wand to remove the chains that bound it to the broomsticks. He warned them, "Be careful," before they swiftly took off again as if evading something. Mr. Shafiq secured the box by tying the chains to their broomsticks. "Let's take a break," Matthew suggested. At Matthew's suggestion, they decided to take a break and examine the mysterious box containing something shaking inside. His idea was supported by the timid and taciturn clerk who weakly said, "Yes, wait, let's take a break." Mr. Shafiq agreed, and they patiently sat on the grass for a minute or two. Matthew looked at the clerk and asked, "Actually, I don't quite understand." "What don't you understand?" the clerk replied. Matthew honestly replied, "I'm waiting for the Auror." "What are you waiting for?" "Waiting for the Aurors." Both the clerk and Mr. Shafiq were surprised by Matthew's question. Before they could grasp the situation, a series of puff, puff, and puff sounds echoed. Almost a dozen wizards descended from the sky and surrounded them, wands aimed at the 3 of them. Feeling threatened, Matthew apparat through the ground, watching the chaos unfold. Stupefied, a dozen voices roared almost simultaneously, followed by dazzling flashes of red lights. In the midst of the chaos, the wizards caught Mr. Shafiq and his clerk off guard, leaving them stunned on the grass. One stern voice ordered, "Catch them all back. And the guys on the flying broomsticks before, don't let them run away. There is the box, take it back, but don't touch it, Arnui." Matthew felt his chest restricted from all directions as he struggled to breathe. Suddenly, everything went dark for Matthew, just like when he first picked up the letter from Hogwarts. 6 wizards with their wands taken away were imprisoned in a small dark cell. Mr. Shafiq was there, pleading with embarrassment, "Mr. Scrimgeour, please, help me. I'm only doing this for the first time, and I don't know what it is. I also have a daughter who just reached the age to go to Hogwarts this year. If you have anything to say it at Wisengamot," Mr. Scrimgeour shouted. Meanwhile, Matthew found himself lying on the bed. A gentle voice reassured him, "The first time I apparat, I felt uncomfortable as well." Matthew softly responded, "Minister." Indeed, standing by his bedside was Minister Bagnold, the new middle-aged woman whom he had just met. Minister Bagnold praised, "Mr. Wickfield, you are courageous." Minister Bagnold, a witch with a broad stature and a round chin, wore her black hair cut short. Her expression appeared gentle, certainly not dull. She smiled kindly at Matthew, motioning for him not to be nervous. As Matthew tried to get up from the bed, his head still felt a little dizzy. It might be due to the influence of apparate or perhaps from the stupefy previously cast by the Aurors during the encounter. It might be better to have some of these. Minister Bagnold handed over a box of things to Matthew. Matthew received it and discovered it was a box of chocolates. Thank you, Minister, Matthew said, breaking a large piece of chocolate into several smaller ones. As he threw a piece of chocolate into his mouth, Matthew inquired, "Where am I now?" "This is the Law Enforcement Department," Minister Bagnold replied with a smile. "Our Ministry of Magic's laws are not meant to be enforced against you but rather to protect brave children like you." Matthew seemed choked by the chocolate, prompting her to offer a large glass of pumpkin juice from nearby. Minister Bagnold was very friendly. "Thank you," Matthew muttered, expressing his gratitude. After eating a whole piece of chocolate, Matthew was surprised to feel a sudden warmth rush through his toes and fingers. The discomfort he felt before vanished. The chocolate he had just consumed seemed to contain some added material. "How effective is it?" the minister inquired softly. "Awesome." Matthew quickly nodded. "I feel full of strength all over my body now." "That's good." Minister Bagnold smiled and nodded. Matthew could sense that the Minister of Magic was deliberately showing kindness towards him. It wasn't difficult to understand. He guessed that it was likely because of Professor Grindelwald. Several months ago, Matthew had encountered Minister Bagnold at Hogwarts during an event involving the suspect Trokar. She must have seen him then. Earlier today, to be precise, yesterday, as it was past midnight, when Matthew left Flourish and Blott's bookstore to have breakfast at the Leaky Cauldron, he had made a discreet trip to the Owl Post Office. He had written a letter directly addressed to Ms. Millicent Bagnold, the Minister of Magic. Besides briefly introducing the highly likely illegal smuggling operation in the letter, Matthew also inadvertently mentioned the association between Vinda, Principal Grindelwald, and the Minister. Matthew had no need to worry about the next steps. The Ministry of Magic's defense team had planted numerous aurors around Diagon Alley that night. They had already targeted Mr. Shafiq, who had just left the Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Although his sense was good, he couldn't compare with the experienced aurors. Afterward, his detours and concealment were all in vain. The two groups of wizards who carried out the smuggling transaction with the aurors were swiftly apprehended. Minister Bagnold sat on a bench beside him and said, "You are welcome, Mr. Wickfield. After you regain your strength, tell me about the incident." "Of course." Matthew nodded without hesitation and proceeded to share all the information he knew, excluding the details about the book. He narrated everything in great detail. Minister Bagnold had a positive reputation due to her role as the Minister of Magic before Cornelius Fudge. She had led the war between the Wizarding world and Voldemort, arresting many Death Eaters after Voldemort's defeat. Apart from Ulick Gamp, the first Minister of Magic, she was one of the most popular ministers in the Wizarding world. Because of this, Matthew trusted her. It turns out that this smuggling incident is also related to Lucius Malfoy and a wizard named Tom Gaunt, the minister pondered. "Minister Bagnold." Matthew asked eagerly, "Have you heard of this Tom Gaunt?" The minister thought for a moment, then shook her head. "No impression. However, the surname Gunter is quite special. This pure blood family is the only bloodline of Salazar Slytherin. But I remember that the last member of the Gunter family passed away 50 years ago. Although there seems to be a branch of this family in North America, I'll send someone to investigate further," the minister explained. "NB." Matthew felt slightly disappointed since he knew who Tom Gaunt was, but he couldn't reveal the details openly. He shifted the topic, saying, "Minister, about the box. It looks peculiar. Can you find out what's inside?" "Sorry, Mr. Wickfield," Ms. Bagnold replied, shaking her head. "It's not that I don't want to answer. In fact, I don't know what's inside. Smuggled items from foreign countries, especially from places like Italy not bound by the Extreme Magical Items Restriction Act, generally have a high risk. The aurors won't touch them easily. We usually give these items to the Department of Mysteries to investigate gradually." As she pointed to the mysterious box, Matthew gave a slightly frustrated expression. "However, I must compliment you once again," Minister Bagnold continued, her expression turning serious. "In a sense, your brave actions saved your life, Mr. Wickfield." "Saved a life." The expression on Matthew's face appeared slightly confused, but for someone who knew him well, it was apparent that his confusion was feigned. However, Minister Bagnold couldn't be certain. With a serious tone, Minister Bagnold explained, "Dangerous magical objects smuggled into England are extremely dangerous. The danger cannot be eliminated even if the owner adds protective magic or props. For wizards in charge of transport, especially those who don't comprehend the dangers, such risks are terrifying." As she spoke, she took a pocket-sized photo from her jacket pocket. "This wizard is called Juan. He briefly worked at Flourish and Blott's bookstore in August last year," Minister Bagnold introduced. Matthew recognized the person in the photo. He recalled encountering the same wizard a year ago when he ventured into Flourish and Blott's bookstore to inquire about things. The rude clerk who kicked him out was none other than the wizard in the photo. In early September, he was expelled from Flourish and Blott's bookstore for a reason, Minister Bagnold continued. Then, in mid-October, he contracted a strange disease and was admitted to St. Mungo's Magic Hospital. Within 3 days, he passed away. It's said that his death was extremely horrifying, and he kept crying and itching all over his body before he died, leaving almost no normal flesh. St. Mungo's therapists couldn't explain the cause of his death. Some aurors proficient in extreme magic deduced that he died due to the influence of mysterious extreme magic. However, no evidence related to extreme magic was found in Mr. Ku's residence. At that time, I was already somewhat suspicious of Flourish and Blott's bookstore, but I couldn't find any evidence. When I received your letter this morning, I immediately linked the smuggling incident to one's death. I must thank you, Mr. Wickfield. Minister Bagnold spoke politely. That is my duty, Minister. Matthew responded quickly, his emotions not fluctuating much. He knew something was amiss with the smuggling process when Mr. Shafiq found him in the morning. Matthew was well aware of the price he would have to pay. Lucius Malfoy was willing to pay 3,000 to 5,000 galleons for the goods shipment, indicating they were hazardous items. Only Mr. Shafiq knew how to purchase them. The transportation process involved grave risks. Mr. Shafiq had his own reasons for involving an underage wizard like Matthew in the process. So Matthew knew that if he were foolish enough to follow Mr. Shafiq in shipping the goods, he would be taking on severe risks. That's why Matthew decided to write to Minister Bagnold and report the incident. Mr. Shafiq was involved in smuggling, and Matthew wanted nothing to do with it. Unfortunately, the minister herself didn't know who Tom Gaunt was, making it challenging to trace the box's contents. In other words, a promising lead turned into a dead end. Minister, Matthew stood up and inquired, I feel my body has almost recovered. Can I leave the ministry now, or is there a process I must follow? No need, Mr. Wickfield. Minister Bagnold generously shook her head. You have done well enough, and we will take care of the rest. The Aurors have sealed Flourish and Blott's bookstore. If you wish to retrieve your belongings, I can provide you with my business card. The minister patted Matthew on the shoulder. Thank you very much. Matthew replied excitedly. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Malfoy Manor was tense and somber. It was late at night, and Lucius Malfoy looked like an ant on a hot pot, pacing relentlessly by the manor's fountain. Mr. Malfoy was extremely anxious as the house elf he sent hadn't returned yet. Under normal circumstances, it should have been back a quarter of an hour ago. Could it be that idiot Dobby messed up again? Mr. Malfoy thought, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Despite his disdain for house elves, he must admit that Dobby had never failed him. Was there a problem with the plan itself? At that moment, Mr. Malfoy became even more restless. Suddenly, a crisp explosion filled the air, and a short, ugly creature resembling a bat spirit appeared before Mr. Malfoy. Its protruding, tennis-sized eyes peered timidly at its owner. What's the situation? Mr. Malfoy couldn't wait and bent down to ask. The master ordered Dobby to go to Flourish and Blott's bookstore, and Dobby did his best, the house elf stammered, frantically knocking on the floor. Enough. He frowned in disgust. What happened next? Dobby couldn't find the wooden box at Flourish and Blott's bookstore. He thought it hadn't arrived yet, so he waited. After half an hour, he heard a strange sound. Dobby thought it was Mr. Shafiq returning from Flourish and Blott's bookstore and was happy. However, it was actually Aurors who broke in, and Dobby was terrified. He fled back immediately with Tilda Beta. The house elf spoke incoherently while punishing himself. Mr. Malfoy's face suddenly changed at this revelation. Aurors went to Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Shafiq's actions must have been exposed, and he might confess at any moment. Mr. Malfoy quickly helped up the house elf, who was kneeling on the ground. Dobby, I order you to stop punishing yourself. In the smallest room in the basement, there's a box with a snake painted on it. Go now and take the box to Bellatrix's house. Next, find the man and inform him that the situation has changed, and the Ministry of Magic seized the goods. Before Mr. Malfoy could finish speaking, a loud bang echoed from the manor's gate. As the house elf disappeared into thin air, Lucius Malfoy calmly turned around. Nearly 10 seconds later, over 10 wizards from the Ministry of Magic openly broke into the manor. Oh, Arthur Weasley. Mr. Malfoy looked at the leading wizard with a mocking sneer. Lucius, the thin, somewhat flat wizard said coldly. Dressed in a green robe, he looked like a man of dust. It seems you've prepared yourself. We have a search warrant and an arrest warrant for your suspected involvement in a smuggling incident with severe consequences. Mr. Weasley stared at Mr. Malfoy. Smuggling. Mr. Malfoy scoffed. My dear Arthur, please don't let your imagination run wild about my finances. Do you think I need to resort to smuggling for such a paltry sum of money? But I suppose you might. Ignoring the taunts, Mr. Weasley gestured to the wizards behind him. Search carefully. Remember to be cautious, Mr. Malfoy warned, eyeing the ferocious wizards entering the manor. Don't damage my property, or you'll face the consequences. You better worry about yourself, Lucius, Mr. Weasley retorted coldly. The evidence is conclusive this time, and the suspects have already confessed. Perhaps you should contemplate a future in Azkaban. Mr. Weasley sneered at Mr. Malfoy. Late night search, Arthur. Mr. Malfoy changed the subject, disregarding the accusations. I think they should pay you overtime, don't you? As the search party returned empty-handed, Mr. Malfoy wore a triumphant smile. Cunning fellow, murmured Mr. Weasley before giving the order, bring the suspect Lucius Malfoy back to the Ministry of Magic. The group confiscated Mr. Malfoy's wand and escorted him out of Malfoy Manor. Mr. Malfoy appeared cooperative and continued to mock Mr. Weasley. You don't really believe I'll end up in Azkaban, Arthur, do you? Just 1 or 2 testimonies won't be enough to convict me? I have smaller odds at going to Azkaban than you have of making a small fortune. Mr. Weasley seemed exasperated. In a fit of emotion, he rushed over, knocked Mr. Malfoy to the ground, and delivered a punch to his eye. Mr. Malfoy just tripped, Mr. Weasley announced breathlessly as he stood back up. Mr. Malfoy was taken to the Ministry of Magic, but his chances of imprisonment were not high. Naturally, he was not too worried. But someone else should be worried. That someone was the wizard who truly desired the box's contents, Mr. Tom Gaunt. Tom couldn't contain his anger as he listened to the ugly house elf's stammering account of what happened. He yelled, venting his frustrations on the house elf, kicking it several yards away. "This Lucius Malfoy," Tom muttered, slamming his fist on the ground. "This is the second time in a row. 2 consecutive failures have cost me so much energy and resources, yet I've gained nothing. Beta. I shouldn't have relied on a fool like Malfoy." Now that the second shipment had fallen into the hands of the Ministry of Magic, he couldn't count on it anymore. Tom felt he should focus on the lost book from a year ago. After finishing their conversation, the house elf disappeared into thin air. Tom's intense emotions made him conspicuous, attracting attention from passers-by who pointed at him. Tom calmly left the noisy area to avoid further attention, walking a little further. The passerby turned their attention back to a candy store next to the Honeyduke Candy Shop, one of the UK's most famous magic candy stores. Tom remembered buying gifts at this candy store when he was studying at Hogwarts, but that was 50 years ago. Yes, after graduating, Tom returned to Hogwarts half a century later. He had been staying in Hogsmeade for the past 6 months. 9 months ago, by chance, Tom accidentally discovered the book he had lost right at Hogwarts. The book had been opened and used. This exciting news inspired Tom, as he alone understood the book's true value. So, Tom made a decisive decision to abandon his original stronghold and come to Hogwarts. However, he didn't dare to act or sneak in during his stay at Hogwarts, because he was afraid. No one understood better than him the terror of the principal of Hogwarts, Gellert Grindelwald. Grindelwald was powerful, cold-blooded, cunning, a natural conspirator, a ruthless executioner, and a strange seer. In his youth, Tom had been tortured into an unrecognizable figure by Grindelwald after a minor trick. Tom despised and feared him deeply. So, he only dared to stay in Hogsmeade Village, waiting for the right moment. He didn't even dare to set foot in Hogwarts. Half a year ago, Tom had hoped for an opportunity. He sensed the power of the book in a young boy. Tom followed the boy discreetly but eventually lost track of him near the entrance of Honeyduke's shop. After that, the boy never appeared in Hogsmeade again. Tom had to continue waiting for the chance. A few minutes later, he spotted the familiar sign with a hog's head in. Taking out a thick cloak from his pocket, Tom covered himself, nearly hiding his entire face. He pushed open the door of the bar in front of him. "Tom." Mr. Percival's strong voice called from inside the bar. "Where are you going?" "Come and boil the water." "I'm coming," Tom replied calmly. For now, he was the waiter at the Hog's Head Inn. The latest website, Flourish and Blott's bookstore, had been closed down, and everything inside was removed by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement staff for detailed investigation. Now, there is an aura guarding it at the door. With the store closed, Matthew Wickfield could finally leave the basement's dark, damp, mosquito-infested cabin. Matthew himself had no strong opinions on the matter, but he couldn't help but wonder how his pet toad felt about their newfound freedom. In any case, he no longer needed to find a shop to work as a temporary worker during the summer, as he already had a substantial amount of money in his pocket. His pocket contained some money Draco gave him last semester, which made him feel slightly guilty when he mentioned the name Lucius Malfoy in front of Minister Bagnold. Additionally, he had received a salary advance from Mr. Shafiq, the manager of Flourish and Blott's bookstore, as well as the stolen money from participating in smuggling, which the Ministry of Magic failed to recover. Moreover, Minister Bagnold rewarded him on behalf of the Ministry of Magic with almost 50 galleons. With this sum of money, Matthew had more than enough to live comfortably in Diagon Alley for the next 2 months until he returned to Hogwarts in September. Quickly, Matthew grew accustomed to his newfound freedom. He could wake up whenever he pleased, go wherever he wanted, and eat whatever he desired. As long as he obeyed the wizarding world's restrictions on minor muggle wizards like him, refrained from venturing into Nocturne Alley and engaging with muggles, he had the freedom to do anything. During this time, Matthew resided in the Leaky Cauldron, specifically in room 13, where he had lived a year ago. He enjoyed breakfast at the Leaky Cauldron bar each morning while observing other customers. A peculiar-looking witch from the country, a noisy little man, and a group engaged in a heated debate about an article titled Today's Curse. Occasionally, he would return to room 13 to read a book or venture into the backyard to use his magic wand to open the gate of Diagon Alley. Among the fascinating shops in Diagon Alley, Matthew found interest in the Forbidden Journey Wizard Travel Agency at number 59. They offered adventurous trips, including renting the Transylvanian Vampire Castle, chasing the zombie trail journey and facing the living dead, all at a good quality and low price. However, the agency was not responsible for accidental death or personal injury. He also explored the Gamble and Japs Wizarding Joke Shop, where he encountered the Weasley brothers purchasing a magic firecracker called Fireworks that ignited with just a little water. The most popular store, however, was Quality Quidditch Supplies, showcasing the latest version of the fastest Lightwheel 2001 flying broom. Matthew briefly considered buying a flying broom for transportation, but the prices were beyond his reach. Even the cheapest Comet 260 had a price tag of 150 galleons. Oh epsilon. Enjoying the sunny days, Matthew wandered through Diagon Alley, except for the Forbidden Nocturne Alley. He often read a book while savoring ice cream outside the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor under a brightly colored sun umbrella, relishing Mr. Florian Fortescue's sugar-free and delicious ice cream. During these days, he secretly eavesdropped on wizards eagerly discussing the 2 recent big cases, the Flourish and Blot's bookstore smuggling case and the Azkaban prison escape case. The talk of Shafiq and his potential involvement in smuggling and the fate of Hogwarts students buying their textbooks at the closed Flourish and Blot's bookstore filled the air. As the days passed, Matthew's galleons in his wallet slowly diminished. More and more Hogwarts students appeared in Diagon Alley, getting ready for the new school year. Matthew observed Vincent and Gregory admiring the Lightwheel 2001 broom at the Quidditch store. He also saw Harry Evans, the actual Harry Potter, standing alone outside the sealed Flourish and Blot's bookstore, looking puzzled. With only a few days left before the end of summer vacation, Matthew packed his suitcases and prepared to leave room 13 at the Leaky Cauldron bar. As he descended the stairs, he contemplated what to eat for lunch. But just as he was lost in thought, someone called out his name, Matthew, Matthew. Under the stairs stood Neville and Hermione, Matthew's 2 good friends at Hogwarts. They each held a large bookcase in their hands. Neville's face was beaming with excitement as he waved at Matthew enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Hermione seemed a little sun-kissed and didn't appear as thrilled. Finally found you, Matthew. Neville greeted with a smile. I met Hermione at the Flourish and Blot's bookstore entrance, only to find out that it was sealed for some reason. So, under her guidance, we went to another bookstore together and finally bought textbooks there. He gestured toward the big cardboard box he was holding. Should we take you to that bookstore? In the first week of summer vacation, I got everything I needed for the next semester. Flourish and Blot's bookstore hadn't been closed at that time, Matthew explained. That's it. After all, you spent the whole summer vacation here, Neville remarked. How was your summer vacation, Matthew? It's okay, Matthew answered casually. What about you? Awesome. Neville's excitement was palpable. I bet you will regret not coming to my house. Both my parents took time off, and then we went to Iceland with Uncle Algy's family. The scenery is amazing, and the climate is so comfortable. Neville recounted excitedly. Sounds great, Matthew nodded, then turned to Hermione. What about you, Hermione? Miss Hermione Granger pouted, her face reflecting her dissatisfaction. If Padma had told me in advance that she and her sister would return to their hometown in India during the summer vacation and stay there for a month and a half, I would never have joined them, Hermione lamented. It's been terrible this summer vacation in every way you can't imagine. Look, you see what I was exposed to. Hermione raised her arms, showing them her burnt skin. Ha ha ha. Matthew and Neville couldn't hold back their laughter. Hermione and Neville had booked rooms at the Leaky Cauldron, and they would stay with Matthew for 2 days. Then, they would wait until September 1st to go to King's Cross Station together and take the express train back to Hogwarts. As Matthew waited for them to put their luggage away, he was about to ask them where they wanted to eat lunch when Hermione suddenly emerged from the room, holding a sickly-looking big cat named Crookshanks in her arms. Alpha S. Sorry, you guys go to eat first. I have to take Crookshanks to check on him, Hermione explained. He seems to have been a little uncomfortable since returning from India, Hermione said with a sad expression. Curiously, Matthew glanced at the semi-magical creature on Hermione's chest. Matthew's thoughts swirled as he noticed the poor cat's condition, its fluffy and soft hair appearing dull, and its legs and feet showing signs of weakness. He wondered if it had something to do with India. Perhaps the poor little guy accidentally drank 2 sips of Ganges water, and that's why he was in this state. Realizing the situation, Matthew came to a conclusion in his heart. Then let's go with you, Neville offered enthusiastically. I will also buy some rations for Inch. The 3 of them decided to go to the backyard of the Leaky Cauldron, with Matthew leading the way into Diagon Alley. Crossing the noisy road, they arrived at a shop called Magical Menagerie. The shop was small, and cages were densely hung on the wall, emitting a distinct smell of animal feces. The little creatures in the cages were making loud noises, and the witch behind the counter was teaching a wizard how to care for an owl. Matthew faintly recalled the witch as the mistress of the Magical Menagerie, where he had bought 2 toads a year ago. The trio could only stay aside and observe the animals in the cages next to them. Among the animals, Matthew noticed a big tortoise with gems inlaid on its hard shell, 2 giant purple toads gorging on flies, and a hovering cobra that suddenly vomited a letter at Hermione, startling her. A wizard who had just bought an owl left the shop. Hermione quickly moved away from her previous position and avoided the surrounding cages. Madam, my cat, she hugged Crookshanks close, addressing the witch. I went to India before, but after I brought him back from there, his condition has been a bit off. The witch pulled a pair of thick black glasses from her pocket and carefully inspected the big cat. It's Crookshanks. The witch recognized the cat quickly. Poor fellow, it must have suffered a lot recently. She touched the cat's paw. Hermione was ashamed, realizing she had neglected her pet during their time in India. The witch used a bunch of strange instruments to examine Crookshanks, who lazily lay before her, barely moving. The cat is healthy, and there is nothing wrong with its body. Its condition might be a stress response after a long journey, the witch concluded. Hermione asked, eager to help, then what should I do, madam? The witch advised, feed it more dried fish, Crookshanks likes this. And don't disturb it during this time, it needs to rest. Hermione nodded swiftly, and they purchased dried fish and owl rations before returning together to the Leaky Cauldron. On September 1st, Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, delivered his usual cup of hot tea to room 13. Sleepy Matthew welcomed the gesture and thanked him. Last year, Matthew hadn't experienced such hospitality during his stay at the Leaky Cauldron. This year he paid for the service, which made him feel appreciated. After Tom left, Matthew checked his wallet, finding 10 galleons left, sufficient for his return to school with nothing else to spend on. Once dressed, he returned his toad to its cage and packed his textbooks from the past 2 days into his suitcase. Then, he left room 13, descending the stairs. Soon, the three friends assembled in the Leaky Cauldron's restaurant, ready to have breakfast. Neville headed to the counter to place their orders. Engrossed in the daily profit, Hermione suddenly exclaimed, "Bad news, Matthew. What's the matter?" Matthew asked casually, still feeling a bit drowsy. "It's about the Azkaban fugitives," Hermione replied, her face serious. "Fugitives from Azkaban." Matthew took a sip of hot tea. "Has the Ministry of Magic disclosed their identities?" "No, Minister Bagnold insists on keeping their information classified for now. The Ministry of Magic will continue their efforts to arrest them." Hermione shook her head. "What a joke." Matthew shrugged. "They've been on the run for almost 2 months, they'll unlikely be caught anytime soon." Matthew couldn't help feeling dissatisfied with the Ministry of Magic, especially after the smuggling incident. Though it was resolved, there were still loose ends, and the Ministry's reliability was questionable. "The Ministry claims they'll station some Dementors at Hogwarts to better arrest the suspects and protect the school," Hermione continued reading the newspaper. "But what exactly are Dementors?" Neville chimed in. "Dementors are extremely evil creatures. My dad told me they're terrifying and ugly, and no one likes them." Matthew raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Principal Grindelwald allowed Dementors at Hogwarts?" "Yes," Hermione nodded, reading further. "With Principal Grindelwald's permission, but he warned them not to contact or interfere with the lives of Hogwarts staff and students, under their own risk, I guess." "That sounds like our lives won't be affected in any way," Matthew said nonchalantly. After breakfast, they prepared to leave and gathered by the fireplace in Matthew's room. Matthew retrieved some Floo powder from the barkeeper, Tom. They didn't need any guidance as they were familiar with using the Floo network. They stepped into the fireplace, and with a shout of King's Cross Station, the flames transported them swiftly. In King's Cross Station, the fireplace room connected to almost all fireplaces in Britain, with wizards and witches popping up every few seconds. Matthew sometimes wondered why they didn't use the Floo network directly to reach Hogwarts. Nevertheless, they took the train, perhaps for a sense of ritual or other reasons. Soon, Neville and Hermione joined him in the fireplace room. Neville seemed a little choked by the ashes, coughing nonstop. The trio headed to platform 934. As they looked up, they spotted the Hogwarts Express, a bright red steam locomotive puffing smoke. The platform was crowded with young wizards and their families preparing to board the train. "Let's go to the back of the train. It's less crowded there, and we can find an empty compartment," Hermione suggested, pushing the cart ahead. Neville and Matthew followed her lead. They reached the end of the train and found a relatively empty compartment. They placed their luggage on the luggage rack, including Neville's owl cage and Matthew's toad cage. Hermione held Crookshanks in her arms until they entered the compartment and then released him. "Crookshanks, you need to exercise more," she said affectionately. Her pet, however, didn't seem to appreciate the advice. It lazily walked to the corner of the compartment and lay down, showing no interest in moving around. The train's loud whistle signaled its imminent departure. The guard closed the doors, and the locomotive started moving, breathing steam. The train picked up speed, and soon, the station was out of sight. "This long summer vacation is finally over," Matthew said, stretching in his seat. "I can finally return to Hogwarts." "I hope the summer vacation could be longer," Neville whispered. Hermione was about to say something when the compartment door swung open, and a tall wizard entered. A stranger. His presence surprised the 3 Hogwarts sophomores in the compartment. Until then, aside from the witch selling snacks, they hadn't encountered any adult wizards on the train. A sudden intrusion into the compartment revealed a tall, slender young wizard. His visage held an air of gauntness, a slightly elongated nose, and a hint of paleness. Surveying the occupants with a stern nod, the stranger claimed the last available seat without ado. Hermione cleared her throat, cautiously inquiring, "May we ask, sir?" Before she could conclude her query, the stranger swiftly interjected, his tone frigid and dismissive, "I am the new instructor at Hogwarts." His utterance carried a chill that seemed to distance any further engagement. Hermione, Matthew, and Neville exchanged glances, swiftly sensing the challenges that lay ahead with this enigmatic presence. Evidently uninterested in further communication, the stranger retrieved earplugs from his pocket, firmly lodging them in his ears. He then retrieved an eye mask. Ultimately, he settled against the window, stilled as if plunged into a deep slumber. Matthew, Hermione, and Neville instinctively distanced themselves from the enigmatic stranger. "A new professor?" Neville questioned, a furrow etched onto his brow. He gazed upon the seemingly lifeless figure, inquiring softly, "Do we know which subject he teaches?" "I'm uncertain," Hermione whispered, "Transfiguration, perhaps. But let's not jump to conclusions, there could be other possibilities." Neville's remark stirred Hermione's sense of his deliberate provocations. Though she refrained from verbalizing her thoughts, a subtle pout revealed her sentiments. Warily regarding the dozing stranger, the trio upheld an unspoken pact to maintain a safe distance from him. Recollections of the prior year surfaced. A popular metamorphosis instructor, later exposed as a vampire, suspected of involvement in a series of campus attacks. Well, we can only hope, Neville murmured skeptically, even though he doesn't strike me as dependable. Neville's second thought remained a hushed confession directed only at Matthew and Hermione. Dismissing the notion, Hermione cleared her throat and offered her perspective. Remember Professor Trocar from the last term? Utterly reliable, yet harboring dark secrets. Our lesson in not judging books by their covers with grave. Matthew's expression tightened subtly, his silent acknowledgement leaving Hermione's argument unchallenged. Suddenly, the somnolent stranger stirred. Anxious glances converged upon him, wary of disturbing his rest or triggering a response. His head merely shifted, mouth parting slightly, before surrendering to renewed slumber. Mouth sealed, the trio ceased conversing, vigilant to avoid disturbance. The Hogwarts Express rumbled onward, traveling northward. Vistas of lush farmland and verdant pasture gradually waned, yielding to a desolate landscape. The sky grew overcast, dark clouds hastening the advance of the twilight. The stranger's presence infused the journey with unexpected tedium. With an outsider now sharing their compartment, casual banter ceased. Hesitation eclipsed hearty laughter, even when broaching topics as incendiary as the Azkaban prison escape. Noon approached, and a dimpled smile adorned the waitress who entered their midst. Care for some refreshments, dears? A collective hunger roused assent. Should we wake him? Hermione eyed the reclined professor, seemingly deep in slumber. Nah, Neville shrugged. Recalling the stranger's aloofness upon entering, Neville reasoned, the food trolley should be stationed up front. When he wakes, he can help himself. Let's not impose. United in agreement, the trio partook in a feast of pumpkin pie and chocolate cake. Contentment waned, and awkward silence returned. Matthew and Hermione delved into textbooks, absorbed in their studies. Neville, meanwhile, redirected his attention to teasing Hermione's feline companion, Crookshanks. Afternoon approached as a grey shroud enveloped the sky. The train maintained its northerly course. A gentle drizzle commenced, obscuring the panorama of endless mountains beyond the windows. When do we anticipate arriving at Hogwarts? Neville inquired, his fatigue evident. Relinquishing efforts to amuse Crookshanks, Neville found the creature's apathy increasingly discouraging. At least 4 more hours, Matthew assessed, glancing at his watch. Neville sighed in defeat. Matthew shuddered. Miranda Gosshawk's The Standard Book of Spells Grade 2. Oh, yes, Neville's voice piped up suddenly, bearing an epiphany, there's something else. Hush. Hermione admonished, a finger raised to her lips, her gaze reproachful. She gestured subtly toward the slumbering professor. Matthew's inclination mirrored Hermione's, his reading rhythm interrupted by Neville's interruption, evoking a modicum of displeasure. Apologies, Neville's smile carried a sheepish air, voice hushed. I just wanted to mention that my father might be visiting this semester. Curiosity danced in Matthew's eyes, prompting Neville to elaborate. He's overseeing Hogwarts' defense next year, Neville explained. But isn't the Ministry deploying Dementors for that role? Hermione questioned, her brow furrowed. I recall your father's an Auror. Just sharing a tidbit with you both, it's a bit hush-hush. Neville lowered his tone further. Some senior Auror officials believe Dementors lack efficacy against the fugitives. Hence, they're sending Aurors to bolster Hogwarts' defense. Intriguing, but how does that relate to the Azkaban fugitives? Matthew pondered aloud, his demeanor thoughtful. The two seemed disjointed. Neville faltered, a perplexed expression shadowing his features. Hermione's visage mirrored his bewilderment. Matthew's inquiry lingered, yet before a response could materialize, the cabin's lights illuminated the aisle and luggage rack. Simultaneously, the train decelerated, its velocity ebbing away. Have we reached Hogsmeade? Neville's excited cry echoed through the compartment. Don't be ridiculous, it's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Matthew retorted, glancing at his watch and shaking his head. I told you before, it'll take at least 4 hours to get there. Neville cast an annoyed look out of the rain-blurred window, his anticipation dampened by the weather and Matthew's response. The train's pace gradually slowed, its wheels producing a sharper sound against the tracks while the pelting of wind and rain on the windows grew louder. Hermione craned her neck to peer down the aisle, observing countless heads popping up as passengers seemed curious about the sudden change. The entire cabin was buzzing with a sense of curiosity and concern. In an instant, a chuckle sounded, followed by an unexpected lurch that sent everyone leaning to one side as the train abruptly stopped. The distant sound of items falling suggested luggage had tumbled from racks. The unfamiliar teacher nearly toppled from his seat to the floor, a surprised expression finally breaking through his stoic demeanor. He removed his earplugs and blindfold, revealing a puzzled frown on his pale face. While not openly expressing his emotions, the strange teacher's reaction was apparent. With a calm demeanor, Matthew wiped a clear spot on the window, allowing him to glimpse the dark figures floating in the sky outside. The shapeless, black figures caused him to furrow his brows in apprehension. Could it be? His voice trailed off, his thoughts uncertain. Before he could ponder further, a soft cracking sound resonated through the compartment as the door was forced open. Yet, the figure that burst in was not what Matthew had expected. Instead of a cloaked, ominous presence, a small, round-faced wizard stood before them. Dad! Neville's astonished shout filled the air. This marked the first time Matthew had laid eyes on Mr. Frank Longbottom. Standing at an average height with thinning hair and a somewhat youthful countenance, he didn't emanate the aura of an Auror. I'm here on official business, Mr. Longbottom coldly responded to his son's exclamation. On behalf of the Ministry of Magic, I'm conducting a check to ensure no Azkaban escapees have infiltrated. Neville's excitement was swiftly replaced by obedience as he lowered his head. Matthew noticed that Mr. Longbottom didn't step into the compartment, maintaining a distance from the occupants. His right hand remained hidden in his robe, a gesture that suggested he was armed with a wand. One by one, step forward, he ordered, pointing at Matthew. Matthew complied and approached Mr. Longbottom, who withdrew an instrument resembling an alarm clock from his pocket. After a brief, roughly 10-second scan, Mr. Longbottom pronounced, "You're clear," allowing Matthew to return to his seat. Hermione and Neville underwent the same process, during which Mr. Longbottom maintained distance from his son, their interaction minimal. "Come here." Mr. Longbottom's gaze fixed on the only adult wizard in the compartment, commanding him to spread his hands beside him. The reserved stranger complied, his actions devoid of hesitation. As Mr. Longbottom conducted the examination, an unexpected occurrence disrupted the process. A high-pitched ringing emanated from the alarm-like instrument in the Auror's hand. Mr. Longbottom's expression shifted abruptly. He drew his wand with remarkable speed, aiming it at the mysterious wizard. Even the stranger seemed taken aback by the sudden development. "May I inquire as to your identity?" Frank Longbottom's voice was cold and questioning as he addressed the stranger. "I am the new teacher at Hogwarts," came the reply, but before the stranger could elaborate, Mr. Longbottom interjected. "Fine, we can set truth aside for now. Before that, I'd appreciate your cooperation for a more thorough examination. Are you willing?" Although the tone held a hint of skepticism, Mr. Longbottom's wand gestured towards the compartment in a manner that brooked no refusal. The stranger displayed continued cooperation, stepping out of the compartment without hesitation. "Spread your hands and stand aside," Mr. Longbottom's stern voice accompanied his warning. Soon, both figures disappeared into the aisle. Whether they exited the train or moved to another car was unclear. What just happened? The three companions exchanged bewildered glances, the recent event leaving them stunned as if caught in a dream. "This can't be real." Hermione's voice trembled with disbelief. What if that person claiming to be a new teacher is one of the Azkaban escapees? Her face had paled, and fear lingered in her eyes. "Don't jump to conclusions, it might be a misunderstanding. Let's wait and see," Matthew suggested calmly, hoping to dispel the mounting tension. Neville craned his neck to peer down the aisle, searching for any sign of his father's presence. Outside, raindrops fell more heavily, and shadowy forms in the sky seemed poised for movement, though they kept their distance from the train. Matthew hoped the examination wouldn't consume too much time, but it proved otherwise. The train remained stalled for almost an hour, testing their patience. Finally, the Hogwarts Express resumed its journey, and its siren wailed. Yet, the enigmatic wizard who'd claimed to be the new teacher never returned. This unexpected turn left the compartment's occupants uneasy. The jovial atmosphere from earlier had vanished, replaced by silence and apprehension. Neville looked anxious, Hermione uneasy, both struggling with their emotions. The remainder of the journey passed without much conversation. As darkness enveloped the landscape, the Hogwarts Express gradually slowed and came to a stop at Hogsmeade Station. Shrouded in obscurity, the train door swung open as lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by rolling thunder. Hermione shielded Crookshanks with her cloak while Matthew and Neville reluctantly pulled their cloaks over their heads as they trudged through the torrential rain. Rain fell in sheets, drenching them entirely and creating a dismal atmosphere. Out of the corner of his eye, Matthew spotted Professor Ketleban, the professor for care for magical creatures, welcoming the incoming first-year students. Traditionally, the first years had to cross the lake to reach Hogwarts Castle. At that moment, Matthew couldn't help but feel grateful. On September 1st last year, the sky was sunny. Imagining crossing the lake in today's weather was almost unbearable. Navigating with the crowd, the trio made their way slowly, eventually departing from the dimly lit platform. Beyond the platform exit, a series of carriages awaited. Though not pulled by horses but rather by thestrals, though this detail wasn't visible to Matthew, Neville, and Hermione, they offered a welcome refuge from the rain. They hurriedly boarded one of the carriages, feeling a sense of relief. Joining them was second-year Hufflepuff student Justin Finch-Fletchley, and as the door closed, the carriage set off. The procession of carriages moved along the path toward Hogwarts, each wheel creating splashes of water along the way. After about 15 minutes, the carriage arrived at Hogwarts gates. Matthew's gaze caught the massive winged boar sculptures flanking the entrance on stone pillars. These boar sculptures had been instrumental during Professor Grindelwald's duel with Morgana the Black Witch a few months prior. Pigs held a particular significance to Hogwarts. The very name Hogwarts is derived from the word warthog. Thus, a widely circulated wizarding tale recounted that Hogwarts' location and name were chosen by Rowena Ravenclaw. According to the tale, she dreamt of a warthog leading her to a lake, the very cliff that would become the site of Hogwarts. A few more minutes and the carriage halted at the castle gate. Quickly disembarking, the trio ascended the grand marble staircase one after the other. The drenched students finally entered the Hogwarts auditorium. Due to a mid-journey inspection and the inclement weather upon arrival, the banquet commenced at least an hour later than usual. Despite the delay, the auditorium remained as magnificent as ever, adorned even more lavishly for the welcoming feast. Hundreds of suspended candles cast a golden glow over plates and goblets. Wet students sat along the 4 long house tables, eagerly greeting one another. A 5th table at the front accommodated the faculty members, each facing their respective students. Matthew's gaze was drawn to the guest seating, where Professor Grindelwald sat. As was customary, Professor Grindelwald would only appear once the banquet began. However, due to the day's unusual circumstances, with students arriving more than an hour late, he had arrived early this time. He appeared deep in thought with a grave expression, his head bowed. Seated beside Professor Grindelwald was Professor Rosier, the headmistress. Her youthful visage held a smile as she engaged in conversation with another teacher, a teacher whose face was unfamiliar to Matthew. Indeed, it was the same face he'd encountered on the train. The stranger now occupied the main guest seat, engaged in a cautious conversation with the vice president. It seemed Matthew's hunch was correct. The examination had been a mere mishap for Mr. Longbottom, while the stranger was genuinely a new teacher at Hogwarts. Nigerian Nairo. Such an audacious move, taking the Hogwarts Express and introducing oneself as a teacher, would have been beyond the realm of possibility for an Azkaban escapee. Matthew speculated whether prolonged confinement had taken a toll on their sanity. However, he couldn't share his discovery with Hermione, who had already joined the Ravenclaw table. Matthew hurriedly found his place at the Slytherin table. Above them, the ceiling displayed a dazzling sun instead of the usual stars and moon. The simulated sunlight warmed his body and dried his damp clothes as he sat down, dispelling the chill. Wickfield. Agnes Lestrange's voice reached him, and she walked over from the opposite side of the table, addressing him by name. It's been a while, Matthew greeted the elegant girl with a smile. Over the summer break, Miss Lestrange hesitated momentarily before continuing hushedly, Did I see you at Flourish and Blott's bookstore? Yes, I was temporarily employed there, Matthew responded, though he couldn't recall meeting Lestrange. Flourish and Blott's bookstore encountered some issues and closed down, she continued. I wasn't affected by it, Matthew replied candidly, though he knew he had played a role in those issues privately. Unless you have no invitations for next summer break, you're welcome to visit me, Agnes Lestrange offered briskly before departing, her long hair trailing behind her. Matthew remained, puzzled by her comment. Am I really that unpopular? Why do they think no one would invite me? Draco, Theodore, Vincent, and Gregory soon arrived in the auditorium, taking their seats beside Matthew. The Slytherin boys were reunited after the summer break, and their eager conversation filled the air. You seem a bit down, Draco, Theodore observed, surprised. Draco's family faced some troubles over the summer, Vincent explained. Gregory added, someone betrayed Draco's father, implicating him in some smuggling incident. It nearly consumed his entire summer. What a jerk. Matthew chimed in casually. Due to some unforeseen delays, this year's school feast appeared more succinct than usual. As they chatted, Professor Rosier left her seat after just 5 minutes of mingling. She returned shortly, leading a lengthy procession of first-year students to the front of the auditorium. If Matthew and his companions had been soaked before, these first-year newcomers seemed to have emerged from the lake rather than having taken a ferry. They appeared to be entirely drenched. They stood in a line along the staff table, many shivering, likely due to a combination of cold and nerves. Professor Rosier placed a 3-legged stool in front of the freshmen, setting a tattered, grimy, patched wizard hat upon it. The entire auditorium's gaze was now fixed on the hat, and silence enveloped the room. A fissure near the brim parted like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. Welcome to Hogwarts. May your choice be wise. Here you'll spend years in study and play. Forge friendships, seize chances, make the most of each day. The lyrics remained essentially unchanged from the previous year, emphasizing unity and harmony, urging students from all houses to live and learn together. As the song concluded, warm applause erupted throughout the auditorium. Professor Rosier rolled a substantial roll of parchment. When I call your name, approach, sit on the stool, and wear the hat, she instructed the first-year students. Once the hat assigns a house, proceed to the corresponding table. Sean Avery. A tall, freckled boy emerged from the crowd and donned the hat. Slytherin, the Sorting Hat declared. Sean Avery removed the hat and hurried toward the long Slytherin table. Applause cascaded among the Slytherin students, and Matthew also offered a symbolic clap. Teresa Baker. Ravenclaw. Melinda Popin. Ravenclaw. Colin Creevy. Gryffindor. Astoria Greengrass. Slytherin. Astoria, possibly related to Daphne Greengrass, took her place between her sister and Agnes Lestrange, engaging in animated conversation. The sorting ceremony continued, and the apprehensive first-year students, with varying degrees of fear, took turns at the 3-legged stool. The lineup gradually dwindled, and Professor Rosier reached the ones on her list. Luna Lovegood. A girl with peculiar, whimsical mannerisms approached Professor Rosier. She stood out from the crowd with her pale complexion, silver eyes, and dark golden brown hair. Ravenclaw. The applause resonated once more in the auditorium as fewer students remained. Elaine Shafiq. The name sounded somewhat familiar, reminiscent of Flourish and Blott's bookstore's manager and a family of pure-blood wizards. Slytherin. With only 2 students remaining, Ginny Weasley was sorted into Gryffindor, while Madeline Yaxley joined Slytherin, concluding the sorting ceremony. Professor Rosier collected the sorting hat and stool and carried them away. Vincent promptly seized his knife and fork, eagerly eyeing his empty dinner plate. Professor Grindelwald stood up, delivering a more succinct address than the previous year. Feast. Delectable dishes materialized on the golden dinner plates as though conjured from thin air. Slices of beef, savory pies, vegetable dishes, bread, jam, mashed potatoes, and a jug of pumpkin juice appeared. Unable to restrain himself, Vincent immediately began devouring generous portions of mashed potatoes. The feast continued in high spirits. Outside, the rain still lashed against the windows, though the sun on the ceiling had vanished. A flash of lightning illuminated the golden plates, empty dishes replenishing instantly as pudding appeared. Matthew opted for a slice of syrup fruit pie, savoring its deliciousness. As the pudding vanished, the golden plates and goblets vanished along with it. Replete, everyone reclined in their chairs, hands on their full bellies. Professor Grindelwald rose once more. Now that you're satiated, I must share a few announcements. First and foremost, to our first years, within these castle walls, Hogwarts shall safeguard you as your home, nurturing you throughout your growth. Wherever and whenever Hogwarts will stand as your bastion. Newbie. However, adherence to Hogwarts rules is paramount. Professor Ketleben wishes me to reiterate that students must not venture into the Forbidden Forest under any circumstances. The risks are yours to bear. Furthermore, the caretaker, Mr. Pringle, asks me to relay that several items have been newly banned within the castle this year, namely. After summarizing the school regulations, Professor Grindelwald redirected his attention. Moreover, let me introduce this semester's new Transfiguration professor, Professor Severus Snape. The wizard who had shared their train journey quickly stood and nodded and acknowledged the 4 house tables. Thunderous applause erupted, an enthusiastic welcome to the new Hogwarts instructor. Matthew stood there in disbelief. He was among the few students who refrained from clapping. What a farce! Severus Snape? Are they kidding? Matthew shook his head incredulously, his pumpkin juice forgotten mid-sip. Snape? How could that be? Unless Matthew Wickfield's eyes had played a cruel trick on him. Greasily black hair, voluminous bat-like robes, sunken eyes, and that unmistakable hooked nose. These distinctive Snape features, he hadn't glimpsed them on the wizard from the train. Not once. Early the next morning, the storm outside the window had subsided. The castle grounds still bore the dampness of the downpour. Matthew noticed a dark cloud hovering above the enchanted ceiling as he entered the great hall. Matthew. A voice called his name. Prefect Gemma trotted over, handing a piece of parchment to Matthew. She said, "This is the second-year curriculum. I didn't catch you last night. Apologies, after the school banquet ended yesterday, I headed straight back to the dormitory to rest," Matthew explained swiftly. Indeed, after returning to the Slytherin common room last night, he had promptly stretched out on the plush bed he hadn't seen in over 2 months. However, sleep had eluded him for a while as he pondered the identity of the new Transfiguration professor. Prefect Gemma didn't seem particularly concerned. "No worries. How was your summer? I heard you were alone in Diagon Alley." "Not too shabby," Matthew replied. "It's always beneficial to immerse oneself in the magical world," Gemma murmured. Gemma Farley, a 6th-year student, and a responsible prefect, was well liked by the younger students. Matthew had taken a liking to her when he first joined Hogwarts in his first year. After exchanging a few words, several senior students called her over. Prefect Gemma waved to Matthew before departing. At breakfast, while spreading jam on bread slices, Matthew glanced toward the head table. As expected, the central spot remained vacant. Professor Grindelwald was nowhere in sight. For some unknown reason, the headmaster seldom stayed at the school, always preoccupied. Matthew had become accustomed to it. Meanwhile, several unfamiliar faces caught Matthew's attention at the head table. Around 5 or 6 strangers, including Aurors whom Matthew had interacted with during the capture of Professor Trocar a year ago, and Neville's father, Mr. Longbottom. Most likely all Aurors? Matthew surmised that these 5 or 6 wizards were likely the Aurors Neville had mentioned, responsible for guarding Hogwarts this semester. Curiously, he pondered further. Aurors were the Ministry of Magic's elite force, their recruitment stringent and training rigorous. Despite the lack of specific numbers, Matthew estimated their ranks didn't exceed 30. Moreover, Aurors held a prestigious status in the wizarding world. Neville's recognition in the Slug Club was partly due to his parents' status as Aurors. He stood out as one of the rare first-year students invited to the exclusive club. Of course, his family's reputation, stemming from their well-known pure-blood lineage, contributed as well. The presence of so many Aurors and the increased number of Dementors clearly underscored the Ministry's heightened vigilance toward Hogwarts' security. There was a palpable sense of caution. This raised a pertinent question: who were these 3 criminals who escaped Azkaban? Why was the Ministry so convinced that they would target Hogwarts? Conventional logic dictated that escapees from Azkaban would steer clear of the authorities. So why were they drawn to Hogwarts? These questions looped in Matthew's mind, a perplexing puzzle with no visible pieces. Regrettably, he possessed only scanned information, a morsel of clues, if at all. Besides, this wasn't likely a matter pertinent to a junior student like himself. Suddenly, a new figure appeared at the head table. Matthew's brow furrowed involuntarily. The new arrival was none other than Professor Severus Snape, their new Transfiguration professor for the semester. The frequency of teacher turnovers in the Transfiguration department was indeed unusually high, reminiscent of the Defense Against the Dark Arts position's notoriety in the original books. But what truly puzzled Matthew was the enigma surrounding this Severus Snape. Severus Snape was someone Matthew knew quite well. Greasy hair, the distinctive hooked nose, those oversized, dark-rimmed glasses. His demeanor, detached yet intense. Matthew's memory painted a vivid portrait of Snape. And now, the person seated at the head table, the one eating breakfast, couldn't be more different in appearance and behavior from the Snape of his memory? Moreover, Snape wasn't even a wizarding surname. Snape was a half-blood wizard. His muggle father was named Tobias Snape. The likelihood of two individuals sharing the same first name and surname was incredibly slim. After pondering for hours the previous night, Matthew had failed to uncover any plausible explanation. Was this merely the consequence of the altered timeline? Good morning, Matthew. A groggy voice interrupted his thoughts. Draco had entered the hall with drowsy eyes, seemingly struggling to adjust his internal clock after the summer break. Morning. Matthew turned to greet him. Malfoy glanced at Matthew, then inquired with a hint of confusion, "You really like jam, huh?" Matthew was taken aback, glancing at his bread slice. Absorbed in thought, he'd inadvertently slathered several layers of jam. "Yes," he responded with a nod. "It's delicious." "Huh, didn't expect you to have such a hearty appetite," Malfoy remarked, scooping another helping of butter onto his bread. "Speaking of which, Draco," Matthew suddenly addressed him, recalling something. Draco's family in the original books had a cordial relationship with Snape. Upon entering Slytherin in his first year, Snape had been his house prefect, under the patronage of Lucius Malfoy. "What is it?" Malfoy asked without halting his actions. "The new Transfiguration professor, this Professor Snape, do you know anything about him?" Matthew inquired casually, "What's he like?" Malfoy, while munching on his buttered bread, considered the query. "Give me a moment," he muttered. "I sort of remember, might have heard his name somewhere, but it's not that significant," Malfoy admitted. "Got it," Matthew sighed inwardly. Once more, he glanced toward the head table, observing the new Transfiguration teacher's departure from the hall. With Professor Snape's departure, Matthew and Draco wrapped up their breakfast. After consulting their class schedules, they discovered that the day's first lesson was herbology, a joint class for Slytherin and Hufflepuff students. Walking out of the castle, Matthew joined Draco, Theodore, Vincent, and Gregory, forming a group of 5. They strolled across the grounds toward the greenhouse. They noticed a gathering of students waiting outside as they approached the entrance. Just as they were about to join the crowd, a familiar figure emerged from the greenhouse. It was Professor Slughorn, the potions professor and the head of Slytherin. In his arms, he cradled a bunch of leaves. "Oh, Matthew, Draco," Slughorn exclaimed enthusiastically as he caught sight of the students. Oddly enough, he seemed to unintentionally disregard Theodore, Vincent, and Gregory. "Good morning, Professor Slughorn." Matthew and Malfoy chimed in unison. "Ah, good morning," Professor Slughorn replied, his mood relatively buoyant. "The morning air does wonders, doesn't it? Perhaps it's a test for you lot. Care to venture a guess as to what this is?" While speaking, he gestured with the handful of leaves in his grasp. Leaning in for a closer look, Matthew examined them for a moment. "Is that fluxweed?" "Absolutely right." Slughorn beamed with satisfaction. "Most experts believe harvesting this herb in the morning is best. And let me tell you, Pomona has really outdone herself nurturing these. They'll be used in the third-year curriculum. Each third-year student will receive a few leaves, with some to spare, just in case anyone overdoes it. You'll be using these next year." "I'll be looking forward to it, Professor," Matthew replied. "Excellent. I must tend to my duties in the office now. Oh, and Matthew, Draco," Slughorn turned to leave but suddenly recollected something. "Ah, yes, this Sunday evening marks the return of the Slug Club party. Be sure not to forget. And please make sure you're on time." His voice dwindled as he walked away. The Slug Club, founded by Slughorn himself, was an exclusive group comprising students he admired. Matthew and Malfoy were among its members. The club held gatherings every week or two, usually on weekends. However, the Slug Club's activities were suspended last October following an incident in which 2 Slytherin Slug Club members were attacked late at night while returning to the Slytherin common room from Slughorn's office. Alpha. The party hiatus persisted for the remainder of the semester, even as the culprit behind the attacks remained at large. With the new semester underway, the impact of those attacks had subsided, and the club's parties were once again set to resume. Professor Slughorn's figure slowly disappeared from view. "All right, kids, come on in." Professor Sprout's voice emanated from the greenhouse. Students from Slytherin and Hufflepuff eagerly entered the greenhouse. Professor Pomona Sprout, her gray hair concealed under a patched hat, greeted them. Despite her somewhat disheveled appearance, her clothes and fingernails speckled with soil, everyone knew her to be a kind teacher. "Today, we're heading to the 3rd greenhouse," she enthusiastically announced. The students were abuzz with excitement. Until now, they had only explored the first 2 greenhouses. The flora within the 3rd greenhouse was intriguing and potentially hazardous. Producing a large key from her waist, Professor Sprout unlocked the door. Matthew stepped forward, instantly encountering the fragrant scent of damp soil and fertilizer mingled with a subtle floral aroma. The fragrance proved intoxicating, almost dizzying. Matthew felt his head spin momentarily. Swiftly stepping back, he exited the greenhouse. He wasn't alone in this reaction. Other students who had ventured inside appeared equally off balance. Some even appeared intoxicated, their faces flushed. "Step back, everyone, step back," Professor Sprout urgently shouted, waving her hands. "I never gave permission for you to enter." Heeding her warning, they hastily retreated from the 3rd greenhouse. After a few breaths of fresh air, Matthew regained his equilibrium. Professor Sprout soon followed, carrying a bundle of masks in her arms. Alright, folks, I hadn't intended to pollinate the floor flowers today. Now, can anyone tell me about the characteristics of aconite? Matthew had a fair idea about the greenhouse's occupants, but someone else was already ahead before he could raise his hand. Very well, Miss Lestrange. Lestrange stood up, speaking naturally. Aconites, or tracking flowers, have petals closely connected to the rhizome when mature. Even if separated for a time, the rhizome maintains a connection to the direction of the petals. This allows fresh aconite petals to be placed near important items. If the petals are stolen, the rhizome can be employed to track them down. Very well put, my dear, Professor Sprout commended, motioning for her to sit. Additionally, floor flowers are highly hazardous. Can anyone tell me why? Agnes hesitated momentarily, but Matthew was already raising his hand. Mr. Wickfield, please share your thoughts. The pollen is highly poisonous, Matthew replied succinctly. Inhaling it in significant amounts can be lethal. Exactly. Professor Sprout agreed, her tone matter of fact. Aconite pollen is highly toxic. Even inhaled in smaller quantities, it can lead to unconsciousness for several hours. I don't think any of you would want to miss your first day of school, would you? With that, she distributed masks to all the students. Remember, you must wear at least 4 layers of masks. No shortcuts, no risks, she instructed, her voice ringing clearly. Following Professor Sprout's instructions, the Slytherin and Hufflepuff students began to equip themselves individually. Wearing a 4-layer mask over his face made breathing difficult. They all donned dragon leather gloves before following Professor Sprout into the greenhouse. Finally, they were able to approach this dangerous flower. Though beautiful, once its dangers were understood, no one dared to appreciate its beauty. Groups of 4, everyone. Watch out for the poisonous tendrils over there. They're growing teeth. Professor Sprout warned, giving a firm pat to a crimson plant with spikes inching toward a student from Hufflepuff. It's all right, don't be afraid, Professor Sprout reassured her. Pay attention to differentiating between the stamens and pistils, and protect the flowers while brushing the pollen. Avoid damaging. Pollination was a delicate process. The boys struggled, while the girls excelled. By the end of the lesson, everyone was sweating and covered in mud. Following Professor Sprout's guidance, they removed their layers of masks. After a quick shower, the Slytherin students hurried to the Transfiguration classroom. Their second class of the morning was Transfiguration. Matthew had anticipated a more serious atmosphere in the Transfiguration class. To his surprise, when he arrived at the classroom, Professor Severus Snape was engaged in a friendly conversation with a group of Ravenclaw students. There was no trace of pretense in his demeanor. This left Matthew both surprised and more perplexed about his true identity. As the bell rang, Slytherin students, particularly the girls, had not yet arrived. Only Millicent Bulstrode was present. Due to the effects of the herbology class, most of them needed to shower during the break time. Among the girls, bathing was typically a more extended affair. It was 5 minutes past the start of the class when Agnes Lestrange, Pansy Parkinson, and Daphne Greengrass arrived. Matthew sneakily observed Professor Snape, whose expression remained impassive. What's going on? His brows furrowed slightly as he addressed the tardy girls. This is your first Transfiguration lesson. The girls hastened to explain that they had gotten filthy during the herbology class, necessitating a shower in the classroom. Matthew had expected Professor Snape to react angrily, yet he responded with more composure than anticipated. I see, he nodded thoughtfully. I will discuss this with Professor Sprout and suggest she allocate a few extra minutes for you during Monday's herbology class. Now, take your seats, R.A. The girls breathed sighs of relief and settled down. Observing Professor Snape, Matthew's doubts deepened. Transfiguration was challenging, especially since they had not received comprehensive and systematic instruction during the previous semester. Many students struggled with the coursework. In the previous semester's final exam, most first-year students had scored lower marks in Transfiguration. Now, their task was to transform a beetle into a button, a feat more complex than the polymorphism they had learned before. Transfiguration is a highly intricate and delicate form of magic, Professor Snape began, echoing the opening words of Professor Troca a year ago. And in many instances, it can be dangerous. Some accomplished wizards even employ transfiguration for combat, making their opponents' defenses ineffective. Suddenly, Matthew recalled President Grindelwald's duel with Morgana the Black Witch. Indeed, Professor Grindelwald's transfiguration skills played a pivotal role in securing their victory. However, Professor Snape approached transfiguration from a different angle than Professor Trocar. Caution is undoubtedly vital during transfiguration. It prevents errors. However, relying solely on caution will only lead to a lack of progress. Remember, creativity is paramount in transfiguration. Professor Snape concluded without hesitation. The transformation process is beautiful, as each instance of transfiguration is an act of creation. Do not halt due to danger, and do not fear transformation. To become true masters of transfiguration, you must confront challenges. Evidently, Professor Snape possessed genuine talent in the field. His perspective, however, diverged from that of Professor Trocar. Still, Matthew refrained from pondering his true identity and instead focused on taking diligent notes of every word spoken. Afterward, Professor Snape guided them through transforming beetles into buttons. As he allowed them to practice independently, the classroom quickly became chaotic. Many students struggled, their beetles evading their wands and darting about. Matthew, however, succeeded. Just before the end of the class, a small button appeared before him. The lesson concluded without any assigned homework, leaving the students somewhat uneasy. Professor Snape is quite amiable. Matthew deliberately took his time cleaning up as he heard Draco and others discussing while packing their things. By the time they left, only Professor Snape and Matthew remained in the classroom. "Come along, Mr. Wickfield. I need to lock up," Professor Snape called from the doorway. "I apologize, sir." Matthew swiftly gathered his belongings and hurried out of the classroom. After hesitating, he decided to ask, "Professor, you graduated from Slytherin, just like us, right?" As Professor Snape locked the door, he shook his head without hesitation. "Absolutely not. I graduated from Gryffindor." With that, he walked away. Severus Snape, the professor from House of Gryffindor, was a complete surprise to Matthew. Contrary to his expectations, Professor Snape possessed a good temperament and rarely displayed anger, even in the presence of students who made mistakes. His enthusiasm for people was also noteworthy. He interacted warmly with students, colleagues, and even ghosts. On the academic front, some of his perspectives were rather radical, occasionally venturing into risky territories. In many ways, this version of Severus Snape starkly contrasted Matthew's memory of him. "Do you need anything else, Mr. Wickfield?" Professor Snape inquired gently as he locked the door. "Or do you seem quite troubled? Can I be of assistance?" "No, it's all right." Matthew hurriedly shook his head and explained, "I apologize, sir. I'm just lost in thought." "That's all right," Professor Snape smiled, patting Matthew on the shoulder. "The transfiguration you performed in class was impressive. Achieving it on the first attempt is quite commendable." "You're being too kind, Professor Snape," Matthew replied modestly. "No, I'm not exaggerating. I've heard from a friend that you're quite talented in transfiguration," Professor Snape said, shaking his head in encouragement. "Keep up the good work. See you in the next class." "Goodbye, Professor." Matthew waved his hand. As Professor Snape departed, Matthew pondered over who the friend Professor Snape had mentioned could be. With 2 morning classes and a physical activity session in between, Matthew's stomach was growling from hunger. Rushing to the auditorium, he discovered that lunch was already underway. The lunch spread on the first day of school was abundant, featuring piles of pork chops, beef, and sizable curved sausages. It seemed as if the kitchen house elves were welcoming the students' return. While devouring a hefty pork chop, Matthew noticed Draco, Theodore, and Vincent on the other side, engrossed in discussion. "Draco," Matthew called out, "what's going on?" Upon hearing Matthew's voice, Draco quickly approached, holding a piece of parchment in his hand. Theodore, Vincent, and Gregory joined them. "Hogwarts clubs are open to second-year students and above," Draco Malfoy explained. "Matthew, any clubs catching your interest?" "Clubs?" Matthew's tone became more subdued. Based on his prior university experience, he hadn't been particularly interested in such organizations. He inquired softly, "What options are available?" "There's a variety of clubs. Some are large with hundreds of members, while others are smaller with only a few," Malfoy explained. "The more renowned ones include the Quidditch Club, the Gobstone Fan Club, and the Muggle Culture Research Group. The choices are quite diverse." "A with ring above. Can I opt out?" Matthew asked calmly. "No," Theodore not interjected. "As per the regulations, second-year students must join at least 1 club. However, it's not obligatory for third-year students and above." "I see." Matthew's brow slightly furrowed. He inquired softly, "What have you all signed up for?" "Draco and I have enrolled in the Quidditch Club and the Dueling Club," Theodore continued. "The others are still contemplating." "What's the Dueling Club about?" Matthew suddenly became intrigued. "They teach us various aspects related to dueling and usually have a teacher present," Theodore enthusiastically explained. "Why not join, Matthew? The Dueling Club is quite popular at Hogwarts." "It sounds beneficial." Matthew nodded in approval. "Which teacher will be in charge?" "Hopefully not, Professor Rosier. I'd be too apprehensive to join. She was known for her strict demeanor. A club like dueling would fall under her domain of expertise." "Definitely not. Professor Rosier is extremely busy," Theodore smiled. "It was Professor Flitwick last year, and it's likely to be him this year." "Then sign me up too," Matthew decided without hesitation. "I'm interested in that one." "No problem." Theodore swiftly jotted down Matthew's name on the parchment. Draco added, "The Dueling Club meets every Sunday afternoon, so it doesn't clash with Professor Slughorn's banquets." "All right, thank you, Draco." As Matthew continued his lunch, he contemplated. Every second Saturday of even weeks was reserved for after-school practices. Adding the Sunday afternoon Dueling Club and Sunday evening Slug Club events, his weekends seemed to vanish rapidly. Monday afternoons were free for Slytherin students, so Matthew initially considered visiting the library. However, he decided to return to the Slytherin common room first. With no one else in the dormitory, Matthew ignored what his roommates were doing. He sat in a soft armchair. After hesitating, Matthew opened his desk drawer, and there it was, a familiar sight. The yellowed pages and antiquated cover of the book lay quietly within the drawer. It hadn't moved in half a year. Matthew had assumed the book would follow him over the summer break after leaving Hogwarts. Yet, it seemed to have vanished during his visits to Flourish and Blott's bookstore's basement and room 13 of the Leaky Cauldron, as if it had lost its magical connection. Of course, this was ultimately a good thing. No one wants an item following them around like a ghost. Matthew felt at ease with no one around, pulling the book entirely from the drawer. As he turned the pages, he dipped a quill into ink and wrote, "Long time no see." The words quickly vanished. Within seconds, dark green handwriting in a very familiar script appeared on the page. "Hello, Matthew." The new semester had just commenced, and with it came a whirlwind of activities and a touch of chaos. The frequent appearance of horrors around the campus cast a subtle shadow on everyone's spirits. Their reminders about the 3 escaped Azkaban prisoners being on the loose kept the reminder of danger present. Moreover, the peculiar dementors guarding the school's main entrance and exit emitted an eerie influence that could be felt even from a distance. However, despite these unsettling factors, life continued. Each day followed the routine of starting from the Slytherin common room, heading to the auditorium, attending classes, and visiting the library. This routine persisted until 4 in the afternoon. Yet, Matthew's condition was noticeably improved compared to the previous semester. There was less chaos. For instance, the book that had once instilled a sense of impending doom in Matthew's previous semester was no longer a source of concern. The crisis seemed to have dissipated, allowing him to even jest with the book. During the same period last semester, he had been preoccupied with concerns about the post-victory state of Grindelwald's wizarding world. Now, compared to Dumbledore's wizarding world, there appeared to be no fundamental disparities. Furthermore, last semester had been marred by a series of attacks that caused panic at Hogwarts. In contrast, this semester seemed devoid of fear. The Azkaban fugitives felt like a distant concern. The Severus Snape professor was indeed a source of suspicion, but he was a new teacher hired by Professor Grindelwald. As such, there was no need for undue worry. Overall, it seemed there was nothing to fret about. The castle's administrator, Mr. Pringle, continued his daily patrols and sanitary duties, often sternly reprimanding students for disregarding cleanliness. Speaking of Mr. Pringle, one couldn't overlook his golden retriever companion. Mr. Donald had seemingly regained his former alertness. He now patrolled the castle with fervor, barking at students. Matthew held no personal grudge against Mr. Pringle. However, several of his roommates had different opinions. Draco, Vincent, and Gregory had all incurred Mr. Pringle's wrath, having been severely scolded by him. Their offense? Trudging into the castle with mud-soaked riding boots after their Quidditch club activities, leaving a mess of mud and water at the castle gate. A Thailand bodies. To make matters worse, Mr. Pringle had even conjured a reason to confiscate Draco Malfoy's recently acquired Lightwheel 2001 flying broomstick. Poor Draco was understandably disheartened. He hadn't even had the chance to use his new broomstick much or show it off to his friends. Draco's initial response had been to send a holler to his father, Mr. Malfoy, urging him to come to school and reprimand Mr. Pringle for his unreasonable behavior. Unfortunately, the owl carrying the message never returned. It seemed that Mr. Malfoy, embroiled in a summer smuggling case, was seeking to avoid undue attention during this time. In the meantime, Matthew, Vincent, and Gregory spent their evenings in the dormitory concocting plans for vengeance against Mr. Pringle and the reclamation of the flying broomstick. While Matthew's plans might have appeared somewhat naive, he seemed unconcerned by this fact. The other teachers performed as well as before, showing no significant changes from the previous semester. Professor Bagshot's History of Magic class remained a hit. She discussed the significance of the 1289 International Conference of Wizards, a pivotal event that would influence numerous historical occurrences in the centuries to come. For instance, the wizarding world's response to the witch hunt and establishment of Durmstrang and Bosbaton's magical schools. Towards the end of the first class, Professor Bagshot subtly mentioned her intention to find a successor in the coming years and retire. This, in turn, would afford her more time to revise and update a history of magic and modern history of magic. While everyone hoped Professor Bagshot wouldn't retire, they also had to acknowledge that she was approaching her old age. Spell class continued to be a light-hearted and enjoyable affair. Professor Flitwick, who was known to possess some goblin blood, though he never openly acknowledged it, dedicated an entire class session to revisiting the spells they had learned the previous semester: Levitation Charm, Summoning Charm, and Unlocking Charm. Theodore discreetly approached Professor Flitwick at the end of class to inquire about his participation in the duel club this semester. He received a positive response from the professor. Professor Flitwick also revealed that he wouldn't be the only new addition to the club. Another teacher had volunteered to join this year. Potions class, taught by the head of Slytherin's house, Professor Slughorn, proceeded as usual. While the content he taught was rich, he only seemed to notice and engage with students he valued, often neglecting the rest. Thankfully, Matthew was among Professor Slughorn's favorites. As the potions class concluded, the professor reminded both him and Draco to attend the Slug Club party on Sunday. Matthew realized that he had joined 2 clubs with the Slug Club. The most serious and somber atmosphere was present in the defense against the dark arts class. Professor Rosier emanated an aura of sternness that turned even the most mischievous students into well-behaved ones. In their second-year dark magic defense class, the students began to learn how to counter various magical creatures. In the very first lesson, Professor Rosier introduced a group of Cornish pixies. These small, iron-blue creatures were about 8 inches tall, with sharp-pointed faces and high-pitched voices. Initially underestimated by many students, their attitudes changed when Professor Rosier instructed them to face these creatures alone. The students couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed by their initial confidence. All in all, the first week of the semester ended without much notice. Although it had been tiring, Matthew's heart was full. He sensed this semester wouldn't be as chaotic as the last one. A peaceful year seemed to be on the horizon. The final class on Friday afternoon was still the herbology class. As Professor Sprout announced the end of the class, the second-year students from Slytherin and Hufflepuff let out a collective sigh of relief. They ceased their repetitive task of potting plants with dragon dung as fertilizer and exited the greenhouse. This marked the conclusion of the week-long courses and the beginning of a short 2-day break. In a frenzy of mud, Draco and his posse rushed back to the castle, their bodies covered in dirt. Their anxious expressions hinted at some mysterious plans they were concocting. Meanwhile, Matthew strolled back to the common room at a leisurely pace. After a quick shower, he made his way to the library. Since the weekend had begun, the library was relatively empty. Despite that, familiar faces could still be spotted, such as Hermione, who was diligently working on a paper while lying on a table. Greeting a few acquaintances, Matthew discreetly slipped behind a bookshelf. The darkness outside the window had utterly enveloped the sky by the time Matthew looked up from his book. The library was now devoid of people, and was a suitable time to turn off the lights. He returned the book to its place and hurried back to the Slytherin common room. The journey went smoothly, except for a sudden bitter chill that pierced Matthew's heart as he passed through the castle gate. The sensation gripped him, infiltrating his skin, penetrating his chest, and settling within his heart. Quickening his pace, he glared at the gate, his heart racing. It seemed the Dementors had begun their nocturnal wanderings around the campus, he thought. However, upon reaching the entrance of the Slytherin common room, another interesting incident unfolded. A young girl, seemingly much younger than the usual students, donned a Slytherin robe. She sat huddled on the floor by the entrance, her head tilted. Upon hearing Matthew's footsteps, she sprang up with a relieved expression. "What's going on?" Matthew asked, intrigued by the unexpected sight. For a moment, he sensed a hint of familiarity about the young girl before him. "Thank goodness someone's finally back," she said with a hint of tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I can't remember the password, and I can't get into sleep. Usually, I return with my friends, but this time I've been waiting outside for almost half an hour." Matthew found this situation rather peculiar. It was the first time he had encountered it, though it could be attributed to his earlier-than-usual return. "The password is pure blood," Matthew informed her. "Keep an eye on the bulletin board, it's usually posted there and only changes every 2 weeks." As Matthew uttered the password, the enormous snake on the stone gate began to shift, and the gate creaked open. "Thank you," the girl said gratefully. "I'll make sure to write down the password on a slip of paper and bring it with me from now on." Matthew paused for a moment, contemplating his next words. Finally, he said, "Actually, I wouldn't recommend doing that." "Why?" The girl looked puzzled. "If you carry a note with the password and lose it," Matthew explained, "the password to the Slytherin common room will become public knowledge. Remember, it's against the rules to bring students from other houses into our common room and share our password. Our common room hasn't been accessible to outsiders for 700 years. With grave new yes. Additionally, if the password fell into the hands of criminals, it could have serious consequences," he cautioned. "Right, I understand," she nodded quickly. "By the way, sir, what's your name?" "Matthew Wickfield," he replied simply. "Thank you again, Mr. Wickfield," she said, waving politely. "I'm Elaine Shafiq," she introduced herself before hurrying towards the girls' dormitory. Matthew suddenly paused, realization dawning on him. He now understood why the girl had seemed familiar. She bore a striking resemblance to Mr. Shafiq, the manager of Flourish and Blott's bookstore. While pondering this, Matthew returned to his bedroom. The following morning, Matthew coincidentally encountered Shafiq once more. She stood by the castle gate, gazing into the distance in a state of contemplation. Matthew observed his surroundings and noticed several dark figures drifting in the distance. "Miss Shafiq," he whispered to get her attention. Startled, she looked relieved upon seeing Matthew. "Hello, Mr. Wickfield. What's the matter?" Matthew inquired, feigning deep concern. "You appear quite troubled." "I saw a Dementor as I passed by here." The young girl's voice held a hint of desolation, and it reminded me of my dad. "He's probably with the Dementor right now." "Your father?" Matthew queried in a composed tone. Suddenly, he exclaimed excitedly, "Could your father be Mr. Shafiq, the manager of Flourish and Blott's bookstore?" "Yes," Elaine Shafiq replied, her head bowed in embarrassment. "I'm sorry," Matthew offered softly. The girl hesitated before saying uncertainly, "My dad. I believe he's innocent." Matthew nodded thoughtfully. "Do you believe in his innocence, Mr. Wickfield?" Shafiq looked elated and hopeful. "All his friends are sure of it, the evidence is solid." "It's possible that someone is framing him," Matthew commented thoughtfully. "I've been to Flourish and Blott's bookstore and have interacted with your dad. He doesn't strike me as a bad person." "Yeah," the young girl nodded earnestly, "someone with malicious intent must be accusing him." "Then, Miss Shafiq," Matthew spoke with genuine concern, "if someone is indeed trying to frame him, it might be someone who knows him quite well. Who does your father usually interact with? Perhaps reaching out to those contacts could help clear his name." Elaine's expression turned embarrassed, and she stammered, I can't quite recall." "That's okay. Take your time," Matthew reassured her, patting her shoulder. "All right," the young girl replied, her demeanor a mix of innocence and determination. Matthew entered the auditorium at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon to find a remarkable change. The 4 long dining tables and chairs had vanished, making way for an expansive open space. A sizable stage had suddenly emerged along one wall. Nearly 50 or 60 students from various grades, excluding the first years, stood in the open space, their wands held with eager anticipation. The duel club was evidently a popular choice at Hogwarts. Considering the school's total student population, having over 50 participants was a significant turnout for any club. Matthew, Draco and Theodore called out his name as they trotted over. However, there was no sign of Vincent and Gregory. It seemed they preferred physical brawls to wand duels. While exchanging greetings with his 2 roommates, Matthew had a sudden realization. After the start of the new semester, his interactions with the 4 roommates had significantly dwindled. It was as if their relationship had grown distant after the summer break. Toward the previous semester's end, the roommates treated him as a leader. Still, at the beginning of the new semester, an air of intentional alienation seemed to permeate their interactions. Matthew shook his head, deciding to let these complicated matters go. Perhaps Draco and the others were busy discussing how to deal with Mr. Pringle and recover the confiscated broomstick. He dismissed these thoughts, choosing to focus on the stage before him. After a brief wait, the instructor of the duel club made his entrance. Professor Flitwick, in his elegant black attire, stood shorter than most, but his presence commanded respect as the students parted to make way for him. "Quiet down. Can everyone hear me?" he called, and the auditorium hushed. Professor Flitwick gracefully ascended the platform with a flick of his wand at his feet. This vantage point allowed him to oversee the students below. "I'm pleased to see some new faces," he began gently and instructively. "Dueling, a time-honored tradition, has been mostly phased out. However, Professor Rosier believes that reviving this course can uphold our wizarding heritage and enhance your defense against the dark arts. You may need these skills to protect yourselves one day. In traditional dueling, each participant requires an assistant. Their primary role is that of a witness, though there are instances where an assistant might continue the duel if the primary dueler is incapacitated or unwilling to continue. Several rules govern the termination of a duel, determined by the challenger. A duel ends if one party sustains any injury or if they're rendered unable to fight further. If a participant is severely injured or unable to continue, the duel concludes. Naturally, we adhere to the first rule, prohibiting more severe outcomes. Upon bowing to one another, both parties take 12 paces back. The assistants then call out the start of the duel thrice, after which both participants can turn around and raise their wands. However, I must emphasize that we discourage initiating duels with other wizards. This class is designed to prepare you for self-defense scenarios. Now, let's delve into the subject RAO. With these introductory remarks, Professor Flitwick paused and cleared his throat. I believe many of you are already acquainted with the disarming charm. Most of the students nodded, though some juniors and newcomers to the duel club shook their heads. One of the simplest protective spells, yet it's remarkably effective. The disarming charm forces your opponent to relinquish their weapon. Executed skillfully, it can disarm them and even send them airborne, causing more substantial damage. Professor Flitwick proceeded to explain the spell to those unfamiliar with it. Over the following minutes, the senior students began to practice in pairs. His diminutive form darting amongst the younger students, Professor Flitwick offered instructions on employing the disarming charm. He also shared some tactical insights for dueling. Speed is crucial. Raising your wand swiftly increases your chance of taking the initiative. Precision matters. Quickly aim your wand at the target to avoid wasting an opportunity due to an off-target spell. Lastly, choose your spell based on your opponent's traits. As Matthew listened and observed, he raised his wand and executed the spell with a graceful flourish. Expelliarmus. After nearly half an hour of practice, another professor arrived, albeit belatedly. It was the Transfiguration teacher, Professor Severus Snape, clad in a vibrant red robe. "All right, my assistant has arrived." Professor Flitwick motioned for everyone to make way for Professor Snape. "Welcome, Severus." Professor Snape offered a nod and a polite smile. "Professor Snape has kindly agreed to assist me by providing a demonstration. I suggest you all pay close attention." Professor Flitwick signaled for Professor Snape to join him, and together, they ascended the stage. It was evident that Professor Flitwick spoke with unwavering confidence. This came as no surprise, as he was once a champion of numerous duels in his youth. Moreover, as a half-blooded fairy, his inherent racial talent was optimally suited for dueling. 2 tall and the other short figures converged on the stage. They initiated the ritual with a bow, each turning around while brandishing their wands like drawn swords. The 2 professors on the stage were poised and ready. "Who do you think will win?" Students in the audience began to chatter excitedly. Yet, the majority held a unanimous view that Professor Felius Flitwick would emerge victorious. The duel club had seen numerous sessions, and although Professor Flitwick invited several assistants, hardly anyone could claim victory in a demonstration duel against him. After all, he was a former professional dueler, and his expertise far outshone that of amateur opponents. Matthew, however, furrowed his brow as he observed the back of Professor Snape on the stage. Murmuring to himself, he wondered, "Why do I sense that Professor Snape has a strong chance of winning?" "Get a firm grip on your wand," Professor Flitwick addressed the hushed assembly. "When I count to 3, both participants will cast the first spell. For the purpose of this demonstration, it will only be the disarming curse. 1, 2, 3. Both figures raised their wands almost simultaneously, though Professor Flitwick's was elevated above his shoulder while Professor Snape's was held slightly lower. Their reactions were nearly matched. Expelliarmus! Professor Flitwick cried out. However, Professor Snape displayed a remarkable sensitivity. He crouched and sidestepped, narrowly dodging Professor Flitwick's disarming spell that barely grazed his shoulder. A splendid evasion, as you can observe. Professor Flitwick offered an explanation while the duel continued. Professor Snape retaliated with a shout, Expelliarmus! Another vibrant red light flashed. Professor Flitwick, well-versed in dueling tactics, agilely sidestepped. But an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Professor Snape's disarming spell appeared to predict Professor Flitwick's evasion, striking the exact spot the latter had moved to. The red light struck Professor Flitwick with enough force to unsteady him. After a few stumbling steps, his wand slipped from his grip. A hush fell over the auditorium. An excellent prediction. Professor Flitwick conceded, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Dismounting from the stage, he retrieved his wand with a somewhat sheepish air. Professor Snape's disarming spell is impeccably executed. Professor Flitwick, you underestimated your opponent, Professor Snape humbly remarked. If we were in earnest, I would not have been your equal. At this, Professor Flitwick could only nod in agreement. Very well then. Now that the demonstration is complete, pair yourselves off in groups of 2. Juniors have priority. RA Beta S. The crowd began forming pairs, and their enthusiasm was palpable. Matthew found himself paired with Draco, the two of them having a history of partnering together. One after another, second-year students took the stage to demonstrate. Admittedly, their performances were far from exemplary. Many had yet to master the disarming charm. Their wands emitted nothing more than a faint red mist, hardly yielding any significant effects. On stage, Professor Flitwick and Professor Snape patiently rectified their posture, gestures, and movements. Soon, it was Matthew's turn. Mr. Wickfield and Mr. Malfoy, your turn. Professor Flitwick called. Step forward, please. Taking the stage, both Matthew and Draco stood poised. Face your opponent. Professor Flitwick stood between them. First, bow. The two shared a brief glance before both executed a bow. Bend lower, Matthew. Malfoy whispered jokingly. However, Matthew offered no reply. Professor Flitwick continued to explain. Good, now, turn together. Count silently as I guide you through 12 paces. Is everyone in position? Excellent, now, listen for my cue. Upon reaching 3, turn and begin the duel. 1, 2, 3. Begin. Stepping onto the stage, a peculiar sensation washed over Matthew. It was an overwhelmingly negative emotion that seemed to permeate his mind. His body felt slightly out of control, as if his actions were governed by an unconscious force. Even as he bowed to Malfoy, he forced himself to perform the gesture. As Professor Flitwick finished his 3, Matthew promptly turned and raised his wand. His reaction was quicker than Malfoy's. However, as Matthew gazed at Draco Malfoy's familiar countenance, an intense and inexplicable hatred welled up within him. He loathed this individual. He desired to hurt him, at the very least, inflict severe injuries. What was happening? Panic surged through Matthew's consciousness. Why were his actions, his thoughts, and his emotions no longer under his control? Theoretically, there was no reason for Matthew to despise Draco. He wished to speak, to inform Professor Flitwick about this accident. Yet, his lips felt as heavy as lead, rendering him unable to utter a word. Remember, only use the disarming charm. Aim solely to disarm your opponent. Professor Flitwick's reminder finally broke through. Only the disarming charm, only the disarming charm, only the disarming charm. Matthew's mind clung to this thought. Expelliarmus, he commanded, pointing his wand at Draco Malfoy. Matthew's voice was chillingly cold. Hearing his own voice felt oddly detached, as if it wasn't his own. A brilliant red light burst forth from the wand's tip. This was no mere wisp of red mist, as seen with previous students. Compared to the disarming spells of Professor Flitwick and Professor Snape, Matthew's spell was equally potent. Draco's eyes widened. Before he could react, he hadn't even raised his wand. A gust of air swept past him, propelling his body upward. Though his wand slipped from his grasp, his body was sent hurtling across the stage. Draco soared beyond the stage's perimeter, colliding heavily with a wall. His motion halted, and blood began to seep from his pallid blonde hair. Poor Draco fainted. A resounding bang echoed through the auditorium. Then, an eerie silence fell over the entire space. The members of the duel club watched in astonishment as the events on the stage unfolded. Their gazes shifted from the injured Draco to the bewildered Matthew, sparking a flurry of discussions and speculations. By Merlin's beard. Professor Flitwick let out a soft exclamation, rushing off the stage to hurry toward the wall. Professor Snape, on the other hand, cast a mildly surprised glance at Matthew before hastening to Draco's side. The two professors assisted Draco as he struggled to rise. Mr. Malfoy, are you all right? Professor Flitwick's voice carried deep concern, though Draco was already unconscious and unresponsive at this point. It's just a disarming charm. The injury isn't severe, Professor Flitwick assessed quickly. However, the impact of hitting the wall and the bleeding are concerning. Take care of the rest of the students, Professor Flitwick. Professor Snape made a swift decision. I'll take this young man to the school hospital. Very well, Professor Flitwick nodded. Be cautious on your way. With Draco cradled in his arms, Professor Snape strode away, parting the crowd with ease. Matthew stood on the stage, flabbergasted. As Draco collided with the wall, the intense negative emotions that had possessed him suddenly vanished, and his consciousness returned. It was as if the previous events in his mind had never transpired. Only the faint traces of blood on the wall's edge served as a reminder. What just happened? Who am I? What's going on? His mind was a jumble of confusion. He glanced down at the black walnut wand in his left hand. A wand that had been with him for over a year, yet now, he found it oddly unfamiliar. Wasn't it said that a black walnut wand was among the most loyal and a wand with a unicorn tail hair core was quite stable? Then why had it behaved so uncontrollably? A slew of questions swirled in his mind. Wickfield. Professor Flitwick's gaze fell upon the still-standing Matthew, waving him over urgently. Come down, my boy. Still somewhat dazed, Matthew made his way off the stage almost mechanically. Professor Flitwick, he stammered, struggling to find an explanation. Don't fret, lad. Professor Flitwick's tone was as soothing as ever as he patted Matthew's shoulder gently. Bending over, Matthew peered into the professor's eyes. Don't worry, it was merely an accident, Professor Flitwick reassured. It's not uncommon for something like this to occur during a duel. Even Mr. Malfoy, I doubt he'll hold it against you. Fear not. Have you practiced the disarming charm before? N.S. Matthew shook his head. Really? The diminutive professor raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. To execute the disarming charm so masterfully on your first try, your talent in this field is exceptional, a rarity. If only your talent extended to spell classes. He quipped. Sorry. Professor, Matthew's lips pursed. Never mind the minor mishap, Professor Flitwick climbed back onto the stage once more, motioning for everyone to quiet down. The duel club practice will continue. The next pair of students, please take the stage. Just remember to go easy. We don't want to repeat what happened to Mr. Wickfield, as our practice may have to end prematurely. Undoubtedly, even an experienced wizard like Professor Flitwick couldn't discern the peculiar occurrence that befell Matthew. The same held true for the watching students. After all, the disarming charm Matthew cast wasn't anything extraordinary. Under the right circumstances, a perfectly executed disarming charm could result in such damage, although it was a feat accomplished by a few wizards. As for Matthew's case, it didn't seem particularly strange, especially since Professor Flitwick attributed it to his exceptional talent. After all, Matthew had demonstrated proficiency in various subjects over the past year. In contrast, many students cast envious glances at Matthew, unaware of the turmoil he had experienced. The duel club practice resumed. There were a couple of instances, similar to Matthew's, where students hit the wall. Professor Flitwick, however, was now prepared. He reacted swiftly, preventing the students from crashing into the wall and instead guiding them to a controlled halt. Furthermore, Professor Snape, who had escorted Malfoy to the school hospital, didn't reappear. Though not needed for the current practice, his absence was noted. As the collective practice session concluded, pairs of students resumed their 2-on-2 drills across the auditorium. When Professor Flitwick paired Matthew with a new partner, Theodore, the latter vehemently shook his head, avoiding Matthew with palpable apprehension. Eventually, Matthew found himself partnered with Spinnet, a fourth-year Gryffindor. How did you do that? She asked with keen interest. Can you show me? I'm sorry, Matthew managed a wry smile. I don't really know how I did it. All right, Miss Spinnet shook her head with mild disappointment. Let's just carry on. Expelliarmus. After injuring Draco, Matthew struggled to ask Professor Flitwick about his strange experience. The abrupt loss of control over his body wasn't pleasant, and he was eager for answers. However, with the auditorium filled with students, discussing the matter with Professor Flitwick privately and discreetly proved challenging. As Professor Flitwick concluded the day's practice and dismissed everyone, Matthew contemplated approaching the professor, but he realized that Professor Flitwick had already departed, his figure no longer visible. With a dejected sigh, Matthew exited the auditorium, pondering whether he should visit Draco in the school hospital. In the end, Matthew decided to forego visiting Draco. Professor Slughorn's dinner was rapidly approaching, and he recalled that today was Sunday when he was obligated to attend the Slug Club dinner. Failing to show up on time would be seen as an insult to Professor Slughorn. After exiting the auditorium, he hurried back to the common room to freshen up before going to Professor Slughorn's office. However, as Matthew ascended the stairs on the second floor, a familiar sight caught his eye. Ginger fur, a flat face, and a bushy tail that puffed out at the tip. It was Hermione's pet Crookshanks, although Matthew would never admit it due to its unmistakable appearance. It had unexpectedly ventured out of the Ravenclaw Tower, a rarity considering that aside from owls, other pets rarely left their respective common rooms. Crookshanks. Matthew called out. The large, feline creature appeared oblivious to Matthew's voice, continuing to move forward before vanishing. A few minutes later, Matthew arrived at his destination. This marked his second time attending Slug Club party, even though the previous experience had some unpleasant moments. Professor Slughorn's office retained its extravagant appearance, appearing significantly more spacious than the average teacher's quarters, adorned with an opulent decor. Emerald green, crimson, and gold curtains adorned the walls, and the entire room was bathed in a reddish hue emanating from a golden lantern suspended in the center of the ceiling. In a distant corner, intermittent sounds resembling a man's melodious humming blended with the ambience. Oh, Matthew. Slytherin's head of house emerged to greet Matthew personally. I knew you wouldn't miss this. Slughorn warmly patted Matthew on the shoulder before realizing something. Oh, right, where's Draco? Isn't he accompanying you? I don't believe Draco will be able to attend your dinner, Professor Slughorn, Matthew replied, carefully choosing his words. A few hours ago, we had a duel club practice in the auditorium. During the practice, Draco had a minor incident. He was struck by a disarming charm, collided with the wall, suffered a head injury, and was taken to the school hospital. Is that so? Slughorn sighed. What a pity. Yes, Matthew quickly agreed. He was relieved that Professor Slughorn didn't inquire about the circumstances surrounding Draco Malfoy's injury. Professor Slughorn gestured for Matthew to enter the office, leading the way. The turnout was smaller than the previous semester, primarily due to the graduation of the 7th-year students. Professor Slughorn promptly attended to the other students, and Matthew took the opportunity to take in the opulence of the office. Matthew, over here. Neville beckoned eagerly, prompting Matthew to join him. Matthew hurried over and took a seat beside Neville. Word is you gave Malfoy a bit of a rough time. Neville inquired with evident excitement. Yes, Matthew replied, helpless. The news of the incident seemed to spread faster than he anticipated, reaching even Neville in Gryffindor. Good on you, Neville chuckled. I've never had much fondness for that bloke. Always thought he was up to no good. It appears there are fewer Slug Club members compared to last semester. Matthew quickly changed the subject. Indeed, Neville confirmed. I've heard that among the first-year newcomers, hardly any have caught Professor Slughorn's attention. Originally, Professor Slughorn intended to extend invitations to those with notable lineage, like my dad and them. However, Professor Rosier put a stop to it. Ringoi. The guests soon arrived, and Professor Slughorn returned to his office. Dressed in a velvet robe, his rotund figure was adorned with shiny golden buttons. At last, after nearly a year, the Slug Club members are reunited. Professor Slughorn exuded excitement. It's a cause for celebration. He raised a glass of mead. To our gathering. To our gathering. Matthew raised his glass in a symbolic salute. I'm absolutely thrilled, Professor Slughorn continued. In addition to the joy of reuniting, we also have the pleasure of welcoming 2 new members. Firstly, let's warmly welcome Miss Hermione Granger, a second-year Ravenclaw. Hermione. Matthew couldn't help but be surprised. Upon reflection, however, it made sense. Given Hermione's talent and dedication, it wasn't unusual for Slughorn to extend an invitation after her first year at Hogwarts. Hermione shyly emerged from behind Professor Slughorn, though she seemed different from the Hermione Matthew remembered. Gone was the unruly hair, in its place was a soft and glossy ponytail. Her overall demeanor had shifted as well, likely due to not carrying around her heavy school bag. All in all, she seemed significantly improved. The existing members of the Slug Club applauded her entrance. Both Matthew and Neville clapped enthusiastically. Hermione blushed slightly. Find yourself a seat at that table, Miss Granger, Professor Slughorn gestured, pointing towards the long table where Matthew and Neville sat among the lower years. Hermione happily complied. Hermione, over here. Neville whispered, waving her over while subtly moving his stool aside to make room for her. He wanted Hermione to sit between them. With a smile, Hermione took her seat. How's it going? She looked at Matthew triumphantly. It looks nice, Matthew responded casually. Hermione seemed taken aback for a moment, her cheeks turning even redder. I finally made it into Slughorn's private club, and it wasn't because of you, she stammered. Right, Matthew replied nonchalantly, though his gaze wasn't really focused on Hermione. He had noticed another figure behind Professor Slughorn. A very familiar figure. As Slughorn continued his enthusiastic address. Additionally, let us warmly welcome our first-year Slytherin, Miss Elaine Shafiq. Elaine Shafiq, a new member of the Slug Club. Matthew furrowed his brow in disbelief. Although the moniker Slug Club might sound somewhat unflattering, the club's entry requirements were quite high. Not just anyone could become a member. At this time last year, among the first-year students, the only individuals who received Slughorn's invitation were Draco Malfoy and Neville Longbottom, 2 young boys hailing from prestigious families. To join the Slug Club, one typically had to be a scion of a well-known and successful lineage or have a family with influential connections in the magical world. It could also be a student with remarkable talents. For first-year students, the latter criterion wasn't exactly a reliable route. Even though Matthew didn't have any extensive interactions with Miss Shafiq, a student who could easily forget the password to the common room wouldn't be one. He'd classify as exceptionally talented. That Professor Slughorn would choose Elaine Shafiq as a member at the start of the school year seemed ludicrous. As for the prior criterion, it might have been valid 2 months ago. After all, Mr. Shafiq, who managed Flourish and Blott's bookstore, could have been considered successful back then. But now, he was residing in Azkaban, dining on prison fare due to his alleged involvement in a smuggling incident. No matter how Matthew tried to fathom it, he couldn't quite grasp why Professor Slughorn would extend his favor to Shafiq. Unless... Matthew eyed the potions professor and Slytherin househead suspiciously. Once again, applause echoed, although it was noticeably less robust this time. After all, the name Hermione Granger was well known around Hogwarts, while Elaine Shafiq was an unfamiliar first-year student. Behind Professor Slughorn, Shafiq cast a timid glance at the assembly before her. Feel free to find a seat at that table, Miss Shafiq. Slughorn's enthusiasm remained undeterred. Shafiq's gaze swept across the room and soon alighted on a familiar face. Mr. Wickfield. She hurried over and sat on the other side of Matthew, facing Neville and Hermione. Matthew, are you acquainted with Miss Shafiq? Hermione regarded the two of them suspiciously. Not very much, but we've crossed paths at school, Matthew replied. Then, he turned to Shafiq. Congratulations, Miss Shafiq. Thank you. Actually, I didn't expect. Elaine's words came out in a jumble. Miss Farley told me that our dean is quite selective. Yet, out of the blue, he extended an invitation to me yesterday afternoon. He mentioned that my father was his praiseworthy student at school, AS. It was clear that Miss Shafiq was quite exhilarated, her disbelief palpable as she tried to process the unfolding events. Matthew swiftly engaged her in conversation. The two soon found themselves engaged in a lively exchange. Matthew wasn't naive. He understood the value of establishing a rapport with Miss Shafiq while the opportunity presented itself, a rarity in a lifetime. Dinner commenced shortly after that. Elaborate golden plates materialized before each guest, yet they remained empty, accompanied only by a small menu. Shafiq received instructions from Miss Farley on using the menu to order dishes, a procedure Neville had taught Matthew nearly a year prior. On the other hand, Hermione appeared displeased, her joy from joining the Slug Club visibly dampening. Well, it's all thanks to my father, Hermione muttered disdainfully, glancing at Shafiq. I, too, relied on my parents to secure this spot in the club, Neville admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Apologies, Neville, I didn't mean you, Hermione retorted, casting another glance at Matthew. Observing the smile on Matthew's face, she seemed increasingly irritable. In the end, the dinner didn't live up to the anticipated enjoyment. While the fare surpassed the auditorium's offerings in terms of quality, Professor Slughorn's focus remained centered on the senior students' table. Nonetheless, he made several appearances at the junior table, mainly to raise a toast with the new members, Hermione and Shafiq. His enthusiasm was palpable. Hermione imbibed half a glass of mead, and her cheeks took on a rosy hue. At that moment, Matthew tapped her on the shoulder. Hermione? Hermione. What is it? Her response carried a touch of hostility. Matthew seemed to recall something and addressed her earnestly. By the way, Hermione, has anything been unusual with your pet, Crookshanks, lately? Under the influence of alcohol, Hermione's irritation intensified. Not even half an hour into the banquet, Matthew was finally initiating a conversation with her about her cat, of all things. No, and it's none of your concern, she snapped. Unfortunately, due to the boisterous atmosphere of the banquet, Matthew was somewhat distracted and failed to catch the emotion in her voice. I encountered a cat resembling Crookshanks on the second-floor landing before I arrived at Professor Slughorn's office. Thought it best to alert you, Matthew continued, his tone serious. It might be a good idea to keep an eye on it. I can handle my pets just fine, Mr. Wickfield. Hermione responded frostily. You needn't trouble yourself. Understood, Matthew nodded. He then turned his attention back to Elaine Shafiq. Miss Shafiq, he said kindly, you might want to try the lamb chop, it's quite delicious. Hermione raised her goblet and emptied it swiftly, her irritation plain for all to see. Beside her, Neville stared wide-eyed, taking in the astonishing scene. The dinner stretched on for nearly 2 hours. With appetites satisfied, the guests began to depart. Hermione, in particular, wasted no time in making her exit, eager to leave the gathering behind. Just as Matthew prepared to leave for the Slytherin common room with Shafiq. Matthew, hold on a moment. Professor Slughorn's voice rang out, halting him in his tracks. What's the matter, Professor? Matthew raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. There's something I'd like to discuss with you, Professor Slughorn stated, his tone holding a measure of gravity. Matthew paused, his brow furrowing with skepticism. He had noticed that Professor Slughorn was studying him with an odd expression. A strange prickling sensation crawled up Matthew's scalp, and the office's atmosphere took on an unusual tension. As the dinner concluded, the remaining Slug Club members made their exits individually. Among them, only Neville turned to cast a lingering glance at Matthew before departing. In no time, Matthew and Professor Slughorn were the sole occupants of the office. What's the matter, Professor? Matthew inquired hesitantly. Professor Slughorn didn't respond immediately. Instead, he leisurely withdrew a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and brought it to his lips with slow deliberation. Taking a prolonged draw, he exhaled smoke rings into the air. Matthew waited patiently, uncertainty gnawing at him. It seems you've developed a rather close bond with Miss Shafiq, Professor Slughorn mused casually. Yes, Matthew agreed calmly. She's a first-year student below me. I've taken it upon myself to help her acclimate to Hogwarts and share some information. It's the right thing to do. Indeed, certainly, Professor Slughorn concurred, his voice hearty. You've acted commendably, Matthew. Matthew couldn't help but feel surprised at the dean's enthusiastic reaction. In a way, I have a bit of a selfish plea, Professor Slughorn continued, his tone growing somber. Please, Professor, feel free to share, Matthew responded enthusiastically, suppressing his inner confusion. Miss Shafiq's father was my most esteemed student during his time at Hogwarts, much like how I hold you in high regard now, Matthew. Professor Slughorn began to explain, his tone taking on a sluggish cadence. Professor, Please elaborate, Matthew encouraged, maintaining his air of enthusiasm and concealing his confusion. Her father recently faced an unfortunate incident, which must have been quite a blow to poor Miss Shafik, Professor Slughorn elaborated. Given that she's a first-year student, she likely finds herself grappling with the unfamiliarities of Hogwarts. I was hoping you could lend her your support. That's not a problem at all, Professor Slughorn, Matthew affirmed, his words laden with agreement. Excellent, Matthew, Professor Slughorn responded, crossing his hands over his chest. This is my duty as a fellow student, Professor, Matthew concluded, inclining his head respectfully. The situation appeared to be less complex than he had initially thought. Matthew took several steps toward the exit as the faculty and students exchanged farewells. Yet, he soon turned back. On another note, Professor Slughorn, I have a question I'd like to seek your counsel on, Matthew declared calmly, locking eyes with the potions teacher. What's the query? I'm all ears, Professor Slughorn acknowledged, gesturing to a nearby rocking chair. He lowered himself onto it, his countenance serious. I came across a mention of it in a book over the summer, Matthew began unhurriedly. The book described a form of magic that can rapidly incite overwhelming emotions in a wizard, rendering them unable to control themselves, causing their body to act independently of their mind. It even enables them to cast advanced spells that they would otherwise be incapable of using. Furthermore, their consciousness remains sharp throughout this period, fully aware of their actions, Matthew continued. Professor, I'm curious about this particular magic. Could you perhaps shed some light on its nature? That sounds remarkably like the Imperious Curse, one of the unforgivable curses and a form of dark magic banned by the Ministry of Magic, Professor Slughorn mused. Although, hold on. A clear consciousness, combined with the ability to employ more potent spells. Merlin's beard, even the Imperious Curse, couldn't achieve such an effect. Horace Professor Slughorn appeared taken aback. He tilted his head, his posture reminiscent of someone afflicted with the petrification charm rooted in place. This state persisted for almost a minute. Matthew began to ponder if Professor Slughorn was grappling with some sort of mental ailment. Professor, Matthew prompted gently, by Merlin's beard. The potions teacher jerked as if shaken awake, his features reflecting an edge of fear. Matthew, my boy, where did you come across this kind of magic? He asked hurriedly. In Flourish and Blott's bookstore during the summer, Matthew answered softly. Shush. Professor Slughorn interjected, placing a finger against his lips, cautioning Matthew to say no more. If your description holds true, then this is some truly alarming magic, Professor Slughorn remarked gravely, his voice slightly trembling. It falls within the realm of the most potent forms of dark magic on the obscure side. If a wizard experiences this, it can only mean that their body has been invaded by another soul. Another soul. Matthew's voice wavered, mirroring Professor Slughorn's own. Yes, another soul, akin to a ghost but distinct, Professor Slughorn explained, hand pressed to his chest. Normally, only exceedingly powerful wizards can perform certain forms of dark magic to wholly extract a soul from a body. If another wizard possessed that soul, they could gradually influence their mind and even manipulate their actions. In that moment, a connection formed in Matthew's mind, linking Quirinus Quirrell and Voldemort from the first book. Matthew shivered involuntarily as the image of Voldemort's hideous, malevolent visage suddenly flashed before his head. Professor Slughorn's hand landed on Matthew's shoulder, offering a reassuring pat. Don't be frightened. Matters of the obscure side tend to remain distant from us. It's advisable to steer clear of books related to such subjects, they can only lead to further entanglement. Indeed, Matthew managed a slightly strained smile, nodding. Thank you, Professor Slughorn. I'll take my leave now. Take care on your way, Professor Slughorn said warmly, waving farewell. Leaving Professor Slughorn's office, an eerie quiet engulfed the room. The remnants of the banquet had led to an inevitable disarray among the two round tables. Nonetheless, Professor Slughorn showed no hurry in tidying up his space. In fact, his expression abruptly shifted from the earlier amalgamation of smiles and unease to something altogether different. Seated with a chilling composure, the air surrounding Professor Slughorn grew heavy, somber, and a deep, labored breath seemed to fill the atmosphere. He pondered momentarily, then produced a piece of parchment and dipped his quill into an inkwell. Bent over, he started recording meticulously on the parchment. Throughout the office, the sole sound was the quill rustling across the paper. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Professor Slughorn finally set down the quill and exhaled a heavy sigh. Carefully enclosing the parchment in an envelope, he sealed it shut. Next, he fumbled in his pocket for a while before extracting an odd-looking lighter. The nozzle of the lighter twisted and curved like a small, uncoiling serpent. Its surface bore an engraving of a sinuous snake pattern. With a slight twist, Professor Slughorn ignited a pale green flame that flickered before him. The eerie green flames held a certain inexplicable quality. Unhesitatingly, Professor Slughorn extended the envelope and its contents toward the flame. As the bright flame danced, the entire letter rapidly consumed, leaving nothing behind, not even a trace of ash. A smile finally graced the corner of Professor Slughorn's lips. He stretched luxuriously, reclining in the armchair with a newfound ease, engaging in his usual enjoyment of life. Meanwhile, as Matthew traversed the corridors from Professor Slughorn's office back to the Slytherin common room, the office became cloaked in silence. The hour grew late, and the night sky was engulfed in darkness. The pale blue moon outside the window glimmered, suspended like a jewel against the black expanse. Outside the scope of moonlight, the subterranean hallways of Hogwarts were draped in shadows. The wall torches offered feeble illumination, preventing the darkness from becoming too overwhelming. Matthew strolled, his countenance reflecting a sense of seriousness. His thoughts continued to mull over the conversation he'd shared with Professor Slughorn a few minutes earlier. Is it truly possible for a powerful soul to be attached to someone? He pondered aloud. As he neared a corner, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the other side. Accompanying the footsteps was an unusual noise, resembling a hoarse voice appealing for assistance. A flicker of alarm crossed Matthew's face. He took a few steps backward, simultaneously drawing his wand and training it on the corner ahead. Within seconds, a contorted face emerged from the corner. In the torchlight's glow, the face appeared abnormally red, its features distorted. The man staggered as if barely able to maintain his balance, struggling to advance from the corner's confines. Dawlish. A familiar voice followed, sounding from behind the man. It was Mr. Longbottom who followed not far behind. Matthew finally recognized the individual behind the distorted visage. Similar to Mr. Longbottom, the man was an Auror stationed at Hogwarts. The Aurors often patrolled the school grounds and were a common sight at meals in the Great Hall. Dawlish wavered and collapsed into Mr. Longbottom's support, emitting a faint snore. Dawlish has taken quite a liking to alcohol lately, often overindulging, Mr. Longbottom explained as he assisted the man. I see. Matthew nodded, understanding. It's no issue. I recall you, Matthew Wickfield, correct? Mr. Longbottom scrutinized Matthew, recognizing him as Neville's close friend. You're a good friend of Neville's. With diaresis Nigerian Naira S. Yes, Matthew affirmed. Neville is my closest friend. Head back now, Mr. Longbottom gestured to the corridor behind him. It's getting late, and they'll extinguish the torches soon. Understood. Matthew continued on his way past the two Aurors. He'd taken just a few steps when he heard footsteps and the curious noise resume from behind. A strange sensation gnawed at him. It wasn't until he found himself once again within the warmth of the Slytherin common room, the crackling fire providing comfort, that Matthew released a relieved breath. Tonight had been a series of unexpected occurrences. Heading directly to his dormitory, Matthew opened the door only to find it unoccupied. Draco, who was injured, was the sole presence in the room. The others were all absent as well, their whereabouts unknown. This was unusual. Given the lateness of the hour, most students would be settling in for the night, and it was almost time for the torches to be extinguished. Matthew frowned, a faint sense of unease creeping over him. However, his focus needed to be on confirming one specific matter. Seated in his armchair, he contemplated for a moment before carefully opening the drawer. The old, enigmatic book lay within the drawer, still resting in silence. Matthew withdrew it and opened its pages, the paper feeling slightly warm to the touch. Turning to a blank page, he picked up a quill and dipped it in ink. He penned a query on the page. Is it you? The ink seemed to shimmer brightly for a brief moment before vanishing into the page as though absorbed. Subsequently, the ink seeped from the paper, forming uneven green letters. Yes. Matthew's brow furrowed. He wrote again. Why did you compel me to attack Draco Malfoy? Almost immediately, the book offered its response. Because he deserved it. Draco deserved it. Matthew was taken aback by the straightforward admission. In fact, after the dueling club incident, he had already begun to suspect that this book might have been responsible for his attack on Draco. But he hadn't anticipated such a clear and concise confession from the book and a seemingly reasonable explanation. With a renewed interest, Matthew wrote again. Why did you decide he deserved such a fate? The ink shimmered for a moment before the green handwriting emerged once more. You'll soon understand. Matthew found himself in a bizarre game of mime with the book and couldn't help but chuckle. Honestly, based on his interactions over the past year or so, although Matthew still remained in the dark about the book's origin and abilities, he had gathered some clues. Under normal circumstances, the book wouldn't harm him. In fact, it sometimes even seemed to actively protect him. It's worth noting that, considering its power, if the book wanted him gone, it could have achieved that at any point over the last year. Yet, it had no intention of harming him except for that unfortunate toad. Rather than malevolence, it demonstrated what could be interpreted as survival behaviors. For example, when Draco attempted to frame him last September, the book intervened to prevent it. Otherwise, if Matthew had been falsely accused, his life at Hogwarts could have become exceedingly difficult. Then, when he contemplated seeking Morgana in February of the current year, the book discouraged him. Truth be told, Morgana posed a significant danger. It seemed that even with Professor Grindelwald's strategic consideration, her power could lead to catastrophic consequences. This book hadn't undermined Matthew's interests, except for that one toad. Perhaps due to this, a few months ago, in the face of Professor Grindelwald, Matthew could have easily told him about the book. Given Professor Grindelwald's reputation, he might have been amenable to helping rid Matthew of the dark magical item on the mysterious side. Such an endeavor could be daunting for ordinary wizards, but it might not have been insurmountable for someone like Professor Grindelwald. Yet, in the end, Matthew had chosen silence. Despite the strange events and the toad incident, he had developed a certain attachment to the book over the past year. Regardless of its purpose, it had remained with him for so long without attempting to harm him. Thus, he decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Furthermore, his relationship with the book could be deemed a peaceful coexistence. If the book had genuinely hostile intentions, what would prevent it from resorting to extremes? And how could Matthew guarantee that it wouldn't push him into a corner and lead to disastrous consequences? With circumflex nuomicron Thailand body, he had no wish to witness such an outcome. Closing the book and returning it to the drawer, Matthew felt a sense of anticipation. If the book claimed he'd know soon, then he could afford to wait. Barely had he closed the drawer when he heard a clamor of footsteps outside his door. Moments later, the bedroom door swung open. Draco and the others had returned. Draco still had a bandage wrapped around his head, traces of blood visible on the gauze. Vincent and Gregory supported Malfoy on either side, their sturdy arms serving as makeshift crutches. Theodore followed closely behind. The four of them locked eyes in the doorway, with Matthew inside the room. Matthew couldn't help but sense an odd tension emanating from them. Notably, their eyes reflected a mix of fear and reverence, and they seemed hesitant to meet his gaze directly. A stifling silence enveloped the room, creating an increasingly peculiar atmosphere. "Good evening," Matthew greeted slowly. "Matthew," Draco's voice trembled, cutting through the silence in the room. His words were strained, his voice quivering as though suppressing intense fear. "Forgive us. We're sorry. We were wrong. We won't do it again. Please forgive us." Draco's words sounded almost incoherent, resembling a jumble of nonsensical thoughts. Likewise, Theodore, Vincent, and Gregory lowered their heads in a mixture of fear and unease. It was as though they were on the verge of kneeling. Matthew blinked, his comprehension suddenly dawning. He had finally understood the situation. Why had Draco and the others been avoiding him? Why did the book manipulate him during the dueling club practice, causing him to attack Draco? Why did the book attribute such strong sentiment to Draco? The truth seemed to become evident in an instant. While he lacked all the details, it was evident that Draco, Theodore, Vincent, and Gregory were all from pure-blood families and returned from the summer break with no intention of allowing another term of being dominated by mudbloods within Hogwarts. From Malfoy's perspective, they were tired of feeling underrepresented and sought a change. Thus, they had likely been plotting something since the start of the term. Even the supposed confiscation of his broomstick by Mr. Pringle might have been an elaborate ruse. Their true intention had been to strategize together. It could have been an act of retaliation against Matthew or perhaps an attempt to embarrass him publicly. Though the details remained shrouded, Matthew didn't need to know them. However, although they had operated in the shadows, the book was privy to their actions. The book had detected their activities and subsequently exhibited a righteous rage during the dueling club, manipulating Matthew to target Draco and causing him to sustain injuries. Naturally, Draco was unaware of Matthew's side of the story, and Matthew remained ignorant of the plot Draco had hatched. Draco, interpreting Matthew's actions as retaliation, had returned to the dormitory and felt compelled to confess everything. Matthew neither confirmed nor denied, he simply gazed at the four individuals in the doorway. It was evident that their hearts were fraught with unease and trepidation. Matthew observed the four figures before him with a steady demeanor. In truth, Draco, Theodore, Vincent, and Gregory were never truly his friends in this world. Unlike Hermione and Neville, who had accepted Matthew as a friend from the moment they met on the Hogwarts Express, Draco and the others had treated him as an outsider since he joined Slytherin a year ago. Their attitude towards him had improved only until the incident involving the book's attack on them. Their connection wasn't driven by friendship but rather by fear or some form of vested interest. Thus, when Draco confessed his wrongdoing, Matthew felt a mild surprise but wasn't shocked. What truly astonished him was not Draco's actions but rather the book's earlier revelation. Draco, Theodore, Vincent, and Gregory stared back at Matthew in a mix of terror and uncertainty, their expressions echoing a chaotic mess of emotions. Matthew's mood remained unswayed as he coldly instructed, "Come in and close the door." Matthew was uncertain how he was perceived by his four roommates. He might appear terrifying to them, but he wasn't concerned. He didn't mind leaving a more profound impression on them. "Let's get to the point," he stated impassively. "Tell me about that plan of yours." He withdrew his wand and idly toyed with it as he spoke, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Draco and Theodore exchanged a glance, their eyes betraying their intense fear. It was Draco who proposed the idea. After a brief hesitation, Theodore opted to disclose the truth. At the end of the summer break, Draco devised the plan. He suggested that, as noble pure-blood wizards, we couldn't allow someone, to hold authority over us within the dormitory. It was a disgrace. Theodore refrained from uttering the term outright. "Let's stick to the details of your plan," Matthew said casually. "I'm not interested in your justifications or discussions." Theodore hesitated momentarily. Draco, however, jumped in to provide an answer. "We planned to break into Professor Slughorn's office and steal the Draft of Living Death potion." Draft of Living Death was a potent sleeping potion. It was an advanced potion usually reserved for 6th-tier students and above. Matthew's brow furrowed slightly, but he remained silent. "We would then choose a night, originally tonight," Draco continued. "During dinner when you weren't paying attention, we'd spike your pumpkin juice with the Draft of Living Death. While the potion took effect, we'd convince you to enter the prize room. After the potion rendered you unconscious, we'd hide you in a corner of the prize room." Yes. Draco's voice grew increasingly shaky. "Based on the dosage of the Draft of Living Death, you'd sleep until the lights were out, at which point we would proceed," he went on. "We'd inform Mr. Pringle in secret. He'd rush over to the prize room after lights out, discovering you violating school rules roaming the castle after curfew. And then, He trailed off, unable to continue. Vincent followed up, "This week, Draco has been trying to gain Mr. Pringle's favor. He brought him a few exquisite gifts from home and even his 2001 broomstick as a present. Mr. Pringle is a Quidditch enthusiast." "Quite the generous gesture, Draco," Matthew quipped with a sneer. Vincent, too frightened to speak further, remained silent. Gregory glanced around timidly. "After concealing you in the prize room, we'd notify Mr. Pringle. He'd arrive after lights out, catch you, breaking school rules by wandering the castle in the dark, and then..." He paused before continuing, "We'd use that as evidence that you frequently remain outside the dormitory past curfew. Mr. Pringle could petition Professor Rosier to expel you from Hogwarts on those grounds, or, at the very least, impose a lengthy confinement." Gregory's voice wavered as he finished, and he gasped for breath. The quartet lowered their heads, occasionally darting cautious glances at Matthew. The plan was overly simplistic, with a touch of naivete in the execution, clearly the concoction of 12-year-old youngsters. Even if the book hadn't interfered and thwarted their scheme, they might not have been successful in their initial objective. Matthew didn't believe that Mr. Pringle alone could expel him from Hogwarts. He still held on to a sliver of confidence. However, should he be caught blatantly violating school rules, he'd undoubtedly face severe consequences. "Draco." Matthew ignored the others, his gaze fixed on Draco. It was clear that Draco was the instigator, with the rest serving as accomplices. "You deem my actions worthy of such retaliation? I fail to see how I've wronged you to such an extent." Matthew's voice carried a biting edge. With a casual flick of his left hand, his wand assumed a poised position, almost as if ready to cast a spell. "After all, care to explain?" Matthew prodded. Draco's complexion turned pallid and unsightly, his expression a mixture of guilt and apprehension. "It was foolish of me, Matthew, my mistake. Forgive me," he stammered. Matthew then pointed his wand at Draco, asking, "Tell me, who suggested this idea?" Draco hesitated momentarily before replying softly, "It was my father. He gave me the idea." A heavy silence settled in. The other four awaited Matthew's response, their anxiety palpable. Finally, Matthew broke the silence. "Where's the draft of living death you stole? Hand it over. It's far too dangerous to carry something like that." After a brief hesitation, Draco retrieved a small glass bottle from his pocket. The minor incident that occurred on the first Sunday after the commencement of the second year didn't significantly affect Matthew's demeanor. He continued to behave as usual, giving the impression that he had forgotten all about the previous night's events. He still addressed his roommates by name and readily shared his homework. At least in the eyes of his roommates, Matthew appeared to bear no grudge. However, these were merely outward appearances. In reality, Matthew had become more cautious than before. He endeavored to minimize his time spent in the dormitory, even keeping his wand within reach when he went to bed at night. While he didn't believe that his dorm mates would dare to attack him within the confines of their shared bedroom, he saw no harm in taking extra precautions. On the other hand, due to Professor Slughorn's request, Matthew interacted more frequently with Miss Shafiq and actively extended his help to her. The innocent Miss Shafiq had faced numerous difficulties during her time at Hogwarts, but Matthew's enthusiastic support significantly impacted her. Their relationship had grown strong, and Matthew believed he was now a trusted friend in Miss Shafiq's eyes. Shafiq was currently the most valuable lead that Matthew had. If his hunch was correct, her father, Mr. Shafiq, who managed Flourish and Blott's bookstore, had inadvertently shipped the book from Italy to England a year ago, only for it to fall into Matthew's possession later. If he could follow Miss Shafiq's trail and uncover the true origins and nature of the book, it could finally put his mind at ease. While the minor incident on that first Sunday of the school year had aided Matthew to some extent, he also viewed it as a warning. The book demonstrated its capacity to spontaneously manipulate magic, point its wand at others, and cast spells seemingly beyond its normal capabilities. This suggested that it might also have the ability to manipulate itself and, consequently, cast a spell like Avada Kedavra. Their power levels were worlds apart, leaving no room for negotiation. If the book harbored any malicious intent towards him, he knew he had to feign trust and reliance on it as much as possible. Ultimately, given the book's previous behavior, it couldn't possibly discern his innermost thoughts. The rainy September days gradually came to an end. The weather began to clear as the dark clouds dispersed, even though temperatures plummeted. The past month resembled the period after Morgana's defeat by Professor Grindelwald last year. The school environment was tranquil, and everything proceeded smoothly. The on-campus Aurors maintained a low profile and avoided disturbing teachers and students. The Dementors, for their part, seemed unwilling to venture within the castle's walls. Academic pursuits continued as usual. Transfiguration class had emerged as a popular favorite. Professor Snape possessed a delightful temperament, delivered his lectures with humor, and exhibited profound knowledge of transfiguration. He proved to be more well-received than the previous year's Professor Trokar, even though Matthew held an intuition-based aversion towards him. Matthew had to admit that the lessons in his transfiguration class were intriguing. Transforming white rabbits into pairs of slippers, mice into cups, and teapots into tortoises. The transfiguration hinged on whether the spout remained a tail spewing steam and whether the transfigured turtle retained a wicker pattern on its shell. Professor Snape often rewarded students making significant progress with small gifts. The majority of students held a positive view of Professor Snape, except for one individual. That person was Evans from Gryffindor. Due to a series of accidents last semester, he performed poorly in his final exams and became the sole second-year student to repeat a grade. An outcome is uncommon even for students like Vincent and Gregory, who rarely put effort into studying. However, Evans had performed well in the new semester, excelling in all subjects except Transfiguration. Matthew inquired about it and learned that Evans was struggling in Transfiguration class. Professor Snape was unusually strict and demanding with him, a marked difference from his gentle demeanor towards the rest of the students. Some speculated that Professor Snape harbored an inherent disdain for repeating students. Meanwhile, the herbology class was becoming a chaotic endeavor. The growth rate of the venomous tentaculas was becoming uncontrollable. They grew more extensive and more aggressive. Numerous spikes lined their stems, capable of piercing the skin on contact. The spiked vesicles contained a potent venom. Though wearing dragonhide gloves protected the hands from their spikes, the rest of the body was vulnerable. The spikes could easily puncture wizards' robes, allowing the venom to seep into their bodies. Madame Pomfrey found herself inundated with work. After each herbology class, she attended to 1 or 2 poisoned students sent to the school hospital. While the toxicity wasn't severe, it added an extra layer of difficulty to her duties. Professor Sprout was at a loss. Despite her repeated emphasis on handling the venomous tentaculas carefully, students would frequently disregard her warnings and end up poisoned. Matthew had learned privately from Professor Sprout that she intended to request Professor Rosier to provide dragonhide protective clothing for all students participating in herbology class next semester. The rest of the courses remained largely trouble-free. Matthew received a notice on the last Saturday of September when he returned to the Slytherin common room. The following day, Sunday, students in second year and above would have the opportunity to visit Hogsmeade Village. For first-year students, visits to Hogsmeade were reserved only for the Christmas and Easter holidays. Students in the second year and above had more occasions to experience the wider magical world. The final Sunday of September arrived with a clear, blue sky. Wispy clouds adorned the heavens like clean blue paper, a rare occurrence following the rainy days Hogwarts had endured that month. Students rejoiced in the splendid weather, for it marked the day of their trip to Hogsmeade. This was Matthew's second visit to Hogsmeade, the sole wizarding village in the UK. The previous occasion had been during the Christmas holidays the year before. Back then, he ventured alone and had an odd witch tailing him. Ultimately, he managed to escape back to Hogwarts via the secret passage in Honeydukes. During the Easter break in April, first-year students also visited Hogsmeade, but with final exams looming, most had opted to stay within Hogwarts for revisions, including Matthew. However, this time Matthew wouldn't be alone. After breakfast, Matthew, Neville, and Hermione set off from the castle together as if it were the natural order. As usual, Mr. Pringle, the castle's caretaker, stood by the oak gate, verifying students' names permitted to visit Hogsmeade. The process took longer than ever, as Mr. Pringle utilized his detector to check each student multiple times. 2 cloaked figures cast long shadows on the other side of the oak gate. Tall and robust, they remained obscured under their hoods, their hands emerging from under their cloaks a sickly gray and white, almost resembling water-soaked, rotting corpses covered in mucus and blemishes. Once again, the icy chill Matthew had felt by the castle gate spread from his heart. He felt a weight of unease that seemed to steal away his capacity for happiness. Dementors? It was Matthew's first time being so close to them. The sensation was undoubtedly intense, bordering on despair. Matthew, Neville, and Hermione all turned pale, with Hermione particularly affected. As she passed through the gate guarded by the Dementors, she staggered slightly, tears streaming down her face. This persisted for nearly 15 minutes until they were well outside Hogwarts. Only then did Hermione release her firm grip on Matthew's clothing. Matthew lightly brushed the back of her hand as they walked, noticing its extreme coldness. She wiped her tears and caught her breath, visibly relieved. "It's horrifying," she croaked. "My dad said Dementors are the most terrifying creatures in the world," Neville added thoughtfully. "I've heard that Azkaban is full of Dementors," Hermione shuddered. "The horror must be close to hell on earth." "That's likely," Neville agreed. "And those 3 criminals who escaped from Azkaban," Hermione continued. "How could they do it? No wonder Hogwarts takes such extreme precautions." The conversation revolved around Dementors and Azkaban as they continued to Hogsmeade Village. Onlookers along the route included a sizable group of students, as the first visit to Hogsmeade of the semester was an exciting prospect. Since autumn had arrived, the leaves on the roadside trees had turned a golden yellow. They littered the ground, imbuing the rough path with a yellow hue. A soft rustling sound accompanied their progress as they stepped on the leaves. Before long, they reached Hogsmeade Village. At the entrance stood the Weasley twins, pointing and laughing in front of the window of Zonko's joke shop. "Where should we go?" Matthew asked in a hushed voice. "How about the 3 broomsticks for a glass of butterbeer?" Neville suggested. "I'm still feeling a bit chilly." Matthew had no objections, as the impact of the Dementors on him had been minimal. They continued down the road, passing by the post office, where owls frequently emerged. Matthew vaguely recalled a small road next to the post office that led to the Hog's Head Inn. He could just make out the rusty sign bracket with the image of a boar's head painted on it. A middle-aged man dressed as a bartender was leaning against the door, observing the surroundings. The middle-aged man glanced up at Matthew and his companions. Oddly, when Matthew spotted the Hog's Head Inn sign again, he experienced a deep-seated discomfort he hadn't felt the last time he had entered the establishment 6 months ago. Oh yes. He hadn't experienced this sensation during his previous visit. Thankfully, they didn't pause but continued on their way. Crossing the road, they soon arrived at the cozy interior of the Three Broomsticks. The bar was bustling with patrons. A beautiful middle-aged woman welcomed guests, while a bald, middle-aged wizard served 5 or 6 different colored glasses of wine to various tables. Matthew and Hermione waited for about 10 minutes before finding an empty table. They took their seats quickly, and Neville soon joined them, carrying 3 glasses of frothy, steaming butterbeer. "Now I can finally relax for a bit," Neville said, sitting down and raising his glass. "Cheers." Matthew took a sip and admitted that it was pretty good, better than the mead he had last time at this bar. Its warmth spread throughout his body after each gulp. "This is so much more comfortable," Hermione sighed. At that moment, a cool breeze ruffled Matthew's hair. The doors to the Three Broomsticks swung open, and Matthew's throat tightened upon looking over the rim of his cup. "Isn't that Professor Slughorn?" Neville indicated the door with a hushed tone. The bald-headed Mr. Rosmerta warmly greeted the newcomers, focusing his attention primarily on entertaining his wealthy patrons. Professor Slughorn strolled into the bar, not alone but accompanied by a young first-year girl. Under normal circumstances, first-year students could only visit Hogsmeade during Christmas and Easter breaks. However, if accompanied by a teacher, different rules are applied. Thus, Miss Shafik was able to join them on this occasion. Hermione shot Matthew and Neville a sharp, lioness-like glare, a warning not to greet Professor Slughorn in any way. "Professor Slughorn, you're most welcome." Mr. Rosmerta, the owner of the Three Broomsticks bar, greeted him with enthusiastic exaggeration. The usual 2 glasses of mead. With a rotund belly resembling a chubby elephant, Professor Slughorn entered the bar. Their familiarity was evident in their interactions. Professor Slughorn quickly led Miss Shafik to a table, where they engaged in cordial conversation. Hermione shot her 2 companions a fierce glare reminiscent of a lioness guarding her territory. Neville quickly lowered his head, choosing not to speak. Matthew didn't rush over to greet Professor Slughorn and Miss Shafik with the enthusiasm Hermione had anticipated. Instead, he squinted and glanced at the duo before lowering his head, deep in thought. Although all 3 were members of the Slug Club and theoretically proud pupils of Professor Slughorn, none approached the potions professor in their current state. Matthew raised his index finger to his lips in a hushing gesture, motioning his friends not to speak. Then, discreetly pulling out his wand, he whispered, "Mobiliar bus." A potted plant on a nearby table gently rose a few inches off the ground, drifted about a foot to the side, and settled down in front of their table. More precisely, it positioned itself between Professor Slughorn and them, acting as a barrier to prevent Professor Slughorn from spotting them. Matthew was eager to know the content of Professor Slughorn's conversation with Shafik. However, their hushed tones combined with the distance between their tables rendered their conversation inaudible, even with their ears strained. Neville and Hermione observed Matthew's actions with surprise, though they remained silent. "Do you want to eavesdrop, Matthew?" Hermione whispered softly. Initially nodding, Matthew's expression then shifted to one of regret. His magical proficiency was still lacking, and he didn't possess powerful magical items like invisibility cloaks that would allow him to eavesdrop on the level of wizards like Professor Slughorn without being discovered. "I have an idea." Hermione's eyes suddenly lit up. She produced a pair of small, fleshy ears and a worn-out button from her pocket. "I bought this pair of magical items from a vendor in India. If I place this button near them secretly, the other ear will allow us to clearly hear everything they say," Hermione continued. Matthew was taken aback by Hermione's resourcefulness. The principles of magic often varied across different civilizations, and even an experienced individual like Professor Slughorn might fail to recognize magical items from foreign lands. Hermione handed over the pair of gadgets to Matthew. He picked up the small button and pondered how to discreetly position it near Professor Slughorn, taking care not to raise suspicion. "I'll handle it," Neville volunteered unexpectedly. "Neville?" Matthew regarded him with surprise. "Trust me." Neville's tone was resolute. "Very well." Matthew nodded, passing the worn-out button to Neville. Neville held the button and discreetly left Matthew and Hermione. He casually strolled around the Three Broomsticks, then positioned himself near Professor Slughorn and Shafik. Through the leaves of a bonsai, Matthew could observe Professor Slughorn and Shafik deeply engrossed in conversation, oblivious to Neville's presence. Suddenly, Neville lost his balance and fell to the ground, letting out an exclamation. Professor Slughorn seemed momentarily startled but quickly recognized Neville, who had fallen before him. Rushing to his aid, Professor Slughorn helped Neville to his feet. "Neville, my boy, are you all right?" "Apologies, Professor." Neville clung to Professor Slughorn's assistance, struggling to stand with his support. He appeared bruised and swollen. "I was looking for someone and didn't watch where I was going," Neville explained. "Have you seen Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan? I came to Hogsmeade with them, but we got separated, with Grave Beta." "No, I haven't seen them. They likely aren't here." Professor Slughorn shook his head. "Would you care to join me for a drink?" "No, I'm off to Honeydukes to find them." Neville politely declined the offer. After bidding farewell to Professor Slughorn, he exited the Three Broomsticks without glancing back. Professor Slughorn didn't seem suspicious, instead sitting back down and resuming his conversation with Shafik. Behind the potted plant, Matthew and Hermione exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Silently, they left the bar. Neville awaited their arrival at the entrance, his forehead still swollen from the fall. Matthew and Hermione emerged, and Neville greeted them promptly. Did anyone notice? Neville asked softly. I slipped the button behind Professor Slughorn's bench. I don't think so, Hermione reassured him. Let's find a quiet spot. I know of a place with no people. Following Hermione, the three hurriedly left the Three Broomsticks bar, crossing the bustling Hogsmeade Avenue. We're almost there. Hermione pointed to a small hill on Hogsmeade's south side. There's usually no one around on that hillside. Matthew and Neville, under Hermione's lead, ascended the hillside. The weather was favorable, with a gentle breeze rustling the slopes weeds. In stark contrast to Hogsmeade's bustling streets, the hillside appeared desolate, devoid of visible individuals. This solitude was advantageous for Matthew, ensuring that no one would inadvertently interrupt his eavesdropping on Professor Slughorn's conversation. For Neville and Hermione, who stood guard at the front, it provided a window for Matthew to concentrate on his task. Matthew gently placed the soft little ear Hermione had provided against his ear. The sound of tons emanated from within, the unmistakable sound of Professor Slughorn enjoying his favorite mead. Excellent, Rosmerta! Professor Slughorn exclaimed with excitement. Today's mead seems to taste even better than before. Following closely, Mr. Rosmerta's voice said, Indeed, Horace. This is Caravana mead imported from Slovakia. It's never been opened, and you're the first to savor it. Indeed, Professor Slughorn replied with a smile. I'll have to take a few bottles back to my office and savor them slowly. Speaking of which, you've always been quite astute, Rosmerta. Your business acumen has remained impressive since your student days. As he listened, Matthew couldn't help but frown. Mr. Rosmerta, the owner of the Three Broomsticks, seemed to be conversing casually with Professor Slughorn, reminiscing and chatting about the past. This led Matthew to assume that Miss Shafiq had already left the bar. On the other end of the conversation, this young lady is a first-year student. I haven't seen her before. She appears rather peculiar, Rosmerta remarked suddenly. Yes, Professor Slughorn introduced. Miss Shafiq is only 11 years old this year. Quite remarkable to be appreciated by Professor Slughorn at such a young age, Rosmerta praised. Miss Shafiq, you surely have a promising future. Come, try the mead, it's excellent. Shafiq's faint voice responded. How's business, Rosmerta? Professor Slughorn inquired comfortably. It seemed that Mr. Rosmerta had indeed passed on the bar business to his wife, as he was seen conversing with Professor Slughorn. At this point, Matthew was fervently hoping for Mr. Rosmerta's departure, at least before Professor Slughorn completed his mead. Nothing worth mentioning, Mr. Rosmerta sighed, a tinge of indescribable loneliness creeping into his tone. Did you know that the Dementors have conducted 3 searches of my bar in the past month? Many loyal customers were frightened away by those creatures, Anu. It's adversely affecting business, quite terribly. Today's influx of Hogwarts students allowed into Hogsmeade seems to boost business a bit. Though the Dementors that guarded the main pathways leading to the campus were kept at bay by Grindelwald's influence, preventing them from entering Hogwarts Castle, they still struggled to find a stable dwelling. Eager to feed on the happiness of both wizards and muggles alike, they were particularly drawn to places like the bustling Three Broomsticks. A peculiar time, hiccup, Professor Slughorn belched slightly embarrassedly. Honestly, I don't care for those fellows. They're a constant reminder of unpleasant things. Longbottom informed me that they're particularly disgruntled with Grindelwald, since the headmaster bars them from entering the castle. I'm pouring you a glass, Rosmerta interjected, although be aware that this mead is quite potent. It's fine, I can hold my liquor. While I typically restrict myself to 1 glass daily, this mead is exceptional. Professor Slughorn's speech was interspersed with hiccups. He sounded slightly inebriated. The sound of water being poured followed. Dementors, they're here to protect everyone from far graver threats. We all know that something extraordinary occurred at Azkaban, Professor Slughorn continued. I truly can't fathom it, Mr. Rosmerta continued, sighing. The escape of 3 convicts from Azkaban is unheard of. But it doesn't concern Hogwarts and Hogsmeade in the same way. Those fugitives, no matter how audacious, wouldn't dare break into Hogwarts with Headmaster Grindelwald and Headmistress Rosier guarding it. Matthew eagerly strained to hear more. This was the very question that had been plaguing his mind. Because you don't understand, Professor Slughorn's voice grew hazier, more distant. Rosmerta, do you recall the events 15 years ago? 15 years ago? Matthew calculated. That would be 1977, 3 years prior to Harry Potter's birth. In the original book timeline, it was Severus Snape's and other classmates' 7th year at Hogwarts. 15 years ago, such a distant memory, I'm afraid I've long forgotten it. Mr. Rosmerta seemed to shake his head. No, you wouldn't forget. Those Gryffindor students, Professor Slughorn suddenly lowered his voice. James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. Fortunately, Neville had adroitly positioned the button behind Professor Slughorn's chair, enabling Matthew to barely hear Professor Slughorn's words. Upon hearing this, Mr. Rosmerta's memory was jogged. James Potter and Sirius Black, they often came here for butterbeer. It's quite amusing, still fresh in my mind. Those 2 young lads never failed to amuse, as if they were putting on a comedy act. And their close friend, Peter Pettigrew, the pudgy little lad who frequently trailed after them like a loyal hanger-on. Also, James' rival, Severus Snape, even had a brawl in my bar once. Their group left a lasting impression, I recall. Mr. Rosmerta's voice tinged with nostalgia. Subsequently, his tone shifted to one of mild disappointment. However, I never saw them again, they must have graduated. They never returned to visit. No, Professor Slughorn murmured, they didn't graduate. The official story was that they were expelled from Hogwarts due to their involvement in extreme magic experimentation. In truth, they began with a terrible deed and were subsequently forced to flee Hogwarts. Professor Slughorn's voice grew more somber. James, Sirius, and Peter were on the run for several years, only to be apprehended by Aurors later on. How is it possible? Mr. Rosmerta's exclamation cut through the air. But he quickly realized the inappropriateness of his outburst in the bar and lowered his voice, his tone incredulous. This is unbelievable. Mr. Rosmerta continued, I've heard of wizards going down the wrong path, but people like James Potter going bad? I never even considered it. If you had told me back when they were in school that they'd end up in Azkaban, I'd have thought you had a bit too much to drink. But it's true. Professor Slughorn's voice was a murmur. Rosmerta, do you remember the time before Headmaster Grindelwald arrived at Hogwarts? Goodness gracious. Mr. Rosmerta's eyes widened, his tone almost frightened. He quickly hushed his voice again, saying, Professor Slughorn, you can't bring up those times. You must have had too much to drink. Back then, this place was even called the Broomstick. Matthew silently thanked Hermione for providing him with these handy gadgets, particularly the button bug listening device. The conversation between Professor Slughorn and Rosmerta became increasingly subdued. Matthew even suspected that Shafik, sitting beside them, might be unable to hear their conversation. However, he caught their words thanks to the button-tapping device attached to the back of Professor Slughorn's chair. No, I'm not drunk, Professor Slughorn refuted. Before Grindelwald arrived at Hogwarts, many within the school opposed him. Dumbledore, the Gryffindor head and Transfiguration teacher, led those against him. Later, Dumbledore's plan failed, and he was imprisoned, but his resistance persisted at Hogwarts, especially in Gryffindor. Are you implying, Mr. Rosmerta's voice trembled, that James Potter and the others are in Azkaban because... Yes, James Potter and the others conspired to overthrow Grindelwald's rule. They planned to rescue Dumbledore from Nurmengard, where he was held captive. Professor Slughorn's tone shifted, revealing a sudden smile, a bunch of young innocents. They inevitably failed. Someone betrayed them, but a spy within Hogwarts at that time warned them before their arrest. They managed to escape, and Potter was familiar with Hogwarts' secret passages. The school later declared them rule breakers and expelled them. Tunes. Amid the clinking of glasses, Matthew suspected that Professor Slughorn's face must be flushed. Professor Slughorn's voice continued, yet they were mere young adults, barely out of Hogwarts, and untrained against experienced Aurors. They did show remarkable resourcefulness, though. They evaded ministry pursuit for years. But eventually, they were captured. Only one person remains at large. Professor Slughorn's voice swelled with pride. Lily Evans? You remember her, I'm sure. Of course, Mr. Rosmerta's voice agreed. I remember Potter and Snape were always at odds over her. Yes, she was beautiful, intelligent, and sensible, Professor Slughorn added, his tone tinged with regret. Unfortunately, she fell astray. I had high hopes for her initially, and my judgment was still flawed. So, what connection do Potter and the others have with Azkaban's fugitives? Mr. Rosmerta's voice resumed, but it took on a different tone. Could it be that, those fugitives? Could it be? Oh yes. Yes, Professor Slughorn's voice took on a mysterious quality. This is not common knowledge. Only a select few within the ministry know their identities. Since their conspiracy involved the overthrow of Grindelwald at Hogwarts, it was a closely guarded secret. Gatovin Robaz, an Auror stationed on Azkaban Island, has a close relationship with me. He discreetly shared this with me. Of course? Absolutely. Mr. Rosmerta's voice affirmed, nodding repeatedly. Mr. Rosmerta seemed to be ruminating aloud. So, does this mean that the ministry sent numerous Aurors and Dementors to guard Hogwarts because Potter, Blake, and Pedro, they intended to? There's no doubt about it. Professor Slughorn's voice asserted. Having escaped Azkaban, they intend to continue their ominous plan from 15 years ago. Simultaneously, this confirms their discovery at Hogwarts 10 years ago. Merlin's beard. Merlin's beard. Merlin's beard. Mr. Rosmerta's voice carried a tremor as he muttered, these revelations are chilling? Professor Slughorn, I implore you to never mention this again. I've only shared what I know. Professor Slughorn's voice held a note of detachment. As Mr. Rosmerta seemed to walk away, it became evident that as the proprietor of a small bar, he was wary of delving deeper into these matters. On the other hand, Matthew was still processing the weight of Professor Slughorn's words. The information was undeniably substantial. Yet, Professor Slughorn's voice rang through the tiny earpiece. Little Elaine, I apologize for sidelining you. I spoke with Rosmerta. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you wrote to your mother to inquire about the last individuals your father interacted with. Yes. Shafik's voice, as brilliantly composed as before, reached Matthew's ears. My father frequently met with two individuals before his imprisonment in Azkaban. One was Mr. Malfoy, and the other, my father never revealed his name. I see, Professor Slughorn responded gently. So, where did this unnamed person go? The one your father never mentioned by name? Where did you send the letter? Matthew's ears perked up, sensing another key piece of information. I know this, Shafik's crisp reply came. He's in Hogsmeade. Suddenly, Matthew's expression changed dramatically. The small earpiece in his hand slipped from his grip and fell soundlessly to the ground. Matthew, Hermione and Neville, who were responsible for observing, immediately noticed Matthew's peculiar behavior and hurriedly approached him. "What's wrong, Matthew?" Neville asked with concern. "Could it be that Professor Slughorn and Shafiq said something secretly?" Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. "No, it's not that," Matthew quickly denied. "I just dropped the earpiece." Bending down, he picked up the tiny earpiece and placed it back into his ear. However, amid the bar's bustling noise, the voices of Professor Slughorn and Rosmerta remained audible. Neither of them had vanished. It seemed Slughorn and Shafiq had left the two broomsticks. But at that moment, Matthew's mind was preoccupied with the words Shafiq had spoken before departing. "He's in Hogsmeade." Without a doubt, the he in that sentence referred to the individual who had been communicating with Shafiq about the contraband from Italy, a person whose name she had never disclosed. Before her father's imprisonment in Azkaban, Mr. Shafiq had been in contact with two people. One was Lucius Malfoy and the other, Tom Gaunt. It could only be the name that appeared on the Flourish and Blots bookstore ledger. Whether it was Tom Gaunt or Tom Riddle. Ever since school began, Matthew had scoured the library repeatedly for information related to both names. However, the findings were disappointingly sparse. To this day, all he knew about Tom Riddle was that he was a Slytherin student who entered Hogwarts in 1938, based on records from 50 years ago. In 1943, he was awarded the Special Award of Merit for his significant contributions to Hogwarts. The medal still remained on display in the trophy room. Furthermore, 1945 marked the time Gellert Grindelwald had just arrived at Hogwarts. Tom Riddle successfully graduated, earning an outstanding grade. But beyond that, the trail of Mr. Riddle went cold. In records post-1945, Matthew couldn't find any information regarding Mr. Riddle. He couldn't find any trace of him, not in any book or newspaper in the library. As if Voldemort, loomed large in another world, had vanished after graduating from Hogwarts. Perhaps something had happened to him, or maybe he had always concealed his identity. But now, Matthew realized that he had reappeared in Hogsmeade. Why had he returned to Hogsmeade? Was it a mere coincidence? Or was he seeking information about the book? The original owner of the book he had acquired over a year ago was likely Tom Gaunt. The reason he had come back to Hogsmeade might have been to locate Matthew and retrieve the book from his possession. Matthew, Matthew, Matthew. A series of calls brought Matthew back to reality. Neville and Hermione were by his side, both looking concerned and repeating his name softly. "What's the matter, Matthew? You're so pale. Are you feeling unwell?" Hermione inquired, simultaneously placing a hand on Matthew's forehead. Matthew, roused from his thoughts, surveyed his surroundings. There was no one around, just silence. A decrepit shack appeared slightly taller than the neighboring houses up the hillside. Its windows were tightly shut, and weeds grew nearby. "Where are we?" Matthew asked in a hushed voice. "That's the Shrieking Shack, the UK's most haunted house according to legend," Hermione explained. "No one would usually come near this hillside due to that. You mentioned finding a quiet place, so I brought you here. Even Hogwarts ghosts avoid it," Hermione continued after a brief pause. "I heard the Grey Lady used to haunt it, and there's a rumor of a rough bloke, and all right, I get it." Matthew nodded, then seated himself on a nearby stone step, taking a deep breath. After a moment's hesitation, he glanced at Neville and Hermione, then decided to speak up. "It's nothing. Professor Slughorn didn't say anything significant. I'm just feeling a bit tired suddenly. Should we take you to the school infirmary?" Neville quickly offered. "You don't look too good right now, Matthew." "No, I'm fine, really." Matthew shook his head. "You guys go ahead. Head back to Hogsmeade, to Honeydukes. I'll rest here for a while and catch up with you later, or I'll rest and return to Hogwarts." Matthew's speech was slightly disjointed. Hermione regarded him with a suspicious look and a hint of worry in her questioning gaze. "You can't be serious." Neville protested immediately. "If you're not well enough to walk, I'll carry you down the hill." "Matthew," Hermione crouched down beside him and asked gently, "is something?" "It's nothing. I told you to go." Matthew's voice was tinged with frustration as he snapped, "Leave, both of you." "Matthew," Neville's concern remained evident. However, after a moment's thought, Hermione nodded in agreement. She tugged at Neville's sleeve, indicating they should leave together. "Then we'll head back to the village, Matthew. We'll be waiting for you at Honeydukes." "Sure." Matthew nodded weakly. Neville and Hermione descended the hillside slowly, their figures eventually disappearing from Matthew's view. His pallor quickly turned into a mask of alertness. He needed to leave Hogsmeade swiftly, as fast as possible. Once he returned to Hogwarts, he would be safe. With the fear of Professor Grindelwald's reprisal, that Tom Gaunt might not dare to infiltrate the castle, Matthew deduced. He stood up, glancing towards the top of the hillside. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the dilapidated, eerie Shrieking Shack. In 1971, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore admitted the 11-year-old Remus Lupin, a werewolf, to study at Hogwarts. He provided him with a transformation location known as the Shrieking Shack and even planted a whomping willow to protect the area. The villagers believed the noise and screams were caused by a menacing ghost, a rumor Dumbledore encouraged to ensure people stayed away for their safety. Of course, this tale originates from another world. In this world's Hogwarts, there isn't a fearsome whomping willow, at least as far as Matthew has seen near the greenhouse. Furthermore, the name Remus Lupin is unfamiliar to him. Yet, the Shrieking Shack still exists, its notoriety persisting, even though Matthew isn't sure why. However, he is certain that the secret tunnel between the Shrieking Shack and Hogwarts must also exist. Many hidden passages link Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, constructed in secret by wizards during the Goblin Rebellion. These passages date back hundreds of years, some falling into disrepair and disuse. All of this predates recent headmasters. Matthew's sole concern is finding a way back to Hogwarts as swiftly as possible. Within Hogsmeade Village lurks an immensely menacing presence. Tom Gaunt, or Tom Riddle, or Voldemort. He exists in this world, though perhaps not as formidable as in the other world. He remains a 17-year-old, yet a murderer with countless lives under his belt. He is a dread-inducing dark wizard who, at a young age, could create Horcruxes. Even more terrifying is the possibility that he's waiting in Hogsmeade, his arrest inevitable due to the book. Hence, Matthew purposefully brushed off Hermione and Neville, distancing them from him. As long as they're not with him, the likelihood of their encountering danger is minimal. After all, Tom Gaunt's target isn't them. However, if they accompany him, they're at risk. Matthew sprinted with all his might, reaching the hilltop and the house. A weathered fence enclosed the Shrieking Shack, overrun with weeds, its appearance dilapidated. Windows were sealed with wooden boards from the inside, and the structure appeared askew during the day. These fences are old, and easily kicked down. Matthew rushed through the overgrown weeds and headed for the shack. The entrance to the Shrieking Shack was locked, but without hesitation, Matthew drew his wand. Alohomora. The door creaked open. Matthew hurried inside. Stepping into the Shrieking Shack, he locked the door behind him. With the doors and windows shut, the room plunged into darkness, visibility non-existent. Fluorescence flashes Lou. Matthew softly incanted, casting a feeble light into the room, yet it wasn't enough. Lumos. Matthew called out again, and a brilliant light burst forth, illuminating the room for an extended period. This light allowed Matthew to survey his surroundings. The room was a messy, flat gray. Dust lay everywhere, making it slightly suffocating. The windows weren't sealed but blocked from the inside by wooden planks. Furniture was broken, and the wallpaper peeled off the walls. Clearly, this house had been abandoned for an extended period. Meow. Vaguely, Matthew heard a meow, though it could very well be his imagination. However, Matthew couldn't spare a thought for such matters. He searched swiftly for the entrance to the secret passage on the floor. The secret tunnel connecting Hogwarts to the Shrieking Shack. Dust covered the floor, obstructing his view. Using magic to clean wasn't feasible. Matthew had yet to learn such intricate cleaning spells. He could only brush away the dust with his hands, tapping the floor lightly, gauging by the sound if there was space beneath the wooden planks. After several minutes of this process, Matthew noticed the sound produced by a specific floorboard differed from the rest. He quickly removed his robe and wiped away the dust around it. As expected, the color of this floorboard differed slightly from the others. Matthew lowered himself, continuing to examine it. Soon, a loud noise rang out, and his efforts lifted the entire floorboard. Everything was going smoothly. Before him lay an unfathomable pit. Indeed, this was a secret passage. Its entrance was narrow but sufficient for a wizard to pass through. Success? Matthew heaved a sigh of relief. With this secret passage, he could return to Hogwarts. Once there, everything would be safe. Matthew vowed never to set foot in Hogsmeade again until Tom Gaunt was apprehended. Just as Matthew prepared to enter the tunnel, planning to run away, a chilling, derisive, high-pitched, cold voice resounded from behind. At the sound of this eerie voice, Matthew's heart sank. He spun around, but there was nothing to see. Then, a middle-aged man seated on a broken chair materialized before him as if through an illusion. Its disillusionment charm. Matthew quickly deduced. This man had likely been trailing him for a while, using a charm to remain unseen. And Matthew's attempt to escape, to him, it must have been nothing more than a joke. Matthew forced himself to remain calm, gazing at the peculiar figure. No, in fact, he wasn't unfamiliar. Just a few hours earlier, Matthew had seen him, outside the Hog's Head Inn. He'd been dressed as a waiter, pouring something there. He looked worn, as though he'd faced myriad challenges. His countenance was reminiscent of a vampire, hair receding, his pale, almost waxen face grotesquely twisted. His bloodshot eyes seemed eternally filled with rage. So, there's a secret passage in the Shrieking Shack too. Tom Gaunt sneered. Finally, I understand how you managed to elude me last time. Matthew Wickfield. Matthew steadied his nerves. During crises like this, remaining as calm as possible was crucial. He locked his gaze onto Tom Gaunt's grotesque and twisted face. The fact that the man knew his name was immaterial. There was no time to ponder how he knew. One thing was evident, he was after the book. He was undoubtedly here for it. With an imperceptible movement, Matthew's left hand inched toward his waist. Aware he couldn't stand against Tom Gaunt, Matthew placed his hope in the book, wishing it would again take control of his body, as it did during the dueling club. Only then could he hope to escape. Indeed, there are 8 secret passages between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, Matthew responded calmly. Most were constructed during the Goblin Rebellion in 1612. Among them, one connects the 3rd floor of Hogwarts Castle to the basement of Honeyduke's sweet shop. Seems I made a mistake not breaking into that sweet shop with you one day, Gaunt sneered. Today, I won't repeat that blunder. What do you seek, sir? Matthew's left hand subtly shifted another half-inch toward his waist. Is it the book? Yes, exactly. Tom Gaunt's face contorted into a sinister smile, intensifying his hideousness. I've waited for this, for over a year now. No, for 11 years. I can give it to you. It never belonged to me, Matthew calmly stated. However, there's a note. Before he could finish, Matthew sensed Tom Gaunt's bloodshot eyes turn even redder. Simultaneously, a potent force emanated from the red light, overwhelming and penetrating his thoughts. It was as though his mind was laid bare, leaving him speechless. He lost sight of his surroundings, the images flashing through his mind like a movie reel. Matthew Wickfield receiving the Hogwarts letter in his home, Penelope Clearwater introducing him to Hogwarts on Diagon Alley, donning the sorting hat, Agnes Lestrange offering rice pudding at the feast, Professor Trocar teaching him to observe and think in class. Get out. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was Matthew's voice, but the tone was starkly different, devoid of its usual warmth. What? A scream erupted, coinciding with a noise in his ear, the sound of Tom Gaunt's scream. Suddenly, the familiar surroundings of the shrieking shack returned, and everything became real again. Matthew noticed Tom Gaunt clutching his eyes as though he'd witnessed something he shouldn't have. His face contorted in pain, and traces of blood seeped between his fingers. An opportunity, without a doubt? Matthew swiftly withdrew his wand from his waist. Aiming it at the somewhat dazed Gaunt, he spoke in a clear, composed voice, Expelliarmus. A brilliant red light burst forth from his wand. Though still in control of his body, Matthew sensed that this time, the disarming charm might not be as potent as it was in the dueling club. A cloud of dust filled the air, obscuring his vision. Uncertain whether the spell had struck its target or if it had any effect, Matthew couldn't afford to waste time considering. He hurled himself into the floor's secret passage without hesitation. The passage wasn't too deep, he'd reach its end in a matter of seconds. Glancing up at the entrance above, Matthew realized Tom Gaunt had reacted and was attempting to enter the passage. Matthew wouldn't grant him that chance. Expelliarmus! 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 As he retreated, he cast the most potent spell he could muster toward the passage's entrance. A succession of red lights flashed. The surroundings trembled, the historic passage experiencing such profound vibrations for the first time that it seemed on the brink of collapse. Soil clods tumbled from the walls. Matthew paid no heed. Being buried alive in the tunnel was a better fate than being captured by a menacing dark wizard. After all, even if buried here, there was hope of rescue, not to mention the tunnel might lead somewhere significant. Expelliarmus. Another burst of crimson light, followed by a resounding crash at the passage's entrance. It appeared the entrance had caved in. Quickly turning around, Matthew bent low and hastened forward. The tunnel stretched ahead, at times narrowing. No sounds echoed behind him. Tom Gaunt didn't seem to be in pursuit. Matthew felt incredibly drained. After Tom Gaunt's Imperio and his subsequent frenzy, casting over 20 Expelliarmus, his body was shaking uncontrollably, his left hand clutching his wand. Newbie. With gritted teeth and labored breath, he pressed on, his body moving fluidly despite the fatigue. About 10 minutes later, the tunnel began to incline slightly upward. Hogwarts wasn't far off. Climbing this slope would bring him to Hogwarts' vicinity, the protective magic affording him safety. Matthew didn't falter, his resolve only grew. A slight curve loomed ahead, a glimmer of light visible on the other side. The exit. He was nearing the exit. Matthew pressed forward. Then he abruptly halted. Tom Gaunt reclined casually on the other side of the bend. His dark red eyes glowed eerily in the tunnel's dimness. The light he emitted emanated from the U-wand in his hand. Lifting his head, he regarded Matthew with disdain. The game of escape concludes. In the next moment, Tom Gaunt transformed into a black mist. Caught off guard, the darkness enveloped Matthew, and his consciousness slipped away. Meanwhile, at the bar. The buttons are still here, Hermione. Neville whispered cautiously. I'm glad I didn't lose them. He glanced around warily before discreetly extracting the button from the back of the bench and stashing it in his pocket. Let's go, Neville urged. Hermione remained silent, her mind engrossed in thought as they both left the bar. Here. Neville handed the buttons to Hermione as they stepped out of the bar. Let's head to Honeydukes. We can pick some candies for Matthew in advance. Before Neville could finish his sentence, Hermione shook her head with concern. Furrowing her lips, she voiced her worry. No, Neville. Something about Matthew's tone and expression, it seemed off. Off. Neville was taken aback, his hand scratching his head in bewilderment. Now that you mention it, thinking back, he did sound a bit odd. Matthew isn't usually so brusque. Yes, Hermione affirmed with another nod. It's as if he was intentionally pushing us away. Pushing us away. Neville's confusion deepened. Yes, exactly, Hermione repeated with emphasis. He was deliberately trying to get us to leave. Maybe Matthew overheard some dangerous information using my bug. To prevent it from affecting us, he was driving us away. Her voice trembled slightly. Damn it. Neville's realization was swift. He spoke decisively. We need to go back immediately. No matter how dangerous it is, we can't leave Matthew to face it alone. After all, he had been about to head toward the shrieking shack. Wait, Neville. Hermione intervened suddenly, her hand reaching out to stop him. What's the hold up, Hermione? Neville's anxiety was palpable. The longer we wait, the less time we have. No, wait. Neville, Hermione's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of calm analysis. She articulated thoughtfully, if Matthew pushed us away, it could be because he's about to confront an adversary beyond our capabilities. Rushing back like this might only add to his burden. No, it's absolutely not the right approach. She shook her head firmly. If we genuinely want to help Matthew, we need to find someone powerful. Yes, perhaps that was his intention when he drove us away, Hermione reasoned firmly. Hurry, Neville. Let's return to Hogwarts. We need to find Professor Rosier. Neville and Hermione sprinted along Hogsmeade Avenue, their pace at its swiftest. Will we make it in time? Neville gasped while running, his anxiety evident. Getting back to Hogwarts, finding a way to contact Professor Rosier. It could take time, ROE. Hermione's brows knitted. She shared his concern, though she didn't voice it aloud. Crossing Hogsmeade Avenue and entering the narrow path between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, the two were met by an adult man walking toward them. They narrowly avoided a collision. Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger, what's the matter? The man inquired in a gentle tone. You both appear distressed. It was Professor Snape. The two exchanged a glance before nodding in unison. Professor Snape, you have to help Matthew, Neville urged urgently. Help Matthew. Professor Snape seemed puzzled, not yet grasping the specifics. Hermione, still maintaining her composure, spoke rapidly yet clearly. She recounted Matthew's odd behavior on the hillside and her inference that he was in danger. So, Mr. Wickfield is currently in a dangerous situation. Professor Snape's brow furrowed, his tone unruffled as he queried. It's true, Professor. Hermione's anxiety was palpable, her eyes even welled with tears. Please, we need you to hurry with us. Seeing the perplexed look on Professor Snape's face, they feared he might dismiss their concern as childish exaggeration or a mere prank. However, Professor Snape surprised them both by nodding solemnly. Lead the way. Hurry, Professor, follow me. Hermione took the lead, dashing forward. 5 minutes later, the trio reached the top of the hill where the Shrieking Shack stood. The scene was unchanged. The rustling leaves and scarce human presence created a sense of solitude. Matthew, however, was nowhere to be seen. Matthew, Hermione and Neville called out urgently. No reply came. Is this the spot where you last parted ways? Professor Snape inquired calmly. Neville and Hermione nodded quickly. Professor Snape promptly crouched down, retrieved his wand, aimed it at the ground, and muttered an incantation under his breath. In that moment, Neville and Hermione glimpsed an agitated figure sprinting toward the hillside. It's Matthew, Hermione exclaimed. He's running up the hill. Over there, it's the Shrieking Shack, Professor Snape supplied. Your conjecture is correct. Mr. Wickfield is in some sort of trouble, otherwise, he wouldn't be headed there. Lead the way, Miss Granger. We'll follow. Setting off again, he followed the Phantom's previous path up the hillside. Neville and Hermione trailed after him, their gazes fixed on the black-clad figure. At intervals, Professor Snape paused, examining his surroundings. The fence was knocked down, and the grass remains undisturbed, he remarked calmly. As expected, Mr. Wickfield passed through here. Keep moving. Professor, Hermione's voice quivered slightly, we're headed to the Shrieking Shack. The Shrieking Shack is renowned as the most haunted in British lore. Hermione Granger, however, was just a 13-year-old girl. Then you should return to Hogsmeade, Professor Snape advised. No, I want to go too. Hermione's resolve was evident as she nodded. And so, she continued to follow. The trio soon entered the Shrieking Shack. But the scene that greeted them was bewildering. The room appeared as if a ferocious battle had recently raged within. Furniture lay in disarray, and the air was thick with swirling dust. What was even more astonishing was the massive cavity that had opened up in the floor. It all came to an end. In just a few hours, this harrowing ordeal of the past year would finally reach its conclusion. No more enduring that wretched pig's head bar or suffering under the influence of that old man named Percival. No more worrying about his true identity being discovered. And Grindelwald, the bastard who haunted his dreams night after night. As long as he could harness the power within that book and delve into its true mysteries, one day, he, Tom Riddle, would have the chance to defeat him. After all, he was aging slowly but growing in power. Tom Riddle couldn't contain his excitement. He had spent an entire year in Hogsmeade, growing increasingly desperate. But all for that book. He could only bide his time, waiting for the thief to emerge. He dared to remain in Hogsmeade only because he couldn't bring himself to enter Hogwarts, couldn't dare to tread into the territory of the one he feared most, even though he knew the book was there. At Christmas last year, he had been waiting for an opportunity. A highly fortunate chance had arisen in the Pig's Head bar, where he had accidentally sensed the book's presence within a young boy, so, he had trailed him. To be safe, he hadn't allowed the boy to notice him while they wandered the streets of Hogsmeade. He waited, expecting the boy to eventually return to Hogwarts from Hogsmeade. At that secluded path, he'd spring his assault, control the boy, retrieve the book, eliminate the boy, and make his escape. But it hadn't gone as planned. He had lost the boy somehow, in Honeyduke Candy Store. This failure had hit Tom hard. In desperation, he had to apply for a job at the Pig's Head bar, hoping to gather more information about the boy there. Unfortunately, he had waited for over 9 months. Fortunately, Tom had his own sources of information, which eventually led him to the boy's name and identity. However, that alone wasn't sufficient. The boy was nothing but a lowly muggle-born Mudblood. As such, Tom had been unable to track down his family, let alone locate the boy, who hadn't returned to Hogsmeade in a long while. Until today, Tom Riddle had finally had his wish granted. He hadn't lost track of the boy again and, in the Shrieking Shack, had captured him. Surprisingly, the seemingly frail boy had attempted to flee. Tom wouldn't grant him that chance. It was incredibly easy to overpower such an inept excuse for a wizard. However, new problems have arisen. For some reason, Tom couldn't access the boy's memories. Nor could he use the Imperio to control his thoughts. Somewhere beneath the boy's weak soul, a powerful one lay hidden. Perhaps it was due to that book, a fact that thrilled Tom even more. However, it also complicated matters. Originally, Tom had planned to use the Imperio to command the boy to return to Hogwarts, retrieve the book, surrender it to him, and then eliminate him before fleeing. Yes. Now, he had to risk breaking into Hogwarts. But first, he had to extract the book's whereabouts from the boy. Once that was done, he could assume the boy's identity and infiltrate Hogwarts. Tom was confident it wouldn't be difficult. Hardly anyone could withstand the curse, especially this feeble, lowly mudblood wizard. Tom Riddle's shadowy cohorts exited the Shrieking Shack, making their way through the streets of Hogsmeade until they reached the entrance of the Pig's Head Bar. The Pig's Head Bar had become Tom's new base. Business was abysmal here, and few patrons frequented the establishment. The owner remained an irascible old man who couldn't be bothered with much. In Tom's estimation, there was no safer place in Hogsmeade. He returned to his room, a dimly lit basement chamber he had occupied for the past 9 months. Roughly throwing the boy onto the floor, Tom prepared to begin his interrogation here. With a wave of his wand, he sealed the air, ensuring no sound from within would escape. Just as Tom was about to commence his questioning, "Tom," Mr. Percival's voice unexpectedly called from outside. "That damn old man probably has some task he wants me to do." Tom grumbled inwardly. Once he had the book back, he planned to eliminate the old nuisance before making his escape. Regrettably, he had no choice but to leave his cabin and comply. Tom exercised extreme caution. There couldn't be any accidents before he retrieved the book. He returned to the Pig's Head Bar's main floor, treading on the dirt-covered ground. "What's the matter, Mr. Percival?" Tom inquired meekly. "Meow." A clear cat's meow sounded at Mr. Percival's feet. Tom was somewhat taken aback by the sight of a strange cat in the old man's company. The old man actually kept a cat, a surprising revelation to Tom. In the blink of an eye, the irascible Percival drew his wand and pointed it at Tom. Stupefy. The spell's powerful red light surged toward Tom Riddle's position. Caught off guard, Tom instinctively dodged to evade the incoming curse. Tom had never imagined this cantankerous old man could be so formidable. Caught without warning, he defensively countered the onslaught with non-verbal spells while also striving to evade. "Mr. Percival, I don't understand." Tom began to protest. His words were drowned out as another barrage of spells struck with force. In the bar's main hall, frightened guests screamed and scattered in panic. Mr. Percival held nothing back, launching spell after spell and creating chaos in the Pig's Head Bar. The debris from tables and chairs soared through the air. "That damn old man," Tom growled inwardly. "Stupefy." Suddenly, a slightly older female voice cut through the tumult. Tom couldn't sidestep in time, nearly being hit by the stunning spell. The place where the mysterious cat had stood now housed a stern-faced witch with square glasses. "Damn, an animagus." Tom reacted swiftly. The stunning spell began to take effect, bit by bit. These two troublemakers. Tom seethed, his heart aching with frustration. With no other option, he transformed into black mist and fled the Pig's Head Bar, his destination unknown. The cacophony reverberating from the Pig's Head Bar, the explosive release of spells, and the ensuing screams and frantic footsteps managed to draw nearly half of Hogsmeade Village to its vicinity. Several nearby businesses, a few curious villagers, and even several Hogwarts students all approached to investigate. "Mr. Percival, what's going on?" Mr. Rosmerta, the proprietor of the Three Broomsticks, mingled in the gathering crowd, inquiring with evident curiosity. "Damn thief Tom." Mr. Percival growled with anger at the bar's entrance. "He pilfered 100 galleons from me, blasted scoundrel took the money and fled right under my nose." The other business owners exchanged puzzled glances. They had all been neighbors of Mr. Percival for decades, and while they may not have liked his cantankerous demeanor or his refusal to engage with others, they couldn't deny that the old pig-headed bartender wasn't malicious. It was hard to imagine him framing someone without reason. What's more, the new bartender, Tom, had a rat-like demeanor. He had been in Hogsmeade for over half a year, frequently behaving suspiciously. No one really liked him. Several neighbors hastened to offer words of consolation to Mr. Percival, urging him not to be too distraught given the relatively minor loss. Mr. Rosmerta advised Mr. Percival to contact the Ministry of Magic swiftly in an attempt to recover his funds. "I don't trust those ministry," Mr. Percival snapped irritably. "I still remember, 20 years ago, one of my goats was stolen. After reporting it to the ministry, they insisted I had simply misplaced it." As he spoke, he hung a temporary closed sign on the door before forcefully shutting it. The onlookers could only offer a helpless shrug. The victims weren't willing to involve the Ministry of Magic, and no one else wished to say anything on their behalf. With a smile and a bit of chit-chat, they dispersed and went about their own business. The witch who had just launched an attack on Tom Riddle had transformed back from her cat form and now appeared in her true human shape. She wore an emerald green robe, and her square-framed glasses framed her stern gaze. Her black hair was tied tightly in a bun, lending her an air of seriousness. "Everything okay, Aberforth?" she inquired softly. "Absolutely fine, Minerva," Mr. Percival responded. "I've been around for over 60 years, after all. My reputation still holds." "What about the boy?" with circumflex epsilon. He sounded somewhat anxious. "He's in the Tom room," the witch replied. "It shouldn't pose much of a problem. Aberforth, you need to be cautious. Tom is quite powerful. I managed to land a hit, but it wasn't substantial. And if it hadn't been for the element of surprise, neither of us would stand a chance against him. If he returns and retaliates." "He's a coward," Mr. Percival sneered. "He thought I hadn't seen through his charade. The truth is, I figured out his ulterior motive the very day he arrived in Hogsmeade. That's why I employed him. Believe me, he won't dare to return here. He's terrified of Grindelwald and assume we're aligned with Grindelwald. He lacks the guts to come back. Still, be cautious," the witch advised softly. She walked over to the Pig's Head bar's window and opened it halfway. "I'll be on my way, Aberforth. I have pressing matters to attend to," she conveyed. "Very well, take care." With that, the witch's form gradually shrank, eventually transforming into a cat. Swiftly, she exited the Pig's Head bar at a rapid pace. Mr. Percival headed toward the basement. Tom Riddle's room was in disarray, filled with strange contraptions. In one grimy corner lay a comatose boy. Mr. Percival bent down, lifted the boy, and carried him to the main area. Surveying the aftermath of the earlier battle, Mr. Percival frowned. "Levioso." With a gentle wave of his wand, the furniture floated back to its original position, reconstructing the room midair. The oil lamp drifted to a small table against the wall and rekindled. All the damage, tears, and disarray were neatly undone. Everything was reinstated to its prior state. He then directed his wand at the unconscious boy, Renervate. The boy stirred, his brow furrowing as he woke. Matthew regarded his surroundings in astonishment. As far as he could recall, he had fallen into a coma within the secret passage connecting the Shrieking Shack and Hogwarts. At that time, Tom Riddle had already apprehended him. However, he found himself within a confined, dingy little pub with centuries-old history. Filth coated everything, an odd odor permeating the air. Dim candles cast flickering light across the rough wooden tables. Virtually everything in sight was shabby, the floor to the ceiling, even the butterbeer bottles, were layered with thick ash. It was undoubtedly the Pig's Head bar. When he lifted his gaze, he encountered a grotesque, scarred visage, the countenance of the pub's owner. The old man's face bore numerous scars as if he had been severely disfigured. Recognition dawned on Matthew. "Mr. Percival, the Pig's Head proprietor." "Mr. Percival," Matthew struggled, raising himself from the ground. "Why am I here?" he queried, bewildered. "I'm just as puzzled. Why you fainted at my bar's doorstep for no reason," the surly man retorted with a fierce glare. "If it weren't for gossip, I wouldn't have let you in. I fainted at the Pig's Head bar's entrance." Matthew's mind reeled, yet he couldn't grasp the situation. "Yes, and you've inconvenienced me greatly," the old man scowled. "Now that you're awake, hurry up and get out." Still grappling with confusion, Matthew was forcibly pulled to his feet by Mr. Percival and hustled outside. But rather than departing through the front entrance, they exited via the bar's rear. Mr. Percival pushed Matthew out, closing the door with a resounding thud. Left standing alone, Matthew remained baffled. Doubt crept in as he pondered. Perhaps it had all been a dream. Yes, everything that happened before felt like a dream. Starting from the beginning, overhearing the conversation between Professor Slughorn and Shafiq. Discovering the existence of the persona Tom Gaunt, preparing to flee through the secret passage from the Shrieking Shack. Returning to the secret path, getting caught by Tom Riddle, and then losing consciousness. And finally, waking up at the Pig's Head bar entrance, rescued by Mr. Percival. To be honest, this sequence of events sounded quite unbelievable. Something was amiss. Matthew was certain there had to be a missing piece in the puzzle. How had he managed to escape from the clutches of Tom Riddle? How had he ended up at the entrance of the Pig's Head bar? Where had Tom Riddle vanished to? None of these questions had clear answers at the moment. Could it have been because of the book? Did something in the book save his life while he was unconscious? Or was it related to Mr. Percival's intervention? Did he play a role in rescuing Matthew? Or perhaps it was a combination of factors. Without a doubt, something significant must have transpired while he was in that unconscious state. On another note, there was another possibility. Tom Riddle might have attached himself to Matthew, intending to use him as a means to infiltrate Hogwarts. The notion left Matthew so alarmed that he instinctively reached back to the back of his head, relieved to feel his own familiar features and not a foreign presence. A sigh of relief escaped him. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario seemed to have been avoided. Matthew's mind remained in a fog of confusion, and he no longer had the desire to linger in Hogsmeade. Dragging his weary body along Hogsmeade Avenue, he reached the entrance of Honeydukes. He found himself caught amidst a throng of Hogwarts students emerging from the store. He was barely able to extricate himself from the crowd. Just as he was contemplating the path back to Hogwarts. "Matthew, Matthew." Two clear voices reached his ears from a short distance away. Neville and Hermione spotted him and hastened over. "You." A slight smile formed on Matthew's lips, his demeanor easing. However, his smile quickly faded. Behind Neville and Hermione stood their Transfiguration professor, Professor Snape. "What's happening?" Matthew looked at them calmly, inquiring. "You all seem rather agitated. Are you okay?" Neville gripped Matthew's hand and scrutinized him from head to toe as if he feared that a chunk of him was missing. Matthew, I thought. Hermione's voice trembled, her eyes brimming with near tears. What's wrong with you? Matthew's brow furrowed, his expression one of perplexity. Are you truly all right? Hermione asked with disbelief. How could something happen? Matthew responded with composure. Hermione and Neville exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting their mutual embarrassment. I'm sorry, Matthew. I overreacted. I read too much into things. Hermione's head drooped in shame. I misunderstood what you meant and thought you were in danger. That's why we sought out Professor Snape and returned to the Shrieking Shack to find you, with circumflex S. That's quite a joke, Hermione. Matthew chuckled. This is Hogsmeade, after all. How could there be any danger? I felt a bit tired up on the hillside, so I rested briefly before descending. I even came to Honeydukes to find you but couldn't locate you. Neville responded curiously. When we climbed the hill, why didn't we cross paths with you? It's possible our timings were off, Matthew explained. Just then, he happened to notice Professor Snape, who had joined them on the walk. He addressed him loudly. Professor Snape, I apologize if I've caused you any trouble. It's of no consequence, Mr. Wickfield, Professor Snape replied in the same composed, mild tone as before. It appears no harm befell you. So, Miss Granger's and Mr. Longbottom's suspicions about me were mere misunderstandings, correct? He glanced at Hermione and Neville, then turned his gaze to Matthew, his eyes holding a depth of meaning. Yes, it was all just a misunderstanding, Matthew quickly affirmed. That settles it, Professor Snape responded thoughtfully. Undoubtedly, it wasn't a misunderstanding at all. Hermione hadn't merely misunderstood. When Matthew had been atop the hillside, he intentionally sent Hermione and Neville away. He had already sensed something amiss and wanted them out of danger. It was both a safeguard and a signal to them to be ready to rescue him. While Neville might not have caught on quickly, Hermione's keen intellect allowed her to piece things together. Indeed, Hermione had acted commendably. However, following those incidents, things took an unexpected turn. Matthew had been saved without his conscious knowledge for reasons he couldn't explain. As a result, he couldn't reveal these previous events publicly, especially not to the unknown Professor Snape. Fortunately, Professor Snape didn't appear to harbor any suspicion. He accepted Matthew's somewhat rough explanation without question. Though, perhaps, it was merely a facade. Given the string of peculiar occurrences, Matthew no longer harbored any interest in staying in Hogsmeade. He informed his companions that he was feeling a bit tired and intended to return to Hogwarts to rest. Still reeling from the shock of recent events, Hermione and Neville chose to accompany Matthew back. The trio retraced their steps along the path between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. Did nothing really happen? Hermione whispered, skepticism evident in her tone. Absolutely not, Matthew responded calmly. Don't worry about it, Hermione. They passed through the oak gates of the Hogwarts campus once more. The two towering Dementors still stood guard, their chilling presence seemed to pierce to the core. Back on campus, they hadn't gone far when Hermione's attention was drawn to something. She hastened to a nearby bush, withdrawing an item from within. Crookshanks, what are you doing here? She exclaimed in surprise. I did mention earlier that your pets tend to roam the school, Matthew remarked casually. Well, I'll take care of it, Hermione mumbled, cradling the large ginger cat in her arms. Seeing him standing up slowly, Sean's breathing became uncontrollably rapid. Although Dumbledore had said in the letter before that he would tell the content of the prophecy, Sean was a little nervous when the time came. He has guessed the content of the prophecy many times by himself. It may be wrong, but he might guess it right. What role will he play in the prophecy? Dumbledore stood up. He didn't speak immediately, his hands crossed, and quietly watched the night sky. The portraits of the previous Hogwarts principals on the wall also became serious. They all sat upright, and those who pretended to sleep after Dumbledore returned also opened their eyes and moved closer. Sean, Dumbledore finally spoke. His voice was gentle, calm, and full of reassuring feelings. Have you ever learned anything about prophecy or divination? Sean pondered for a while and said, I bought some books which mentioned that divination is a branch of magic and generally predicts the future through certain things or gathers insights from past, present, and future events. But you said that the more people believe in that prophecy, the more it will come true. I have never heard of that. Dumbledore did not answer his question. He smiled and said, I have always believed that divination is an imperfect science. It requires a specific way of thinking and concentration to improve someone's perception and logical thinking ability to gain insights on different events, phenomena, details, and thoughts. He opened the drawer, took out a jar of candy, and took one in his mouth before continuing. It's just my opinion. I have always believed that prophecy is a very informative insight about future developments that don't necessarily happen. Predicting the future is very difficult because the relationships between people's behavior are complex and variable. However, people often get stuck in prophecies and then believe what they want to believe or have to believe. Dumbledore smiled. Everyone is special, but they are practically the same, including me. Sean listened to all of this. Sean, do you know why the information about this prophecy has not been spread? Dumbledore asked. Because the more people believe, the prophecy will come true. This is what you and Mr. Grindelwald told me before. Sean replied. Why? He asked and immediately answered. Because the prophecy tells about this entire era. Sean's pupils shrank. Dumbledore finished eating the candy, showed an expression, and walked slowly in front of Sean. Come on, we're going to go into my memory, and you will see not only partially but wholly. Sean followed him to a shallow, metallic silver basin. Even though he had never used it, Sean immediately knew what it was. It was the Pensieve. The rim of the Pensieve is inscribed with runes and other symbols. The basin was filled with a silvery substance, both liquid and gaseous like clouds. Dumbledore took out his wand and tapped it on his temple. A flocculent silver thread was slowly pulled out. The silver thread was wrapped around the tip of his wand a few times and slowly sank into the Pensieve. Try to sink your face in. Sean leaned forward, took a deep breath, and plunged into the Pensieve. He kept falling, and when he opened his eyes, he was already standing on solid ground with Dumbledore beside him. They stood in a narrow alley with dark grey stone walls on both sides, and the stone road under their feet had some cracks, with a few green weeds emerging from the cracks. Just as Sean was about to speak, a person passed through his body and walked out of the alley. It was young Dumbledore in an elegant velvet suit. However, his expression looked very serious, like he was about to meet an important person. Professor, what are you here for? Sean asked. Dumbledore just smiled and winked at Sean, signaling to follow him. The two followed the young Dumbledore out of the alley at a short distance. This place seemed to be a certain village. The roofs of the buildings were mostly in the mansard architecture. The upper part was smooth, and the lower part was steep. There are many exquisite windows on the roof with different shapes. This looked like an architecture style from Germany, Sean murmured in his heart. Young Dumbledore crossed a small square and finally stopped in front of a building. His expression remained serious, but no other emotion could be seen. After some moment, the door in front of him opened by itself, and a voice could be heard. It's really difficult to get you to come here, Albus. The young Grindelwald came out of the house. He was wearing a high-necked coat, maintaining his youthful appearance and possessing the mature charm of a middle-aged man. Grindelwald opened his arms and was about to hug him. Dumbledore took out his wand and pressed it against Grindelwald's chest. His expression was serious. Grindelwald, I didn't come to reunite with you. It's been so long since we've seen each other. Are you sure you don't want to come for a drink? Stop pretending, Albus. Your wand isn't a match for mine. Grindelwald withdrew his hand, but the happy smile on his face remained. Let's get serious. How is Cassandra? Dumbledore said in a deep voice. Grindelwald moved away and said enthusiastically, well, Ms. Verblatsky is delighted to live with me. Cassandra Verblatsky. Sean remembered that this was the author of Unfugging the Future, and she was a famous seer. Dumbledore walked into the house, Grindelwald led the way, and they walked down a corridor. I thought she was a descendant of Trelawney, but it seems that she is not. However, the characteristics of a seer are always doomed, and she is easily entangled in mystery. Look, I saved her life. Aren't you happy, Albus? Grindelwald stood at the door of a dungeon. He opened the door and said with a smile that the first month of the second term swiftly drew to a close. The pathway between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade closed once more, and students trickled back into the castle. Matthew began settling into a routine, dividing his time between the common room, the Great Hall, classrooms, and the library. By October, a chill began to settle in the air. Alongside the usual fare, the Great Hall now featured steaming cups of black tea to ward off the cold. Students layered woolen sweaters beneath their robes for added warmth. In the midst of this, Matthew received an unexpected message. It seemed that something unusual had occurred at the Hogshead Inn on the day Hogsmeade opened in September. Apparently, the inn had hired a waiter named Tom 6 months ago, who, as it turned out, was a thief. A commotion ensued that day, and the eccentric owner of the establishment discovered a significant loss, futilely attempting to apprehend the thief. Seemingly mundane news, yet Matthew perceived a deeper implication. The waiter named Tom could only be Tom Riddle himself. Since reports confirmed his escape from Hogsmeade, it was almost certain he wasn't still possessing a host or lurking within another body. Matthew's lingering doubts finally abated. This information also pointed to the identity of his savior that day, Mr. Percival. Considering the account provided in the news along with his own first-hand experience, it was Mr. Percival who had saved him from Tom Riddle. This had spared Matthew from the dire fate of falling into the clutches of the Dark Lord in another world. Of course, this raised a question. Why had Mr. Percival saved him? Was it solely an act of kindness, or did it hint at a deeper purpose? Regardless, the fact remained that Mr. Percival had very likely saved his life. If he hadn't, the consequences of falling into Tom Riddle's hands would have been disastrous. Recalling that grotesque, unassuming visage and that aloof yet gruff voice, Matthew couldn't help but feel a warm gratitude. This kindness, he would cherish. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate he hadn't disclosed the true events of that day to anyone. After all, if his guess held true, the real identity of Mr. Percival might be Aberforth Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore's younger brother. If he was living in seclusion at the Hogshead Inn with a hidden purpose, perhaps even linked to the 3 Azkaban escapees and their attempted infiltration of Hogwarts, then revealing these details could spell trouble. Anno Epsilon S. Thus, he resolved to keep the genuine account of his Hogsmeade experience hidden in his heart, away from prying ears, particularly those with potential ulterior motives. Drawing attention to the Hogshead Inn could potentially endanger Mr. Percival. Concurrently, Matthew doubled down on his efforts. He immersed himself in the library until late hours, only returning to the Slytherin common room when he felt ready for slumber. He reviewed spell details and contents, mentally rehearsing them before drifting off to sleep, the sound of waves providing a soothing backdrop. His eagerness for knowledge knew no bounds. The circumstances had shifted. The former Matthew had been uninvolved and disconnected from the wizarding world's intricacies. Now, the situation had transformed. A formidable dark wizard named Riddle awaited him beyond the school walls, eager to seize something from him. This ever-present sense of threat fueled Matthew's determination to better himself. For the next half-year, there might not be imminent danger. For some reason, Tom seemed hesitant to breach the walls of Hogwarts. Otherwise, after loitering in Hogsmeade for so long, he'd have surely made an attempt. Furthermore, considering the stringent protective measures around the castle, infiltrating it, let alone apprehending the 3 Azkaban escapees, would prove quite the challenge. This implied that until the next summer break, as long as he refrained from leaving Hogwarts of his own accord, Tom wouldn't pose a direct threat. As for the book, Matthew hadn't opened it since that incident. Though potent and the object of Tom Riddle desire. While the book hadn't directly harmed him before, given these considerations, Matthew adopted a more cautious approach. One mid-October day, after finishing his breakfast and heading toward the library, Matthew, an eager voice suddenly sounded from behind. Matthew paused. It was the voice of Professor Slughorn, the head of Slytherin. My dear boy, Professor Slughorn beamed affectionately, if memory serves me right, you've missed my last 3 gatherings. After Agnes Lestrange's warning, Matthew had chosen to abstain from Slug Club parties. However, his decision wasn't solely due to her caution. Considering that Tom Riddle knew his name and identity, it was likely he had an inside source at Hogwarts. Apologies, Professor. I wasn't feeling well recently, Matthew gently declined. You seem in fine fettle now, Slughorn countered with a smile. The second-year curriculum has been quite demanding. My apologies, Professor, but I fear I don't have much free time, Matthew continued, indicating his heavy school bag. Slughorn wasn't perturbed. Balancing work and leisure can sometimes yield better results than purely intensive study. Matthew hadn't expected Slughorn's persistence, even as he pondered another reason. This Sunday evening at 7:30, don't miss it, Slughorn asserted, sparing Matthew any chance to decline. He gave Matthew's shoulder a light pat before walking away. Draco waved his wand and jabbed the small wooden stick on the ground forcefully. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Accuse, accuse, accuse. He looked increasingly anxious, jabbing forcefully and shouting simultaneously. However, his efforts proved too much, causing his wand to slam into the ground. Sparks erupted around the small wooden stick, sending it soaring into the sky. Vincent seemed to recognize this situation. Reacting swiftly, he took a few hurried steps backward. Consequently, the wooden stick with sparks descended straight onto Gregory's head. The air was suddenly filled with the smell of singed hair. Ah, Gregory yelped, promptly patting his hair in embarrassment. Had it not been for Professor Snape's intervention, poor Gregory might have experienced an early baldness. Failed, I assume. Professor Snape remarked calmly. In theory, this small wooden stick is nearly identical in size to a regular matchstick, except for the match head. There's barely any structural difference. Yet you can transfigure a match into a needle, but you're unable to do the same with this stick. While speaking, he tiptoed over, plucked a withered twig, and fashioned another stick. Some individuals believe transfiguration is inconsequential, given that in most cases, the transfiguration yields negligible practical outcomes. For instance, if they need a needle, they might as well buy a box of matches. However, the issue arises, why not just purchase a box of matches in the first place? Professor Snape continued. Other than Draco and Gregory, the remaining students couldn't help but chuckle. But in reality, they didn't grasp the subject well. Professor Snape didn't smile, his expression was solemn. He placed the newly crafted wooden stick on the ground, withdrew his wand, and pointed it at the stick. Accuse. His voice resounded clearly. The wooden stick underwent subtle changes in shape and structure upon the ground. In just a few seconds, a silver needle had taken its place. Gazing at the silver needle on the ground, Matthew was immediately captivated. His mind raced back to the battle between Professor Grindelwald and the Dark Witch Morgana from a few months ago. Professor Grindelwald had effortlessly imbued life into the statues within Hogwarts Castle, employing some form of transfiguration, no doubt. Transfiguration differs from other forms of magic. Standard spells can be employed flexibly across numerous situations simply through classroom learning, Professor Snape persisted. Aobes. Yet, transfiguration is distinct and rigid. Transfiguration magic only equips you to handle the immediate test at hand. If you wish to effectively apply it in real-life scenarios, you must master the art of creation. With a firm tone, Professor Snape continued, transfiguration is not found within the confines of Class 4. Its essence lies in change. Transfiguration necessitates that you manifest your personal reality within the structure. Spells and techniques are mere conduits. A truly adept wizard, devoid of spells or even a wand, can conjure magic at will. Yes, it must be your own, only when you perceive reality. In terms of transfiguration, can you claim to have just begun? Professor Snape shrugged, adding, of course, I'm quite average in transfiguration myself, I've barely crossed the threshold. So, for students wishing to delve deeper, there's little I can offer. Just remember not to overreach, even achieving a basic grasp is incredibly challenging. Initially, Draco and the others were intrigued, but they soon drifted into not paying attention. Though they could comprehend each word Professor Snape uttered, the moment they formed a coherent narrative, it became a jumble. Evans was similarly disinterested, but he displayed his boredom and impatience more openly than Draco and the others. As for Matthew, his situation wasn't much different. He, too, was deciphering what seemed like heavenly scriptures. His grasp was limited, hovering around 20% to 30%, and this understanding was a mere fragment. Professor Snape didn't seem to mind. Even when Draco and Theodore shifted their conversation to Quidditch, he remained silent. He appeared to relish the classroom dynamic. Consider the purpose of your transfiguration, whether you're altering matter's structure or transforming its essence. The complexity of transfiguration lies herein. Structure and essence are two distinct aspects, akin to the two banks of a vast river, eternally flowing without ever reaching the shore. When we alter matter's structure, we must disassemble it, affecting each part of the material to induce change. Yet, when transforming essence, our magic must be continuous and unified. This is a profound query. Structure and essence are opposing forces, forever in conflict. Traditionally, they are seen as irreconcilable. The answer, however, lies within your heart and personal reality. Finally concluding his discourse, Professor Snape brought some relief to Matthew's aching brain, as if it was struggling to keep up. "All right," Professor Snape announced, drawing the attention of the students who had drifted off. "Let's put theory into practice. Let's start with a basic test transforming matches into needles. Select any piece of wood at random and shape a small stick, roughly match-sized, then attempt your spells." Professor Snape appeared a tad fatigued from the lecture. He settled beneath the willow tree, producing a bottle of pumpkin juice from his suitcase to quench his thirst. Meanwhile, Matthew began his practical endeavor. Swiftly shaping a small wooden stick, he positioned it in front of him. With his wand in hand, Matthew muttered, "Accuse." Undoubtedly, the small wooden stick remained unchanged. This wasn't surprising, of course. Matthew didn't expect to master this technique so quickly. Lifting his wand once more, he recalled what Professor Trokar had taught them in their first transfiguration class over a year ago. Visualize a needle's blueprint in your mind, then imagine the process of turning a match into a needle. Align your mental intent with reality. This was what Professor Snape referred to as personal reality. "Accuse," he called out again. But once again, nothing happened. Others were also practicing, but apart from Matthew, their attempts seemed rather half-hearted. "Evans." Professor Snape suddenly scowled, his anger evident in his voice. Evans had momentarily lost focus, roused by Professor Snape's irritation. "Sir," he stammered. "If you're not interested in studying diligently, you might as well leave." Professor Snape rebuked with a touch of disdain. Evans lowered his head and fell silent. In all fairness, this wasn't equitable. In his heart, Matthew began to advocate for Evans. He wasn't the only one slacking off. Draco and Theodore had been pretending to practice while engrossed in discussions about the Holyhead Harpies match against the Tate Hill Tornado. However, Professor Snape appeared particularly irked by this, reprimanding Evans for about 5 minutes. Though not harsh or cruel, his words carried a noticeable impact. "Accuse," Matthew muttered, raising his wand again with a slight smirk. Still, there was no response. But they couldn't linger here for too long. Professor Snape swiftly ushered them to move once more, prompting Draco and Theodore to discontinue their Quidditch discourse. After about 5 minutes, they ventured deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Finally, they paused by a babbling stream. The water flowed gently, its clarity allowing the pebbles at the bottom to be discerned. Professor Snape bent down, selecting a translucent pebble from the shore. This was to be their next challenge. They commenced the task of transfiguring these variously shaped pebbles into standardized-sized tennis balls. Frankly speaking, this endeavor appeared more arduous than transfiguring a small wooden stick into a needle. The likelihood of success seemed increasingly remote. With patience, Professor Snape provided them with finer points on transfiguration. Matthew listened attentively, sensing an oddity. Perhaps it was a tinge of concern. Nonetheless, he couldn't shake off the feeling that these teachings alone didn't warrant their excursion into the Forbidden Forest. Dry branches and smooth pebbles hardly warranted such an elaborate exercise. House elves could easily procure these items, and they could have conducted their lessons within the castle. This expedition to the Forbidden Forest felt, by all accounts, somewhat excessive. Suppressing his inner perplexity, Matthew focused his attention as best he could, absorbing Professor Snape's insights on transfiguration. Time seemed to fly by rapidly, at least in Matthew's perspective. Naturally, his companions might beg to differ, as they possibly found the elapsed time to be quite lengthy. Almost unconsciously, noon had nearly arrived. With a loud call, Professor Snape roused them from their pebble-engrossed state. Reluctantly, Matthew averted his gaze from the pebbles. Draco and the others were showing signs of impatience. To them, the after-school practice wasn't overly taxing, but facing dead branches and pebbles all morning felt excessively dull. However, Evans wasn't as fortunate as Draco and his ilk. He had faced Professor Snape's reprimands several times that morning. The typically composed and amiable Professor Snape had suddenly displayed irascibility when dealing with him. The rumors seemed accurate. Professor Snape was indeed singling out Evans for critique. At this juncture, Professor Snape didn't dismiss them, indicating that the practice wasn't concluding. Rather, he instructed them to gather for lunch. The 7 individuals seated on the ground, while Professor Snape wrapped his suitcase with his wand. A massive tablecloth appeared before them. On the tablecloth, an array of food materialized one by one. However, it was predominantly dry sustenance, including a packet of cold quail, a few boxes of biscuits, a pouch of dried beef, and a couple of bottles of pumpkin juice. Bess. Observing Professor Snape's thorough preparation, it was evident that he intended to keep the students within the Forbidden Forest for the entire day. However, the spread wasn't a grand lunch, particularly for a spoiled student like Draco. He began nibbling on the cold quail with a mournful countenance, simultaneously expressing his dissatisfaction. Perhaps I should have arranged for some warm food. Noticing the student's tepid reaction to his meal, Professor Snape commented softly, "Since you will be here for a while, I'll fetch some warm food from Professor Kettleburn's cabin." "But, Professor," Matthew furrowed his brow, placing down the dried beef in his hand, "we're in the Forbidden Forest." "Fear not, Mr. Wickfield," Professor Snape assured as he rose to his feet, "this is only the forest's outskirts. I won't be gone for long." With that, he turned and set off toward Professor Kettleburn's cabin. Professor Snape's statement was accurate. This area truly only marked the forest's periphery. Throughout the morning, they had remained close by and encountered neither peculiar nor menacing magical creatures. However, Matthew's brows knitted, a gnawing sense of unease descending upon him. Perhaps the others hadn't picked up on it. Vincent and Gregory were devouring cold quail, while Evans was quietly munching on biscuits. "Merlin, what's that?" Theodore's cry was tinged with bewilderment. He recoiled somewhat, his expression awash with trepidation. At the same time, a faint sound of large claws making contact with the ground reached them, indicating that something was drawing near. Swiftly, Matthew looked in the direction that had captured Theodore's attention. A creature, as ethereal as a shadow? It was an enormous black dog with grey eyes. Enormous in stature, with a mane of fluffy hair and intense eyes, the dog that materialized seemed like a fiend freshly escaped from the depths of hell. Leaping high into the air, it made a beeline towards their location. "Ah, dash!" Draco's horrified scream pierced the air as he reacted quickest, bolting away from the scene. Theodore, spotting the menacing canine first, moved with a lifeless desperation to flee the forest's depths. The brave Vincent hurled a chilled quail towards the advancing dog, hoping to divert its attention with the morsel. Yet, the dog remained undeterred, paying the frozen quail no heed. Instead, it bared its teeth in a sinister grin, its sharp canines radiating terror. "Wah!" Vincent's scream joined the chorus of panic, propelling him to flee behind Goyle. Matthew, though slower than Darcy in reacting, was already in full sprint. Only Evans stood momentarily bewildered before he scrambled to his feet. The six of them scattered in different directions, each in frantic flight. Yet, Matthew had an edge over his companions, particularly in his composure. His escape path was more deliberate, and he purposely ran towards Hogwarts Castle. The others, less poised, fled deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Could that immense dog be the animagus form of Sirius Black? Certainly, it wasn't implausible that it could be a creature resembling Black. Matthew sprinted while pondering. He had no reason to rush, as his speed didn't need to surpass the dog's to ensure his safety. He only needed to outpace his companions, considering Vincent and Gregory's lack of fitness, and Evan's slender build. From behind, the dog didn't seem to be pursuing him. However, Matthew couldn't shake his curiosity. If the dog was black, why would he reveal himself so recklessly? With so many students, he couldn't hope to capture them all. Some would inevitably escape and spread the word of a strange dog in Hogwarts' Forbidden Forest. Considering Principal Rosier's and the Auror's shrewdness, they might link the large black dog to the Azkaban escapees. So, why take such a risk by exposing himself? Could it involve Harry Evans? Matthew wondered. Running along the forest's edge, he effortlessly exited the dense foliage, the surroundings brightening. Before Professor Kettleburn's cabin not far away, Professor Snape emerged carrying a large pot. Spotting Matthew's hasty exit from the Forbidden Forest, he approached. "What's the matter, Mr. Wickfield?" the professor inquired, his expression grave. "A fearsome dog, Professor. Terrifying. Could have been a wolf. I'm sorry, I didn't get a clear look. It attacked us suddenly. We got separated during the chase, and I don't know where the others went." Matthew recounted the scene to Professor Snape as thoroughly as he could. The professor's frown deepened, and he placed the cauldron on the ground. "I'll investigate the Forbidden Forest now. Take this to Professor Kettleben and inform him. Ask him to notify Professor Rosier." He then headed into the heart of the forest. Observing Professor Snape's departure, Matthew squinted. The professor's calmness seemed oddly calculated for the situation, as if he had anticipated it all. With calm resolve, Matthew lifted the cauldron. The vessel was heavy, and an enticing aroma wafted from it, resembling the rock cake Matthew once tasted in Professor Kettleburn's class. His hunger grew. A quarter of an hour later, seated before Professor Kettleburn's office, Matthew indulged in a piece of rock cake while glancing towards the Forbidden Forest. A meager snack hardly satisfied his appetite. Warmth would be far more gratifying. Having received Matthew's report, Professor Kettleben hurried to the castle. Within 5 minutes, Hogwarts seemed to spring into action. Countless dark shapes filled the sky. Nearly 100 Dementors, all stationed around Hogwarts. Their chilling aura was palpable even from afar, and the Aurors residing at Hogwarts swiftly penetrated the Forbidden Forest. Principal Vita Rosier arrived, engaged in conversation with Professor Kettleben and Mr. Longbottom. They reacted with unparalleled swiftness, almost as if they had been anticipating it. This made Matthew concerned for Sirius Black's safety, assuming the dog was indeed him. Wickfield. Professor Rosier approached, prompting Matthew to set down the rock cake and stand respectfully. It seems she sought details from the eyewitness, the client. Matthew held nothing back, recounting everything to Professor Rosier. Her expression remained unchanged initially, as if she were deep in thought. Then, in a matter of seconds, her demeanor shifted. Longbottom, oversee the situation here, she ordered, rushing towards the Hogwarts castle. Watching her depart, Matthew was taken aback. May I return to the castle, Professor Kettleben, Mr. Longbottom, he asked softly. Mr. Longbottom remained silent. Yet, Professor Kettleben smiled kindly at Matthew. Of course. I believe Professor Snape's after-school session might conclude early today. Within just 2 days, 2 extraordinary events jolted Hogwarts. The vandalized statue outside the principal's office and the sudden appearance of the enigmatic dog in the Forbidden Forest. By the following morning, enhanced security measures were visible everywhere. Professor Flitwick began to post warnings at the castle gate, instructing students to promptly report suspicious individuals. Mr. Pringle was kept busy blocking every conceivable gap in the corridors. Aurors patrolled Hogwarts Castle around the clock. The underlying reason behind these actions was a missing boy. Though not Slytherin students, they were all affected to varying degrees. Draco merely lost his way in the Forbidden Forest, emerging quickly due to his limited penetration. Likely only minutes after Matthew's departure from Professor Kettleburn's cabin, Vincent and Gregory encountered a thicket of wild devil snares, nearly strangling them to death had Professor Snape not intervened. Theodore managed to escape to the forest's depths and enter the territory of the centaurs. Despite the strained relationship between centaurs and wizards, the latter posed no harm to the former's horses. The centaurs, wary of Grindelwald's influence, opted to expel Nott from their domain rather than cause a commotion on campus. As for Evans, he remained the missing link. Despite exhaustive searches involving 100 Dementors, a dozen Aurors, and several teachers, he remained elusive. The enigmatic dog too managed to evade detection. The vast expanse of the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest and its treacherous depths made approach difficult for inexperienced Aurors and professors. Should the 3 Azkaban escapees choose the forest's heart as their hideout, it would indeed be a wise decision. The method by which the fugitives survived within the forest was an intriguing puzzle. Matthew and his companions remained unaffected. Aside from Vincent and Gregory's brief stay at the school hospital, the other 3 Slytherin sophomores emerged unscathed. They had become Hogwarts celebrities, frequently questioned about the mysterious dog. During Sunday breakfast at Slytherin's long table, Miss Gemma exclaimed, "Could it be an omen? You know, the worst omens. Those creatures of death." Lestrange retorted, "There's nothing mysterious about it. Those creatures are merely the stuff of wizarding imagination. Maybe it's just a stray dog wandering the Forbidden Forest. How could a stray dog survive there?" Miss Gemma shook her head. "The Forbidden Forest is teeming with fearsome creatures, like werewolves. Poor Mr. Evans. If he didn't vanish due to the unknown, he likely met a gruesome end at the hands of those monsters. We might have lost him forever." As Miss Gemma concluded, news spread throughout the hall. Evans had returned, unconscious, found beneath an English oak. Although unharmed, he was taken to the school hospital. Miss Gemma's face reddened, and she promptly left. Lestrange sported a triumphant smile. It appeared all 7 students who ventured into the Forbidden Forest were accounted for. Professor Snape had attracted the ire of Professor Rosier and been sternly reprimanded, likely for his perceived negligence in safeguarding the students. Well into the afternoon, the discussions persisted as Matthew joined the dueling club. However, only Professor Flitwick guided the session this time. Professor Flitwick explained that most dueling club members were now acquainted with the disarming charm. As a result, he introduced a new spell for the day. The shield charm? This spell conjured a magical shield capable of deflecting and dispersing objects or spells, protecting both the caster and a certain radius around them. Known as Protego, it was frequently employed in wizarding combat, serving as an effective form of self-defense. During practice, a minor incident occurred. Both Draco and Theodore declined to partner with Matthew, still haunted by their first dueling club experience. Over a month had passed, and while their relationship with Matthew had gradually mended, reverberations from the initial practice still lingered. Instead, a third-year Gryffindor named Alia Spinnet paired with Matthew. "By the way, how is Evans?" Matthew inquired while honing the spell. "I'm not sure," Miss Spinnet responded. "He seems to be in the hospital, and we're planning to visit him tonight. We're hoping Madame Pomfrey allows it. If Evans recovers, could you let us know? We're genuinely concerned." "No problem. Ready. On guard." The dueling club practice spanned hours. Learning the shield charm wasn't as smooth as mastering the disarming charm, unsurprising given its greater complexity. As Matthew stored his wand, ready to return to Slytherin's common room, Draco approached. "Matthew," he whispered. "Professor Slughorn reminded me to tell you not to forget tonight's Slug Club dinner." Professor Slughorn's persistence was notable. The invitation had become quite insistent. Matthew frowned, then nodded. "Fine, I'll attend," he replied. 15 minutes later, Matthew arrived promptly at the potions teacher's office as per the schedule. Considering Professor Slughorn's repeated invitations and enthusiastic requests, and the fact that the man was the head of his house, Matthew felt obliged to comply. Ignoring his reservations might inadvertently come off as disrespectful. With these thoughts in mind, he had eventually made the decision to attend. "Ah, Matthew, my dear boy." The door swung open, and Professor Slughorn greeted him with exuberance. "I've been waiting for you. Come in, come in." Professor Slughorn's enthusiastic handshake tugged Matthew into the office. TL. The grip was almost desperate, as if he feared Matthew might flee. "Apologies, Professor," Matthew hastily interjected. "There were certain circumstances that prevented me from attending previously. I was feeling a bit under the weather." Of course, I understand, my lad," Professor Slughorn interrupted Matthew's explanation with a knowing smile and a nod. "Step inside quickly. Many people are eager to meet you." Matthew felt somewhat puzzled. Who could be waiting for him? His confusion started to clear as he took in the scene within the office. Apart from the familiar faces, a few new ones stood out. Adult wizards in their 30s and 40s, perhaps all former Slug Club members from years past. "Matthew, I'd like you to meet Dirk Cresswell. He's presently with the Fairy Liaison Office of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. You'd do well to forge a connection with him. He can provide valuable insight into Gring's inner workings." Dirk Cresswell, a relaxed man in his early 30s, greeted Matthew with a courteous smile, reciprocated with a quick greeting. "And there's Mr. Ambrosius Flume from Honeydukes. You should be acquainted with him, at least with his candy." Mr. Ambrosius Flume, older than Dirk, was a portly, bald man. Matthew had crossed paths with him when using the secret passage in Honeydukes' basement. Wendy Slinkhard, author of The Theory of Magical Defense. Regulus Black, a rather dashing young man. Gweenig Jones, Holyhead Hobby Quidditch's captain. Undoubtedly, these were all former pupils of Professor Slughorn. Professor Slughorn took the time to introduce Matthew to each of them. However, save for Cresswell, the others seemed uninterested in Matthew. A knock interrupted the introductions. Professor Slughorn excused himself to greet the new arrivals, offering Matthew an opportunity to escape. Spotting a familiar head of long brown hair in the midst of the gathering, Matthew approached. "Could you lend me some light?" he said, giving Hermione a slight nudge. "Sure, let's catch up," she responded while squeezing back into the corner. "Good evening, Hermione." Hermione seemed visibly excited. "Have you met Wendy Slinkhard, the author of Theory of Defense? I can't believe I have a chance to talk to her." "Calm down," Matthew cautioned, guiding her away from the crowd. "Hermione, I've mentioned before, it might be wise to skip Professor Slughorn's gatherings," he advised sternly. "They could be risky." Agnes Lestrange's earlier warning had merit. Professor Slughorn's behavior had been peculiar, suggesting he might pose a danger, particularly to Muggle-born wizards like them. He had warned Hermione about this earlier, but it seemed she wasn't heeding his advice. "But," Hermione began to argue softly, "this might be our only opportunity to interact closely with experts like Wendy Slinkhard. I have so many questions for him, Alphaby," she added, "and besides, you're here too." Matthew realized he couldn't dissuade her. In truth, he couldn't explain why Professor Slughorn had developed such an intense interest in him. "I still think caution is in order," he pressed, though it was an uphill battle. "I understand," Hermione replied, appreciative. "Thank you, Matthew." "Matthew, Hermione." Neville's arrival interrupted their conversation. He had arrived a bit later. "Fantastic, I'm joining you at Professor Slughorn's dinner again." Neville beamed. "By the way, why weren't you at the previous dinners? I felt quite alone then." "Apologies, I was occupied," Matthew quickly fabricated an excuse. The three of them found a quiet corner to settle into. Professor Slughorn's dinner soon commenced, accompanied by several new faces and extra chairs around the round table. The adult wizards and former Slug Club members in attendance, being accomplished figures in the wizarding world, were highly sought after. Each was surrounded by eager students vying for their attention. The meal, as always, was sumptuous and delectable. "Let's raise a toast to welcome our distinguished guests." Professor Slughorn stood up, raising a cup of mead. "To our guests. To our guests." The students raised their glasses in unison, Matthew included. Tonight's drink seemed to be the imported foreign mead from the Three Broomsticks, distinctly more palatable than previous offerings. "Before we proceed, a gentle reminder as you depart this office, keep our conversations discreet," Professor Slughorn added. "Headmistress Rosier isn't fond of outsiders being invited into Hogwarts. Thus, I implore you all to maintain our confidentiality. In addition, engaging with successful wizards can be beneficial for young minds, facilitating future successes. So, fret not about speaking freely or feeling constrained." Professor Slughorn concluded his brief speech. A round of applause erupted within the office. So, the reason behind Professor Slughorn's fervor must be his own self-invitation to tonight's event. Just because some of his former students were attending? This explanation left Matthew perplexed. It seemed an unrealistic answer, too hard to believe. From every angle, this banquet appeared odd and out of place. Nonetheless, despite his reservations, he had no choice but to bear with it and take his seat. With the addition of these accomplished wizards, the atmosphere in the Slug Club gathering had become even more vibrant. People were no longer confined to their tables as before, they flocked around the new arrivals. Hermione rushed to find Ms. Wendy Slinkhard, apparently armed with countless questions for the author of Theory of Defensive Magic. Neville and a few Quidditch enthusiasts huddled near Gweenig Jones, the captain of the Holyhead Harpies Quidditch team, starry-eyed in admiration. Regulus Black, the handsome young man, was surrounded by a group of girls, their curiosity and excitement evident. Based on the current circumstances, Regulus Black in this world didn't appear to be aligned with Voldemort. Yet, Matthew couldn't help but wonder if he had come to Hogwarts this year along with his brother Sirius Black. Just as he contemplated his next move, a laid-back young man approached and took a seat next to him. It was Dirk Cresswell, the promising Ministry of Magic official. Matthew recognized the name from somewhere in his memory, possibly as someone who had led a life on the run after Voldemort's rise to power in the original timeline. It would suggest that Mr. Cresswell might be a Muggle-born wizard. This shared background gave him a certain degree of satisfaction. "Hello, Mr. Cresswell." Matthew greeted him enthusiastically. "I recall your name, Wick." Mr. Cresswell looked at Matthew and remarked. "Wickfield, sir." Matthew corrected promptly. "Yes, Wickfield, that's right." Mr. Cresswell nodded. "Professor Slughorn mentioned this name. He seems to hold you in high regard." "Yes, he did regard me highly, but it's doubtful that his value of me aligns with my values," Matthew thought wryly. "Working at the Fairy Liaison Office, you must interact with fairies regularly. Is that true?" Matthew inquired, putting on an intrigued expression. "Yes," Mr. Cresswell affirmed. "Though the fairies at Gringotts aren't the easiest to handle. They retain magical ability but lack wands. They maintain their own par with wizards, though we don't share that view. This sentiment has persisted since the various goblin uprisings." Mr. Cresswell continued. "Fairies can be greedy, shrewd, and conceited. Dealing with them can be tricky. They're masters of deception if you're not careful. To be honest, it's not the most comfortable job, Arno." "I see," Matthew said, the pieces falling into place. They continued to chat amiably. A few minutes later, Matthew asked casually, "By the way, Mr. Cresswell, are you familiar with our Transfiguration professor, Professor Snape?" Given Matthew's hypothesis, there shouldn't be much of an age gap between Mr. Cresswell and the real Snape. "You mean Severus?" "Of course, he's a year older than me," Mr. Cresswell answered nonchalantly. "He was in Gryffindor while I was in Hufflepuff." "Gryffindor?" Matthew couldn't help but frown. "I haven't really seen him much since leaving Hogwarts." "Wait, did you say he's teaching at Hogwarts now, handling Transfiguration? Unbelievable, I had no idea about that." Mr. Cresswell appeared somewhat surprised. The two continued their conversation for a few more minutes. At that moment, Matthew spotted Shafiq approaching. Having intentionally kept his distance from Professor Slughorn, he felt the need to maintain a degree of separation from Miss Shafiq as well. Slughorn was shrouded in mystery, and Shafiq, though seemingly innocent, might be inadvertently used against him. Ever since Tom Gaunt had been exposed, she appeared to have no more need for their conversations. With a hasty goodbye to Mr. Cresswell, Matthew swiftly made his exit. "Neville." He approached Neville. Miss Gweenog Jones, the Holyhead Harpies Quidditch team captain, stood tall with dark skin. She spoke animatedly about her experience representing the Welsh team as a beater at the Quidditch World Cup 2 years ago, eliciting cheers from the boys around her. "Neville." "Neville." Matthew finally managed to divert Neville's attention. "What's up, Matthew?" Neville inquired eagerly. "I suddenly have a stomachache. If Professor Slughorn asks, just tell him I went to the bathroom," Matthew explained calmly. "Got it." Neville responded quickly, then shifted his gaze back to Miss Gweenog Jones. It seemed trying to get Neville and Hermione to leave the dinner early was quite unrealistic. But as for himself, he was ready to slip away. Pretending to pour more mead, Matthew made his way to the potions office door. Once he was sure Professor Slughorn and the familiar faces weren't looking. Without hesitation, he opened the office door and stepped outside, quickly leaving the room. The corridor was chilly, but it was also a breath of fresh air. He'd decided that if anyone asked, he would simply say he needed to use the bathroom. The early leave plan proceeded smoothly. It appeared that no one had noticed, and no one was chasing him. From the teachers to the students in Professor Slughorn's office, it seemed none had realized one of them was missing. Walking alone through the Hogwarts corridor, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly, he heard the sound of high heels clacking on the floor up ahead. The familiar sound of footsteps altered Matthew's expression slightly. The familiar sound of high-heeled footsteps was not difficult to identify. After all, within Hogwarts, only one teacher often walked in such shoes. Their headmistress, Professor Vinda Rosier. Matthew came to a swift stop. The last thing he wanted was to encounter Professor Rosier on this night. Given her stern demeanor, she would surely demand an explanation from him. She might even consult Professor Slughorn, which would lead to the discovery of his sneaking out. Hoping against it, he silently prayed that Professor Rosier would avoid coming his way. The footsteps grew louder, closer. But soon, Matthew noticed that she wasn't alone. Several portraits can confirm that someone broke into the headmaster's office yesterday afternoon. A middle-aged man's voice suddenly reached his ears. For a moment, Matthew was taken aback. The voice belonged to none other than Neville's father, Mr. Longbottom. As he recalled, Mr. Longbottom held a significant position within the Ministry of Magic and currently led the Aurors stationed at Hogwarts. It dawned on Matthew that he was inadvertently eavesdropping on some highly classified information. He held his breath to avoid drawing their attention. What kind of person broke into the headmaster's office? Professor Rosier inquired coldly, her tone tinged with annoyance. Based on the portrait's account, it was an elderly woman with square glasses and curly black hair, Mr. Longbottom responded. Yet, we have yet to ascertain her identity. She was in the office for approximately 5 minutes. Damn it. Professor Rosier's expletive revealed her frustration. We were fooled due to our oversight. And what about the situation in the Forbidden Forest? No, nothing significant was found. The Dementors scoured the Forbidden Forest thoroughly, Frank Longbottom lamented. The black dog left early. It's likely an animagus, however. No record of a wizard capable of transforming into a black dog has been located. Enhance Hogwarts defenses. Professor Rosier ordered, her voice firm. Of course, ma'am. Mr. Longbottom seemed to concur. Their voices grew fainter, their footsteps receding, until Matthew could no longer hear them. Sighing in relief, he realized that they had not approached his location. They remained oblivious to his presence. Moreover, from the descriptions offered by both Mr. Longbottom and Professor Rosier, it seemed that the dog that had appeared in the Forbidden Forest was merely a distraction. It had likely been employed to attract the attention of Dementors, Aurors, and Hogwarts staff. The true objective of the Azkaban escapees, or the remnants of the Order of the Phoenix, still lay within the Headmaster's office. Inside the office belonging to Professor Grindelwald, there evidently existed something that greatly interested them. Furthermore, Mr. Longbottom's description of the old lady who infiltrated the office bore a striking resemblance to that of Minerva McGonagall, an animagus and transfiguration professor from another world. In other words, in addition to James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew as mentioned by Professor Slughorn, Minerva McGonagall was also secretly present at Hogwarts. The shocking revelations overheard did little to interfere with Matthew's night of rest. Rather, they succeeded in redirecting his focus from the enigmatic nature of Professor Slughorn's party. By early morning, he had already inquired of his roommate, Draco, if anything unexpected had occurred during the dinner the previous night. However, he received a denial in response. As it turned out, the banquet proceeded without a hitch, devoid of surprises. Draco, delightedly, recounted how he had secured an autographed photograph of Gwynedd Jones, the commentating captain of the Holyhead Harpies. She had praised his potential to become a professional seeker, a compliment Matthew suspected was slightly exaggerated. This revelation left Matthew stunned. So, was everything he had speculated about just the product of his imagination? Was Professor Slughorn's intention as simple as facilitating interaction between current students and past graduates of Hogwarts? Could it be that he was merely a well-intentioned, exuberant figure all along? Matthew's brows knitted slightly. Despite his reluctance to believe it, it appeared as though this were the case. The intuition that usually served him so well seemed to falter this time. During breakfast, Shafiq approached him unexpectedly. Matthew, why didn't I see you last night? She inquired, her tone holding surprise. I remember you were supposed to attend the banquet as well. Yes, Miss Shafiq, Matthew responded, his face tinged with embarrassment. I did plan to attend, but I experienced some stomach discomfort during the dinner. I ended up making several trips to the bathroom and ultimately returned to the Slytherin common room. That's a shame. The opportunity was quite rare, Shafiq lamented, then expressed concern. Are you feeling better now? A little rest made everything all right, Matthew quickly reassured her. Make sure to be careful when eating next time. After exchanging a few words with Shafiq, Matthew left the Great Hall promptly. Under the pretext of his herbology class, he made his way to the greenhouse. With the reduced responsibility of caring for the floor flowers, this herbology class seemed significantly more straightforward than before. A collective sigh of relief permeated the room. When the herbology class concluded, another piece of good news awaited them. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Professor Snape had cancelled the next Transfiguration class. For the Slytherin second-year students, this news was greeted with enthusiasm as it translated to an unexpected half-day off. Matthew couldn't help but feel surprised. A sudden change of plans for Professor Snape? Recalling the conversation he had overheard between Professor Rosier and Mr. Longbottom the night prior. Could it be that the aforementioned business was somehow linked to these recent developments? Matthew mulled over his thoughts. The disruptions caused by the destroyed statue in front of the principal's office and the mysterious creature that appeared in the Forbidden Forest had gradually faded from the students' heated discussions over the past week. As time passed, Hogwarts Castle appeared to slowly return to a state of normalcy, at least on the surface. Days slipped by unnoticed. Professor Slughorn behaved as if nothing were amiss, not once questioning Matthew about his early departure on that fateful night. It was as if he hadn't even noticed Matthew's absence. And Professor Snape resumed his role in the school effortlessly. Matthew often sought him out for inquiries, and he was always willing to assist with questions related to transfiguration theory. Halloween was approaching rapidly. The atmosphere at Hogwarts Castle was charged with excitement. The day before Halloween was special because it marked another visit to Hogsmeade. As students strolled through the corridors, animated discussions about Hogsmeade filled the air, with mentions of Honeyduke's candy shop, Zonko's joke shop, and even the infamous Shrieking Shack. On the morning before Halloween, Matthew rose from slumber along with his fellow students. However, he didn't share their enthusiasm when he entered the Great Hall for breakfast. He appeared remarkably ordinary, lacking the excitement that filled the other students. Matthew had made up his mind not to go to Hogsmeade. The events that had transpired during his previous visit to the village, just a month prior, had left him with a deep psychological scar. He couldn't shake the nagging feeling that Tom Gunter would never return. Matthew wasn't willing to take such a risk again. In case of another calamity, he couldn't rely on the bartender at the Hog's Head to save him a second time. It was better to stay at Hogwarts, where there were Aurors, Dementors, and numerous professors. That, at least, felt safe. After breakfast, the number of students remaining in the castle was significantly reduced. Apart from the first-year students, who weren't eligible to visit Hogsmeade yet, a few senior students seemed uninterested because they had already explored the village extensively. With circumflex nu epsilon. Matthew walked alone towards the library, convinced it would be relatively quiet there on this particular day. Meow. As he passed the entrance to the History of Magic classroom, Matthew suddenly heard an odd cat's cry. Turning his attention, he spotted a large, bushy-tailed cat. It was Crookshanks, Hermione's pet. The cat was bounding and leaping into the History of Magic classroom as if chasing something. Matthew couldn't help but admit that this peculiar-looking feline had been acting strangely this semester, especially since returning from India with Hermione. He recalled that it had been far more well-behaved last semester and not nearly as restless as it appeared now. Did this unusual behavior signify something? Matthew pondered this as he made his way to the library. However, inside the library, he encountered someone familiar. Good morning. Lestrange was seated in a corner of the library, raising her head to greet Matthew with a smile. Hello. Matthew reciprocated the smile. It wasn't until night had fallen that Matthew finally left the library. He entered the Great Hall and headed towards the auditorium. The auditorium was adorned with numerous pumpkins illuminated by candles. Bats fluttered through the air, and colorful banners hung overhead. The Halloween spirit permeated the atmosphere. The food was sumptuous, and even those students returning from Hogsmeade, their bellies stuffed with Honeydukes candies, couldn't resist loading up their plates. Matthew glanced at the staff table. Headmaster Grindelwald was seated there. The headmaster had always been quite busy and only returned to the school during holidays. Everyone, including Matthew, had grown accustomed to this. This was the first time Matthew had seen him this semester since the start of term banquet. Matthew's gaze drifted across the faculty table and eventually landed on Professor Snape. Professor Snape appeared perfectly ordinary, engaging in pleasant conversation with fellow professors. However, Matthew couldn't help but notice that Professor Snape's gaze frequently shifted towards Professor Grindelwald, an uncommon occurrence. As the Halloween banquet concluded, the hall remained illuminated with a myriad of lights. Only Grindelwald and Professor Rosier remained in the enormous hall. Vinda, tell me, what transpired during this time? Professor Grindelwald appeared somewhat fatigued, a reflection of his long journey. Just as you predicted, Lord Grindelwald, Professor Rosier responded calmly. Clearly, those rats are targeting Hogwarts, and they have effortlessly infiltrated our ranks. The specifics of their methods remain elusive to us. They attempted to breach the headmaster's office, albeit unsuccessfully. What they seek isn't in the headmaster's office, is it? Grindelwald interjected. No, Rosier replied with a faint smile. There's nothing in this world that can elude your awareness. Vinda, Grindelwald shook his head gravely. I've never been all-knowing, and no one possesses such a capability. Prophecy, it's about illuminating the future rather than constraining it to a rigid path. Fate should be within our grasp, not determined solely by prophecy. Rosier nodded contemplatively. After a pause, she continued her report. From the current situation, it's evident that those rats have a deep understanding of our circumstances, which isn't normal. Lord Grindelwald, I suspect that there may be a spy for them within Hogwarts. It's a possibility, Grindelwald replied composedly. This world has never been monolithic. I will root out the rat hiding among us as soon as possible. Rosier declared resolutely. No, Grindelwald shook his head. To be precise, it's a phoenix that's concealed among us. In the dimly lit Hogwarts auditorium, most of the lights had been extinguished, making the black night sky on the enchanted ceiling stand out. The two principals sat in silence, continuing their conversation. So, do you already know? Rosier inquired eagerly. Who is he, the phoenix hidden among us, his true identity? Sorry, Vinda, I don't know yet, Grindelwald replied, shaking his head. However, a confident smile soon graced his face. But I believe he will reveal himself soon. I will do my best to expose him as soon as possible, Rosier stated resolutely. Don't worry, Vinda, Grindelwald reassured her. Because they are more anxious than we are, especially at this moment. But, Rosier hesitated for a moment before asking softly, if they really broke into the headmaster's office, then they should have evidence to prove that you actually can't control Hogwarts. We are at a disadvantage. But it doesn't matter, Grindelwald responded calmly. The greater the risk we take, the greater the rewards we will reap. If everything goes according to plan, we may be able to completely eliminate the last opposing force within the next 6 months. Then, we can realize our dream. I have been looking forward to this day, the day when wizards will truly rule the world, Rosier exclaimed with excitement. It was a rare sight to see such a happy smile on the face of the typically serious Hogwarts principal. As her smile faded, she continued, but, I still don't quite understand. She hesitated, unsure whether to voice her thoughts. Oh, go on, Grindelwald urged, raising an eyebrow. What is it that's attracting the remnants of the Order of the Phoenix? I can't figure it out, Rosier said slowly. 15 years ago, those members found evidence. Evidence that you can't control Hogwarts. Is that really worth risking so much for them, like moths to a flame? We have been in conflict with the Order of the Phoenix for nearly 50 years, gradually diminishing their influence within the British wizarding world, Grindelwald explained. Even if they were to make the evidence against me public, it would, at most, tarnish my reputation slightly. It wouldn't have any decisive impact. This is the joy of the unknown, isn't it? Grindelwald added with a smile. The uncertainty. Lord Grindelwald, Rosier's voice carried a hint of complaint. All right, Vinda, Grindelwald's tone turned more serious. But I'm being sincere. He paused, appearing lost in thought for a moment. Rosier respected his silence and waited patiently. A long, long time ago, when I was still young, Grindelwald finally began, I made a grave mistake. I took the life of an innocent girl, and it ultimately led to my parting ways with my closest friend. Rosier was visibly shocked. As the second-in-command of the Saints organization, as the vice-principal of Hogwarts, and as Grindelwald's closest subordinate for many years, this was the first time she had heard her Lord Grindelwald speak of his youth. During the Wizarding War 50 years ago, Rosier had followed Grindelwald, and she had witnessed how many wizards who opposed them met their end. She had never imagined that Lord Grindelwald would feel remorse for the death of an innocent girl or for the loss of a friend. She couldn't help but be taken aback. After being expelled from Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I once followed the esteemed Ms. Cassandra Trelawney and learned various prophetic skills, Grindelwald continued. I displayed exceptional talent and became the most outstanding seer in centuries. I was highly regarded. Obs. I always obeyed the call of fate and believed that everything was predetermined. Until one day, I encountered a situation that defied all predictions. Grindelwald's eyes sparkled with memories. That was when I finally realized that only the most foolish wizards let prophecies determine their fate. We've all seen your prophecy, Lord Grindelwald, Rosier responded softly. We never questioned its authenticity. However, the path of this world is not linear. There are always unexpected twists and turns that hinder its progress, Grindelwald explained. So, a prophecy can only ever be a reference. If you completely surrender to it, you'll be confined within a certain framework, destined to suffer. The future must be controlled by our own hands, not just for our sake but for the sake of the entire wizarding world. That is our mission. Are you suggesting, Rosier furrowed her brow, that the recent actions of the remaining members of the Order of the Phoenix are due to these unexpected twists? No doubt, Vinda, Grindelwald nodded. More than a decade ago, their fate was sealed. To change everything, they need some unexpected elements. Thus, their actions now can be seen as their final frenzy. Exactly, Rosier murmured, nodding in understanding. This is also the ultimate crisis we are about to face, and it's the greatest one yet, Grindelwald said with a serious expression. I've sensed it, Lord Grindelwald, Rosier agreed. Everything appears calm, almost unnaturally so. The creatures in the Forbidden Forest are restless, and there are rumors of rebellion among the house elves and the fairies. All these occurrences within Hogwarts, they are calculated. Thank you for your dedication, Vinda. Grindelwald sighed. In the future, all of this will be in your hands. I may not be able to assist as much. This is my responsibility, Lord Grindelwald. I will protect everything we've worked for, Rosier declared with solemnity. She exclaimed, for the greater good. Yes, for the greater good. Grindelwald replied proudly. After Halloween, the weather took a turn for the worse. A relentless, chilling wind battered Hogwarts castle, making every journey from the castle to the greenhouse for herbology classes a shivering ordeal for the students. They bundled themselves up in thick woolen sweaters beneath their robes to ward off the biting cold. One mid-November morning, as Matthew made his way to the Great Hall as usual, he was met with an unusual sight. The Great Hall was in chaos, packed with students, and the 4 long tables were almost filled to capacity. The students were buzzing with conversation and arguments. What's going on? Matthew looked around in bewilderment. He walked over to the Slytherin table, where he realized that the golden plates were empty, unlike the usual spread of food. Clearly, this was the cause of the commotion, and many students were discussing it. What's happening? Draco complained loudly. It's already past 7:30, and breakfast hasn't started. We can't attend classes on empty stomachs, can we? Why hasn't the staff come to prepare our plates? Theodore voiced his dissatisfaction. Food can't just appear out of thin air. That would violate Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, Prefect Gemma corrected him. Our usual meals are prepared by the house elves. In the Hogwarts kitchen, there are nearly 100 house elves. There are more house elves here than in any other house in the UK, she added. They prepare 3 meals a day and sometimes clean up at night or tend to the fires. But why is it like this today? Theodore asked, perplexed. Where are the house elves? I don't know, Prefect Gemma shook his head. It might be Pippi's doing. Perhaps it caused chaos in the kitchen, preventing the house elves from working. Pippi Ghost was a Hogwarts ghost known for its pranks, but unlike other ghosts, it had a physical presence and could interact with objects. Rumor had it that many years ago, it had caused a lot of trouble at Hogwarts. However, its pranks had become less frequent and less malicious since Grindelwald became the principal. As more students filled the Great Hall, a sense of impatience grew among them, and some decided to leave on empty stomachs. Just as Matthew contemplated whether to do the same, a black owl swooped down and dropped a note in front of him. Similar notes were delivered to almost every member of the Slug Club, including Draco and Shafiq, who were not far from Matthew. This was indeed welcome news, as it meant they wouldn't have to go hungry. The Slug Club members rose from their seats at the 4 house tables, but they remained quiet to avoid further public disruption. After leaving the Great Hall, they made their way to the office of Professor Slughorn. Neville and Hermione stopped at the top of the first-floor stairs, waiting for Matthew to join them. "This letter from Professor Slughorn is a real lifesaver," Neville said with enthusiasm as soon as Matthew reached them. "It's said that Hogwarts hasn't experienced such a situation in decades, What on earth happened?" Hermione asked with a puzzled expression. "Why is breakfast affected today?" Matthew shook his head. "Our prefect suggested it might be Pippi Ghost causing trouble in the kitchen, but I find that unlikely. Let's go to Professor Slughorn's office first, he may have some answers." Both Neville and Hermione agreed. The three of them arrived at the door of Professor Slughorn's office together and, upon entering, found that many Slug Club members had already gathered there. "Welcome, my dear students," Professor Slughorn greeted them warmly. "This is the first time such an incident has occurred during my tenure at Hogwarts. Fortunately, my office is well stocked with fresh food. It should satisfy your appetites." With that, he passed a basket of bread rolls to Matthew and his companions. "Thank you." The three of them expressed their gratitude. Neville, still chewing his food, eagerly devoured a bread roll. He was clearly quite hungry. Matthew wasn't in a hurry to eat and asked with concern, "Professor Slughorn, what happened? I heard it might be due to Pippi Ghost causing chaos in the kitchen. Could you clarify?" "Pippi? Oh, no, that's highly unlikely." Professor Slughorn quickly dismissed the notion. "It wouldn't dare. The real reason is likely that the house elves in the kitchen are on strike." "On strike?" Neville spoke with his mouth still full. "I find that hard to believe. House elves are the most loyal creatures. They take pride in their work and are embarrassed to be free." "I don't know," Slughorn sighed. "But Mr. Longbottom, that's what appears to have transpired." "How long will this strike last?" Hermione inquired with a worried expression. "I certainly hope it will end soon. Professor Rosier is currently considering a solution," Professor Slughorn replied. "But if the house elves are unwilling to return to work, Hogwarts will need to make other arrangements. Please don't worry too much." As he spoke, Professor Slughorn brought out plates of sausages, bacon, and a large glass of milk. It was quite a hearty breakfast. "The taste is actually quite good," Neville remarked with a mouthful. "You should all eat more." Soon, Professor Slughorn began to attend to other students, leaving Matthew and his friends to enjoy their somewhat rustic yet delicious breakfast. "Are there many house elves at Hogwarts?" Hermione inquired softly between bites. Her impression of house elves was quite peculiar, considering that she had only encountered the creature in Professor Bagshot's History of Magic class. Professor Bagshot, being quite elderly, required the assistance of several house elves every time she attended class. This was practically the only opportunity for students to interact with these creatures at Hogwarts. "Yes, there are almost 100 of them," Matthew replied. "They're responsible for all the daily chores around the castle, otherwise, Mr. Pringle couldn't handle it all by himself." "Wow, so do they just stay in the kitchen all the time?" Hermione asked in surprise. "I rarely see these creatures anywhere else in the castle." "Oh, they rarely venture outside the kitchen during the day," Neville added. "They come out at night for cleaning, or to tend to the fires and such. You've probably never seen them, right? The hallmark of a good house elf is that you don't even know they exist." "People not knowing they exist, what's wrong with that?" Hermione furrowed her brow, clearly disagreeing with Neville's perspective. "Yes, that's their duty," Neville replied matter-of-factly. "For house elves, their highest privilege is to obey their master's orders and serve them across generations, ensuring their masters never experience the slightest discomfort." "So, this sounds a bit like slavery," Hermione suddenly interjected, her expression filled with disgust. "That's one way to put it," Neville responded casually. "But do they get paid?" Hermione continued. "Do they get holidays? Sick leave, allowances, any of that?" Neville chuckled. "Holidays? Why would house elves need holidays? They don't require sick leave or allowances. They don't even need a salary." "What? They don't even get paid?" Hermione exclaimed incredulously. "That's why they're on strike," she continued, now agitated. "They're unhappy with their current treatment, so they're on strike. It's just like the textile workers in Silesia in 1842 or the silk weavers in Lyon in 1831. Neville shook his head quickly. "This is just an exception. In my memory, house elves have always taken pride in their work and are ashamed to be free. Striking is unheard of for them. Or, how about we quietly visit the kitchen?" Hermione suddenly suggested. "Right after breakfast." Neville hesitated for a moment. "I don't know where the kitchen is. We can ask someone, maybe Professor Slughorn, he should know," Hermione suggested, her tone serious. "No need," Matthew interjected, shaking his head. "I know." "Fantastic, Matthew." Hermione beamed at him. "Let's go," Hermione urged eagerly after they had finished their breakfast. Matthew wasted no time in nodding his agreement, while Neville looked longingly at the unfinished bacon roll. In the end, he reluctantly left it behind. "So, finished your breakfast already?" Professor Slughorn cheerfully saw them off from his office. "If the kitchen issue isn't resolved by noon, feel free to return, I've got plenty to share." "Yes. Thank you, Professor." They quickly expressed their gratitude. "We really appreciate it." Joining the Slug Club had indeed come with its perks. For regular students, it seemed they would have to endure a hungry morning. "Matthew, lead the way," Hermione said, looking expectantly at him. "All right, follow me." Matthew led his two friends as they descended the marble staircase into the lower levels of the castle. At the base of the stairs, they turned left and quickly made their way towards a door. It led to the basement but not in the direction of the Slytherin common room. Instead, at the end of the corridor, was the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. They followed Hermione down a stone step, not into a dim and gloomy underground passageway that led to the potions classroom, but into a wide stone corridor well lit with torches. It was adorned with delightful paintings, primarily depicting various types of food. It should be around here, Matthew said, scanning the paintings on the wall. Finally, he nudged Neville with his elbow and pointed to the picture behind Hermione. Right here. On the portrait, there was a massive silver bowl filled with fruits. But this is just a portrait. Hermione looked perplexed. Matthew approached it slowly, extending his index finger to gently scratch a large green pear in the picture. The image wriggled, chuckled, and suddenly transformed into a large, green doorknob. Amazing. Neville couldn't help but exclaim. Matthew grasped the knob and opened the door, waving for his companions to follow. Passing through the door, they found themselves in a room almost the size of a classroom. On the stone walls, numerous gleaming copper pots and iron basins hung, and there was a large brick fireplace on the opposite side. This was undoubtedly the Hogwarts kitchen. Except, there was no one there. No ghosts, no wizards, and no house elves. Where are the house elves? Hermione whispered. I'm not sure, Matthew admitted honestly. I only know that this is the kitchen. Where did you hear about this? Neville pointed towards the iron gate in front of them. I hear something from inside. Let's go and check. The three of them quickly approached the gate. From behind the iron gate came a cacophony of noises. There were other creatures moaning, seemingly in great pain. PP, please. The door wasn't locked, it was merely concealed. Peering through the crack of the door, they could clearly see the scene inside. Mr. Pringle, the castle's caretaker, held a long, thick leather whip menacingly. He showed no mercy as he lashed a group of small beings huddled on the floor with the whip. At Hogwarts, Mr. Pringle, the castle's caretaker, had never been well liked, and numerous unsettling rumors circulated about him within the castle. However, it was important to note that Mr. Pringle had never physically punished students, especially not in such a cruel manner. Even when dealing with students who had committed serious violations of school rules, like Neville, their punishments usually amounted to chores or confinement. Yet, Mr. Pringle's current brutal tactics left Neville and Hermione utterly shocked. Each lash of his whip was followed by pained cries from the house elves. House elves were peculiar creatures, resembling short humans with skinny frames, enormous bat-like ears, tennis ball-sized protruding eyes, and relatively long, flat noses. They were unique among magical beings, as they could talk and interact with their surroundings. Pop. Another lash echoed through the room, followed by the wails of the house elves who had been struck. Tell me quickly, who's behind this strike? Mr. Pringle roared. However, there was no response. All the house elves watched their suffering comrades with sympathy but remained silent. Frustrating. Mr. Pringle seemed to grow increasingly irritated, intensifying his strikes with the whip. Neville and Hermione couldn't bear to witness the cruelty any longer. Matthew had the presence of mind to guide his friends away from the door. Matthew, this is just too cruel. Hermione's eyes welled up with tears. Thankfully, Matthew prevented her from rushing in to confront Mr. Pringle, as her emotions threatened to get the best of her. Even Neville, hailing from a pure-blood family, was taken aback by the scene. Matthew remained silent but pointed to a small iron door on the opposite side of the room. He led his two friends away from Mr. Pringle's room, fearing that if they lost control of their emotions and were discovered by Mr. Pringle, it would worsen the situation. Approaching the small iron door, they found themselves assaulted by a putrid odor. All three quickly covered their noses before beholding the disturbing scene within. This small room served as a rest area for the over 100 house elves, if their assumptions were correct. In a room roughly the same size as their common room, nearly 100 tiny beds were crammed together, leaving each house elf with minimal space to move around. Oh yes. The bedding was in a deplorable state, appearing decades old with numerous tears and worn-out cotton stuffing. It was impossible to fathom how these meager sheets and blankets would protect the house elves during the winter months. With no fireplace to provide warmth, their living conditions were harsh. Given that it was only November, they could only imagine how unbearable it would become during a frigid winter. Beside one of the beds, they discovered a small iron basin containing something akin to slop. For wizards, it was an unthinkable concoction. Hermione bent down to inspect it and quickly recoiled, appearing nauseated. None of them could fathom consuming such unpalatable fare. Slave labor. Hermione's voice trembled as she spoke, her eyes filled with tears. House elves cook and clean for Hogwarts, and at the very least, they could pilfer some better food while doing so, Neville suggested, albeit dejectedly. However, they all knew this was an impossibility. House elves were incapable of stealing, it was against their nature. Matthew lightly patted Hermione on the shoulder. Let's go. They had spent too long in the kitchen, and it wasn't safe, especially with Mr. Pringle mercilessly whipping the house elves nearby. The three cautiously retreated from the kitchen. Fortunately, they weren't discovered by Mr. Pringle. They weren't aware that entering the kitchen wasn't against school rules, yet the shock of what they had witnessed weighed heavily on their minds. As they walked down the well-lit stone corridor, their expressions grew increasingly somber. When they returned to the vicinity of the auditorium, Hermione finally broke her silence, tears still in her eyes. I can't believe they treat those poor house elves that way. They cook for us, carry our bags, clean the castle, and yet they live in such hellish conditions. Wake up, Hermione, Neville chimed in, attempting to be rational. They're just house elves, they aren't wizards. Hermione's anger flared up. So, just because they aren't wizards, it's acceptable to treat them like this? Even when dealing with pets, we should be humane. Besides, we rely on house elves for so much more than just pets. Neville attempted to explain, they might not even like a comfortable life. You don't understand house elves, they take pride in their hard work and find satisfaction in it. Providing them with a comfortable environment might actually upset them. Are you dense, Neville? Hermione snapped, her anger unabated. This is about basic decency? Even when dealing with pets, it's unacceptable to treat them like this, and considering how much we depend on house elves, it's even worse. They might not like a comfortable life, Neville repeated. Matthew stepped in, trying to ease the tension. Let's go. They had spent enough time in the kitchen, and it was no longer safe, especially with Mr. Pringle's brutal treatment of the house elves continuing nearby. Regardless of whether Hermione's concerns were justified or not, they couldn't afford to dwell on the issue any longer because they had classes to attend. The three friends went their separate ways, with Hermione wearing a solemn and sad expression. At noon, when Matthew returned to the auditorium, he was surprised to find a sumptuous feast laid out on the tables, just like it used to be. It seemed that the house elves' strike had come to an end. Hermione, however, seemed unwilling to accept this fact and appeared to have skipped lunch entirely. After their meal, she convinced Matthew and Neville to accompany her back to the kitchen. She wanted to check on the house elves and offer assistance if needed. Unfortunately, this time, they couldn't open the door in the picture. It was locked from the inside, tightly sealed. They had no choice but to return empty-handed. In the following weeks, strikes appeared to occur from time to time, or so they assumed. Every so often, a meal was far less lavish than usual, quite monotonous, and even a bit inadequate. Matthew believed this was Hogwarts' emergency response to house elves going on. They never let students go hungry again. Hermione Granger never mentioned anything related to the house elves, whether in casual conversations or private moments with Matthew and Neville. But Matthew was certain that she hadn't forgotten what she witnessed in the kitchen. Time continued to pass day by day. The final month of the year arrived, and cold winter had fully embraced Hogwarts. On the day before the Christmas holiday, the Hogwarts grounds woke up to find several feet of snow covering them, with the lake frozen solid. Yet, the next morning, the gentle snowfall turned into a fierce blizzard. The herbology class was cancelled due to the hazardous conditions, as Professor Sprout had intended to take students outside, a potentially dangerous task made even riskier by the terrible weather. During what should have been the herbology class, Matthew found himself sitting by the Slytherin common room's fireplace, lost in thought. This year's Christmas holiday saw a significant increase in the number of students staying at school, nearly double that of the previous year. The previous year's low attendance was due to the terrifying attacks that had frightened many students, especially those of Muggleborn, into returning home. Beta. This year, however, despite several Azkaban fugitives escaping, these notorious criminals were far removed from the students and hadn't caused any panic. Hence, more students decided to stay. Draco, for instance, had chosen to stay at Hogwarts since his parents reported they would be abroad for the Christmas holidays. Muggleborn students like Matthew and Hermione naturally stayed at school, and even Neville chose not to go home because his father would be at Hogwarts for the entire holiday. Darn it, Gringotts seems to be in trouble again. A senior Slytherin student exclaimed by the fire, setting aside the daily profit. Gringotts. Matthew furrowed his brow, inquiring, what's happening there? The fairies are strongly protesting to the Ministry of Magic, demanding revisions to the Wizard and Fairy Non-Aggression Act, which they deem unequal, the senior student explained animatedly. They want wizards to reduce their interference in Gringotts and reconsider whether fairies should legally possess wand rights. Rumor has it that the relationship between wizards and goblins is at its lowest point since 1717. Some even say a 20th century goblin rebellion is brewing. It's bound to be a disaster. The new goblin rebellion, Matthew mused. In a way, it wasn't an exaggeration. During the Slug Club's gathering, while conversing with Dirk Cresswell, an official from the Fairy Liaison Office at the Ministry of Magic, Matthew had caught wind of these events. Hogwarts house elves, usually so reliable, had been frequently going on strikes. The fairies at Gringotts appeared to be on the brink of a new fairy rebellion. Adding to the uncertainty, the unaccounted-for members of the Order of the Phoenix were known to have infiltrated Hogwarts. All of this was disconcerting. Truth be told, the first 6 months of the semester had been relatively uneventful compared to the previous year. Nevertheless, Matthew couldn't shake the feeling that beneath the apparent calm, a dark tide was silently rising. It seemed clear that the orchestrators behind this dark tide were none other than the members of the Order of the Phoenix. They appeared to be clandestinely guiding these events. If he were to be completely honest, Matthew would lean toward supporting the magical world influenced by Albus Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix. After all, as a Muggleborn wizard, Grindelwald's politics, which leaned toward wizards and opposed Muggles, didn't align with his values. Furthermore, Aberforth Dumbledore of the Order of the Phoenix had likely saved his life during their encounter in Hogsmeade. However, given the circumstances, Matthew would choose to align himself with the current Hogwarts headmaster. This was because the times had spoken. Grindelwald's influence had permeated every aspect of the wizarding world, and his forces were far superior to those of the Order of the Phoenix, whose leader had been imprisoned and could only operate in secret. Hence, Matthew was baffled by this surging undercurrent. The only action he could take at this point was to distance himself from it all, hoping that this dark tide wouldn't touch him. The Christmas holiday was approaching day by day, and the entire Hogwarts was filled with enthusiasm and anticipation for the festivities. Christmas not only marked the beginning of the holidays and carefree days, but it also promised a sumptuous Christmas feast and a variety of interesting gifts. However, for Matthew and the second-year Slytherin students, there was one more thing to do before the Christmas break, the final after-school practice of the semester. Unfortunately, this practice was being led by Professor Kettleban, which was not great news. It meant they had to venture into the Forbidden Forest for their last lesson of the semester. In the midst of the cold winter, they would have much preferred to spend their time by the cozy castle's firesides rather than braving the frigid outdoors. On the last Saturday before the Christmas holiday, most students considered their semester effectively over. Many had already left Hogwarts to celebrate Christmas at home, leaving the school feeling emptier than usual. A thick silence, akin to the snow-covered grounds, enveloped the entire castle. Early Saturday morning, the 5 second-year Slytherin boys left their common room fully bundled up. They wore thick, padded jackets, gloves, scarves, bearskin caps, and rubber boots. These preparations were necessary because once they stepped outside, they found themselves in a winter wonderland. Under the silvery light, the world was blanketed in white, and a biting cold wind swept across the landscape. No matter how many layers they wore, the cold still crept in, making Matthew shiver. But Professor Kettleban had specific requirements. They pressed on through the snow. The journey from the castle to the Forbidden Forest, just a few hundred yards, took nearly 20 minutes to traverse. Every step had to be taken through thick snow, leaving them bruised and chilled to the bone. Finally, they reached Professor Kettleburn's cabin, which looked as if it could be buried in snow at any moment. Matthew knocked on the door, and soon, the teacher opened it, revealing his aged face as he limped into view. "You're punctual, kid," Professor Kettleban exclaimed. "Come in." Inside the cabin, a roaring fire greeted them, bringing some much-needed warmth to this harsh winter. The single-room cabin had various meats hanging from the ceiling, a large kettle boiling in the fireplace, and the aroma of cooked food in the air. Professor Kettleban had been busy and finally prepared a cup of steaming tea for each of them to help ward off the cold. "What would you like us to do, Professor?" Draco asked, eager to get started and enjoy the 2-week Christmas break. "Don't fret, kid," Professor Kettleban replied, unhurried. "I suppose you haven't had breakfast yet." Considering the early hour and the fact that the Hogwarts Great Hall hadn't opened for breakfast, this was indeed the case. They spent about half an hour in Professor Kettleburn's cabin, enjoying some rock cake and hot tea. Gradually, their bodies, which had been almost frozen, began to regain warmth. During this time, Professor Kettleban also prepared himself. He donned his 3 prosthetic limbs, a thick moleskin coat, a helmet-style wool cap, and, of course, his wand at his waist. "All right, kids," Professor Kettleban declared. "I think you've warmed up enough. Let's head to the Forbidden Forest." "Are we really going into the Forbidden Forest?" Theodore whispered anxiously, gazing at the vast white expanse in the distance. "We might freeze to death out there, with circumflex new." "Don't be afraid, boy," Professor Kettleban responded nonchalantly, appearing untroubled by the weather. "The temperature in the Forbidden Forest is much higher than it is out here. It's not that cold. Besides, you're with me." "But, Professor, have you forgotten?" Vincent interjected, looking somewhat naive. "There are dangerous creatures in the Forbidden Forest, like that monstrous dog that appeared once." "Are you questioning me, young man?" Professor Kettleban appeared slightly irritated. "I know the Forbidden Forest almost as well as I know my own wife. As long as you follow me, you won't encounter any danger." The students quickly closed their mouths, no longer raising objections. Professor Kettleburn's words seemed to lift their dampened spirits somewhat. With that, they followed Professor Kettleban and embarked on their journey. 6 individuals, bundled up tightly, left the cabin and headed towards the Forbidden Forest. Their steps left a trail of footprints in the snow that stretched into the distance. Among the 5 Slytherin students, Matthew was the only one who had experienced Professor Kettleburn's after-school practice before. Last year, when Professor Kettleban had led them on a similar excursion, the other 4 were confined to the hospital wing. Consequently, Matthew was the most familiar with this somewhat unconventional professor. Professor Kettleban, Matthew, walking at the front, inquired softly, "What exactly will we be doing during today's after-school practice?" "It has to do with the hippogriffs," Professor Kettleban replied, his voice carrying a hint of difficulty due to the cold wind. "They've been rather agitated lately, and I plan to venture deep into the Forbidden Forest to find evidence of their deliberate departure from their habitat. I'll then report it to Headmistress Rosier. We must ensure that the creatures living in the Forbidden Forest settle down." "Hippogriffs, agitated," Matthew mused, his brow furrowing. For some reason, thoughts of recent events at Hogwarts filled him with a sense of foreboding. "Yes, those blasted centaurs," Professor Kettleban exclaimed loudly, his frustration palpable. "For nearly 2 months now," he continued, "they've been recklessly venturing beyond the territory assigned to them by Professor Grindelwald, repeatedly violating the Forbidden Forest boundaries of Hogwarts. This is a criminal offense." Draco interjected abruptly. "My father always believed those centaurs should have been hanged. They sided with the Dark Wizard during the war 50 years ago." Professor Kettleban vigorously agreed, nodding his head. "Absolutely. If it weren't for Professor Grindelwald's leniency, they'd have conveniently forgotten their dark past. Unforgivable." The conversation between Professor Ketleben and Draco delved further into the centaurs' actions. As they entered the Forbidden Forest, the narrow trail was completely obscured by heavy snow. Fortunately, the frozen ground beneath provided a relatively stable path as long as one avoided the bushes. Professor Kettleburn's earlier observation was proven true. The snow in the Forbidden Forest was thinner than outside, making it easier to walk. Theodore, however, seemed anxious and cast wary glances around, clearly unnerved by the Forbidden Forest. No need to worry, Professor Ketleben reassured. Let's first find a guide. Follow me. Matthew recalled an encounter from a year ago when he set foot in the Forbidden Forest with Professor Ketleben. They had met a clever creature called Tom, which seemed to serve as a guide. He wondered if this was the kind of guide Professor Ketleben was referring to. The heavy snow weighed down the branches, causing snow clumps to occasionally fall. Vincent had an unfortunate incident when a large pile landed on his head, nearly knocking him senseless. Professor Ketleben had to stop and administer a healing spell. After a brief delay, they resumed their journey. Due to the harsh winter, they didn't encounter any animals, magical or otherwise, along the way. Most of them seemed to have entered hibernation. The Forbidden Forest in winter is actually quite safe, Professor Ketleben explained. Most dangerous animals won't emerge at this time. Then, Professor Ketleben began to whistle in a frivolous tone, creating a rather unpleasant sound that forced everyone to cover their ears. About 10 minutes later, Professor Ketleben suddenly stopped, looking around suspiciously. What's wrong, Professor? Matthew asked with a furrowed brow. It's nothing, Professor Ketleben replied. The cold weather may have caused my guide to laze off. Let's continue. Matthew sighed, his breath forming a mist as he quietly drew his wand from his waist. Meanwhile, Gregory abruptly halted, squatting down to observe something for a moment before excitedly pointing it out. What's the matter, kid? Professor Ketleben leaned in curiously. Look at this, does it look like a horseshoe? Gregory asked eagerly, pointing at a large rock with a horseshoe-shaped imprint in the snow. The imprint was vague, indicating its age, but it was preserved due to the rock's location beneath a tall English oak. Omicron Beta. Yes, this is evidence. Professor Ketleben exclaimed with excitement. He quickly retrieved a glass frame from his backpack and, using his prosthetic limb and one good hand, transferred the horseshoe print onto the glass frame, preserving it much like a muggle would a specimen. He did so with skill, maintaining the integrity of the specimen, and cast a spell to prevent the ice and snow inside from melting. This is evidence, he declared triumphantly. I'll show this to Professor Grindelwald and Professor Rosier before Christmas Day. I'm sure they'll be incensed by the recent misconduct of the centaurs. Gregory beamed with pride. Good job, boy. Professor Ketleben patted him on the shoulder. Let's continue looking. There must be more evidence. Vincent suggested, should we split up and search separately? Professor Ketleben approved. Good idea. Take out your wands and practice. If anyone finds a useful trace or gets into trouble, send up a red spark, and we'll come to you. All right, but be careful not to venture too far, he cautioned. Let's go. Vincent and Gregory eagerly separated from the group. However, Matthew, Draco, and Theodore decided to stick together. Matthew felt uneasy, sensing hidden dangers in the apparently peaceful Forbidden Forest. Draco and Theodore seemed to share his apprehension, with Theodore clearly fearing the forest. As the sun rose, casting a dazzling glow on the pristine white snow, the Forbidden Forest remained eerily silent, except for the sounds made by the intruding students. Matthew scanned the ground but found no signs of horseman activity. He realized that after the heavy snowfall a few days prior, it had become challenging to find any traces of their presence. Gregory's discovery appeared to be more of a fortunate coincidence. Not far from Matthew, kept nervously glancing around, seemingly sensing an unseen presence. Matthew, look! Red sparks! Theodore suddenly shouted, nearly startling Matthew. Matthew quickly spotted the red sparks and nodded. Let's go check it out. They maneuvered through the snow-covered bushes, and it wasn't long before they found Draco. Draco had been drawn to the red sparks as well, and the three of them continued together. 5 minutes later, they reached a frozen stream and found Vincent there, the source of the red light. What's happening? Draco asked loudly. Vincent, looking frightened, was sitting on the ground, his voice trembling. Look, just look at this, Vincent stammered. Following his gaze, they witnessed a grim scene above the frozen stream. A withered branch jutted out, a rope tied to it, with dark objects hanging from the rope. Is that a cat? Draco asked, his voice trembling. In reality, it wasn't a cat. It had a larger body than an ordinary cat, oversized ears, and sharper teeth. It dangled from the rope, frozen and wide-eyed. Matthew remained still for several moments, then said solemnly, it seems, it's not a cat, but a raccoon. What's going on here? Gregory, the last to arrive, asked breathlessly. Professor Ketleben soon rushed over, asking excitedly, children, what have you found? I saw your sparks. However, as he approached and laid eyes on the scene, his voice trailed off. He soon wore a pained expression. No, Tom. Professor Ketleben quickly went to the cat raccoon hanging from the tree, but it was too late. The creature was stiff as a board, having been dead for a long time. The Slytherin students exchanged uncertain glances. What's happening here? Gregory asked nervously. This is a warning. Professor Ketleben suddenly declared. A warning. Several students were bewildered. Professor Ketleben continued, his voice growing more serious, these centaurs, killing my guide so ruthlessly, this is not an ordinary disturbance, it's a rebellion. Silence fell upon the group, and fear gripped the students, rendering them speechless. Matthew glanced around, his ears filled only with the winter wind rustling through dead leaves. Yes, it's a rebellion, we need to get out of here. Professor Ketleben shook his head. No, you all need to get out of here. Hurry, follow your footsteps and return to Hogwarts, he commanded, his voice filled with authority. Inform Professor Rosier of what transpired here. I'll stay behind. Vincent and Gregory were slow to grasp the gravity of the situation. However, Matthew wasted no time and began retracing their steps. He had suspected the centaurs' actions based on Professor Kettleburn's earlier warnings, but he hadn't anticipated their rebellion would escalate so suddenly. Draco, just slightly slower than Matthew, quickly followed. Theodore trailed behind, and Vincent and Gregory, the two plump students, were the last. Their footsteps left a somewhat haphazard trail in the snow. The students had inadvertently disrupted their own tracks while searching for the centaurs' marks. Matthew relied on his memory to guide them back along their original path, but something was moving among the surrounding bushes, large and numerous. In every thicket, the faint sound of horseshoes crunching through snow was audible, as if they were encircled by centaurs. Draco's trembling hand reached for his wand, but Matthew shouted, startling him, and causing the wand to fall to the ground. Don't even think about it, Draco. Judging by the current situation, they seemed to be surrounded by the centaurs. Matthew knew well that these two-legged creatures couldn't outrun the four-legged centaurs. Their limited magical abilities as second-year students wouldn't make them a match for the hundreds of centaurs either. It was unwise to provoke them with ineffective spells, as the centaurs abhorred magic. Any resistance could lead to being trampled by their powerful hooves. Draco and the others weren't privy to Matthew's thoughts, but after spending time together, there was an inherent respect for him. Thus, Vincent, Gregory, and Theodore refrained from drawing their wands. Suddenly, a massive creature burst from the nearby bushes, a centaur, a half-human, half-horse being. Its upper half resembled a human with black hair and beard, while its lower half was a powerful horse. Another followed, then another. More and more centaurs surrounded them, at least 20 in sight, all approaching at once. Escape was impossible. But then, an enraged shout echoed from behind, Professor Kettleburn's voice. A massive oak tree, about 10 meters high, was felled by some unknown force, precisely where Matthew and his friends had passed. Several centaurs were crushed beneath the fallen oak, groaning in pain. The path of the centaurs was temporarily obstructed. Professor Ketleben furiously waved his wand. His two prosthetic legs enabled him to move through the snow at an astonishing speed. Professor Ketleben seemed almost unbelievable. With his two-leg prostheses, he galloped swiftly across the snow, leaving even the centaurs far behind. It was like watching a cyborg in action. Additionally, his prosthetic arm, wielding a magic wand, moved at an incredible speed. The spell he cast to block a massive oak tree that could have easily held 3 or 4 people was executed effortlessly. This elderly professor, normally reserved, was suddenly showcasing his immense power in the face of these centaurs. Run! Professor Ketleben shouted at Matthew and the others, waving with his one remaining hand. The magic wand in his prosthetic arm continued to fend off the centaurs attempting to rush forward. It was a wizard from a mere district pitted against dozens, or perhaps even hundreds of centaurs. Matthew and his companions didn't dare to look back as they fled lifelessly towards the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, the footprints on the ground gradually became more defined, ensuring they wouldn't get lost. In the distance, the sounds of roars, horses hissing, and howls grew fainter, a glimmer of hope in their desperate escape. Only Professor Kettleburn's voice lingered in their ears, faintly heard, urging them, quickly inform Professor Rosier of all this. Heavy rubber boots trudging through the snow, every step almost exhausting their strength. It was a long and arduous escape. The 5 second-year Slytherin students had different paces, Matthew leading the way, followed by Draco, then Theodore, and finally Vincent and Gregory. The 2 heavier students struggled to keep up and were clearly out of breath. As they ran, the edge of the Forbidden Forest drew closer and closer. They are getting closer. Draco suddenly cried out, his voice feeble but filled with dread. Indeed, the sound of horseshoes crunching through the snow echoed from behind them. Perhaps Professor Ketleben had been overcome by the centaurs, or their sheer numbers proved insurmountable. Even with the assistance of his 3 prostheses, stopping them would be impossible in a short time. The students were cornered. Don't use magic. Matthew warned his companions loudly once again. Don't provoke them. With another deep breath, Matthew summoned all the strength he had left and continued following the path of their footprints. The scene ahead seemed more and more familiar. They were close to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Maybe if they held on for just 2 or 3 more minutes, they would reach Professor Kettleburn's cabin. Once there, they might be safe, maybe. Matthew, however, couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in his heart. He knew too well that these centaurs wouldn't let them escape easily. As the sound of horseshoes drew near, Matthew suddenly sensed impending danger. He reached for his wand, trembling hands clutching it tightly. Swish, wish, wish, a series of sharp sounds emerged from behind them. Protego, Matthew exclaimed without thinking, casting a protective shield around himself. Bang, bang, the sounds of impact echoed, indicating that something had hit the shield. Arrows, the centaurs' arrows. However, Theodore and Draco were not as fortunate. Draco's wand had fallen deep into the forbidden forest, and Theodore, in his current state of terror, wouldn't dare to retrieve it. The arrows struck their targets accurately, although they did not aim for vital areas. Draco and Theodore fell in pools of blood, injured but not fatally. The centaurs ceased their pursuit for a moment, seizing Draco and Theodore and taking them away. As for the remaining three, they continued to chase their final target. Matthew successfully escaped the forbidden forest, but he did so at a steep cost. 4 of his companions were either lost or captured by the centaurs. Matthew realized that he hadn't fled towards the castle at all because he understood that he didn't have the strength left to gallop the 100 yards needed. RS. Instead, he headed for Professor Kettleburn's cabin. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw another centaur once again aiming at him with a bow and arrow. Protego. Matthew shouted again, but this time his voice was weak. The next attack might be fatal one. Fortunately, Professor Kettleburn's cabin was within reach. Without hesitation, he darted inside. Swish, an arrow struck the door frame. Judging by the approaching footsteps, the number of centaurs exiting the forbidden forest had increased, at least 7 or 8, maybe even more. The nearest centaur, chasing him relentlessly, reached the cabin door and attempted to break in. Inside, Matthew found what he was looking for on Professor Kettleburn's round table, an exquisite, antique teapot. Almost a year ago, before venturing into the forbidden forest for the first time, Professor Kettlebun had taught Matthew how to use this device. Now was the time to use it. Without hesitation, Matthew hurled the entire teapot towards the cabin door. Fortunately, Professor Kettlebun had cleared the area of snow. There was a clear sound as the teapot shattered upon impact, and something akin to a snake suddenly emerged, growing rapidly. Its body extended nearly 15 feet, resembling a snake but with feathers, wings, and 2 legs. It was a bird-snake creature, aggressive when provoked. A battle ensued as it fought against the surrounding centaurs. Although the distant centaurs drew their crossbows and fired arrows, these projectiles seemed ineffective against the creature. Saved, Matthew finally exhaled, but he didn't place all his hopes on the bird-snake. His true intention for entering Professor Kettleburn's cabin had been something else. After a brief rest, he rushed to the still-burning fireplace. Then, he reached into a flower pot on the side, scooping out a handful of shiny green powder. Headmistress Vinda Rosier's office. Matthew tossed the powder into the fireplace's flames and spoke clearly. He stepped into the flames and disappeared. In St. Mungo Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, he regained consciousness after an unknown period. Matthew, Matthew, a voice whispered his name, and he saw Hermione's face, her bright brown eyes gazing down at him. Neville, come here, Matthew's awake. Hermione exclaimed. Matthew blinked and saw Neville. He realized he was in a hospital bed, covered in white linen sheets, with medicine bottles on the bedside table. What day is it now? He asked, then noticed the medicines and bottles. What happened at Hogwarts? Where are we? Hermione explained, it's Sunday noon. We're in St. Mungo's now. Professor Rosier evacuated all of us due to the Centaur Rebellion. As for Hogwarts, it's fallen. Occupied by centaurs and dark wizards. Draco slowly regained consciousness, his body feeling weak. He sensed a jolt and experienced sporadic, sharp pain in his leg, rendering it almost immobile. Panic surged within him as he tried to understand his surroundings. Where was he? What had happened? What should he do? A momentary confusion gripped his mind, but then the memories flooded back. He also recalled the arrow piercing his right knee, the source of the excruciating leg pain he now endured. Draco realized he was lying on the back of a centaur, covered with the fur of an unknown animal, which had probably saved him from freezing to death in the ice and snow. The centaur suddenly halted, casting a shadowy ambience around them. Draco felt himself being carried into a cave by the centaur. Ouch! Draco couldn't suppress a cry of pain as he was roughly thrown to the ground. Another heavy figure was thrown onto him, almost crushing him. It seemed to be Vincent, and soon, the presence of Gregory and Theodore became apparent. All 4 of them had been captured, and this cave served as their prison. Draco glanced at the centaur who had brought them here, noticing his distinctive features, red hair and beard, with a red-brown horse body, complete with a long red tail. The centaur entered the cave once more, this time bringing a large bundle of hay and placing it in front of them. He instructed, if it gets too cold at night, use this hay for warmth. Thank you, Draco stammered, still shivering from the cold. He wrapped the animal fur around himself, disregarding the hay. The idea of sleeping on hay in these conditions was unthinkable. Excuse me, Vincent hesitated, realizing he had been awake for some time. Do you have any food? I'm feeling quite hungry. The centaur with red hair and beard frowned but went deeper into the cave. He returned with a small bag of grain-like food, seemingly cooked, and threw it to Vincent. Vincent eagerly grabbed a handful and took a bite but immediately spat it out. It was evidently inedible. Draco was surprised. Vincent was known for never being picky about food. Even the most unusual wizarding dishes didn't deter him. This stuff is inedible, Vincent exclaimed, but then he glanced nervously at the centaur, realizing he was their captor. The centaur picked up the discarded bag and nonchalantly grabbed a handful of the grain-like food, chewing it without complaint. Don't waste it, he said. We don't have much food, especially during winter. Every bit is precious. It seems only you centaurs can stomach this, Vincent muttered timidly, taking note of the centaur's response. The recipe is the same for centaurs as it is for humans, the centaur with red hair and beard replied icily. Neither Draco nor Vincent dared to say more at that moment. Time passed agonizingly slowly, and the Slytherin group of 4 endured an excruciatingly cold night in the cave. Without their wands, hunger gnawing at their stomachs, and the relentless cold, sleep remained elusive. As dawn approached, hunger drove them to eat the grain-like food despite its unpleasant taste. They choked it down, their stomachs grumbling from hunger, but their bodies shivering from the cold. The centaur who guarded them lay nearby, wrapped in animal skins and hay, eating the same unappetizing food. Their captor seemed no different from them. Hours turned into days, and their situation grew dire. Theodore's fever worsened, and the others grew weaker. They knew that if they remained in this place for much longer, they might not survive. Their only hope rested in the possibility that Professor Grindelwald would come to their rescue soon. At the same time, they couldn't help but fear the intentions of the centaurs holding them captive. The sound of approaching hooves echoed outside the cave, alerting the red-haired, bearded centaur who stood up. Another centaur rushed in, rougher in appearance than the first. "Ronan," exclaimed the second centaur. "Did the prisoners cause you any trouble?" "These young foals behaved well," Ronan replied with a touch of melancholy. "But they seem unable to withstand the cold nights in the Forbidden Forest Nigerian Niro Epsilon. They should freeze to death." The second centaur, named Bane, replied rudely. "Our centaurs have endured these conditions day and night. We never harmed the young ones, Bane," Ronan said softly. "It's the centaur way. If it weren't for you stopping me, I would have chopped their heads off and thrown them into the castle to show the wizards our anger," Bane declared angrily. Draco and the others, huddled in the cave, dared not speak as they listened to the heated exchange. However, Bane left without taking any action, relieving the captives of the immediate threat. Draco and the others sighed with relief but continued praying for Professor Grindelwald's swift arrival. Bane didn't venture far from the cave, soon encountering another centaur, Forenza, with platinum hair and a silver mane-like body. Accompanying him was a giant of a man with unkempt hair and beard but gleaming black eyes. Hagrid, recognized by Draco, confronted Bane, expressing disbelief at the situation and their actions. "I've had enough of the hunting ground guards and their little pets," Bane ranted, justifying his actions. "They've provoked us for months. I couldn't take it anymore, and I responded. The young ones supported me." Hagrid, stunned, couldn't fathom their attack on Hogwarts. If Forenza hadn't informed him, he would have remained unaware. "That's right," Bane boasted. "Wizards fled, and we emerged victorious. The centaurs have taken control of Hogwarts." "This isn't right," Forenza, the young centaur, interjected. "There's a hidden conspiracy, I can feel it." "I don't care about conspiracy anymore," Bane shouted. "I just want to retaliate against the wizards, reclaim our forbidden forest, and ensure our young ones and centaurs never go hungry or freeze to death in winter. I hope Venus shines brightly tonight," Ronan sighed cryptically. "If it weren't for your intervention, I would have gladly chopped off the prisoners' heads," Bane grumbled. Draco and the others, terrified, listened to the conversation, wondering about their fate. Would Professor Grindelwald arrive in time to rescue them? Bane eventually left the cave, heading toward Hogwarts. Draco and the others breathed a sigh of relief, their hopes resting on their rescue. "We couldn't convince him," Hagrid lamented. "Hey." Forenza shook his head in dismay. "Miss Evans, what should we do?" Lily Evans, a young witch with auburn hair and green eyes, spoke calmly. "It's undoubtedly a conspiracy. Grindelwald's plan extends beyond what we see now. We must unite and gather all available forces." Bane, however, remained unmoved, doubting their intentions. Lily acknowledged that, to Grindelwald, they were all considered wizards, regardless of their heritage. "We're not centaurs, and we won't betray you," Hagrid reassured. Bane, still skeptical, didn't respond but turned to leave the scene. Lily Evans persisted. "This is our last hope." "The last hope," echoed Forenza. The ward at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries buzzed with festive cheer. Holly adorned the doorway, and a magnificent Christmas tree, covered in glistening white snow and magic, illuminated every corner of the room with its twinkling gold stars. Matthew had been here for a week, although strictly speaking, he wasn't severely injured, just a bit drained. In normal circumstances, a visit to the school hospital under the care of Madame Pomfrey would suffice, but due to the incident at Hogwarts, he had to be sent to St. Mungo's for a more thorough diagnosis by the green-robe therapists. "We must conduct comprehensive and systematic testing," said the blonde therapist overseeing Matthew's treatment. "To avoid any issues, I recommend you stay here for observation for 1 or 2 weeks, as Professor Rosier suggested." So, it appeared that he'd be spending Christmas here. All things considered, given the tumultuous state of Hogwarts, he was, in a way, already homeless. Where else could he spend Christmas? He mused on the irony of enjoying public medical care while feeling guilty about wasting resources. Matthew strolled through the corridor, lined with portraits of renowned therapists and crystal bubbles with candles suspended from the ceiling, resembling gigantic soap bubbles. Alongside, therapists in their standard green robes bustled in and out of doors. He couldn't help but notice a row of witches and wizards seated on rickety wooden chairs. The rooms weren't much quieter than the corridor, as many patients made strange and unsettling noises. Matthew couldn't help but think that while it might seem fun initially, such a life would become tedious and frustrating if endured for an extended period. As he walked, he reached a staircase with a grotesque portrait of a healer hanging on the wall. Climbing the stairs, he was met with calls from the therapists within the frames. her resentful spirits, one therapist shouted, brandishing 6 frames and pushing the others aside. Intrigued, Matthew asked, "What's that?" "A female ghost full of resentment, entangled with you," the eerie healer explained mysteriously. "Only the liver of a toad attached to the throat can expel her when she's naked, standing in a bucket of eels." Matthew was about to inquire further when a friendly therapist, adorned with a garland of gold and silver, intervened. She shooed away the therapists in the portraits, assuring Matthew that they were nothing more than restless spirits. She then asked, "Where would you like to go, dear?" "I'd like to go to the roof for some fresh air," Matthew replied. "Come with me, I'll take you there," the kind therapist said, leading him through more double doors and up a flight of stairs. "Is there anything else I can assist you with, dear?" she inquired. "No, ma'am," Matthew responded. On the rooftop, he finally savored the scent of fresh air. The hospital environment had grown stifling. Although the rooftop was chilly, he could endure it for a while. Pulling a folded daily prophet from his pocket, Matthew began perusing it in the winter sun. The news of the horse rebellion was unsurprisingly present, given the scale of evacuations at Hogwarts. However, the details of the fall of Hogwarts remained vague in the newspaper. While Matthew enjoyed the fresh air, he pondered the events at Hogwarts. The rebellion, while significant, seemed implausible as the sole cause for the school's fall. Hogwarts boasted experienced teachers, formidable protective magic, and even support from the Ministry of Magic. Additionally, it was fortified as a fortress, with countless secret passages and defenses. This led Matthew to question whether there was a deeper conspiracy. What role did Grindelwald play in the Centaur rebellion? Why did the Order of the Phoenix incite the uprising? The Order had been in contact with the Centaurs for over a year, and Professor Kettleben had even mentioned their connection. However, the chaotic and seemingly pointless nature of the rebellion did not align with the Order's usual strategic approach. Deep in thought, Matthew's clarity grew as the chilly wind blew. Yet, with limited information, he couldn't discern the truth. As he retraced his steps back into the hospital, the therapists in the portrait wall once again accosted him, diagnosing him with strange ailments and offering peculiar remedies. With circumflex pneumomicronies. Ignoring their antics, he proceeded to his ward. Nearby, he spotted a familiar figure from behind. "Professor Snape!" Matthew exclaimed. Turning around, the thin-faced and slightly pale man confirmed his identity. They exchanged a few words before discussing Hogwarts. "How is the situation at Hogwarts now, Professor?" Matthew inquired. Professor Snape replied with reassurance, mentioning that Hogwarts was still in the hands of the Centaurs but that Draco and the others had been released. "Draco was also sent to St. Mungo?" Matthew asked. "No, he was not injured, so he went home to rest," Snape clarified before hastily leaving. Shortly after, Matthew's ward therapist reappeared, signaling the end of visiting hours. The therapist returned, and her presence ended his musings. It seemed she had more work to do, and Matthew was relieved. "Thank you very much for your concern, Professor Slughorn," he said sincerely. Then, the therapist informed him that someone had come to visit. Intrigued, he wondered if it was Hermione or Neville, but to his surprise, a portly old man, Professor Slughorn, rushed in. Overjoyed, Slughorn presented him with an array of delicious treats, clearly trying to make Matthew's stay at St. Mungo's more comfortable. Their conversation touched on Hogwarts, and Matthew learned that the entire campus was occupied by the Horsemen, and the return date remained uncertain. However, Slughorn mentioned that Draco and others had been released, which slightly differed from what Snape had conveyed. As the visiting hours ended and the therapist returned, Matthew began to ponder the strange behavior of his professors and the enigmatic situation at Hogwarts. A few minutes later, back in his hospital bed, Matthew contemplated Professor Snape's peculiar behavior and conflicting reports about Hogwarts. Nevertheless, he had too little information to discern the truth. The atmosphere was undeniably far from festive, making it clear that this was not going to be a joyful Christmas. Matthew's second Christmas Eve found him confined to the cold, sterile ward of St. Mungo's Magical Injuries and Injuries Hospital. His only companions were fellow patients, as the blonde therapist made the rare exception to be present. Compared to the extravagant holiday feasts at Hogwarts, the Halloween dinner here was meager at best, lacking the warmth and abundance of a true Christmas celebration. The joyous Christmas spirit was conspicuously absent. After the underwhelming dinner, Matthew drifted into an uneasy slumber, yearning to escape this somber place. The following morning, he awoke to discover an unexpected pile of gifts by his bedside. A realization struck him like a lightning bolt. Since the commencement of the Christmas holidays, he had been confined within the dreary confines of St. Mungo's, robbed of both the time and opportunity to prepare gifts for his friends. It was clear that he would need to make amends for these missed gifts when the new semester began. With this thought in mind, Matthew eagerly began to unwrap the various packages that awaited him. One package, bearing Neville's distinctive handwriting, revealed a compact wallet with a surprising capacity. Its interior seemed enchanted to accommodate items many times its size, a testament to its clever design. In another bag, Hermione's name adorned a large box of horseshoe-shaped chocolates, a delectable treat. There was also a substantial box of creamy fudge, a delightful addition to the gifts. Among these tokens of friendship, an unsigned rehabilitation card hinted at a mystery. And then, Matthew's curiosity was piqued by a peculiar, unsigned gift bag. Its contents revealed a wizard chess set unlike any other he had seen. The black and white chess pieces had transformed into intricate characters, leaving him in awe. The Black King bore a striking resemblance to Gellert Grindelwald, and the Black Queen resembled Vinda Rosier. The bishops had transformed into vampires with fearsome fangs, the knight into a fearsome werewolf, and the castle into 2 towering giants. Matthew marveled at the creativity of this unique set. However, it was the white chess pieces that truly caught his attention. The White King resembled an old wizard with white hair, reminiscent of Albus Dumbledore, and the Queen was a witch with square glasses and a high bun of curly hair. RN. The bishop appeared as a cunning goblin, the knight as a sturdy horseman, and the castle had become 2 muggle tanks. Matthew couldn't help but be taken aback by this enigmatic Christmas gift. The symbolism behind these chess pieces intrigued him, and he pondered over the sender's intentions. As he searched the gift box for clues, he was interrupted by the arrival of the blonde therapist responsible for his recuperation. She noticed the wizard chess set in Matthew's hand, expressing her own affinity for the game but not prying further. With a curious look, she informed Matthew that his condition had stabilized, granting him the chance to complete the necessary paperwork and leave the hospital. The prospect of leaving the hospital filled Matthew with excitement. His time at St. Mungo's had been monotonous and confining, and the environment left much to be desired. However, a lingering question remained in his mind. He inquired about his next destination, whether it should be Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, or Hogwarts, which had been mentioned by both his professor and the therapist. The therapist assured him that he could return directly to Hogwarts, which took Matthew by surprise. He mentioned the ongoing presence of centaurs at the school, but the therapist dismissed their significance, asserting that they couldn't truly threaten the safety of Hogwarts. Curiosity gnawed at Matthew, and he pressed for more information about what had transpired. It turned out he had missed a significant event reported in the Daily Prophet. Headmaster Gellert Grindelwald had returned to Hogwarts, confronting dark wizards and thwarting a conspiracy by the centaurs. Despite the Christmas season, Grindelwald had to forsake personal peace to attend to these pressing matters. Eager to leave the hospital, Matthew decided on immediate discharge. After the expedited paperwork process, he found himself at the entrance of St. Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital with his heavy luggage. Before him stood an old-fashioned red brick department store that appeared abandoned. A few broken mannequins wearing outdated clothing filled its dusty windows, and signs declared it closed for renovation. Occasionally, muggles passed by, completely oblivious to the establishment's existence. Matthew contemplated whether to seize this rare opportunity to breach the Ministry of Magic's strict regulations and interact with the muggle world. Suddenly, a deafening siren pierced the air, followed by the appearance of a massive triple-decker bus right before Matthew's eyes. It bore the words Night Bus in golden letters on its windshield. The conductor, an 18-year-old wizard named Stan Sunpark, welcomed him aboard, explaining that the night bus served witches and wizards in distress. Matthew, with a sense of wonderment, boarded the bus after paying the fare. Inside, there were no seats but rather 6 beds with brass pillars separated by curtains. Candles provided dim illumination. Stan directed Matthew to a bed, and with a loud command, the bus roared to life, propelling him backward onto the bed due to its incredible speed. As he gazed out the window, he marveled at the muggles on the streets, blissfully ignorant of the extraordinary bus they had just encountered. Stan, with a hint of superiority, discussed the muggle world and the supposed inferiority of muggles compared to wizards. He expressed radical views about controlling and even enslaving them. Matthew couldn't help but feel repulsed by Stan's words but chose to remain in his seat. The conversation shifted to Hogwarts and the recent events there. Stan hinted at significant changes in the Ministry's approach to magical creatures, citing a recent uprising at Hogwarts as a catalyst. He spoke of a newfound desire to control magical creatures more strictly, with a focus on eliminating those deemed threats. Matthew listened closely, pondering the potential implications of these developments. Abruptly, the bus screeched to a halt, and Stan announced their arrival at Hogsmeade Station, where Mr. Pringle, the Hogwarts administrator, awaited the returning students. A line of horse-drawn carriages, discreetly pulled by invisible creatures, was parked nearby. Mr. Pringle instructed Matthew to remain in the common room due to ongoing cleaning efforts and assured him that meals would be delivered. Matthew boarded a carriage drawn by the night skating and followed the familiar route onto the Hogwarts campus. While the castle had experienced some damage and signs of a recent battle, most portraits and sculptures remained intact. Yet, traces of the recent conflict were evident in the form of burnt manes, shattered horseshoes, and crimson stains, serving as a grim reminder of the violence that had taken place. With relief, Matthew reached the Slytherin common room, which appeared unchanged. However, he was the first student from Slytherin to return, and the common room was deserted. As he entered his bedroom and lay down on the bed with its green silk curtains, an ominous feeling settled over him. "I can't shake the feeling that something terrible is approaching," Matthew Wickfield muttered to himself, an uneasy premonition clouding his thoughts. As the Christmas holiday drew to a close, the new semester loomed ahead. Hogwarts students had returned to the castle, ready to embrace the routines of their academic lives once more. However, despite the seemingly magnificent horse riot, the impact on most students had been minimal. Like the wizards outside the school, they had little to no direct involvement in the incident. They had been mere spectators, shielded from the brutality of the centaurs by a swift evacuation from Hogwarts as soon as the riot began. Consequently, they hadn't witnessed the devastation wrought by the centaurs within the castle either. The remnants of that chaos had been meticulously cleaned up by Mr. Pringle upon his return to the castle, leaving only faint traces for those like Matthew who were seeing them for the first time. Their knowledge of the horse riots was limited to what they gleaned from the Daily Prophet's daily headlines and the sight of damaged portraits and sculptures scattered across the campus and within the castle. Gazing upon these defiled artworks, which had been their constant companions, and reading the sensationalized news in the Daily Prophet, many young students felt a deep sense of righteous indignation toward the centaurs. Extreme opinions, such as advocating for the centaurs' demise, were not uncommon. However, despite this undercurrent of discontent, life at Hogwarts continued as usual. Classes proceeded as scheduled, with no shortage of teachers or students. Aside from the brief change in leadership during the Christmas holidays, it seemed as though nothing significant had occurred. As for the whereabouts of the remaining centaurs, Matthew was genuinely curious. There had been no trace of them in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts or the surrounding Hogsmeade. Given their centuries-old presence in the Forbidden Forest, longer than Hogwarts itself, it was clear that these creatures had met their end. The evidence of their demise was visible in the burnt manes, shattered hooves, and crimson stains that marred the castle's halls. In contrast to modern wizards armed with magic, the centaurs, despite their prophetic abilities, were vulnerable and lacked the means to confront the likes of Gellert Grindelwald. It had undoubtedly been a one-sided massacre at Hogwarts. Matthew believed that some of the more intelligent centaurs had wisely refrained from marching into Hogwarts and facing certain death. Rumors suggested that they might have migrated to the remote depths of the Scottish Highlands. Attempts by Aurors to track them had proven fruitless, as the horses scattered, outnumbering their pursuers. The British Isles were vast, and the number of wizards was limited. The surviving centaurs had dispersed across thousands of square kilometers of the Scottish Highlands, making it impossible for even a large number of Aurors to apprehend them. And beta. Moreover, the remnants of the Order of the Phoenix might have been accompanying the centaurs. Under the superficial peace that had settled over Hogwarts, something sinister was undoubtedly brewing, a feeling Matthew couldn't shake. He knew he wasn't alone in this perception. On the last day of the Christmas holiday, Matthew had an encounter with Draco. Rumor had it that Draco had been struck by a horseman's arrow in the knee, but there was no trace of the injury now. Treating such skin wounds with magic was a simple task, especially for someone from a skilled wizarding family like the Malfoys. "Hey, Matthew." Draco greeted him weakly. "How was your Christmas?" Matthew inquired. "Fairly ordinary," Draco shrugged. Except for spending a day and night in the Centaur's cave, everything else was uneventful. Matthew couldn't help but smile. "I'm looking forward to this summer break. I think I'll ask my father to take me to consult a few experienced old witches," Draco sighed. "I've been rather unlucky since enrolling last September. I've had all sorts of injuries. Sometimes I wonder if I'm possessed by something malevolent." Matthew blinked and offered a few casual words of agreement as they chatted about their Christmases. "By the way, Matthew," Draco suddenly lowered his voice, looking serious. "My father initially didn't plan to send me back." "Didn't plan to send you back?" Matthew asked, growing cautious. "Yes," Draco nodded. "He told me that something significant is going to happen at Hogwarts this year, and many pure-blood wizarding families feel it's too risky to send their children back to school." Matthew furrowed his brow. Even during the tumultuous times of Morgana the Black Witch's reign last year, no parents had contemplated keeping their children away from Hogwarts. "So, why did you come back?" Matthew inquired. "Because Principal Grindelwald didn't allow it," Draco sighed. "My father received a notice, as did some of his friends. No student is allowed to drop out during the school year or transfer to Durmstrang or Beauxbatons. Such actions are now strictly forbidden, and severe penalties will be imposed." Matthew was taken aback, lost in thought. "So, my father advised me to be as cautious as possible for the remainder of the school year," Draco concluded gravely. "If I don't want to risk my life." The next day, the school year began anew. The students braved the biting cold as they made their way to the greenhouse. Fortunately, the interior offered respite from the chill. However, the occasional whiff of peculiar plants added an unusual scent to the air. Their task for the day was one that should have been completed the previous semester, transplanting the floor flowers from the greenhouse to the garden outside. Due to an unexpected snowstorm at the end of the previous semester, this assignment had been postponed. But the floor flowers couldn't remain in the greenhouse indefinitely. Professor Sprout had initiated the task with them now. They donned dragon leather coats and thick masks, digging up the nearly identical floor flowers from their pots, sealing them carefully in bags to prevent any pollen from escaping. These bags needed to be transported to the garden. However, they soon encountered an issue. The garden, unlike the greenhouse, had been exposed to the frigid weather, causing the soil to freeze. The small shovels they had been provided with were ill-suited for the task and quickly broke under the strain. Theodore Knott nearly shattered his. Matthew devised a solution. He produced his wand and aimed it at the frozen soil. Incendio. The soil gradually softened under the influence of the fire. However, it cooled quickly the soil to reach a workable consistency before planting his floor flowers. By the time he had finished, many of his fellow students were still struggling with their shovels. The long herbal medicine lesson finally concluded, leaving them exhausted. However, Slytherin students had no time to rest, as their first class of the new semester was Severus Snape's Transfiguration class, scheduled to begin just 10 minutes later. They mustered what energy they had left and gathered in front of the classroom. A notice was posted on the closed door, and a few students who approached it wore expressions of excitement. "Professor Snape hasn't returned to school for some reason," Draco and his friends celebrated. "The Transfiguration class is postponed." "Fantastic. This was undoubtedly good news, and even Matthew took a moment to catch his breath and rest. But the absence of Severus Snape raised questions in Matthew's mind. Could it be related to their previous encounter at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries? He pondered this as he stood among his classmates, lost in thought. The start of the new semester unfolded as usual, devoid of any significant changes or disruptions. Just a day after, Severus Snape's return to Hogwarts Castle went unnoticed by most. Matthew glimpsed him seated as a guest during breakfast, appearing entirely unremarkable. Matthew furrowed his brow, his gaze locked on the enigmatic Transfiguration professor. Lost in thought, he pondered. The rebellion of the house elves appeared to have ceased. For at least a month, Hogwarts meals progressed without any major hiccups, fading from most people's memories except for Hermione. She remained diligently focused on all matters concerning the house elves. As for the whereabouts of the Thestrals and fairies, there was no trace, not even in the Daily Prophet. Matthew couldn't find any records. It wasn't limited to Hogwarts, an odd tranquility seemed to envelop the entire magical world. The efforts of the Order of the Phoenix now appeared almost futile. With the cold grip of January waning, spring emerged. The once harsh Scottish Highlands climate gradually mellowed. Sunlight bathed Hogwarts Castle once more, dispelling the winter's gloom. Each visit to the herbology class past the garden filled the air with captivating fragrances. In mid-February, as Matthew entered the auditorium and beheld the decorations, he realized the significance of the day Valentine's Day. The walls of the auditorium were adorned with a profusion of beautiful pink flowers, radiating a festive aura. Heart-shaped confetti showered from above as anyone passed the auditorium door. Piles of brightly colored roses on the long college tables emitted a delicate fragrance. However, Valentine's Day celebrations were reserved for fourth-year students and above, granting them a day off. For third-year students and below, Valentine's Day had no relevance. Beta S. This year had an exception, as Valentine's Day fell on a Sunday. Professor Grindelwald chose not to grant a holiday even for the fourth-year students. The auditorium's Valentine's Day atmosphere was undeniably strong, even with Matthew observing. He noted numerous couples embracing, which only left him feeling more fatigued. Matthew swiftly finished breakfast and ventured into the corridor, spotting many students heading towards the garden. However, compared to the same time last year, the crowd was smaller. As it was Sunday, Hogsmeade was open for an extra day to both teachers and students. Many couples chose to spend Valentine's Day at Hogwarts. Ms. Pottle's small tea house was bustling with couples, but Matthew, still haunted by the Tom Gaunt incident, opted to explore the garden. The garden exuded an ambiguous atmosphere. The sun in the sky took on a heart shape, hinting at an enchantment in the ceiling. Rose petals scattered everywhere, and magical golden cherubs fluttered in midair. Matthew carefully navigated his way through couples in embraces, doing his best not to disturb their privacy. The garden was undoubtedly picturesque, thanks to the meticulous care of Professor Sprout. It showcased many rare and beautiful flowers, each contributing to an intoxicating aroma. After 5 minutes, Matthew reached his destination, the area where floor flowers and Highland daisies were cultivated. He approached cautiously, sniffing the air to ensure there were no unusual scents. Confident that everything was normal, he proceeded. Though the Highland daisy was theoretically capable of neutralizing floor flower pollen, Matthew decided to exercise caution. After all, the floor flower's pollen remained highly toxic. The blooming floor flower, with its light blue petals, was undoubtedly beautiful. However, Matthew had no interest in its aesthetics. With no one around, he retrieved his wand. Quickly, he dug up a floor flower, a behemoth nearly 2 feet in height. Extracting such a specimen directly from the garden would be challenging. At the garden's gate, Mr. Pringle kept a vigilant eye on students, reinforcing the prohibition against picking plants from the Hogwarts garden, let alone removing them. Fortunately, Neville had gifted Matthew a magical wallet just over a month ago on Christmas Day. Though small, it could accommodate items slightly larger than itself. Matthew carefully placed the floor flower into the wallet, taking care not to damage its roots and stems. As he finished, an unfamiliar couple suddenly approached, casting suspicious glances in his direction. Matthew feigned innocence, and with determination, he walked away. In all honesty, Matthew felt a twinge of guilt for his theft as he hurriedly left the garden. These flowers belonged to Professor Sprout, who was typically kind to students. Matthew could only console himself with the clumsy excuse that I've spent more than half a year tending to this flower. Exiting the garden proved easier than expected. Mr. Pringle's vigilance posed no obstacle. The gatekeeper wasn't employing a plant detector to conduct meticulous searches of students. This provided some relief to Matthew. However, just as he was about to return to the Slytherin common room, a familiar voice called out, causing him to jump. For a moment, he feared it was related to his earlier East Window incident. However, it was Professor Slughorn, Dean of Slytherin College, who had addressed him. "Hello, Professor Slughorn," Matthew replied nervously. Fortunately, Slughorn had other matters on his mind. At least he didn't bring up, "It's another Sunday, isn't it, Matthew, my child?" Slughorn blinked at Matthew. "Any plans for the evening?" Matthew shook his head, stating, "I'm only in my second year, and I'm not old enough to participate in Valentine's Day festivities. We aren't eligible for the Valentine's Day celebration party." "Excellent." Slughorn smiled, pleased. "In that case, Matthew, don't forget our Slug Club party." Matthew realized he'd unwittingly fallen into Slughorn's linguistic trap due to his nervousness. I haven't been around much lately, he tried to excuse himself. In truth, since the new semester began and with the ominous feeling that something terrible might happen at Hogwarts, coupled with Draco's and Lestrange's warning, Matthew had tried to distance himself from all risky individuals. He aimed to maintain a low profile within the school. This included keeping a certain distance from Professor Slughorn. Although Matthew believed that Professor Slughorn's smooth connections likely weren't deeply entwined with dangerous matters, it was better to exercise caution. Tonight, there's Professor Grindelwald's Valentine's Day celebration, Professor Slughorn continued. The senior students probably won't be attending. Matthew nodded, realizing that he'd become ensnared in Professor Slughorn's social expectations. At that moment, he really couldn't find an excuse, so he reluctantly agreed. Afterward, he turned and left. As it was Valentine's Day, the Sunday dueling club activities were temporarily cancelled. Matthew spent the afternoon in the library, well aware that he wouldn't be receiving any romantic attention there. Affectionate displays were strictly forbidden, as Madame Pans, the librarian, would surely not tolerate it. It wasn't until 6 o'clock in the evening that Matthew reluctantly closed the book on Dementors he had been reading. He had to attend Professor Slughorn's dinner. 10 minutes later, he stood before the door of the potions teacher's office and knocked lightly, soon to be greeted by Professor Slughorn himself. "Welcome, Matthew," Professor Slughorn said eagerly, dressed in a dark green down jacket that gave him a somewhat bloated appearance. "Come in." As Professor Slughorn had assumed, the Slug Club dinner that evening was rather modest. The number of attendees from the club was minimal. This was undoubtedly due to Professor Grindelwald's Valentine's Day celebration, which many senior Slug Club members, whether they were in relationships or not, wouldn't want to miss. The students from lower grades who attended the Slug Club dinner were just a few. Professor Slughorn, however, didn't appear embarrassed. Instead, he seemed to be making the most of the situation. "Cheers to our intimate gathering." He raised a glass of mead, his voice jubilant. Matthew took a sip of his mead, not quite sure why, but it seemed that today's mead tasted better than before. "How's your grandfather's health, Draco?" Professor Slughorn inquired, striking up a conversation with the students. "He's still managing his dragonpox well, no relapses," Draco Malfoy responded politely. "I've been staying at home for the past few years." "That's good to hear," Slughorn nodded, expressing sympathy. "Poor Abraxas, afflicted with dragonpox at his age, it's truly unfortunate." Turning to another student, Cormac McLaggen, Slughorn asked, "And what about your uncle's health, Cormac?" McLaggen responded casually, "Of course, he can now devour 3 pounds of beef in a single meal." To be frank, the Slug Club dinner proved somewhat tedious. Professor Slughorn engaged in lengthy conversations with lower grade students about their family histories, leaving Matthew with little to contribute. But he couldn't simply remain idle. Elaine Shafiq had latched onto him, inquiring about various topics. Although it left him somewhat bored, he couldn't refuse her. There was scarcely any time for him to discreetly communicate or connect with Neville. Matthew just wanted the evening to conclude, an experience that seemed to drag on for what felt like an eternity. Finally, after 2 nightmarish hours, the party came to a close. Even Professor Slughorn appeared somewhat weary, and it was evident that it was time to depart. One by one, the students from each house left the gathering. Suddenly, Elaine Shafiq clutched her head in pain, as if something had gone terribly wrong. "Oh, dear, Elaine," Slughorn's face contorted in concern. Matthew and Shafiq entered the Slytherin common room, their conversation still centered on Christmas topics, despite the holiday being a distant memory. As they strolled past the auditorium, a sudden, piercing cry of pain erupted from Shafiq. Alarmed, Matthew furrowed his brow and asked, "What's happening?" Shafiq's response came as a trembling whisper, "Matthew, my head, it hurts." This unexpected turn of events worried Matthew deeply. He asked with great concern, "Should I take you to the hospital wing?" However, the late hour made the hospital impractical, and Shafiq weakly uttered, "No, take me to Professor Slughorn." Matthew hesitated momentarily, but Shafiq's pleas left him with no choice. He reluctantly agreed, "All right, I'll take you there now." Helping Shafiq, Matthew led her back to Professor Slughorn's office. During this time, Matthew couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Shafiq's behavior, extending beyond her sudden pain. Shafiq's demeanor had been inconsistent before, sometimes warm and friendly, other times distant and aloof. Her fluctuating behavior had left Matthew puzzled, but now, her suffering demanded his immediate attention. Upon their return to Professor Slughorn's office, Matthew discreetly knocked on the door. Professor Slughorn, now attired in a green velvet pajama set and matching nightcap, appeared in response. "What's going on, Matthew?" he inquired loudly, clearly prepared for rest. Before Matthew could respond, Professor Slughorn's expression shifted as he observed Shafiq's condition. His shock was palpable. Without hesitation, he scooped up the young girl and carried her into an inner room. Shortly thereafter, Professor Slughorn rushed back out, clutching a small bag tightly. Matthew stood by, feeling somewhat out of place as he observed Slughorn swiftly prepare a potion. Slughorn's movements were so rapid that Matthew struggled to keep up. Minutes later, Professor Slughorn handed Shafiq a crystal bottle containing the concoction. Finally, Professor Slughorn's relief was evident. Throughout the process, Matthew remained quiet and passive, carefully watching but not showing much interest. With his work complete, Professor Slughorn inquired, "What's the matter, Professor?" "Shafiq, how is she?" Of course, thank you for bringing her here in time, Professor Slughorn replied quickly. Poor Shafiq has had a congenital genetic condition since childhood, requiring timely potions to manage, Anno. Matthew offered a polite smile and nodded, but deep inside, he sensed that Professor Slughorn's explanation was a temporary facade rather than the whole truth. Just moments after Shafiq had taken the medicine, she seemed unchanged. Matthew, feeling perplexed, calmly said, Professor, we should be going now. Before Professor Slughorn could respond, the office door was knocked upon once again. Wait a moment, Matthew, Professor Slughorn frowned. We have unexpected visitors at this late hour. With no other option, Matthew remained in place, awaiting developments. The door was abruptly thrust open, as if pushed by force. Severus, Professor Slughorn exclaimed, recognizing the newcomer. Professor Slughorn. The voice of Professor Snape indeed reached them from outside. However, the tone of the present Transfiguration professor was far from the usual gentleness exhibited in the classroom. Don't act like a child, he coldly chastised. Now is the time to make a choice. Slughorn's voice quivered with fear. Severus, I have students here. This is your final warning. Professor Snape continued, ignoring Slughorn's protests. You are an intelligent man, you should be able to guess what's about to happen. With a stammer, Slughorn finally nodded in agreement. All right. Thank you, Severus. I'll consider. Time is running out. Professor Snape delivered a final ominous message before departing. Through the partially open door, Matthew could confirm the figure of their Transfiguration professor, dressed in his familiar black attire, leaving the scene. Inside the office, Matthew and Shafiq exchanged uneasy glances, sensing that they had overheard something ominous. Professor Slughorn returned, his demeanor marked by despondency, his face etched with worry. Shafiq, perhaps unaware of the gravity of the situation, asked innocently, Professor, what did Professor Snape mean by those words? Matthew expected Professor Slughorn to refuse to answer. However, to their surprise, Professor Slughorn conjured a bottle of mead and 3 wine glasses. Matthew asked cautiously, should we head back? It's getting late. No, there's still time for a few drinks with an old, weary man. Professor Slughorn shook his head somberly, proceeding to pour the mead generously. With a sigh, he said, by the way, let me tell you a story. A story from 15 years ago. To be honest, Matthew hadn't initially been eager to hear a story. However, when Professor Slughorn mentioned the events from 15 years ago, his curiosity was instantly piqued. It was undeniable that recent peculiar occurrences, including the Azkaban fugitives, changes in the Order of the Phoenix, and the upheaval at Hogwarts, all seemed linked to events 15 years prior. The truth about this incident couldn't be found in any book, leaving individuals like Slughorn as the sole repositories of knowledge. Matthew leaned in, eager to hear more. Professor Slughorn distributed 2 glasses of mead to the students and raised his own. You must be curious about the 3 Azkaban fugitives. Why did they break into Hogwarts after escaping from Azkaban? Professor Slughorn's face had reddened, likely due to the effects of the alcohol. He began, it's because the 3 of them were once Hogwarts students, 15 years ago. Their names were James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. This revelation resonated with Matthew, who had overheard Professor Slughorn mention these names through Hermione's wiretap device in the 3 Broomsticks bar. But, Professor Slughorn continued, it wasn't just them. In that year, Hogwarts had an extraordinary assembly of students, mainly in Gryffindor. Alongside the trio, there were Remus Lupin and Severus Snape. Matthew was taken aback. Could it be that Severus Snape in this world had truly been sorted into Gryffindor? It's hard to believe that an entire generation at Hogwarts boasted such intelligence and talent. Even Peter, who may have been considered the weakest, had his merits. They were unique, and it's been many years since I've seen their like in Hogwarts. Wait, Professor, Matthew interrupted, unable to contain his curiosity. The Severus Snape you mentioned, is he our potions professor, Professor Snape? Professor Slughorn sneered and replied without hesitation, certainly not. He's an imposter. Matthew wasn't entirely shocked by this revelation, but hearing it from Professor Slughorn added a layer of intrigue. An imposter? Shafiq echoed in surprise. Indeed, Professor Slughorn affirmed. The real Severus Snape vanished 15 years ago. For a decade and a half, no one knows where he is or what he's been doing. The person claiming to be Severus Snape is likely in disguise. Matthew absorbed this information, realizing the magnitude of what he had stumbled upon. The reason I can discern this, Professor Slughorn added with a touch of pride, is because I'm intimately acquainted with my exceptional former students. Matthew's mind raced as he processed the revelations. His questions multiplied. What happened 15 years ago? He inquired eagerly. Professor Slughorn fell into a contemplative silence, lost in memories, and then slowly began to recount. 15 years ago, those 5 remarkable students, they were so gifted, so intelligent, they stumbled upon something they should never have discovered. He seemed to muster his resolve to reveal the truth. They unearthed the secret of Gellert Grindelwald. What secret? Shafiq asked with wide-eyed curiosity. It was the headmaster's darkest secret, Professor Slughorn continued. I carried this secret for many, many years. Now, I've decided to share it with you. Gellert Grindelwald wasn't the legitimate headmaster of Hogwarts. He seized control through force, devoid of any rightful authority. But there's more to it. Professor Slughorn paused for a long moment. Headmaster Grindelwald had cast a potent enchantment, granting him a semblance of authority within Hogwarts. But it wasn't nearly enough. Because Hogwarts itself is a formidable magical entity, having lived for a millennium, and it's been further empowered and shaped by successive headmasters. Its power is unparalleled. He continued, even wizards of Headmaster Grindelwald's caliber pale in comparison. The students believed they had found a way to awaken the dormant power of Hogwarts Castle, potentially driving Grindelwald away. Did they succeed? Shafiq inquired nervously. Without a doubt, they failed. Professor Slughorn shook his head, primarily because there was a traitor among them. A traitor? Matthew exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Professor Slughorn confirmed, a traitor who betrayed them at the most critical juncture. People loyal to Principal Grindelwald infiltrated their plans. More students were involved in this endeavor than just the 5 of them. Many at Hogwarts shared their beliefs, including my favorite student, Lily Evans. They were all caught up in the sweeping wave. However, there was a spy hidden within the castle. He issued a warning in the end. The children escaped, and those who sympathized with them but hadn't revealed themselves destroyed any evidence that could incriminate them. From that point forward, the wizards involved in that incident either rotted in Azkaban or went into hiding. Except for Lily Evans, who remained a vocal opponent of Grindelwald and remained free. Slughorn sighed with regret. To be honest, I sympathized with those children. Well, I can't say they're children anymore. If they're alive, they'd be in their 30s now. But it's more than sympathy. They were too passionate and easily led astray. Matthew reflected on the grim tale. So, the 3 Azkaban fugitives, upon returning to Hogwarts, are attempting to awaken the dormant power of Hogwarts Castle and potentially drive Headmaster Grindelwald away. Professor Slughorn nodded solemnly. Indeed, and they are not alone. All the recent bizarre occurrences within the castle revolve around this goal. Soon, the castle may become a battleground. Matthew realized that they were on the precipice of a profound and dangerous journey into the secrets of Hogwarts and its tumultuous history. However, Professor Slughorn's prediction did not seem to materialize. For an extended period after Valentine's Day, the Hogwarts campus remained relatively quiet. It appeared to be business as usual, maintaining its usual air of calm. This temporary calmness did provide Matthew with some relief, as his perpetually tense nerves eased ever so slightly. The Easter holiday was swiftly approaching, leaving only 10 weeks until the final exams. However, unlike the relatively carefree Christmas break, the Easter holiday brought with it a barrage of homework assigned by every class's instructors. This burden weighed heavily on many students, eliciting sighs of resignation. The first day of the Easter dawned bright and early. Matthew, setting out from the Slytherin common room, had a destination in mind, the library. As he exited the library doors, he nearly collided head-on with Shafiq. Good morning. Matthew greeted her cheerfully. However, Shafiq responded with a cold nod, her demeanor distant. She briskly made her way into the library, with Matthew following suit. The library was relatively empty at this early hour. Matthew glanced out the window, taking note of the fantastic weather. It was a rare day, characterized by an exceptionally clear sky, the hue reminiscent of forget-me-not flowers. The scent of summer lingered in the air. Amidst this picturesque scene, something peculiar caught Matthew's attention. An animal was prowling on the emerald green lawn near the castle, lurking along the edge of the forbidden forest. Matthew squinted his eyes, trying to identify the creature. Was it a cat? With time, he recognized the bottle-brush tail and ginger-colored fur. It was undoubtedly Crookshanks. It piqued Matthew's curiosity. What was Crookshanks up to? He paused to observe the cat's actions. The large, squashed-faced cat continued to wander around the castle's lawn, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, a small figure emerged from the castle's corner. Matthew strained his eyes, but the figure was too diminutive to identify. Fortunately, a brass telescope on one of the bookshelves caught his eye. He swiftly grabbed the binoculars, rushed back to the window, and opened it. Adjusting the focus, he eventually managed to see the small figure clearly. It appeared to be a mouse, and it was interacting with Crookshanks. As Matthew's gaze focused on the mouse, it darted back into the castle. While its grey fur remained the only distinguishing feature he could discern. A cat and a mouse forming an unlikely friendship struck Matthew as rather amusing. He couldn't help but wonder about the significance of this encounter. Back in the library, more students began to trickle in. The impending final exams had triggered a surge of students preparing for their studies. Some were reviewing their material, others were tackling their voluminous homework assignments, and the library's hush began to fill with a bustling atmosphere. Arno-es. With the library becoming increasingly crowded, it transformed into a hub of academic activity. Despite Madame Panst's efforts to restore order with stern rebukes, the noise persisted, returning mere moments after each admonishment. Unable to endure the clamor any longer, Matthew decided to relocate to a classroom. Several minutes later, he arrived on the 4th floor landing outside a classroom dedicated to spells. This area typically saw fewer students, making it a more peaceful study environment. Just as he was about to enter the spell classroom, a familiar figure ascending the inclined staircase caught his eye. Excitement surged within him, and he hurriedly approached. At the top of the stairs, he spotted the back of a girl he recognized. It was Elaine Shafiq. Matthew's face contorted in confusion. It seemed almost impossible. He had just seen Shafiq in the library, deeply engrossed in her studies. There was no reason for her to leave the library at the same time as him and arrive on the 4th floor almost simultaneously. The notion of two Elaine Shafiqs existing at once crossed his mind but felt absurd. Matthew, exercising caution, refrained from approaching her or asking any questions. He watched, intrigued yet apprehensive, as events continued to unfold. The peculiar friendship between Crookshanks and the mouse, the sudden appearance of two Shafiqs, and the eerie calm that had settled over Hogwarts in recent months all coalesced into an unsettling atmosphere. Could it be that the swift change predicted by Professor Slughorn was now upon them? Meanwhile, let's return our focus to the mouse Matthew had observed earlier. This mouse was undeniably unique, its fur a striking shade of grey. It had a rather bedraggled appearance, but its actions spoke of a purpose-driven determination. After parting ways with Crookshanks, the mouse ventured carefully into the castle. Under the cover of the early morning, with few people around in the castle's corridors, it made swift progress. Its journey led it to a peculiar location, an area guarded by a grotesque stone statue. Nearby, a small hole in the ground caught the mouse's attention. Over the course of months, it had evidently worked diligently to create this tunnel, and now it had a specific purpose in mind. Entering the tunnel, the mouse found itself spiraling upward, almost like an escalator. Higher and higher it ascended until, at last, it reached a shiny oak door. This door featured an ornate brass door knocker, a fusion of a lion and an eagle. To those familiar with Hogwarts, this was unmistakably the principal's office, a space that belonged to Professor Grindelwald. It was hard to fathom that the principal's office, a place of immense power and significance, would be left so unprotected, allowing a mere mouse to access it with ease. However, the mouse did not appear intent on entering the office. Instead, it waited patiently, as if preparing for something significant. Soon, a soft meow pierced the silence. A tabby cat materialized in the room, and, with a quick transformation, it became a stern-looking woman. She sported square glasses and an emerald green cloak, her dark hair pinned neatly. Gazing upon the hidden door, Professor Minerva McGonagall's excitement was palpable. "I believe we've found it, Peter," she declared, her voice trembling. The means to confront Grindelwald. Two figures, one tall and one short, entered through the hidden door within the principal's office. Inside, they found themselves in a peculiar space surrounded by utter darkness. Above them, the starry sky shone brightly, an unusual sight given the time of day. It was as though they had materialized on the rooftop of Hogwarts. Two stone stels stood before them, one tall and one short. The taller one bore a multitude of student names inscribed upon it. At its apex, the shorter stele displayed a single name, one that ignited excitement within them, Albus Dumbledore. However, there were faint traces of darkness that lingered around the name. Minerva McGonagall brimmed with enthusiasm, although it was clear she was working hard to maintain her composure. She brandished her wand and aimed it at the stone monument in front of her, whispering an incantation. It was a lengthy process, but as time passed, the darkness surrounding the name Albus Dumbledore began to recede visibly, shrinking at a discernible rate. "Ancient and venerable Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall murmured softly, her voice filled with reverence. "Awaken your sentience. Cast aside the usurper and welcome the true master of your choosing." As the last vestiges of darkness dissipated, the stone monument began to tremble. Meanwhile, Matthew was seated in the Great Hall, enjoying his lunch. Suddenly, the golden dinner plate before him started to clatter, and his goblet trembled. The entire dining hall began to shake and sway, as if caught in the throes of an earthquake. An earthquake? But that was impossible. A history of Hogwarts had recorded the school's imperviousness to earthquakes, fortified by potent protective magic. Even a magnitude 9 earthquake in Glasgow wouldn't elicit a tremor within these walls. "Everyone, please evacuate Hogwarts orderly, follow your prefect's instructions." Professor Rosier's composed voice echoed through the hall. The announcement was met with a mix of confusion and anxiety among the students. Was that an earthquake? This was the initial thought that ran through most students' minds, including Matthew's. However, such a notion seemed implausible. Geographically, the British mainland lay outside major volcanic seismic zones, and the surrounding tectonic plates remained relatively stable. Throughout history, earthquakes had been rare in the region, with the most significant occurring in the North Sea in 1933, registering at only 6.1 magnitude. Furthermore, as a magical structure, Hogwarts Castle was thoroughly safeguarded by protective enchantments. It seemed highly improbable that such a noticeable tremor could occur so easily. "Everyone, please evacuate Hogwarts in an orderly manner under the guidance of the prefects." Professor Rosier's voice resonated, quickly calming the entire auditorium. "Slytherin students, follow me." Slytherin Prefect Gemma, well acquainted with the layout, took charge, beginning to organize the first-year students. However, as Matthew scanned the group, he noticed something troubling. Shafiq was conspicuously absent among the Slytherin first years. Within the castle, students from each house embarked on a methodical evacuation led by their respective prefects. Matthew, being a second-year student, belonged to the second wave of departures. As they exited the castle, they were met with an unexpected juxtaposition. The external surroundings were utterly calm, with no evidence of the earlier tremor. It was as if there had been no earthquake at all, a bizarre contrast that left everyone bewildered. This led to a disconcerting notion. Perhaps the ground itself hadn't vibrated, but rather, it was Hogwarts Castle that had. As the first and second-year students, under the supervision of several prefects, made their way toward the Quidditch Stadium, the third-year students began their orderly departure from the castle. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the third-year students as if something untoward had occurred. Lifeless, terrified third years streamed back towards the castle, and Percy Weasley, Gryffindor prefect, intervened to understand the situation. What's happening? Percy inquired, halting the panicking third years. They're the house elves, they've gone mad, gasped a Gryffindor third-year girl named Alia Spinnet, her breath ragged. A nearby Ravenclaw boy added, they attacked us out of nowhere, smashing us with kitchen utensils and bowls. The students behind us are blocked by the house elves, they can't get out. Percy Weasley's demeanor shifted abruptly. My two brothers are still in the castle, he exclaimed. He bolted toward the castle in a frenzy. Weasley. Prefect Gemma attempted to restrain him, but to no avail. He entered the castle hastily, and the ensuing events were obscured from view. Weasley, what should we do? Prefect Gemma asked helplessly. Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw prefect, echoed the same sentiment, her concern palpable. Currently, at the Quidditch Stadium, they were accompanied by only a handful of prefects, a sizable group of first and second-year students, and some third-year students. Hogwarts, on the other hand, appeared to be in a state of unrest. We must find a professor to protect us, Cedric Diggory, Hufflepuff prefect, maintained his composure. No matter what's happening inside the castle. Children, follow me. A familiar voice beckoned from behind them. Matthew turned to identify the source and recognized the speaker after a moment. It was Professor Kettleben, the magical creature protection class teacher, making his first appearance since Christmas. However, Professor Kettleben seemed notably changed from before. One of his eyes was bandaged, leaving him partially blind. The injuries he had endured, sustained over the years, seemed to have worsened. His only functional arm was encased in a thick cast, suspended from his neck. Rumors had circulated that he had suffered severe injuries during the Hippogriff Rebellion. Seeing him now only confirmed those reports. Nonetheless, his gaze was sharper, and the cynical demeanor that once defined him had vanished. Stick with Professor Kettleben, Cedric urged without hesitation. By the way, Professor, where are we going? We must leave Hogwarts immediately. Professor Kettleben declared with a grave expression. The campus is no longer safe. Hurry, hurry. On the other side, within Hogwarts Auditorium, the situation appeared even more dire. Numerous house elves had swarmed forth from the kitchen, behaving erratically. They were hurling kitchen utensils, crockery, and even kitchen knives at students and teachers alike. Fortunately, the third-year students' intended route for exiting the castle was obstructed by quick-thinking students who managed to close the door. These frenzied house elves were brought to a standstill, averting what could have been a more dire situation. Despite this, the chaotic upheaval had left several students with minor injuries. Thankfully, it seemed the agitated house elves did not dare to employ magic against wizards, preventing an escalation of the situation. Why is Percy back? Fred, George Weasley, and Lee Jordan, who had conceived the idea to seal the auditorium door, were surprised to see their brother re-enter. Percy should have left the castle as the prefect responsible for the younger students. Thank goodness you're all right, Percy responded, visibly relieved. We just need to keep this door closed, Fred asserted confidently. The kitchen knives of those house elves can't break through the auditorium's door, George added triumphantly. Then, a rumbling sound emanated from beyond the oak door. The twin brothers' jubilant expressions promptly contorted into ones of alarm. What's that sound? It sounds like a monster. Maybe it's a giant. You two are daft. How could a giant fit through the castle corridors? You dolt, run. An irate Percy Weasley seized the twins and sped away from the oak door. Nearly 10 seconds later, a resounding bang reverberated through the hall as the auditorium door was forcibly shattered. However, it was not a giant, nor anything remotely akin to one. Instead, stone statues and suits of armor, which should have adorned the castle's first and second floors, had mysteriously appeared. These inanimate figures were now aiding the house elves in their attack on the Hogwarts students and faculty. Impedimenta. Professor Travers, who taught Muggle studies, rushed forward, brandishing his wand at the shattered door. He shouted the incantation forcefully, creating a barrier to repel the assault. The stone statues, armor, and frenzied house elves were thwarted by the spell, providing some respite. Children, this way. Professor Flitwick, the Ravenclaw head of house, cried out to the Weasley brothers. Observing their surroundings, they realized they were among the few students left in the auditorium. Principal Rosier opened a door connecting to the garden, and the remaining students quickly passed through, making their escape from the castle. Go! Percy Weasley shouted before he, his brothers, and Jordan rushed into the garden. The lower-grade students, led by Professor Kettleben and the three prefects, moved forward with trepidation, their hearts heavy with uncertainty. Draco expressed frustration, questioning the absence of the Dementors and Aurors who should be protecting them at this critical time. Matthew glanced at the sky, noting the conspicuous absence of the dark, wraith-like figures that typically hovered over Hogwarts during times of turmoil. Their eerie presence, while unsettling, had previously offered a semblance of security. Now, however, the clear blue sky held no trace of Dementors, nor did the students spot any of the usually stationed Aurors. They left this morning, Professor Kettleben acknowledged in response to Malfoy's complaint. A sudden order from the Ministry of Magic prompted the departure of all Aurors and Dementors from Hogwarts. It seems they received news of the 3 Azkaban fugitives being spotted in Aberdeen. This is clearly a ruse. Malfoy fumed. Why would they fall for such a deception? Indeed, it appears to be a deception, a voice chimed in from nearby. The source of the voice was a tall and familiar figure, Dawlish, one of the Aurors permanently stationed at Hogwarts by the Ministry of Magic. Dawlish continued, the fairies are behind this. They've somehow influenced ministry officials, issuing the false order to Aurors and Dementors at Hogwarts. They departed early this morning. Why are you still here then? Matthew asked, intrigued. Dawlish did not reply to Matthew's question directly but instead stated, I've dispatched a letter with an owl to contact them, but it will take at least an hour to communicate with the Dementors. They are retrieving them and will return shortly. Professor Ketleben, you should take the students and proceed. I'll head back to the castle to assist. With that, Dawlish dashed back towards the castle without looking back, leaving Matthew and the others curious. Let's continue, Professor Ketleben urged. Head for the gates first. There's a night carriage waiting for us, which can transport us to Hogsmeade. Once we reach Hogsmeade, we should be safe. This was a sizable group now, comprising Professor Ketleben, 3 prefects, and over 100 lower-grade students. So far, their escape had been relatively smooth, and they had encountered no opposition from the rebels. As they drew closer to the castle gates, a pair of black specks appeared in the sky, swiftly approaching their location. With a stern expression, Professor Ketleben raised his wand towards the oncoming black specks. His wand was now held by a prosthetic arm. 2 crimson beams of light shot out from the tip of his wand, heading for the approaching objects. However, the 2 black specks easily evaded the spells. The true nature of these flying entities was revealed. They weren't magical creatures, nor wizards on broomsticks. They were statues. For Matthew, these 2 statues were disturbingly familiar. They were the winged boars that had fought alongside Grindelwald in his duel against the Dark Witch Morgana a year prior, and now, they were fighting against Hogwarts professors. Children, move back. Professor Ketleben yelled while charging towards the statues. With great agility, the statues deftly avoided the spells from Professor Ketleben. One of the statues collided with Professor Ketleben, who would have been knocked down if not for his prosthetic arm. With Professor Ketleben now immobilized, the other statue turned its attention to the students, leaving them in a state of confusion. These lower-grade students were powerless in the face of such a formidable opponent. Soon, the sound of approaching hoofbeats reached their ears. It's the centaurs, Draco exclaimed in alarm. Indeed, it was the horsemen, returning to Hogwarts in force. A massive, black horde descended upon the castle from the direction of the Forbidden Forest, rapidly surrounding the group of Hogwarts students' centaurs. Fearful cries erupted among the girls. After the centaur rebellion experienced during the Christmas holidays, a sense of disgust had developed among them towards the horse-like beings, along with a growing fear. The 3 prefects reluctantly positioned themselves at the front of the crowd. They were, after all, only students in the 5th and 6th grades, not yet adults by wizarding standards. The rest of the students were mostly 2nd and 3rd year juniors, lacking any combat skills. Facing a group of adult centaurs would be foolish. On the other side, Professor Ketleben struggled against the 2 flying pig statues, his wand knocked from his grasp by the violent statues. Expelliarmus. A red-haired witch emerged from among the centaurs, aiming her wand at Professor Ketleben. Caught off guard, Professor Kettleburn's wand flew out of his hand, falling embarrassingly to the ground. The 2 flying pig statues moved in, pinning him down and rendering him immobile. The appearance of the red-haired witch stirred murmurs among the students. Who is she? She's Dark Witch Lily Evans. Lily Evans had gained a somewhat notorious reputation among Hogwarts students. Though infamous, her image was well known thanks to her wanted posters spread throughout Britain, offered a reward of 5,000 galleons. Her ability to evade capture had turned her into a legend. The students, however, were taken aback by her sudden appearance, especially alongside the centaurs and a large, intimidating figure in an oversized moleskin coat. Don't be afraid, children, Lily's voice was soothing. We're not here to harm you, we're here to save you. Cedric Diggory, standing near the front, gathered the courage to ask, but, these centaurs? A young centaur stepped forward, his silver mane gleaming in contrast to his platinum hair, appearing rather handsome. The centaur replied, centaurs never harm cubs, whether human or centaurs. We have always been peaceful creatures. He approached Cedric and extended his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Cedric shook it. I'm Forenza, the centaur introduced himself. The centaurs have lived in the Forbidden Forest for over a year. Our ancestors have resided here long before Hogwarts was founded. For more than 1,000 years, we coexisted peacefully with the wizards. We stood by them during witch hunts and goblin rebellions. We are creatures committed to peace. Oh yes. But everything changed with the arrival of Grindelwald, Forenza continued. He's fierce, powerful, and cruel. He demands the centaurs' complete submission to the wizards, even loyalty to him. Naturally, we disagreed, and it brought oppression and death upon us. The students listened intently, noticing the emaciated appearance of the centaurs as evidence of their plight. Our goal in resisting is simple, to defeat Grindelwald and his followers, Forenza declared. The young wizards exchanged glances, absorbing what the centaur was revealing. The centaurs before them appeared far from the merciless creatures of legend. Yes, children, Lily Evans affirmed, stepping forward. What Forenza says is true. Matthew noticed Harry Evans in the crowd, watching Lily attentively, seemingly torn about whether to approach her. Due to the urgency, I can't explain everything now, Lily continued. But understand, Grindelwald is a menacing figure. He may seem like a protector of the wizarding world, but it's for his own gain. He oppresses all non-wizard creatures, from centaurs and house elves to muggles. He stigmatizes any wizard who opposes him as a dark wizard. All this is for his ultimate goal to rule the world. Half a century ago, he killed the former Hogwarts headmaster Armando Dippet and imprisoned any teachers and students who defied him in Nurmengard, his personal prison. He took control of Hogwarts through usurpation, attempting to brainwash you. The evidence is clear. She pointed to the 2 flying pig statues. Have you seen these 2 statues? They were guarding the Hogwarts gate, but now they're aiding these dark wizards and betrayers. Even Hogwarts itself is against them. Whispers rippled through the crowd. I know you are the future of the wizarding world, Lily continued, and I understand it may be hard to change your views quickly. But as a former Hogwarts student, I want to give you some advice. What you learn in class may not be the whole truth. This world is darker and scarier than you think. She gestured to the centaurs, and they made way for the Hogwarts students. Now, leave the Hogwarts campus and follow the path between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade to the village. It's safe, Lily announced. With that, she led the centaurs and the imposing figure away, heading back towards the castle. The lower grade students who had witnessed this interaction couldn't believe their eyes. The so-called cruel centaurs and terrifying dark wizards had spared them without harm. They didn't even attack Professor Ketlaban, just allowing the flying pig statues to continue pressing him down. Whispers spread. Is that woman really the notorious dark witch from the legend? She doesn't seem like it. Yes, I think she's rather nice and gentle. And beautiful too. And the centaurs don't seem as violent as the textbooks and newspapers describe. Could it be that what they said about Professor Grindelwald is true? But Hogwarts seems to be on their side. The students pondered this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, a group of older Hogwarts students, led by several teachers, had reached the 2nd floor of the castle through a garden. However, they found themselves unable to leave the castle as the gate was blocked by rampaging house elves. The once docile house elves now acted erratically, attacking their masters. Teachers hesitated to use magic on them, fearing that they might retaliate with their own magic, a system of magic the wizards barely understood. Fred Weasley exclaimed, "What's going on? Why are these house elves behaving like this? They're not supposed to defy their masters, let alone attack." The situation had far exceeded their knowledge of house elves. Lee Jordan suggested, maybe we should find the Marauders map and ask Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs for help. Sneak out of the castle quietly. I think we should stay and see what happens next, Fred Weasley proposed. Yes, I agree, George Weasley added. Meanwhile, Professor Rosier was not with the students. She knew precisely where the problem lay. After reaching the 2nd floor through the garden, she ignored the house elves and mice below and proceeded directly to the principal's office. 10 minutes later, she stood before the imposing stone gargoyle that guarded the entrance to the office. With a wave of her wand, the gargoyle stepped aside, revealing the concealed entrance. Vinda Rosier had entered the headmaster's office. Inside, she found the intruder, an austere woman with square glasses and an emerald green cloak. "It's you?" Professor Rosier declared coldly. "I knew you were behind this. Don't think you can escape this time. I'll have you sent to Azkaban." Professor Rosier aimed her wand at the intruder. McGonagall sneered, raising her own wand in response. "You're the one who should run, Rosier. Our feud of over 50 years ends here." A battle between the two was imminent. Matthew calmly moved with the crowd as they neared the gates of Hogwarts. The tension in the air was palpable. "They are getting closer and closer to the gate of Hogwarts campus," a concerned voice in the crowd remarked. "Go to Hogsmeade." "Wait, will it be safe?" another voice questioned. Matthew pondered the situation, his brow furrowing. Honestly, he thought to himself, I don't think so. Hogwarts appeared chaotic, but Matthew saw a clear purpose behind the scenes. The Order of the Phoenix was orchestrating a revolution against Grindelwald, targeting him and his followers while aiming to avoid harming the innocent. Yet, Grindelwald's seemingly passive retreat didn't fool Matthew. He knew better, suspecting hidden schemes beneath the surface. The current Hogwarts is actually safe, he mused to himself, just a little messy. It may not be long before all this turmoil will be quietly calmed down. Everything will be calm again. His thoughts took a different turn as he considered the alternative, Hogsmeade. There will be many unknown factors there, he reasoned. Memories of a past encounter with Tom Gaunt haunted him. If I went to Hogsmeade and met Voldemort, what should I do? In the midst of these troubling thoughts, Matthew made a resolute decision. For the sake of safety, he would stay on the Hogwarts campus, rather than following the main group to Hogsmeade. Matthew slowed down subconsciously, falling behind the rest of the group. No one would notice, he observed. After all, everyone is busy. Some were concerned about encountering danger again, while others debated Lily Evans' claims about Grindelwald's true nature. Unintentionally, excited conversations flowed amidst the anxious atmosphere. The three prefects are busy maintaining order, Matthew noticed, and they have no time to take care of too much. Seizing the moment, Matthew pretended to bend down to tie his shoelaces, allowing him to put some distance between himself and the main group. After finding an opportunity, he quickly departed from the main force and sought refuge amidst a cluster of bushes. His intention was to return to campus and find a safe place to settle temporarily. Just as he turned, preparing to leave, a sudden tap on his shoulder jolted him, nearly causing him to drop his wand. "Who is it?" he whispered, adrenaline pumping as he quickly turned around. To his relief, the familiar faces of Neville and Hermione appeared before him. Hermione couldn't help but tease, "I knew. Matthew, you definitely won't go to Hogsmeade. Neville chimed in with a smile. So we've been keeping an eye on you, and when we saw you considering running off, we quickly followed. Matthew was rendered temporarily speechless by their unexpected presence. Concern shifted to a more serious tone as Hermione inquired, so, the two dark wizards and the centaurs from earlier, they were all right, weren't they, Alphanutiland body? Neville quickly added, what should we do, which way to help, Matthew? We listen to you. Matthew glanced at Hermione and then at Neville, taking in their expectant expressions. With a nod and a soft tone, he conveyed his plan, let's wait and see, go around the castle first, no matter what happens, don't be reckless. Good. Neville and Hermione agreed in unison, and the three of them moved stealthily, inching closer to Hogwarts. Inside the castle, the situation remained dire. While the previous tremors had ceased, hundreds of students and teachers were still trapped, with the exit blocked by fierce house elves. In the Forbidden Forest, a group of black centaurs approached. Trapped students huddled in classrooms, confused and unsure of what to do. They were awaiting their fate, their expressions mirroring the uncertainty that hung in the air. Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and Sinistra, the deans of the three houses, maintained a cautious vigil over the students, sharing their worries but not succumbing to panic. The worst case happened. Professor Flitwick sighed, I only hope that this time, not many people will lose their lives. Professor Sprout added, I have to say, I admire their persistence. For 50 years, they have not given up. But their hope of victory is very, very slim. Professor Sinistra chimed in, we have long been accustomed to Grindelwald's rule. After so many years, Hogwarts is actually quite good. I really don't understand why they can't even think about it. The times have actually changed. Professor Sprout offered an explanation, they have their persistence. Only this time, the momentum seems to be much greater than before. Resigned to their current situation, the three professors fell into a contemplative silence. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, McGonagall and Rosier faced each other, wands at the ready. Professor Rosier coldly admonished, I can only say that you came here today. It was an absolutely wrong choice. Master Grindelwald is on his way back to Hogwarts. In a few hours, all of you rebels will meet your end here. Unfazed, McGonagall wore a fearless expression. Then I can only say, I have a completely different view. Even Grindelwald can't save you today, Rosier. Their wands clashed in a dazzling display of magic as a fierce duel unfolded. The battle intensified, with spells like fire, vipers, and flying knives filling the room. McGonagall's resilience prevailed as she used enchanted silverware to protect herself and created a standoff against Rosier. An explosion rocked the room, followed by a tense silence. As the smoke cleared, Rosier had vanished, leaving a shattered window as evidence of her escape. McGonagall glanced out the window and spotted a figure retreating into the distance. A satisfied smile crept onto her face, she had won. The Order of the Phoenix had successfully retaken Hogwarts, and Grindelwald's loyal followers were fleeing. Then, a mysterious voice echoed throughout the castle, revealing shocking truths about Grindelwald's rule and McGonagall's return. Professors and students were astounded, their world reshaped by revelations. Meanwhile, Rosier hadn't ventured far from Hogwarts. She had landed by the Black Lake, where Grindelwald awaited her. I lost to Minerva. It's because Hogwarts have given them some sort of protection? Forgive me, Lord. Rosier admitted her defeat to Grindelwald, citing McGonagall's control over Hogwarts. Don't worry about it, Vinda. How about the rat we've planted between the Phoenix Orders? Grindelwald reassured her and inquired about the exposure of their hidden Phoenix ally. I believe they are doing their job well, but I don't know much about it. Rosier remained uncertain but believed that the Phoenix had been revealed. As noon approached, the oppressive heat silenced the once lively sounds of birds and insects. The air itself seemed to carry an air of solemnity as 3 second-grade children, Matthew and his friends, sneaked along the bushes near Hogwarts Avenue, cautiously making their way toward the castle. Hogwarts loomed large before them, an eerie emptiness pervading the campus. No figures, be they horsemen, house elves, or wizards, could be seen. An eerie tranquility had settled over the entire school. Neville broke the silence. Matthew, what should we do? He looked ready for action. In truth, Matthew was uncertain of their next move. He had returned here out of an instinctual avoidance of Hogsmeade, believing that even amidst the turmoil at Hogwarts, it was safer. However, Neville and Hermione seemed to have misunderstood his intentions, and at this point, Matthew needed to clarify. We mustn't act recklessly, he emphasized. Let's cautiously approach the castle and observe what's happening. Neville nodded vigorously in agreement, while Hermione offered no objection. They quickly took cover in a nearby bush, their eyes fixed on the castle, which had ceased its trembling. Matthew, deep in thought, began contemplating the scale of this revolution. The dormant Order of the Phoenix had marshaled its forces to challenge Grindelwald's rule at Hogwarts. However, Matthew couldn't help but question the wisdom of this endeavor. Even with the Order's full might, it appeared ill-prepared to challenge Grindelwald, who wielded not only his loyal followers but also significant influence over the Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, the Order's most potent asset, Albus Dumbledore, had languished in Nurmengard for half a century. Their current actions resembled reckless bravado more than organized resistance. Was it possible that years of oppression under Grindelwald had driven the Order to desperation, compelling them to undertake this audacious course of action? Or did they possess hidden motives? Hogwarts students and professors. While Matthew pondered these questions, the voice of McGonagall resonated from the castle, mentioning the students and teachers. Neville, unfamiliar with McGonagall, inquired, "Who is McGonagall?" Hermione, slightly agitated, explained her background, how she had served as a teacher and rumored successor to Albus Dumbledore before Grindelwald's arrival. "Oh, Thailand badass. The same Albus Dumbledore." Neville seemed surprised. "Yes, but after Grindelwald arrived at Hogwarts, many professors fled or disappeared," Hermione continued, her voice filled with curiosity. This included Minerva McGonagall, who became one of the missing persons. Since then, the Transfiguration class at Hogwarts has faced instability. But let's not dwell on that. Hermione turned to Matthew, her eyes shining with excitement. "Matthew, should we help them, or at least make contact?" Matthew, however, poured cold water on her enthusiasm. "We can't help them," he said calmly. "Hermione, if you truly wish to aid those who rebel, I suggest you focus on studying magic diligently. Only by becoming a truly powerful wizard can you qualify to participate." "But, aren't they winning?" Hermione interrupted with puzzled enthusiasm. "Just as McGonagall said." Matthew urged restrained. "You're getting ahead of yourself, Hermione. Stay calm. Trust me, things are about to change." Meanwhile, Grindelwald and Rosier strolled the Hogwarts campus, their calm confidence in stark contrast to the turmoil. Grindelwald encountered the previously immobilized Professor Ketleban. Ketleban apologized for his inability to stop dark wizards and horsemen from entering the campus. Grindelwald, gracious, assured him it was not his fault and expressed his confidence in overcoming the intruders with Hogwarts assistance. Ketleban, somewhat relieved, offered to confront them, but Grindelwald redirected him to another task, reminding him of the mission he had assigned earlier. As Ketleban hurried away, Grindelwald and Rosier continued their leisurely exploration of the school. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, a grey mouse darted through the corridor at incredible speed. It was almost a blur, heading purposefully toward its goal. Approaching a wall ahead, adorned with a tapestry of a giant stick striking a bewildered Barnabas, the mouse suddenly froze. A sturdy figure emerged from a nearby corridor. Startled, the mouse scurried in the opposite direction but was met by a formidable golden retriever. It lunged and captured the mouse. Then, an astonishing transformation occurred. The mouse gradually reshaped into a short, unattractive wizard. Clearly, the seemingly humble mouse was, in fact, an animagus who had infiltrated Hogwarts. The triumphant wizard declared, "Good job, Donald," as his companion joined him. However, the captured animagus, realizing his predicament, sought to evade capture. Incarcerous, the sturdy wizard roared, conjuring thick ropes that securely bound the animagus. Even his wand fell to the ground. Overjoyed, the wizard exclaimed, "Peter Pettigrew, Azkaban's fugitive, after 15 years, I've finally caught you within Hogwarts Castle." The golden retriever by his side barked excitedly, while Peter Pettigrew, immobilized, could only glance toward the tapestry that depicted the giant stick striking poor Barnabas. Meanwhile, Mr. Pringle, the caretaker of Hogwarts, achieved his own success. He had captured one of the 3 Azkaban fugitives within the castle. Accompanied by his loyal pet, Mr. Donald, Mr. Pringle confidently carried the immobilized Peter Pettigrew down the corridor. As they moved forward, Peter Pettigrew cast a glance at the tapestry depicting the giant stick hitting Barnabas. The journey to apprehend Azkaban's fugitives continued within the confines of Hogwarts Castle. Simultaneously, Ketleban drew nearer to his destination. Although he bore the marks of his earlier ordeal with the statues, he had regained his composure after being rescued by Grindelwald and Rosier. Navigating a narrow, steep path surrounded by dense jungle, Ketleban emerged at a breathtaking sight, a vast black lake that spread out before him. Across the lake, on a lofty hillside, stood Hogwarts Castle with its spires and windows. This place held a special significance: the ferry crossing. Every first-year student would pass this way, taking a boat to approach Hogwarts Castle for the first time. Ketleban couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia as he gazed upon this familiar scene. Yet, the situation was far from normal. He brandished his wand, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from a bush nearby. It was a dog, and it began sniffing the ground intently, as if searching for something. Ketleban wasted no time. He raised his wand and cried, "Transformer!" A red light shot from his wand, targeting the dog. However, the dog agilely dodged the spell. In a swift counterattack, the dog, which was actually an animagus, unleashed several red spells at the professor. Ketleban had to duck behind a nearby rock to evade the onslaught. The two continued their exchange, taking cover and launching spells at each other. Sirius Black, the animagus, saw an opportunity to escape into the forest. However, a surprise awaited him. A large, dark creature suddenly leaped from the bushes, biting his hand that held the wand. With a cry of pain, Black was forced to drop his wand. Meanwhile, Ketleban rushed toward the scene, casting spells at Black. Ultimately, Black lost consciousness. As Ketleban approached, he realized that this creature was none other than Mr. Donald, the formidable pet of Mr. Pringle. The captured Sirius Black lay unconscious on the ground, while Mr. Donald and Professor Ketleban stood vigilant, their unexpected collaboration leading to the apprehension of another Azkaban fugitive within the Hogwarts grounds. Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, 2 Azkaban fugitives, fell swiftly before Grindelwald's minions, ultimately facing their arrests. There was no denying the exceptional competence of Mr. Pringle and Kettleben in completing their missions. The unfolding events bore an unexpected twist. Clearly, Grindelwald had long prepared and orchestrated this large-scale rebellion. It hinted at his deeper motives, possibly aiming to exploit the situation for his own goals. Meanwhile, in the castle's basement, a furtive figure moved swiftly through the corridors, seemingly undeterred by the nearby house elves' rebellion. His rapid pace brought him to a stone door adorned with a prominent green snake, serving as the entrance to the Slytherin common room. The mysterious figure revealed his true identity, the Auror known as Dawlish. He gently touched the stone gate's snake head and uttered the password, Pandora's box. The colossal snake on the stone gate began to stir, causing the door to slowly open. It was undeniable that Dawlish had provided the correct password to enter the Slytherin common room. Once a bustling common room, it now lay deserted. Nearly all Slytherin students had been frightened away. The younger ones had left the castle, while the middle and upper grades were trapped on the second and third floors. Dawlish, filled with urgency, appeared to be searching for something within the common room. Suddenly, he froze. Not far from him, a wizard sat in an armchair near the fireplace, seemingly concealed by an illusion charm that had concealed his presence. But now, he had revealed himself, wand drawn and aimed at Dawlish. The wizard who had appeared so unexpectedly was none other than Severus Snape, Hogwarts Transfiguration Professor. "Mr. Dawlish, care to explain yourself?" Snape inquired calmly. "At a time like this, you should be with your fellow Aurors and those Dementors in Aberdeen." His wand remained steadfastly trained on Dawlish's chest, never waning in its vigilance. "Yes, well," Dawlish responded, appearing quite composed. "I realized something was amiss, so I returned to Hogwarts ahead of schedule." "I see," Snape suddenly realized, offering a sardonic smile. "Then I have another question. Why are you here? This is the Slytherin common room. If I recall correctly, you graduated from Ravenclaw. Because the entire castle has been seized by those dark wizards," Dawlish explained further, "I needed to find a somewhat safer location and await Grindelwald's return." "It sounds like a reasonable explanation," Snape remarked. "However, under ordinary circumstances, we do not directly contact Lord Grindelwald." Dawlish's countenance shifted slightly, indicating that he had been thoroughly seen through. It was clear that his counterpart had been prepared and waiting for him. While scanning his surroundings for an escape route, Dawlish continued to engage Snape in conversation. "What exactly are you searching for?" Snape inquired coldly. "I don't understand," Dawlish feigned ignorance. "I am asking," Snape raised his voice sharply, "you, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, have occupied the castle. What is it that you seek to find here?" "Ringo." At this moment, Dawlish finally realized that their plan had been entirely foiled. Grindelwald had foreseen far more than they had anticipated. He remained cautious as he replied, "I won't answer your question, I think you already know." He shrugged and added, "Remus." This prompted an immediate change in Snape's expression. "It appears my identity has also been uncovered," he acknowledged calmly, "James." The two individuals, having unveiled each other's true selves, now faced one another directly. "Originally, I couldn't be certain," James Potter's expression conveyed sadness. "I was never sure who the traitor was 15 years ago. I suspected Snape, but I knew this Snape at Hogwarts wasn't real. I even suspected Sirius and Peter. It's just that I never expected it to be you, Remus. I thought we were best friends." "Yes, it was me," Remus Lupin nodded, maintaining his composure. "Too much evidence piled up before me," James expressed emotionally. "I never wanted to believe it. Every time the full moon arrived, you vanished from the Hogwarts grounds for various reasons, Remus. My friend, you haven't changed a bit. After all, you're a werewolf." "That's correct," Lupin nodded. "But in the past year, whenever I had to leave Hogwarts due to my transformations, there were always small incidents surrounding me. This provided me with a natural alibi without arousing suspicion. If Matthew were present, he might have suddenly understood why he encountered Professor Snape at St. Mungo's Hospital and why Professor Snape had seemed so flustered when discovered. Snape was a werewolf, and he had visited St. Mungo's Hospital to consult with a healer for medications to alleviate the pain during his transfiguration." Remus kept his wand poised, not letting his guard down. He continued, "I'm sorry for 15 years ago, but no matter how many choices I make, that choice will never change." "Can you tell me why?" James inquired sadly. "I doubted everyone, but from start to finish, I couldn't understand why you betrayed us, Remus." Remus seemed silent for a moment. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "Because of Lord Grindelwald. You didn't want to betray Grindelwald." James scoffed. "Yes," Remus nodded. "For you, Grindelwald. Whether it's you, Peter, Sirius, or Severus and Lily, they were all pawns to me. To be more precise, a disguise. I believed in that Hogwarts represented. But I'm different." Remus's expression revealed anguish. "Almost a new lease on life is what Lord Grindelwald means to me." James sneered, devoid of sarcasm. Remus still didn't lower his wand, insisting, "I'm sorry, James. I know you won't accept my apologies." "Then you returned to Hogwarts?" James questioned. "After we escaped from Hogwarts, you've returned once more, impersonating Severus to capture us and earn credit with your master." "No," Lupin shook his head, then nodded. "I heard of your escape from prison. My return to Hogwarts was indeed at my own request. Hogwarts needed a transfiguration professor. But James, I am certainly not here to apprehend you. I simply want to persuade you to give up, to persuade you to leave Hogwarts. James shook his head with disdain. I thought you'd understand me, Remus. Do you think I would act like such a coward? It's not about cowardice, it's an impossible task, Remus earnestly explained. With your limited strength, you cannot oppose Lord Grindelwald. Any resistance from you would be in vain. Give up, James. Turn around now and leave, seek refuge in a quiet place, and start a free life anew. I won't stop you, and I'll even help you escape Hogwarts. James appeared lost in thought, exhibiting hesitation. He finally spoke softly. I agree to your suggestion, Remus. Give me 10 minutes, allow me to stay in the Slytherin common room for 10 minutes. After that, I'll depart and never return to Hogwarts. It's still for that, isn't it? Remus asked, his voice filled with sadness. Let it go, James. It appears our negotiations have broken down, Remus. James's expression suddenly solidified. His body began to transform rapidly, and a massive stag materialized out of thin air, replacing the previous wizard. The stag moved swiftly away from Remus, searching for cover. Stupefy! Remus shouted forcefully. With a burst of red light, the battle was underway. The fierce battle erupted within the Slytherin common room, leaving chaos in its wake. Both Remus and James sought cover amidst the room's disarray. James occasionally transformed into a massive stag, using its bulk to evade Remus' spells, but it was clear he was becoming disadvantaged. It seems you've picked up some new tricks from your lord, James taunted bitterly. Remus' voice still carried a tone of sadness. You won't be my opponent, James. After all, in Azkaban, you lost so many years of time. It's time to stop. Stupefy. Another powerful red spell interrupted Remus. James bellowed, I'll stop when I've brought you down. However, the anger on his face abruptly turned to shock as he fell to the ground. Remus, bewildered, spotted a witch standing behind James. Rosier, he murmured. Perhaps you should have acted more quickly, Remus. Rosier said coldly while holstering her wand. Remus stammered, I'm sorry. Have you obtained any information? Rosier continued to inquire. No, I only know what they were looking for, Remus replied honestly. Then take him away, perhaps we can extract some information from him. Rosier glanced with slight disgust at the unconscious James. Sylvanus and Apollyon should have captured the other 2 Azkaban fugitives. The trials and tribulations of the past year can finally come to an end. I understand, Remus nodded silently, bending down to carry his friend. This marked the capture of all 3 fugitives. The events unfolded with surprising ease, lacking any twists and turns. McGonagall remained in the principal's office, temporarily controlling the power of Hogwarts. She sensed the occurrences at the castle and understood the situation facing the 3 unfortunate fugitives from Azkaban. Yet, she remained resolute, refusing to flee, and held her ground. Footsteps in the castle corridors gradually grew louder. The sound of boots on the spiral staircase echoed closer and closer. McGonagall's breathing quickened. She knew exactly who was approaching and how formidable that person was. Her courage was the only thing sustaining her. Grindelwald gently pushed open the door to the principal's office and greeted the witch before him with a smile. Good morning, Minerva. But I must say that breaking into my office without permission is not in line with British etiquette. His voice remained calm, as if he were speaking to an old friend, not a formidable adversary. Your office? Grindelwald. McGonagall retorted, visibly angered. She exclaimed, You're lying? Coward? Did you say this is your office? It's not entirely inaccurate to say that, but for the past 50 years, this place has borne my name, which is not entirely wrong. Grindelwald calmly explained. McGonagall did not respond further. She knew any words now would be in vain. She simply gazed at Grindelwald with her wand at the ready. Truly a splendid performance, Grindelwald continued, almost as if praising the younger generation. Using the centaurs, house elves, and fairies to incite rebellion and draw our attention, while your true objective lay here, to complete the plan that you failed to execute 15 years ago. McGonagall's expression remained unchanged, and she kept her wand aimed at Grindelwald. Of course, perhaps this is all a ruse. You utilized yourself and the power of Hogwarts as bait to lure me here, and you have a deeper motive, Grindelwald mused. This time, there was a slight shift in McGonagall's expression. However, Grindelwald did not miss this change. To be honest, your setup is quite ingenious, and even I had no choice but to walk into the trap. I must commend you. Grindelwald began clapping. His applause and smile appeared entirely sincere, devoid of sarcasm. So, why are you so confident in showing up here? McGonagall demanded. You should be well aware, Grindelwald. With the dispelling of the enchantment you cast on Hogwarts, this castle has revealed your true nature. Now, with the power of the entire castle under my control, no matter how confident you are, your strength is no match for it. That's true, Grindelwald agreed. Even under normal circumstances, I cannot stay on the Hogwarts grounds for long, otherwise, the castle's power would eventually overwhelm me, especially now that the castle has shown open hostility towards me. But when I set foot on this place, I did feel the pressure. Grindelwald withdrew his wand, giving McGonagall an appreciative nod. He continued, Indeed, your courage and resolve are commendable. Over 50 years have passed, yet you remain fiercely loyal to Dumbledore and are still attempting to thwart us. Such dedication is truly rare and precious. When I hold you in Nurmengard, I shall ensure you and Albus meet again, Minerva. Enough. McGonagall snapped. I thoughtless. She pointed her wand at Grindelwald for the last time, but this time, she wouldn't get the chance to cast a spell. Grindelwald simply gave her a look, and she was sent flying. Her wand slipped from her grasp, and she lost consciousness. The most formidable member of the Order of the Phoenix had been defeated with ease. Grindelwald wiped his wand clean and glanced at McGonagall, unconscious on the floor. He then turned and left, muttering to himself, "One more to go." While McGonagall and Grindelwald battled fiercely in the headmaster's office, 3 second-year students hid behind a bush about 200 yards from the castle. Among them were Matthew, Hermione, and Neville. They were unaware of the exact events within the castle, but the castle's appearance led them to make educated guesses. "What's happening?" Hermione whispered, seeking guidance from Matthew. Matthew shook his head in bewilderment. "Perhaps Professor Grindelwald has returned." Although Matthew had not seen Grindelwald, the sudden tremors of the castle and the oppressive atmosphere made him suspect. "Wait, look over there." "What's that?" Neville pointed at the castle's entrance curiously. "Hide," Hermione urgently instructed. "Don't look, just hide." While Matthew and Neville didn't fully understand, they obeyed, taking cover in the bushes. Peering through the foliage, Matthew could glimpse a group of ominous figures entering the castle. They wore black suits and veils, obscuring their faces. Hermione explained in a hushed tone, "Their alliance. I remember reading about them in a restricted section of the library, under Professor Flitwick's guidance. They're dressed like that because they're Grindelwald's most loyal followers. Over 50 years ago, they were infamous throughout Europe," Hermione continued. Her voice trailed off as she saw something unbelievable. In the direction of the castle, Hermione's expression shifted from surprise to a desire to rush out of the bushes. However, Matthew quickly stopped her and covered her mouth, preventing her from making a sound. The cries of house elves filled the air, indicating a massacre was occurring. It was clear that the Alliance, long absent from the scene, had returned to Hogwarts, and they were showing no mercy to the rebellious house elves. The screams of the house elves gradually dwindled and eventually vanished entirely. The presence of those saints disappeared as well, leaving only a desolate castle behind. 3 children, who couldn't believe what they had just witnessed, stood there in shock. "Unforgivable, unforgivable, unforgivable," Hermione muttered, her eyes red and her tears exhausted from crying. "Let's go," Neville whispered, his voice trembling. "We need to get out of here. This is too much." Matthew nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to turn and leave, Matthew's expression abruptly changed. "Wait a moment," he said urgently. He squatted down, then hid in the bushes again, retrieving a purse from his pocket, a Christmas present given to him by Neville a few months ago. "What's wrong?" Neville asked with curiosity. Matthew didn't respond with words. Instead, he quickly opened the purse. Inside his pocket, he had been feeling an unusual warmth from his wallet. Indeed, it was the floor flower he had concealed within his wallet. Floor flowers were highly magical plants. Their fresh petals were closely connected to the root, and even when separated, the root would continue to point in the direction of the petals. Such guidance caused the root to emit heat. However, this was strange because Matthew hadn't attempted to use the floor flower since he obtained it secretly a few months ago. All the petals were still intact on it. So, why was it guiding him now? Matthew considered it carefully, and the only possibility he could think of was that the floor flower was now directing him towards the petals he had accidentally dropped when he first acquired it. But this was puzzling. If this were the case, he should have discovered this guidance the day he obtained the floor flower. Until now, the floor flower had suddenly begun to act oddly. Who could be deliberately using it to guide him? Matthew was lost in thought. McGonagall and her 3 students, the Azkaban fugitives, were taken away and would face trials before being sent to Azkaban. The house elves, who had chosen not to obey, had been eliminated as they no longer held value. The centaurs were fortunate not to have stayed at Hogwarts for an extended period, allowing them to escape the same fate as the house elves. Hogwarts returned to a semblance of calm. Argus diligently cleaned the hallways to prevent any traces of the house elves' gruesome fate from lingering. Students were temporarily evacuated from the castle as efforts were made to search for the remaining members of the Order of the Phoenix, the last remnants. Upon Grindelwald's return to his castle, Rosier and Lupin awaited him. "I apologize, Lord Grindelwald," Rosier said with regret. "We found nothing. There are no strangers within Hogwarts." "It's of no consequence," Grindelwald replied calmly. "If someone like that were present here, they wouldn't have eluded me for so many years." In addition, the 3 fugitives were interrogated intensely, Rosier continued, but they genuinely lack knowledge of the final member of the Order. They all identified McGonagall as their sole contact. A with acute beta. Peter Pettigrew, the animagus who transforms into a rat, spent the past year disguised as an Auror investigating various locations within Hogwarts. He orchestrated the house elf uprisings on his own. However, his animagus form made him conspicuous. Furthermore, the other Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, Rosier continued, her tone growing cold, "I doubt they are entirely clean. I find it hard to believe that colleagues who spend every day together wouldn't detect someone among them using polyjuice potion or other disguises. However, I have no concrete evidence." "If there's no evidence, there's no basis," Grindelwald responded indifferently. "Frankly, Vinda, we should be prepared for the hidden resentment and opposition from ordinary wizards, even if it occurs behind closed doors. As long as they don't openly oppose us, they can serve as potential allies." "I understand, Lord Grindelwald," Rosier nodded thoughtfully. Lastly, they're serious black, Grindelwald continued. His animagus form is a black dog, the Grim that Remus and his students saw a few months ago. He was solely responsible for the disturbances and riots caused by the horsemen. Unfortunately, he couldn't fully control the situation in the end. All 3 members of the Order of the Phoenix shared a single connection with Minerva McGonagall as their sole contact. No matter how we press them, they refuse to divulge the name of the final Phoenix member. I suspect that Minerva may have removed her own memories. So, are we to return empty-handed? Rosier asked disappointedly. No, I believe there's still hope, Grindelwald said with conviction. I have a strong feeling that I know who the final member is. Lord Grindelwald, Rosier said in astonishment. In that case, leave it to me, Grindelwald declared. With that, Grindelwald vanished from their sight, operating within the confines of Hogwarts as the headmaster. In Professor Slughorn's office, the man lounged comfortably on a recliner. He held a large glass of mead in one hand and indulged in pineapple compote with the other. He even licked his fingers after enjoying a spoonful of compote. He was clearly at ease. Suddenly, a cloud of light blue smoke materialized, and Grindelwald appeared before him. Good afternoon, Horace, Grindelwald greeted elegantly. Good afternoon, Headmaster, Professor Slughorn responded calmly. Would you like to taste some pineapple compote or have a glass of mead? No, thank you, Horace, Grindelwald declined. I'm more interested in your intentions today. What was your true goal? Professor Slughorn raised an eyebrow but remained composed. He leisurely poured another glass of mead, sipped it, and then dug into pineapple compote once more. I'm sorry, Headmaster, Slughorn finally spoke, but I believe I can't disclose the answer to that question. Your character, Slughorn said coldly. Indeed, I, Horace Slughorn, am a snobbish, smooth-talking individual. I don't care who holds power in the magical world, be it you or Dumbledore. It doesn't matter even if it's a lunatic obsessed with dark magic. But I care about Hogwarts. Professor Slughorn's expression turned serious, a rare sight for him when facing outsiders. I love Hogwarts. I've taught at this castle for many, many years, he said slowly. I remember my colleagues and my exceptional students. Besides daily enjoyment, they are the reason I exist, my purpose. But with your arrival, Grindelwald, everything has been ruined. Slughorn's voice grew more intense. This might have been the first time he had displayed such emotion in front of others. Armando Dippet, Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, they perished, vanished from this world. My friends at Hogwarts just ignored me. And my once proud students, Tom, Mikkel, Lily, they all had to disappear from this world. Maybe I won't ever encounter them again in my lifetime. You've destroyed everything I hold dear, Grindelwald. That's why I stand against you. I contemplated numerous possibilities, Horace. Grindelwald casually waved the old wand he held, transforming it into a plush armchair. He then seated himself comfortably in front of Slughorn. Slughorn remained unperturbed throughout, savoring his delicious pineapple compote. Their interaction felt more like old friends reminiscing about the past than enemies. Grindelwald continued, I've had suspicions about many individuals at Hogwarts Frios, Pomona, even Aurora, all of them had motives and possibilities for betrayal. However, you, Horace, I never considered the possibility of your betrayal. Betrayal. Slughorn scoffed, rising to his feet. He opened a new bottle of mead and poured himself a glass. From the day I set foot in Hogwarts, were you already a covert spy for the Order of the Phoenix? Grindelwald inquired with curiosity. Of course. Slughorn nodded naturally. From the moment I learned of Armando Dippet's demise, from the instant I witnessed use of comma's death before your followers, from when I saw Albus Dumbledore's every trace erased. Horace Slughorn had already made his decision. It appears you hold a significant position within the Order of the Phoenix. Grindelwald asked with interest. The status within the Order of the Phoenix is neither high nor low, Professor Slughorn replied, spreading his hands. I have only one contact online, and rest assured, you will not find that person. Simultaneously, Minerva is the only other person on this line, and you needn't trouble yourself interrogating her, you won't get anything from her. Of course, I am aware of that, Grindelwald acknowledged. Thank you, Professor Slughorn murmured before sipping his mead. Speaking of which, Horace, you have truly caused me a great deal of trouble over the years. Grindelwald conjured another goblet and was about to pour himself some of Slughorn's mead when he stopped him. You'll drink from this bottle. Slughorn tossed the previously untouched mead bottle to Grindelwald, then poured himself a generous glass from the newly opened bottle. Very well, Grindelwald's expression shifted slightly, but he seemed to accept it. While pouring himself a glass of mead, he continued, in hindsight, there indeed were many challenges, the invisible hand behind you, Horace. It's akin to the informant 15 years ago. Now that I think about it, that may well have been your doing, Horace. Remus Lupin came to me with the children's plans. When I ordered the teachers to seal off all exits at Hogwarts, mainly the secret passages, to prevent anyone from escaping, you must have sensed something amiss and alerted the children. Of course. Slughorn responded proudly. Honestly, I had little hope that they would manage to escape from Hogwarts at the time. I didn't expect them to surprise me. The invisibility cloak passed down through the Potter family is truly remarkable. However, I still can't fathom how they all fit beneath that small cloak with diary suspetta. It is indeed an exceptional invisibility cloak, Grindelwald remarked, squinting his eyes. I presume that cloak of invisibility is now in your possession, Grindelwald. After your apprehension of Potter, Professor Slughorn teased. Grindelwald did not respond verbally but indicated his acquiescence. Those young, newly recruited members of the Order of the Phoenix, I believe they all came through you, Horace. In truth, when Evans spoke out against me, I should have been alerted. Young souls are like blank pages, they only require some guidance to follow the righteous path. They possess boundless vitality and unwavering faith, needing only a proper goal. It's commendable. Grindelwald couldn't help but give a thumbs up. If I didn't do this, how could I deceive your eyes? Slughorn countered, praising in return. Especially the eyes in your heart. I can indeed see the future. Grindelwald shook his head. Yet, I've never believed in it. The future is merely a warning. Treating it as a guide would be the act of a fool. The headmaster paused, then inquired, Dirk Cresswell, is he also part of your Order of the Phoenix? Slughorn was momentarily taken aback and fell into silence for a moment. No need to blame yourself, Horace, Grindelwald consoled. A few hours ago, even before I guessed your identity, the Ministry of Magic's Aurors had already arrested him. As the director of the Fairy Liaison Office in the Department of Fantastic Beasts Management and Control, he guarded and stole but secretly fomented rebellion among the fairies. Once the fairies in Gringotts calmed down, his identity was inevitably exposed. Slughorn inquired in a hushed tone, Dirk, what will happen to him? Azkaban, life imprisonment, no possibility of parole. Grindelwald stated without hesitation. Not just him, all the participants in this rebellion share the same fate, be it Dirk Cresswell, Potter, or Shafiq. Both fell silent for a moment, drowning their sorrows in mead. The number of wizards is exceedingly small, Grindelwald suddenly commented. Every wizard is valuable. I have never desired to rob any wizard of life, regardless of their actions. In my eyes, they are akin to wayward family members or children who have erred. Yet you sent your family members and children to Azkaban to be with the Dementors. Slughorn retorted sarcastically. But you can put a stop to this, Horace. Grindelwald's expression abruptly turned grave. He openly voiced the true purpose of his visit. Tell me what you've done over the past year, what you're concealing, Grindelwald implored softly. You know it's impossible, Grindelwald. Slughorn's tone was resolute. Of course, I'm aware. Any memories tied to the event have likely been altered long ago by you, and your occlumency skills are excellent. As for Veritaserum, it's futile against a potions expert like you. Slughorn said nothing. Only you can divulge it, and I will forgive you for everything, Grindelwald continued. Whether it's Dirk Cresswell, Elaine Shafiq, Minerva, or you, especially for the three of them, they can be free. I can pardon whatever you did. I assure you, I believe my words still hold some credibility. Horace, I beg of you. Slughorn shook his head with a blank expression. That's impossible. So, he was unequivocally rejected. Grindelwald did not express anger but calmly poured himself another glass of mead. To be honest, over the years, I've grown accustomed to this, he commented composedly. You members of the Order of the Phoenix, at least those I've had contact with, are as resolute as Albus. Evidently, you are all as mad as him. Indeed, he was right about you, Grindelwald. Slughorn suddenly remarked. Oh, Grindelwald raised an intrigued eyebrow. He said you're a lunatic. That's accurate, Grindelwald concurred unexpectedly, offering a smile. It's not just me, he sometimes shares that madness as well. Both bottles of mead were nearly empty. The conversation between Grindelwald and Slughorn drew to a close. After a moment of silence, Slughorn reclined in his chair, slowly closing his eyes as if drifting off to sleep. Observing his colleague, who had been a companion for almost 50 years, and the mead bottle in his hand, Grindelwald sighed with a tinge of regret and shook his head. Farewell, Horace. He emptied the last drops of mead from his bottle onto the floor before turning and exiting his office. Rosier awaited him outside Slughorn's office. How did it go, Lord Grindelwald? She inquired promptly as he emerged. Grindelwald sighed once more. Then he shook his head again and replied in a low voice, the Dean of Slytherin, Professor Horace Eugene Flaccus Slughorn, has just accidentally ingested poison and passed in his sleep. Horace, unexpectedly, Professor Rosier's voice quivered with disbelief. Her astonishment mirrored the incredulity on the face of Gellert Grindelwald, who appeared visibly weary. Yes, Grindelwald's voice was heavy with the weight of the revelation. He nodded, his expression laden with a mixture of grief and determination. Horace Slughorn was the last phoenix, the last safeguard the Order of the Phoenix had hidden among us. He is no more. Professor Rosier's usually composed visage displayed subtle emotions. Having been colleagues with the former potions master and Slytherin head for half a century, the news weighed on her heavily. The last phoenix is gone, and the Order's key members are now in custody. The rebellions of centaurs, house elves, and house elves have been quelled. Grindelwald spoke with an air of finality. Anything that stood in our way has vanished, he declared, the weariness giving way to a sense of triumph. Now, it is time to embark on our ultimate mission. His tone conveyed a sense of relief and anticipation, his gaze locking onto the horizon. To realize our most cherished ambition. Lord Grindelwald, Professor Rosier's eyes appeared to glisten with tears. For all these years, I have yearned for this day. Grindelwald's stern countenance showed a hint of satisfaction. Yes, today is the day. With a wave of his wand, a colossal, black, curtain-like entity descended from the sky, shrouding them beneath its immense shadow. This dark, sprawling figure, seemingly thin as a half-inch, nevertheless stretched to nearly the size of Hogwarts Castle. Rising to his feet, Grindelwald directed the colossal entity to ascend once more. A profusion of pale blue beams radiated from its form into the sky. These blue lights initially converged before scattering once they reached a certain height, fanning out in diverse directions as if extending to every corner of Europe. What is that? Neville squinted at the looming dark shape in the sky. The sky above them was almost engulfed by the imposing, colossal figure. An eerie chill emanated from the sky, almost causing the three young individuals to shiver. It's a Voldemort, Hermione whispered, her voice trembling. I can hardly fathom its size. There have been rumors that Grindelwald was harboring a giant Voldemort in secret. Could it be? It's possibly the most terrifying creature I've ever laid eyes upon, barring perhaps the Dementors, Neville commented in a hushed tone. Like Dementors, Voldemorts exude fear. Only an accomplished Patronus caster can confront them, Hermione explained, her voice quivering with unease. We must leave, and quickly, she continued. I can't take much more of this. Neville concurred swiftly, and they made for the Forbidden Forest with haste. Fortunately, the immense Voldemorts circling above Hogwarts didn't linger for long. After a few passes, they veered southward. Once the trio reached the forest's outskirts, they paused to catch their breath, inhaling the cool, refreshing air. Students of all years. Professor Rosier's voice resonated across the sky. Hogwarts Castle is secure, the intruders and insurgents have been vanquished. Please assemble at the castle gate now. Neville and Hermione exchanged glances. Let's return, Matthew, Neville proposed. It seems that we've witnessed nothing, and the danger has passed. But Matthew shook his head with unwavering determination. No, he asserted resolutely, you two go ahead. I must find something. In truth, Matthew's condition had been slightly off since the strange encounter with the floor flower. Neville considered arguing, but Hermione signaled for him to desist. The two friends left Matthew behind and hastened toward the castle. 5 minutes later, Matthew reached his destination, guided by Floor Flower. Close to the greenhouse, Matthew discovered a boulder that drew his attention. The soil beneath the rock appeared softer than the surrounding ground, suggesting that someone had recently disturbed it. Furrowing his brow, Matthew examined the floor flower in his hand. The rhizome of the floor flower unmistakably indicated this location. With no one in sight, he quietly removed the top layer of soil. His digging was not deep, but he quickly unearthed a small wooden box. A few floor flower petals had sprinkled onto the box's surface. Remaining composed, Matthew opened the small container, revealing a single letter inside. Just as he examined the letter, Professor Rosier's voice echoed through the sky once more, urgently summoning the scattered students back to the castle. Quickly, Matthew placed the letter in his pocket and made a dash toward the castle. As for the events transpiring at Hogwarts, they will remain untold for the time being. On the other side, an hour later, Grindelwald, accompanied by his Voldemort, descended upon London. He stood tall atop the Tower of London, but he wasn't alone. Hundreds of wizards, a diverse assembly in terms of gender, race, and skin color, had gathered. These wizards hailed from various corners of Europe, renowned figures within the magical world of their respective countries. Many held prestigious positions. However, now they all stood humbly before Grindelwald. The principal of Hogwarts was among them, and their eyes brimmed with anticipation. Lord Grindelwald. At the front of the assembly, an elderly man with a toothless grin exuded intense excitement. I've longed for this day. You've not waited in vain, Vance, Grindelwald responded with a smile. Nearly everyone is here. He surveyed the gathering, his voice calm. These hundreds of wizards comprised Grindelwald's most unwavering and potent disciples, who had been with him during the First Wizarding War. They referred to themselves as saints. Under Lord Grindelwald's leadership, they triumphed in the Wizarding War, vanquishing all opposition from the ministries of magic in Europe. Until the climactic duel in 1945, when Grindelwald was defeated by Albus Dumbledore, and victory was declared. Now, nearly half a century had passed. Nearly 50 years had elapsed since their last reunion. Following their victory half a century ago, Lord Grindelwald informed them that true triumph was still a long way off. Upon his orders, they dispersed across Europe, infiltrating the magical communities of different European countries. This was not a daunting task since these ministries of magic had been shattered during the Wizarding War. 50 years later, the saints had risen to prominent positions. Some held ministerial roles in their respective ministries of magic, while others occupied key positions in the magical world of European countries. Even in the most challenging circumstances, they persevered, with many new disciples joining their ranks. They had waited for half a century, and today, their patience was rewarded. They had finally witnessed the moment when Grindelwald would reconvene them. My brothers, my sisters, my friends. I am profoundly grateful. Once again, you've answered my call and rallied with me. Nearly 50 years have passed since our last victory, and I told you then that it was not a complete triumph. We have not succeeded in making the wizarding world of Europe fully embrace our ideals, nor have we entirely vanquished the defiant wizards. But times have changed. I see the brilliance in your eyes, and I hope you don't lose your fighting spirit. We haven't forgotten, shouted a French witch, her voice resounding and sparking a round of applause. Grindelwald smiled at her, nodding, and continued. With your assistance, wizards and witches across Europe, young and old, have come to know and accept our beliefs. A wizard's soul is noble, magic's prosperity will only be within a few souls, granting those with more advanced understanding. We are destined to build our world, representing the most advanced power in the entire realm. At the same time, thanks to your support, all opposition in Europe has been completely eradicated, the dissenting voices are dwindling, and we now hold the upper hand. Grindelwald paused in his speech, and the entire rooftop of the Tower of London fell silent, save for the sounds of Muggle vehicles below. And now, I'd like to recant what I stated 50 years ago. This time, we have achieved a total victory. A resounding triumph in the wizarding world. As soon as his voice fell, jubilant cheers erupted around him. One by one, the loyal and aged faces of believers were tearful at this moment. Long live Lord Grindelwald. Long live the wizard. For the greater good. The thunderous cheers drew the curiosity of nearby muggles, causing them to cast sidelong glances, wondering about the commotion. Grindelwald raised his hand again, restoring quiet to the rooftop. Like you, I am filled with immense excitement, very, very excited. Grindelwald's face radiated a smile. 100 years of unwavering resolve, 100 years of struggle, at last, we have achieved it. He took a deep breath, his voice suddenly becoming impassioned. Now, I implore you to heed my commands. Concentrate all your strengths. It is time to shatter the barrier between the wizarding and muggle worlds. We must reveal the advanced might to the backward and ignorant muggles. From their highest echelons, control them, mislead them, and silence those muggles who oppose us. Let me witness what you have accomplished over these past 50 years. Let me see how well you understand the muggle world. Let me see the extent of your magical prowess in manipulating a select few muggle leaders, with thousands of muggles at their mercy. The wizard is the true master and the true ruler of this world. At this moment, we shall no longer dwell in the shadows, and no longer have need to do so. We can openly manifest ourselves in any corner of this world. We shall not tolerate muggles insulting us and encroaching upon our domain. The future of this world must be forged by wizards. Grindelwald forcefully waved his hand toward the distance. Apparate, and commence your journeys from this point, spreading this message throughout Europe. The war between wizards and muggles has begun. No, this is not a war, but a conquest. Let all of Europe come under our dominion, let them tremble. For, this is our world. A series of dark whirlwinds surged from the ground. The saints remained silent, obediently carrying out Grindelwald's precise instructions. They apparat away, returning to their homelands, and began dismantling the intricate schemes they had spent 50 years crafting. This is our greatest triumph. Grindelwald shouted, his voice growing hoarse. A few minutes later, he stood alone atop the Tower of London. The saints had all vanished. They departed, each set their sights on realizing the grandest rewards. A smile crept to the corner of Grindelwald's lips. To this day, he had waited for almost a century. It had culminated in a perfect conclusion. Struggling to his feet, he realized that, for the first time in decades, his appearance aligned with his true age, that of a man over 100 years old. In the distance, Westminster Abbey and Buckingham Palace were shrouded in the ebb and flow of magic. A new conflict, or perhaps a new conquest, had begun. Yet Grindelwald had no concerns for these matters now because he had one final task to complete. In a wisp of pale blue smoke, he disappeared, reemerging in Austria. Europe's most heavily fortified prison is at the uppermost floor of Nurmengard Tower. Grindelwald strode in, unreservedly entering the cell of the world's most dangerous dark wizard. The aged Dumbledore raised his head, his expression profoundly serious. Grindelwald declared to him with pride, I have won. It's the afternoon, and the Prime Minister is alone in his number 10 Downing Street office, savoring a delightful afternoon tea while skimming through a stack of lengthy reports. The contents of these reports slip through his mind, leaving no trace. However, his main concern is waiting for an important call from the president of another country across the strait. The call's significance makes it impossible for him to focus on anything else. Technically, this call should have come 5 minutes and 12 seconds ago, but the other party's tardiness is perplexing. The Prime Minister can't help but wonder if the President's secretary is assisting with a particularly stubborn zipper. The Prime Minister's current situation is marked by considerable stress, largely due to his predecessor, a bellicose woman who brought nothing but conflict and decline to the country. His tenure has been marred by challenges, waning national influence, a faltering economy, and a parliamentary majority reduced to a mere 18 seats. The recent approval of the Maastricht Treaty has become a weapon for political opponents to wield against him, and he can't shake the image of their triumphant faces. Rumors circulate that the Prime Minister is on the brink of a nervous breakdown, spending ample time hiding in his closet and contemplating resignation. Some even claim he has drafted a resignation letter addressed to the Queen. Though the Prime Minister has scoffed at these rumors, deep down, he knows they hold some truth. The more the Prime Minister dwells on his situation, the more irritable he becomes. He opens a new report, but the sheer length of it prompts him to toss it into the wastebasket as if it were mere scrap paper. He stretches his arms above his head, daydreaming of when this grim predicament will come to an end. Just then, a faint cough emanates from behind him. The Prime Minister is taken aback, recognizing that cough it's one he's heard before. Slowly, he turns to face his empty office. Hello, he cautiously inquires. The Prime Minister believes that, as a Briton, he should maintain seriousness and composure. For a brief moment, he prepares himself for the possibility that no one will answer. But a voice promptly responds, firm and resolute, as though reciting a rehearsed statement. The voice matches the one he associated with the initial cough. That first cough came from a frog-like, short man depicted in a grimy oil painting in a corner of his office, a peculiar portrait that had become a source of mockery among his staff. R. Omicron. To the Muggle Prime Minister. We require an emergency meeting. A prompt response is advisable. Yours sincerely, Bagnold. With these words, the frog-like man in the portrait gazes at the Prime Minister, awaiting his reaction. I have a very important call to attend to, a call from a president across the ocean, one that may impact the fate of our nation, the Prime Minister pleads. If it's a call from other European heads of state, I don't believe it's necessary to answer. The little man shrugs. Well, I wouldn't be the one to decide, the minister has arrived. With that statement, a bright green flame suddenly dances to life in the stone fireplace. From it emerges a stout woman with a round chin, short black hair, and an impatient expression. Upon first glance, the Prime Minister is unimpressed. He finds it difficult to muster any genuine welcome for the woman before him. After all, she's a female politician, and in his view, female politicians are the most loathed creatures in the world. Furthermore, she exudes a sense of strength, an attribute that terrifies him. Strong female politicians are, in his eyes, the most fearsome creatures around. Lastly, she's an outsider, at least in comparison to the Prime Minister, with astonishing powers, a creature that would be the stuff of nightmares even in his dreams. So, even in his dreams, the Prime Minister is haunted by the idea of the frog-like man in the portrait coughing again. But this is precisely what he expected. Since the day he assumed the role of Prime Minister, this bizarre sequence of events has played out on their first encounter. That fateful night feels like yesterday, as clear as if it had just happened. It's a memory that will likely haunt him for the rest of his life. At that time, in this very office, he had stood alone, celebrating the victory he had long dreamed of and planned for. Suddenly, he heard a cough behind him and discovered that the ugly portrait was speaking, announcing the impending arrival of the Minister of Magic. Naturally, he had thought that the grueling campaign had finally driven him mad. But when he witnessed the portrait speaking, he was plunged into sheer panic, even though it didn't reach the level of terror he felt when a wizard emerged from the fireplace and shook his hand. The Prime Minister is rendered speechless for a moment, as it seems that this experience was merely a hallucination brought on by campaign-induced sleep deprivation. However, when he saw the portrait speaking again, he knew he couldn't deny reality any longer. Millicent Bagnold addressed him with kindness, explaining the existence of the wizarding world and reassuring him that the Ministry of Magic would keep it hidden from Muggles. After the detailed introduction, she left as suddenly as she had arrived, leaving the Prime Minister to grapple with the surreal experience. The Prime Minister tried to dismiss it all as a dream or hallucination brought on by lack of sleep during the campaign, but his attempts were in vain. He even attempted to have the ugly portrait removed, only to discover that it was firmly affixed to the wall, resisting all efforts to dislodge it. Even carpenters, architects, art historians, and the Minister of Finance failed in their attempts. I believe the war has begun, Prime Minister, Minister Bagnold hastens to say. War. The Prime Minister exclaims, flustered. But I abhor war, and the monster who could incite a war vanished from this world 2 years ago. I'm not referring to a war among Muggles, Bagnold clarifies. This is a war between wizards and Muggles. Wizards and Muggles, at war, the Prime Minister stammers in disbelief. When you last visited, you did mention that Grindelwald is the greatest wizard in the world. That was before, Bagnold responds. I never expected Grindelwald's ideology to be so insidious and deeply hidden. Time is running out, Prime Minister. War. The Prime Minister momentarily forgets the term. He springs to his feet but soon settles back down. Just a moment, what is a war between wizards and Muggles like? He inquires softly. I don't know, Minister Bagnold admits, shaking her head. It might involve controlling thoughts, altering memories, and other such methods. I can't say for sure, but I believe they will act soon. As the leader of the Muggles, you will likely be their primary target. The Prime Minister's legs tremble, and he feels a sense of impending disaster. What should I do? He pleads, seeking guidance from the witch before him. Minister Bagnold glances at him critically. Is your secretary trustworthy? He inquires skeptically. I trust him with my life and wealth, the Prime Minister boasts. He's highly capable, twice as efficient as anyone else. Suddenly, Ian, the middle-aged man wearing a suit who serves as the Prime Minister's secretary, produces a peculiar wooden stick. Avada Kedavra. A brilliant green light erupts in front of the Prime Minister, a light so terrifying it makes him fear for his life. However, the target of this lethal spell isn't him, it's Minister Bagnold. The former Minister of Magic slumps lifeless to the ground, his eyes wide open. The Prime Minister stumbles backward, collapsing to the floor. In his dazed state, he realizes the unthinkable: his secretary, the capable and shrewd Ian, is a wizard. You're a wizard, the Prime Minister stammers in disbelief. A red light flashes, and he falls into unconsciousness. In the office's fireplace, flames dance once more. The secretary retrieves his wand and directs a piercing gaze at a man in black who steps out of the fireplace. You let the minister escape, he accuses harshly. Apologies, another wizard offers. I didn't expect him to use the private channel between the Minister of Magic and the Muggle Prime Minister to alert the Muggles. Trying to connect the Flu network to the Muggle Prime Minister's office took some time. Is everything under control at the Ministry? The secretary demands. We're managing, the other wizard replies. While there are a few radical rebels, most are cautious. Edgar and Amelia Burns are under house arrest, and Scrimgeour is relatively stable. We have the situation well in hand. Good, the secretary nods. He raises his wand again, aiming it at the Prime Minister who has regained consciousness. Impedio. The Prime Minister, though conscious, is now vacant, his once bright eyes dulled and empty. Such dire events are unfolding across Europe at this very moment. In London, Paris, and Amsterdam, as well as in many other major cities, the hidden wizards who fervently believe in Grindelwald's ideology are now exposed. Among them are those who may have never laid eyes on Lord Grindelwald himself, but their unwavering fanaticism and alignment with his beliefs are unwavering. These thousands, possibly even tens of thousands of wizards, are the result of Grindelwald's meticulous efforts over the past 5 decades. Ever since his victory in the legendary duel with Albus Dumbledore in Berlin 50 years ago, many expected him to bring revolutionary and earth-shattering changes to the magical world. However, the reality has proven that these changes are gradual and incremental. Grindelwald, far from being anxious, has always been patient. He primarily used education as a means to slowly shape the beliefs of an entire generation of wizards. This is why, after his triumph, he assumed the role of headmaster at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the most renowned magical institution in Europe. However, his influence extended beyond ideology. Grindelwald's equally important mission was the infiltration of the Muggle world and the suppression of any opposition. On the day of his victory 50 years ago, Grindelwald addressed his followers. Muggles don't comprehend wizards, not only due to their ignorance but also because of the secrecy surrounding the wizarding world. The existence of the International Wizarding Secrets Act and the control exercised by various Ministry of Magic departments across the world have contributed to this secrecy. It's this lack of understanding that empowers the wizarding world. The International Wizarding Secrets Act not only protects Muggles from the knowledge of our existence but, more importantly, maintains the mystery of our world. As long as Muggles remain unaware of the full extent of our realm, they won't be curious or actively seek out our hidden world. Yet, if this mystery vanishes, if Muggles start intentionally searching for our world, then our greatest advantage fades away, revealing our most significant weakness: the vast difference in our numbers. Wizards are a tiny population, especially when compared to the vast numbers of Muggles. The population of Britain alone exceeds 60 million, while the number of wizards is limited, perhaps 3,000, 5,000, or at most 10,000. If it ever comes to a battle of numbers, we wizards may find ourselves at a disadvantage. The life of any wizard is incredibly precious, and this fact has always been at the core of my beliefs. And once the wizarding world loses its mystery, and Muggles become aware of its existence, it will be catastrophic. Even if a wizard possesses immense power, they can't contend with countless Muggles. Moreover, many adult wizards are not formidable spellcasters, they are skilled in family magic and daily spells, unable to master advanced spells like the disarming charm or the shield charm. AOES. The magical world has provided its inhabitants with a life of leisure and abundance, creating a lack of motivation due to their lack of survival pressure. This issue persists despite Grindelwald's efforts to address it. If an all-out war erupts and the wizarding world is exposed, it will be disastrous. In a war, each death among elite wizards significantly depletes their ranks, and the expectation that ordinary wizards can suddenly rise to the occasion is unrealistic. Young wizards cannot be expected to mature rapidly. Fortunately, the control over the mystery of the magical world has been maintained. The Ministry of Magic is responsible for this task. Their mission is to conceal the magical world's existence and prevent Muggles from discovering it. However, Grindelwald views this approach as drinking poison to quench one's thirst. The rapid development of Muggles poses a looming threat. Their advancements, from simple weaponry to city-destroying arms in just a few decades, are astonishing. The existence of the International Wizarding Secrets Act and the Ministry of Magic's control have safeguarded the secrecy and safety of the wizarding world thus far. But what about the future? If Muggles ever actively uncover the wizarding world, the consequences would be dire. Wizards would be at a significant disadvantage, unable to match Muggles' sheer numbers and technological capabilities. The Muggles would not show the same restraint that wizards have. They would eliminate wizards with resistance capabilities and treat the rest as curiosities, perhaps even imprisoning them alongside ordinary animals in zoos. Grindelwald extinguishes his cigar thoughtfully. He's seated at his desk in the Hogwarts headmaster's office. Normally, he avoids this place due to the incessant chatter of portraits depicting previous headmasters on the walls. All this is what he has glimpsed in his prophetic visions: the future. Prophecy is a unique ability, the power to peer into what might come to pass. Yet, Grindelwald doesn't place blind faith in prophecies. Instead, he uses them as references, not predetermined outcomes. For Grindelwald, the future he has foreseen, a future where he is defeated by Dumbledore in a duel in 1945, is just that, a glimpse of one possible future. He has tirelessly worked to reshape this destiny. For a century, he has prepared for this moment, knowing that regardless of the outcome, he will have no regrets. The final outcome, the state of the world to come, he does not truly care. To change the future, Grindelwald must first unite the fragmented wizarding world. Many wizards possess a sense of superiority, looking down on Muggles even as they acknowledge their equal worth. This paradoxical viewpoint is something Grindelwald understands well. He values Muggles greatly and believes that, unless they are enslaved or eradicated before they can pose a real threat, they may become formidable adversaries. The wizarding world's disunity poses a significant challenge to Grindelwald's goals. He will never give up on any wizard, believing that they are worth saving. His mission is to unite all the disparate factions within the magical community. Yet, some wizards, like Dumbledore and the recently deceased Horace Slughorn, are unwavering in their opposition. Before launching a war against Muggles, Grindelwald cannot act recklessly. Only when all opposition, or at least the visible opposition, has been eliminated, can he proceed. The magical world's secret must remain intact, even after they wage war against the Muggle world. For the past 50 years, Grindelwald has meticulously worked towards these two goals, growing his power throughout Europe and erasing any remnants of opposition. Today, he has achieved both. The all-out war against Muggles is imminent, a war that will determine the fate of the wizarding world. The outcome, the future world, remains shrouded in uncertainty. Grindelwald does not fear the unknown. He has dedicated a century of his life to this moment, and he will not regret the path he has chosen, regardless of the ultimate outcome. For the greater good. Over a month has elapsed since the conclusion of the Easter holiday. During this time, Professor Slughorn met a mysterious and untimely death. The official explanation is that he accidentally ingested poison, but this story stretches credulity given Professor Slughorn's expertise in potions, raising doubts among those with any common sense. The students, of course, are not buying into this official version of events. However, their skepticism has little impact, as Professor Slughorn was a solitary figure with no immediate family or close confidants to advocate for him. Despite his many proud disciples and good relationships with several pure-blood wizarding families, his death did not prompt a strong response. There may have been voices raised in defense of Professor Slughorn, but if so, they went unnoticed. In the weeks following the Easter holiday, various unusual events occurred at Hogwarts. For instance, a first-year Slytherin student, Elaine Shafiq, was abruptly removed from the school by Aurors, and the Daily Prophet temporarily ceased publication, leaving students without external sources of information. Even the highly anticipated Hogsmeade trip scheduled for the end of May was cancelled. The castle and grounds of Hogwarts seemed to be isolated from the outside world. The students, cut off from external information, began to grow anxious. Something must be happening beyond these walls, Neville whispered. Neville's father also left Hogwarts at the end of the Easter holiday and was reportedly subjected to some form of scrutiny alongside his Auror comrades. Neville confessed to not having heard from his father for a considerable time. The new Aurors, whom Neville described as cold and unfamiliar, had replaced those he once knew. With final exams looming, Hogwarts should have been a beehive of activity, with students frantically reviewing their lessons. However, this year was different. Apprehension hung in the air, stifling any academic ambition. Even Hermione, known for her studious nature, shared her concerns. Who knows what awaits us beyond these walls when summer vacation finally arrives, she pondered aloud. We might not even have a summer vacation this year, just like the cancelled Hogsmeade trip. By the way, have you seen Matthew? Hermione asked in a hushed tone. I can't help but notice he's been acting oddly recently. I don't know, Neville replied. Today's Sunday, he might be at the library, studying. However, Matthew was not in the library. Instead, he was in the potions classroom. At that moment, he was the sole occupant of the room. Even on a Sunday, and despite the impending exams, students avoided this secluded classroom. It had belonged to the now-deceased Professor Slughorn. Before Matthew lay a crumpled letter and a withered flower. Matthew's mood wasn't as troubled as that of his friends, perhaps because he was more privy to the intricacies of the situation. This knowledge could be attributed to a letter he had found wedged in a crevice. In a way, it could no longer be considered faith. When Matthew had read it countless times a month ago, the contents of the letter had all but vanished from the paper. However, Matthew had committed its contents to memory long ago. The letter bore the signature Horace Slughorn. Hence, Flo hadn't randomly started guiding him that noon. He could understand why. It was because Professor Slughorn had concealed the petals alongside the envelope using a disillusionment charm. Under this charm, the Flu's rhizome couldn't sense its petals, rendering it ineffective. Only at noon, with Professor Slughorn's demise, did the charm fade, allowing Matthew to discover its guidance. Matthew now recalled that after secretly plucking Flu flowers in the garden, he had swiftly encountered Professor Slughorn. At the time, he had been relieved that the theft had gone unnoticed by the dean. In reality, Slughorn had seen it all. Not only had he observed, but after Matthew had left, he'd picked up a few petals that Matthew had accidentally dropped. These petals would have rotted and crumbled into dust if left unattended. However, Professor Slughorn had meticulously preserved them so they could serve as a means to communicate with Matthew posthumously. Thinking back on this moved Matthew deeply. Deciphering the old script on the wrinkled sheet of paper was no small feat. Nonetheless, as Matthew read it once more, the words leaped off the page. Dear Matthew, by the time you read this letter, I will have passed away. Thus, I earnestly hope that you will never have to read these words. Of course, in the unfortunate event that you do, please don't grieve. I've spent 97 years in this world, although I must say, I've maintained myself quite well and don't feel that old. That's quite a long time, and it's about time I reunite with old friends who've already left this world. A with tilde Nigerian Nairo Epsilon. Frankly, Matthew, I see a glimmer of my youth in you, ambitious, clever, resourceful, composed. In all honesty, you embody the ideal traits of a Slytherin student, save for your lineage. Even in the rarest of circumstances, the sorting hat doesn't err, even when it sorted a Muggleborn like you into Slytherin house. Moreover, you possess a talent that I, despite my age, must acknowledge. Even the shrewdest of individuals should harbor some fundamental tenacity deep within. I've always believed in this. I hope you will follow the same path. I originally intended to nurture you slowly over 5 years or more, but alas, time waits for no one. Gellert Grindelwald is a madman. If the term doesn't fit, paranoid certainly does. For his grand plan, he's willing to sacrifice his life and countless others. He's been on this path for an extensive duration, one he can't turn back from now. You're a clever young one, I'm sure you've unraveled Grindelwald's true identity, so I won't elaborate further. Thus, we must stop him. For my part, my grandmother was a Muggle. She passed away many years ago, but I can still vividly recall her warmth when I was a young boy. Thanks to her, I've never harbored animosity towards Muggles, or Muggleborn wizards, for that matter. Muggles aren't fundamentally different from us, except they lack magic. Our world and theirs are deeply intertwined. Consider my grandmother, Minerva's father, and your own parents. Muggles, they're our kin. There's no need for wizards to subjugate Muggles. Magic is the best service we can offer, far better than enslavement. Grindelwald's claims are but the musings of a paranoid mind. But let's return to the matter at hand, Matthew. To be frank, the reason I've penned this letter is that I understand the odds of success in our endeavor are exceedingly slim. Even with the power of Hogwarts behind us, we still wouldn't match up to Grindelwald. His power is overwhelming, suffocating, and enigmatic. It's as if he has no vulnerabilities. Pandora's box is about to be opened, and we all know that his ultimate plan is nearing fruition. Our efforts thus far haven't even slowed him down. To describe it as despair would be an understatement. All we can do now is leave our last hope within a magical tome. The heart of that hope is a book that could potentially defeat Grindelwald? I suspect this might surprise you, Matthew, but through your few inquiries, it's likely the book has found its way into your hands. It's a twist of fate. That book isn't some esoteric magical artifact. The magical properties on its surface are but a facade, an illusion, as I initially mentioned. The reason for this facade was because I needed my student Tom Riddle to help me procure it from abroad. I deceived Tom, as he had connections for smuggling once he was released from Azkaban. You must be aware of the challenges of smuggling contraband into the UK nowadays. Before Tom's associate, Lucius Malfoy, could obtain the books, our people had infiltrated the Flourish and Blots bookstore to hijack their shipment. But something unexpected happened. The book vanished. It wasn't until you appeared that I started suspecting you had obtained it. Or rather, the book chose you. Therefore, please don't concern yourself with Tom. He sensed the book was on your person and attacked you twice in Hogsmeade, but both times, you were shielded by the Order of the Phoenix. During the first encounter, a member of the Order of the Phoenix shadowed you. Even if Tom had attempted to harm you, she would have revealed her identity to protect you. And during the second incident in Hogsmeade, we had Tom's movements monitored from start to finish. Returning to the point, the book chose you? Frankly, it's a good thing. Only when hope selects its keeper can one glimpse the light. At the time, we were elated. However, you're still quite young. I didn't want you to become too enamored with it or disclose its existence to anyone. Hence, I adopted a harsh tone when we first met to intimidate you. I had hoped to reveal the truth to you once you'd matured further and was able to handle it. I couldn't grow too close to you either, as there were many of Grindelwald's minions within Hogwarts. Any misstep could expose you. Regrettably, time waits for no one. Grindelwald easily vanquished an ancient intruder who infiltrated Hogwarts, bolstering his self-assurance. His minions are poised to make moves across Europe. We all know that the day is approaching. Consequently, we must begin taking risks and initiate a series of actions. These actions are, in reality, nothing more than desperate attempts. Their true objective is to ascertain whether the book truly rests in your possession. Simultaneously, with the demise of the Order of the Phoenix, Grindelwald has lowered his guard against Hogwarts, increasing your safety. This is all we can do. Don't worry about James, Sirius, or Minerva. Even if they're apprehended, Grindelwald isn't a cruel man. At most, they'd be incarcerated in Azkaban. I, on the other hand, am different, for I alone possess full knowledge of the situation. Should I survive, I'll continue to mentor you to the best of my abilities. But if I'm ever exposed due to an unfortunate turn of events, my only choice will be death. My occlumency skills are indeed formidable, and I possess the antidote to Veritaserum. All memories concerning that book have been purged by me. Yet, in the face of Grindelwald's mighty power, I still tremble with fear. Should he so desire, he could extract the truth from me in countless ways. The only safeguard is death. He can't extract the truth from the deceased. I bid you farewell, Matthew. The Order of the Phoenix has disbanded. Should you genuinely seek to confront Grindelwald, make your way to the Hogshead Inn in Hogsmeade and seek out the bartender. He will guide you. If, however, you decide to relinquish this burden, prepare a potion using dried nettles, live roots, sinister bloodweed, and leeches. Soak the book in this mixture for 2.5 hours, and the soul within will naturally dissipate. You can return to your peaceful life as it was before. So, make your choice, Matthew. You and I are the sole keepers of this knowledge. Now that I'm gone, the responsibility is yours alone. No matter what decision you make, you won't be judged. Yours truly, Horace Slughorn. With the final exams concluded, the challenging second year at Hogwarts was finally at an end. The exam results were swiftly released, and this year's scores were commendably high. However, it was evident that no one cared about these scores. Everyone's focus was on the impending start of the holidays and their journey to the train station. All of them were anxious about what had transpired in the outside world during the months of isolation at Hogwarts. All channels of communication with the outside world had been severed, and the professors remained tight-lipped. Perhaps the professors themselves were unaware of what had occurred beyond the castle's walls. Matthew, Neville, and Hermione lounged by the tranquil Black Lake, basking lazily in the sun. Tomorrow marked their departure from Hogwarts, and, fortunately, there had been no news of the holidays' cancellation so far. Matthew, Neville inquired with a serious expression. Are you absolutely certain you won't spend the summer break at my place? I'm unsure of the situation outside. The rumors are chaotic, and it might not be safe to be alone out there. Even Hermione has agreed to join me for the summer, he added, his voice filled with concern. Yes, Hermione chimed in, nodding in agreement. No, really, Matthew whispered. He gazed at the Black Lake, which shimmered with a dark green glow under the sun's rays, and his mood suddenly grew somber. Neville shook his head in exasperation. This was the 7th time this week he had tried to persuade Matthew, and each attempt had ended in rejection. Considering that they would be boarding the Hogwarts Express early the following morning, this would likely be the final effort. So, you're set on spending your summer here? Hermione asked, her concern evident. Will you be heading to Diagon Alley like last year? Or perhaps to Hogsmeade? For Muggle-born Hogwarts students, the options during summer were limited, either stay with a friend, as Neville had kindly offered, or find temporary employment in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade. Matthew's eyes hesitated, an expression rarely seen on him. I'm not certain, he hesitated for a moment before finally deciding. Perhaps I should go to Hogsmeade. I believe Mr. Flume of Honeydukes and Madame Rosmerta of the Three Broomsticks would welcome students as temporary workers. All right, Neville and Hermione relented, accepting the outcome. Remember to use owls to stay in touch. There's an owl post in Hogsmeade. Neville reminded him. Of course. The next morning, Matthew saw off his friends and roommates as they boarded the Hogwarts Express. Since he had chosen to work temporarily in Hogsmeade, he had no need to take the train. After all, Hogsmeade was only a few miles away from Hogwarts, and it would be foolish to travel in the opposite direction. With their departure, the Hogwarts Express whistled loudly, belching thick white smoke into the sky as it chugged away. The carriages were about to close, and Matthew stepped back. At that moment, Lestrange passed by Matthew with her luggage, casting him a malevolent glare. Matthew knew precisely why but chose to ignore it, offering only a helpless smile. As the train grew smaller and more distant, Matthew retraced his steps and boarded the carriage heading back to the campus. The campus was eerily quiet, with only a handful of students and professors remaining. Matthew wandered through the deserted campus, and with each step, his mood weighed heavier upon him. Finally, Matthew walked through the empty basement corridor and returned to the desolate Slytherin common room. His luggage had been prepared long in advance, ready for departure at any moment. But before that, Matthew gently opened a drawer, revealing the antique book inside. For over a year, this book had rested here, undisturbed and seemingly ordinary. Matthew took a deep breath, then fetched a quill from the side. He dipped it in ink and opened the book. Hello, it's me, Matthew Wickfield. The dark green handwriting appeared before him. Hello, Matthew. This time, the handwriting didn't carry the same dread and horror as before. Instead, it seemed lighter, more lively. Perhaps it was all in the mind. When one harbors fear, the most ordinary things can transform into terrifying monstrosities. Matthew hesitated for a moment before writing again. I don't know your name. This time, the handwriting didn't appear immediately. It was as if the book was contemplating something, and several seconds passed before the response came. Ringo. You can call me ABD. A quarter of an hour later, with everything packed, Matthew bid farewell to the Slytherin common room, leaving the castle. He carried his heavy luggage and walked alone toward Hogsmeade, making a brief stop by the Black Lake. Ensuring no one was around, Matthew opened his suitcase and took out a bottle of mead. Madame Rosmerta had sent it, along with the Three Broomsticks, as a token of appreciation for his previous letter. The mead had been imported from Slovakia, Professor Slughorn's favorite. Matthew silently unscrewed the bottle and poured the entire contents into the Black Lake, watching it blend with the dark green water. Farewell, he whispered. My dear Professor. With that, Matthew packed away the mead bottle and embarked on his journey to Hogsmeade, dragging his luggage behind him. The inhabitants of Darlington still referred to the aged residence on the western hill of the town as Trelawney House. Despite its current state of disrepair, with cracked walls patched up by wooden slats, incomplete roof tiles, and ivy gripping the structure with relentless determination, it's difficult to fathom that historical records once hailed it as Darlington's grandest dwelling. Within the confines of the aged home resides an elderly woman bearing the Trelawney surname. She's so advanced in years that most young town residents lack any recollection of her, Mrs. Cassandra Trelawney, who now dwells alone in Trelawney House. Her demeanor is reclusive, her interactions with the outside world scarce. The ravages of time have taken their toll on her appearance, to the extent that children cry in fright upon seeing her. No one in Darlington knows much about Mrs. Trelawney. Does she have children, and if so, where are they? How has she managed to live alone in that ancient house for so many years at her age? For the townsfolk, there seems to be no place for such a resident in Darlington. Even when an event takes place in town, if someone suggests inviting Mrs. Trelawney, it's swiftly forgotten. But now, an outsider has arrived in Darlington, seemingly making his way toward the hill where Trelawney House stands. He's an elderly gentleman. Unlike most senior citizens who tend to neglect their appearance, this gentleman, despite his advanced years, is impeccably dressed, a black suit, a neatly maintained head of silver-white hair, and a distinguished air. In a nearby roadside lawn, a group of boys loudly play football. One particularly energetic kick sends the football hurtling toward the elderly gentleman. It lands squarely on his back. Apologies? Sir, are you all right? A boy rushes over, panting. Upon picking up the ball and turning to face him, the boy is struck by the elderly gentleman's gaze. His body shudders, an inexplicable fear overcoming him. Sir, may I have the ball back? He stammers. Of course. The momentary haze in the old man's eyes vanishes, replaced by his former gentleness. He kindly returns the football and pats the boy's head affectionately. Thank you. Thank you. The boy appears somewhat relieved, hastily grabbing the ball and scurrying away. And the elderly gentleman resumes his journey to his destination. The external appearance of the old house is indeed quite eerie. The interior environment is even stranger than outsiders might imagine, albeit somewhat disorderly. Simple, antiquated furniture is neatly arranged in every corner. A small round table occupies the center of the room, surrounded by a few worn armchairs. On the table lie scattered quill pens, candlesticks, playing cards, and other peculiar items. Curtains drawn tight, lights concealed beneath crimson scarves, dimming the room's illumination so as to remain hidden from muggles outside. Despite the stifling midsummer heat, a roaring fire crackles in the fireplace, indicating a pot of tea brewing. In the darkest corner of the room, a frail elderly woman gazes intently into a glowing crystal ball. I foresaw your arrival, Gellert. Her aged voice echoes faintly. The visitor, naturally, is none other than the headmaster of Hogwarts, Gellert Grindelwald. Given the current circumstances, he appends actual ruler of the European wizarding world to his title, perhaps not without justification. Grindelwald commands immense respect throughout the wizarding world. What's particularly intriguing, however, is that this feeble old woman addresses him by name, a rarity among the few who have survived in the wizarding world. A with tilde N. Considering the age and stature of Ms. Cassandra Trelawney, this isn't entirely surprising. She is, in fact, a true seer, a witch possessing the genuine sight. In the wizarding world, she is renowned as an extraordinary prophet. Her age has long surpassed the point of remembrance. She might be 150 years old, perhaps even older. Her great-great-granddaughter, Sybil Trelawney, presently works at the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries and is already past 40. Even for a wizard, Cassandra's life spans the outer limits of possibility. Few are aware that this true seer still lives on. Mrs. Cassandra Trelawney has isolated herself in Darlington for countless years, virtually forgotten by the entire wizarding world. Except, of course, by Grindelwald. At the end of the last century, when he was but a youth, expelled from Durmstrang and steeped in misfortune, he sought refuge in England with his aunt, Bathilda Bagshot, residing in Godric's Hollow. At that juncture, on the cusp of despair, he first encountered Albus Dumbledore, his aunt's neighbor, forging an enduring friendship. It was also during this time that he crossed paths with Mrs. Trelawney, a friend of his aunt and a mentor who would shape his life. At that point in her life, Cassandra was already a renowned seer in the UK. Yet upon laying eyes on Grindelwald, she was astounded. In her words, she had never witnessed such a prodigious talent for prophecy in a child. Cassandra instructed Grindelwald for approximately 3 months, during which his astonishing aptitude for learning and tireless diligence left her utterly astonished. Eventually, she was forced to concede that there was nothing more she could teach him. However, Grindelwald disagreed with this assessment. For many years, he maintained contact with the most pivotal mentor in his life, exchanging ideas about the future. In his chocolate frog cards, Grindelwald even cited her influence. Under Cassandra Trelawney teaching, my knowledge of prophecy reached this level. You are naturally aware of my purpose here, my esteemed mentor. Grindelwald employed a reverential title and a gentle tone. I cannot provide you with a definitive answer, Gellert. I am very old, too old, Cassandra Trelawney replied wearily. Old enough to await death in this decaying abode. It has been nearly 70 years, and I have not ventured beyond these walls. My aunt, your dear friend, now resides at Hogwarts. She is as aged as you, Grindelwald countered. Bathilda is steeped in nostalgia. She naturally finds solace in your company. Cassandra responded fatiguedly. I, however, am different. I see only the future. The future holds more intrigue than the past, for it brims with the unknown. Grindelwald asserted earnestly. Yes, times have indeed changed, Cassandra remarked nostalgically. Even in this remote Muggle town, one can discern the shifting tides. Gellert, you embody a particular truth. She rose, brushing off imaginary dust from her attire. Then do you agree to my proposition? Grindelwald inquired hopefully. Of course, Cassandra conceded with fatigue. You refer to me as your mentor, Gellert. How can a mentor refuse the earnest requests of a student? Then I shall await you at Hogwarts, Professor Cassandra. Grindelwald inclined his head in a respectful farewell. Just as he prepared to depart. Wait a moment. Mrs. Trelawney interjected once more. I have one final piece of wisdom to impart, Gellert. Listen attentively. Grindelwald nodded with gravitas. Mrs. Trelawney sat upright in her armchair, her gaze distant and her lips parted. Her voice adopted an unusual, almost harsh timbre. When you believe you have grasped the throat of destiny, it may well be that destiny is, in fact, manipulating you. A few months ago, if someone had told Jim Maguire that there existed a mysterious power in this world, he would have dismissed them as lunatics. What a joke, I'm a staunch materialist. Jim would have retorted. All those weird and mysterious things are nothing but deceptions from children's fairy tales. Does anyone truly believe in evil spirits? In such debates, Jim consistently emerged victorious. Jim worked as a weather announcer. His daily duty involved forecasting the upcoming weather for the public, a simple and enjoyable job he'd held for over a decade. However, everything had turned chaotic in the past few months. A bizarre hurricane in southwestern Wales had nearly leveled a city and resulted in significant casualties. Unprecedented forest fires in the Highlands continued for over a month without abating. The skies in many surrounding cities had reverted to the bleakness of the 19th century, with reports of meteor showers coming from Kent, Yorkshire, Dundee, and elsewhere nearly every week. In the past few months, the UK had experienced more meteorological anomalies than it had in the past century. As a consequence, the meteorological TV station had received countless complaints, and the public's frustration had grown. This added considerable stress to Jim's daily routine. However, the disturbances weren't limited to the UK alone but seemed to plague all of Europe. Monaco suffered a once-in-a-thousand-year super tsunami during the holiday season, resulting in heavy casualties among both residents and tourists. Prague's Charles Bridge inexplicably collapsed in broad daylight, causing more than a dozen cars to plunge into the river. A strange and highly contagious virus emerged in northern Italy, rapidly spreading throughout southern Europe. Reports of unexplained disappearances became frequent in Northern Ireland. All these occurrences pointed to a year filled with unprecedented abnormalities. If a higher power existed, it seemed to wish for humanity's destruction. Or perhaps, beyond the strange natural phenomena, what puzzled Jim even more was the response of the official authorities. In the face of these frequent anomalies, the government took little action. Even the final rescue efforts following the Welsh hurricane were initiated by private individuals. The most controversial move made by the Prime Minister in recent months was his call for comprehensive disarmament in all sectors. Frankly, Jim thought the Prime Minister might be losing his mind. Jim found it baffling that such a swift and drastic disarmament plan had been approved by parliamentary resolution. Was the Prime Minister insane? Or were the hundreds of members of Parliament in the House of Commons all equally mad? Then there was the Chancellor of the Exchequer. He had been the Prime Minister's staunchest opponent, and Jim expected him to put an end to this madness. Yet, inexplicably, the Chancellor of the Treasurer, who had always opposed the Prime Minister, seemed to have joined forces with him to support this absurd resolution. A with acute epsilon. All in all, everything seemed far too bizarre not to raise suspicions. Adding to the confusion were some sensational rumors in the news, claiming that the Prime Minister had peculiar and questionable tastes. According to secretly taken photos, the Prime Minister had spent the past few months in the company of a man cloaked in dark and eerie attire, their togetherness never breaking. Initially, these reports were seen as absurd. Yet, the news about them was swiftly seized, which seemed to lend some credence to their claims from another angle. This world had gone mad? Jim found it impossible to discern any reason behind these developments, and he could only offer his comments. Until one Sunday, half a month ago, while attending a local church service, he experienced an unexpected turn of events. The church's pastor became unusually emotional during the sermon. He fervently informed the congregation that all the recent anomalies of the past few months were the work of one group without exception, wizards. According to church records dating back hundreds of years, a powerful and mysterious force existed in the world, wizards. For millennia, they had engaged in a life-and-death struggle with humanity, hunted and killed in countless witch hunts. Wizards, in turn, had suffered the loss of many of their own. It wasn't until 3 centuries ago that wizards gradually faded from existence, and knowledge of them slowly became the stuff of legend. But now, they were making a resurgence. According to the pastor, they sought humanity's destruction. The pastor's impassioned speech, while compelling, didn't entirely convince the congregation. Despite the recent string of unusual events that cast suspicion, attributing them all to wizards seemed preposterous. Witch hunts from history had long been condemned as medieval ignorance and superstition. Jim was no different. He couldn't bring himself to believe it. Until 3 days later, he came across a news article in the local newspaper. The impassioned pastor had suddenly passed away in his residence. When the autopsy report was released, it sent shivers down spines. A team of doctors had examined the body and determined that the pastor hadn't been harmed by poisons, sharp objects, firearms, suffocation, or strangulation. In fact, he appeared perfectly healthy, except for one detail: he was deceased. Furthermore, the doctors noted a look of sheer horror marred the pastor's face, as if he had been frightened to death while still alive. Concurrently, the physicians observed that similar sudden death cases with identical symptoms had been occurring with alarming frequency. Over a dozen cases each week in the UK, sometimes even dozens. Jim was terrified. He also began to doubt his skepticism. He couldn't accept such a coincidence. Based on what he knew about the pastor, the man had always been healthy and an avid marathon runner. Such a sudden death seemed utterly irrational. The only plausible explanation was that the pastor had disseminated certain truths that led to some organization killing him in a peculiar manner. Those organizations, were they the wizards? For the next week, Jim was tormented by nightmares. Mysterious figures would break in and silence him, someone who knew the truth. But fortunately, such an ordeal never materialized. It appeared that the perpetrators had no interest in small fry like him. Finally gathering his courage, Jim began contacting his neighbors who had also attended the church that week. They convened a small meeting. There was no denying that everyone was frightened. The pastor's accidental death had put them all at risk. They were eager to uncover the truth. During this meeting, a woman who appeared somewhat eccentric cautiously shared that the church's pastors had been suffering a disproportionately high number of casualties lately, most of them ending in sudden deaths without any apparent cause. Even the Pope himself hadn't made any statements about it. In fact, he hadn't been seen in public for months. Reports of sudden deaths among pastors had never made it into the newspapers. It seemed that the top echelons of European governments had become shrouded in mystery. Could it be real? Jim asked incredulously, that they exist. Just before he could utter the word wizards, the woman urgently silenced him. Don't say that word, she whispered. I've heard that anyone who mentions that word meets a dreadful fate. Jim knew well what dreadful fate entailed, and he obediently closed his mouth. Could there be individuals who are unmentionable? He cautiously inquired. What's their objective? They aim to dominate and enslave us, the woman explained patiently. They've infiltrated the government and can manipulate minds. All the media outlets are under their control. Anyone daring to speak the truth faces punishment. What should we do? Jim stammered. They seem incredibly powerful, and we appear utterly helpless. We must unite, the woman declared, her expression grave. With that, she produced some flyers from her pocket and distributed them to everyone present. The content of the flyers closely mirrored the pastor's speech that day. They briefly introduced the existence of wizards, their intentions, and the high-level government manipulation that had gone unnoticed. Thank you so much. Jim carefully tucked the flyer into his pocket. Remember to share this news with as many people as you can, the woman reminded them. Only when more people learn the truth will we have the strength to rally against them together. I understand. Jim nodded. As a weather broadcaster, his job was well suited to spreading news to a wide audience. Although it carried significant risks to speak out directly, Jim felt he could find a way to subtly convey the message. The gathering slowly came to an end. By the way, ma'am, what's your name? Jim asked as he was leaving, curious about the woman. Disley. You can call me Mrs. Disley, she replied with a smile. Matthew's summer vacation had just begun. He currently found himself in a cramped cellar, surrounded by crates and wooden boxes. Matthew, struggling, heaved a large crate up and laboriously ascended the cellar stairs. Bring up a box of buttery peanut candies, Wickfield. We're almost sold out, a woman's voice echoed from the cellar. Coming. Matthew shouted, then made his way up the stairs with the crate. Thank you, the store owner exclaimed gratefully when he handed over the box of butternut peanuts to Mrs. Flume. However, she quickly shifted her attention back to the customers. Matthew leaned against a wall, panting heavily. He hadn't rested in a while. Matthew, fetch another box of bee candy. Flume, busy at the other counter, called out. One moment. Matthew quickly mustered his strength and headed back into the cellar. This summer, Matthew had chosen to work a temporary job at Honeyduke Candy Store. The store was owned by Mr. Ambrosio Flume, a broad, bald man, and his wife, Mrs. Flume, who was a slightly plump woman. Both husband and wife were very easygoing and accommodating. When they learned that Matthew, a student, was seeking summer employment in Hogsmeade, they enthusiastically welcomed him and offered him the position. The pay was quite generous, 12 galleons per week, significantly higher than the average summer temp job. Plus, Matthew's living quarters were in the attic of Honeyduke, a relatively quiet and tidy little room. The only downside was the strenuous workload. It could even be described as quite demanding. Most of the time, Honeyduke was bustling with customers of all kinds. Although they all came for various sweets, no one paid much attention to Matthew. The shelves were lined with the most delectable candies imaginable, all at reasonable prices. Large blocks of buttery peanut candy, shimmering pink coconut ice, hundreds of neatly arranged chocolate varieties, a large bin of assorted flavored beans, and a container of savory bee candy. And then the other specialties Honeydukes could offer? These candies disappeared from the shelves daily at a rate visible to the naked eye, snatched up by eager customers. Matthew's task was to retrieve another box from the cellar before the shelves were completely emptied. The Flumes never failed to remind him. Considering Honeyduke's candy's popularity, he had about 5 minutes until the next trip to the cellar. It was astonishing how much the wizarding world loved these sweets. Matthew had seen all sorts of people here, from 7- or 8-year-old wizards to old wizards. Not to mention the occasional peculiar creatures mixed in with the wizards, such as vampires and werewolves who enjoyed licorice lollipops. Mrs. Flume was somewhat apprehensive of them, but Mr. Flume was equally hospitable. Hogsmeade was indeed the most popular wizarding shop. Matthew didn't mind the hard work. For one, he would turn 14 in 2 months. He'd grown considerably in recent years, now standing at 1.7 meters tall and in good health. He was no longer the small, impoverished, and helpless child he'd been when he first encountered the magical world 2 years ago. Furthermore, if he wanted to take it easy, he could opt for a less demanding position at the Three Broomsticks bar. Business there was moderate during the summer break, and the workload was significantly lighter. He viewed it as a form of exercise. After a long day's work, his tired body sharpened his mind when contemplating and making judgments. As the sun slowly set, the number of pedestrians in Hogsmeade dwindled. Even the Honeyduke customers gradually thinned until the last one left the candy shop. Closed. Mr. Flume declared, hanging the closed sign on the door. It's been another satisfying day, his wife exclaimed as she tidied up the scattered candies on the shelves. Matthew bent over, took a few deep breaths. Get yourself some butternuts, Wickfield. She tossed a large butterscotch candy to Matthew. Refuel while I get dinner ready. Thank you, madam. Matthew replied, although truthfully, unlike his peers, he wasn't particularly fond of these sweets. At this point, may I go for a walk, madam? He softly inquired. I'd like to unwind. Of course, it's not healthy to stay cooped up in the store all day, Mrs. Flume warmly replied. Just make sure you're back before 9:30. We'll wait for you to lock up. Thank you, madam. Matthew expressed his gratitude. He then wrapped the butternut peanut candy in tin foil and placed it on the table. Grabbing his wand, which was secured at his waist, he left Honeyduke Candy Shop. In the summer, the sun sets later than usual. Nevertheless, although the sky had not yet completely darkened, there were few pedestrians on the streets. Despite the absence of an official curfew in Hogsmeade, the recent Azkaban prison break and the residual effects of Dementors had discouraged nighttime outings for most residents, even though the Dementors had since been withdrawn. Matthew wandered aimlessly down the central avenue of Hogsmeade. Up close, one could see that the boy's face was etched with contemplation. As he approached the post office on Central Avenue, he glanced up toward the next intersection. There, at the intersection, stood a small, worn-down pub. A battered wooden sign hung on a rusty bracket above the door, displaying a decapitated pig's head with bloodstains seeping through the white fabric that covered it. Matthew always felt that he wasn't fully prepared for what was happening. Matthew always felt that he wasn't fully prepared for what was happening. Everything had occurred suddenly and unexpectedly. 2 years ago, when he learned that this world was Grindelwald's domain of victory, he harbored a certain level of caution. But as he gradually delved into the wizarding world, he began to believe that it wasn't as dreadful as he had initially thought. However, just as his caution waned, the situation took a sharp turn. Grindelwald had revealed his terrifying power overnight, unleashing unforeseen chaos. The past few months had seen numerous major events and earth-shattering changes. Matthew could only confirm that this world was spinning into a frightening vortex of uncertainty. What was even more terrifying was that he appeared to be inexorably drawn into this horrifying whirlpool. Before the battered wooden signboard, he paused. The Hog's Head Bar, a place most upstanding wizards in Hogsmeade would dismiss, yet frequented by people from all walks of life. Albus Dumbledore was undoubtedly adept at concealing himself. He had seamlessly integrated into this place, while simultaneously cutting off ties with the outside world. So well had he hidden himself that neither Voldemort nor Grindelwald had noticed that their greatest adversary, Albus Dumbledore's younger brother, had been residing so close to Hogwarts, eluding them for over 50 years. To be honest, Matthew felt a profound gratitude towards Aberforth, also known as Mr. Percival. When he had nearly fallen into the clutches of Tom Gaunt, there was no doubt that Aberforth had saved his life. Of course, certain conditions had to be met, but he had indeed saved him. However, the Order of the Phoenix had disintegrated, and Grindelwald's forces had seized complete control. Even if Aberforth were to rejoin the fight alongside Albus, it was doubtful whether they could reverse the tide. There seemed to be no chance of a comeback, unless a miracle occurred. In all honesty, the most rational course of action for him would be to follow Professor Slughorn's other loathsome request, to destroy the piece of soul in that book and avoid contact with the bartender at the Hog's Head. Ro Beta. In essence, to act as though nothing had transpired and to pledge allegiance to Grindelwald. But choosing that path felt excessively cruel, given the multitude of events that had unfolded. After all, he, like even the most unfeeling Slytherin, had been touched by these experiences. Moreover, could it genuinely be as though nothing had happened? Every action left its mark, especially when your adversary was a formidable wizard like Grindelwald. His perception extended farther than most could imagine. Matthew had witnessed his fearsome power firsthand when he confronted the ancient dark witch Morgana. Professor Slughorn had hidden well before his demise, but traces would inevitably remain. Even if they were minuscule, Grindelwald would eventually become aware. Grindelwald was a ruthless individual. Anyone who dared obstruct his plans would likely be eliminated by him, even someone as young as Elaine Shafiq. He would not hesitate to throw her into Azkaban. Matthew doubted that even after 2 years of life, he would escape Grindelwald's grasp, especially when he had unwittingly become so deeply embroiled in this web of intrigue. Therefore, for Matthew, it seemed there was no choice. He had already been inexorably drawn into this terrifying whirlpool. Under the colossal waves, feigning death on the deck would not suffice. However, upon arriving in Hogsmeade and taking up residence at Honeyduke, Matthew decided not to hastily contact Mr. Percival as a precaution. Aberforth and his Hog's Head Bar remained undiscovered. Matthew was almost certain Grindelwald would not idly tolerate Dumbledore's brother lurking in such proximity to his domain, especially given Aberforth's status as a former high-ranking member of the Order of the Phoenix. Nonetheless, caution was paramount at this juncture. In this world, Grindelwald's agents were everywhere. Matthew believed that Hogsmeade, as the largest wizarding village, was not exempt from their presence. Hence, he had developed the habit of taking nightly walks. He would jog back and forth along Hogsmeade's central avenue for nearly an hour. After sweating profusely, just before the Tree Broomsticks bar closed, he would hurry over and order a butterbeer from Madame Rosmerta. Following that delightful beverage, he would return to Honeydukes to eat, bathe, and sleep. This routine had been consistently maintained for over a week. Wizards who frequently ventured out in Hogsmeade during the evening had grown familiar with this young wizard, who was employed temporarily at Honeydukes and engaged in peculiar exercise routines each night. And so, on this night, Matthew did not halt his pace but continued to trot along Central Avenue. Along the way, he encountered Mr. Davies, the magical equipment repairman. He maintained a discreet shop in Hogsmeade. Then he ran into Madame Pootafoot, who operated a small, snug, and somewhat kitschy tea house primarily frequented by lovers. Afterward, he encountered the Sindus family, who resided in the southernmost part of Hogsmeade. Smiling appreciatively, Matthew thanked them as he ran. But this time, he arrived at the Three Broomsticks a little later than usual. Panting heavily, he observed that the Rosmertas had just locked the pub's door. "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wickfield," Madame Rosmerta gestured apologetically to Matthew, regretfully explaining. "We waited for you an extra 5 minutes, but since you hadn't arrived by then, we assumed you wouldn't be coming tonight, so we closed up." "It's all right, madam." Matthew's expression carried a hint of disappointment. "You could try the Hogshead bar over there. They also serve butterbeer and stay open later than we do," Madame Rosmerta kindly suggested, adding with a grin, "provided you can tolerate the peculiar temperament of the bartender." "All right, I'll go take a look." Matthew nodded, his energy seemingly drained. In this manner, all the developments fell into a logical sequence. Matthew wore a dejected expression and simultaneously shook his head. After bidding farewell to Madame Rosmerta and her husband, he left the Three Broomsticks bar in a despondent manner. He then retraced his steps toward the Hogshead bar. The hour was late, and darkness had already descended upon Hogsmeade Avenue. A chilling wind whistled through the streets, casting an eerie atmosphere on this midsummer night. Matthew hastened his pace, passing by the post office on Central Avenue and veering onto a small side street. As he drew closer to the small bar owned by Albus Dumbledore, an uneasy feeling washed over him. "What's happening?" he wondered silently. The atmosphere felt distinctly off. Gazing at the severed hog's head depicted on the sign, Matthew's anxiety deepened. His sixth sense had proven invaluable in many crisis moments before. Summoning his courage, he moved forward and knocked on the door of the Hogshead bar. No response came, as if the room before him were empty, save for sporadic muffled sounds. Matthew blinked, then rapped harder. "Is Mr. Percival here?" he called out loudly. After waiting for about a minute, the door of the bar creaked open. Before him stood the peculiar old man, once more tall and gaunt, with long gray and white hair and beard. However, his face bore the most striking feature. Over a dozen scars crisscrossed it, rendering his visage grotesque. To a timid person, it might have been frightening enough to induce fainting. The old man glanced down at Matthew, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. "What do you want?" he inquired in a low voice. "I'd like a butterbeer, sir." Matthew cleared his throat and continued, "If possible, with extra honey." "Take a seat." The old man nodded. "I'll fetch it and we can talk." He turned towards the stove and began to prepare a butterbeer. Matthew surreptitiously glanced at the enigmatic old man across from him. Everything about the situation felt decidedly strange. Though he hadn't interacted much with Mr. Percival, perhaps only twice in total, he had some sense of the man's character. Aberforth was gruff in appearance but genuinely gentle. When dealing with others, he typically projected a fearsome and aggressive demeanor, adopting a rough and stern attitude. With acute nuance. Yet the old man before him, despite his identical appearance, wore an expression far removed from the fierce and impassive countenance Matthew remembered. Although he appeared to be making an effort to maintain that facade, the disparity between his attire and reality was substantial. Moreover, Aberforth should have been aware of his arrival. As Professor Slughorn had mentioned, their presence and the book were crucial elements in their plan. For the past few days, Matthew had rigorously maintained his nightly exercise routine. Aside from cultivating a plausible habit, it also served as a signal to Aberforth. It was his way of indicating that he had been frequenting Hogsmeade. Aberforth should have been prepared for his visit. However, upon entering the Hogshead bar, the eccentric bartender had not greeted him warmly or cautiously, as Matthew had anticipated. Instead, he seemed to be maintaining a certain distance. It was all highly peculiar, utterly incongruous with Aberforth's usual demeanor. Simultaneously, Matthew surveyed the surrounding environment. Soon, he detected a significant anomaly. The floor was cleaner than expected. Everyone knew the floor of the Hogshead bar to be utterly messy, often appearing as if compacted mud at first glance. Only when you stepped on it did you realize it was laden with centuries of accumulated dirt, laid over a stone foundation. Yet now, although it was still quite dirty, it wasn't as squalid as he remembered. At the very least, the floor and windows weren't stained as dreadfully as he had recalled, as though someone had magically cleaned it recently. And so, something was amiss. There had to be an issue. Matthew's initial impulse was to find a plausible excuse to depart from this problematic setting. However, he promptly dismissed that idea. Leaving at this moment would only imply a guilty conscience to the other party. It would be tantamount to self-incrimination. He had to sit there calmly, until a steaming butterbeer was placed before him by Mr. Percival. The taste was so repugnant that it was nearly vomit-inducing. It was truly astonishing that an old man who had bartended for 50 or 60 years, as Aberforth had, could concoct something so utterly unpalatable. This further confirmed Matthew's earlier assessment. Something was awry. Matthew didn't hide his disgust. He rinsed his mouth swiftly, and as he was contemplating leaving with this excuse, suddenly, there was a deafening crash. The door of the Hogshead bar was violently flung open. 4 groups of shadows stormed into the bar, their wands pointed directly at Matthew, who sat in a guest's seat. This included the impostor Mr. Percival, who also leveled his wand at Matthew. Matthew was almost petrified. He hastily clutched his head, cowering in his seat, and yelled frantically, "Who are you? What do you want?" In truth, this question required no answer. Judging by their attire, these individuals could only be one thing: followers of Grindelwald, the Alliance. A look of extreme apprehension crossed Matthew's face. Deep down, he was profoundly frightened. Furthermore, this development implied that the secret safe house of the Order of the Phoenix may have been exposed, and the real Aberforth Dumbledore might be either alive or dead. His soul connection appeared to be severed just like that. However, Matthew didn't have the luxury of time to dwell on these thoughts, because the 4, or 5, if one counted the fake Mr. Percival, had advanced on him. "What the hell are you doing?" one of them asked. "Why are you here?" I just came for a butterbeer," Matthew stammered in response. Such an explanation appeared rather feeble. After several of the Alliance members exchanged glances, the doubt in their eyes not only persisted but seemed to intensify. Judging by the current circumstances, the Hogshead Bar, the supposed stronghold of the Order of the Phoenix, had unmistakably been compromised. Mr. Percival might be apprehended, or perhaps he had escaped. The reason the Alliance hadn't revealed this information was that they were baiting the hook, hoping to ensnare any leftover from the Order of the Phoenix. As for Matthew himself, he seemed to be a straggler ensnared in their trap. Matthew struggled to keep calm, all the while hoping that their prior arrangements would yield some results. "Gentlemen, I was just having a butterbeer," he explained rapidly, his voice quivering. "I have a butterbeer every night after my routine. Usually, I go to the 3 Broomsticks bar, but tonight they're closed. It was Madame Rosmerta who recommended this place to me." He strained to make his voice sound as innocent as possible. The countenance of the disguised Mr. Percival showed a hint of uncertainty. Perhaps it was because Matthew appeared so young or because his voice carried an air of truth mixed with fear. "I think we may have made an error," he tentatively told his 4 companions after a moment of contemplation. In that moment, Matthew almost believed he had been saved. However, before long, the leader of the Alliance spoke in an icy tone. "Regardless of whether we made a mistake, suspicion lingers. In these extraordinary times, we cannot afford to let any bugs escape." He exuded an aura of cold determination. "I am truly innocent, gentlemen," Matthew exclaimed, terror etching his face. He lowered himself to the ground, almost on the brink of tears. "I'm just a Hogwarts student. I know nothing. I know nothing." As he feigned vulnerability, his eyes darted around the Hogshead Bar. There was no way he could go to Azkaban, not with all the secrets he harbored. Who knew what he might reveal under the oppressive influence of the Dementors? Moreover, these Alliance seemed to have somewhat relaxed, likely due to his youth and obvious distress. This might present an opportunity to exploit any vulnerabilities, incapacitate them, and then make his escape. Though a third-year student wouldn't possess the strength to instantly incapacitate 5 adult wizards, Matthew hadn't forgotten about the book. In this dire situation, the book should be willing to lend him its power. It should. He just needed to find the right moment to act. Matthew could feel a potent surge of magic gathering in his hands. Now, he needed to locate the opportunity to draw his wand from his waist. "No need for further explanations. Come with us immediately," who seems like the leader of the Alliance group declared menacingly. "Given the circumstances, we can't afford to let any potential threats slip away." "No." He waved Matthew over and, at the same time, turned to leave. This was his chance. Just as Matthew was about to seize the opening, draw his wand, and deliver a decisive blow to his captors. "What's going on?" A cold voice suddenly resonated from outside the door. Matthew felt his heart turn cold. The powerful magic energy he had been gathering in his hands dissipated instantly. He didn't draw his wand, but allowed the Alliance to keep their grip on him. However, right before they dissipated, a young woman's figure burst into the Hogshead Bar. Her high heels clacked on the dusty floor. Her earlier voice was so familiar, and Matthew felt a rush of relief. "Lady Rosier, we've apprehended a suspect. He infiltrated this Order of the Phoenix hideout, and we were about to take him to Azkaban." As the attention of the Alliance focused on the young woman, Matthew leaped up and wriggled free from their grasp. His efforts to keep up his exercise routine in recent days had evidently paid off. "Professor Rosier! Professor Rosier!" he cried out, rushing over and clinging to Rosier's trench coat. Professor Rosier appeared to recognize Matthew almost immediately. She didn't react strangely but allowed him to clutch the hem of her coat. "Wickfield, what's happening?" she asked coldly, looking at the people in the bar. Before anyone else could respond, Matthew hastily explained in a rapid tone, "That's Professor Rosier. I was just here for a glass of butterbeer." "Yes, it's true," he added swiftly, "I have a glass of butterbeer every night after my works. Usually, I go to the 3 Broomsticks, but tonight they're closed. Madame Rosmerta recommended this place to me." Then these gentlemen suddenly accused me of being a suspect and wanted to take me to Azkaban. I haven't done anything, I swear. Matthew said, his voice trembling. I'm innocent, I swear in Merlin's name. I beg you, please save me. There's no doubt. Professor Rosier's voice seemed to soften a bit. He is a suspect, Lady Rosier, the Alliance member argued reluctantly. He couldn't be a mere innocent person entering here at this hour. He's my student, Professor Rosier stated coldly, a Hogwarts student. It's clear that he's innocent. But he tried to argue further. Let's go. Rosier waved them away. I don't believe your clumsy setup could catch the remnants of the Order of the Phoenix. The few who remain have long since become skittish, and it's impossible for them to walk into such an obvious trap. You're only endangering innocent people. She gestured for Matthew to follow her. But I sent word to Azkaban, one of the Alliance said, looking embarrassed. The Dementor is already on its way. Then kindly request them to return, Rosier said coldly. With that, she walked away from the Hogshead bar. Matthew quickly followed her, eager to leave this perilous place. Such an explanation appeared rather feeble. After several of the Alliance members exchanged glances, the doubt in their eyes not only persisted but seemed to intensify. Judging by the current circumstances, the Hogshead bar, the supposed stronghold of the Order of the Phoenix, had unmistakably been compromised. Mr. Percival might be apprehended, or perhaps he had escaped. The reason the Alliance hadn't revealed this information was that they were baiting the hook, hoping to ensnare any leftover from the Order of the Phoenix. As for Matthew himself, he seemed to be a straggler ensnared in their trap. Matthew struggled to keep calm, all the while hoping that their prior arrangements would yield some results. Gentlemen, I was just having a butterbeer, he explained rapidly, his voice quivering. I have a butterbeer every night after my routine. Usually, I go to the Three Broomsticks bar, but tonight they're closed. It was Madame Rosmerta who recommended this place to me. He strained to make his voice sound as innocent as possible. The countenance of the disguised Mr. Percival showed a hint of uncertainty. Perhaps it was because Matthew appeared so young or because his voice carried an air of truth mixed with fear. I think we may have made an error, he tentatively told his four companions after a moment of contemplation. In that moment, Matthew almost believed he had been saved. However, before long, the leader of the Alliance spoke in an icy tone. Regardless of whether we made a mistake, suspicion lingers. In these extraordinary times, we cannot afford to let any bugs escape. He exuded an aura of cold determination. I am truly innocent, gentlemen, Matthew exclaimed, terror etching his face. He lowered himself to the ground, almost on the brink of tears. I'm just a Hogwarts student. I know nothing. I know nothing. As he feigned vulnerability, his eyes darted around the Hogshead bar. There was no way he could go to Azkaban, not with all the secrets he harbored. Who knew what he might reveal under the oppressive influence of the Dementors? Moreover, these Alliance seemed to have somewhat relaxed, likely due to his youth and obvious distress. This might present an opportunity to exploit any vulnerabilities, incapacitate them, and then make his escape. Though a third-year student wouldn't possess the strength to instantly incapacitate 5 adult wizards, Matthew hadn't forgotten about the book. In this dire situation, the book should be willing to lend him its power, it should. He just needed to find the right moment to act. Matthew could feel a potent surge of magic gathering in his hands. Now, he needed to locate the opportunity to draw his wand from his waist. No need for further explanations? Come with us immediately. Who seems like the leader of the Alliance group declared menacingly. Given the circumstances, we can't afford to let any potential threats slip away. RA with diuresis nu epsilon. He waved Matthew over and, at the same time, turned to leave. This was his chance. Just as Matthew was about to seize the opening, draw his wand, and deliver a decisive blow to his captors. What's going on? A cold voice suddenly resonated from outside the door. Matthew felt his heart turn cold. The powerful magic energy he had been gathering in his hands dissipated instantly. He didn't draw his wand, but allowed the Alliance to keep their grip on him. However, right before they dissipated, a young woman's figure burst into the Hogshead bar. Her high heels clacked on the dusty floor. Her earlier voice was so familiar, and Matthew felt a rush of relief. Lady Rosier, we've apprehended a suspect. He infiltrated this Order of the Phoenix hideout, and we were about to take him to Azkaban. As the attention of the Alliance focused on the young woman, Matthew leaped up and wriggled free from their grasp. His efforts to keep up his exercise routine in recent days had evidently paid off. Professor Rosier. Professor Rosier, he cried out, rushing over and clinging to Rosier's trench coat. Professor Rosier appeared to recognize Matthew almost immediately. She didn't react strangely but allowed him to clutch the hem of her coat. Wickfield. What's happening? She asked coldly, looking at the people in the bar. Before anyone else could respond, Matthew hastily explained in a rapid tone, that's Professor Rosier. I was just here for a glass of butterbeer. Yes, it's true, he added swiftly, I have a glass of butterbeer every night after my works. Usually, I go to the Three Broomsticks, but tonight they're closed. Madame Rosmerta recommended this place to me. Then these gentlemen suddenly accused me of being a suspect and wanted to take me to Azkaban. I haven't done anything, I swear. Matthew said, his voice trembling, I'm innocent, I swear in Merlin's name. I beg you, please save me. There's no doubt, Professor Rosier's voice seemed to soften a bit. He is a suspect, Lady Rosier, the Alliance member argued reluctantly. He couldn't be a mere innocent person entering here at this hour. He's my student, Professor Rosier stated coldly, a Hogwarts student. It's clear that he's innocent. But he tried to argue further. Let's go. Rosier waved them away. I don't believe your clumsy setup could catch the remnants of the Order of the Phoenix. The few who remain have long since become skittish, and it's impossible for them to walk into such an obvious trap. You're only endangering innocent people. She gestured for Matthew to follow her. But I sent word to Azkaban, one of the Alliance said, looking embarrassed. The Dementor is already on its way. Then kindly request them to return, Rosier said coldly. With that, she walked away from the Hogshead bar. Matthew quickly followed her, eager to leave this perilous place. Matthew couldn't believe his luck. Amidst such a crisis, he had been saved in such a straightforward manner. Had Professor Rosier appeared later, or had other wizards loyal to Grindelwald been present, the outcome could have been entirely different. Matthew couldn't be certain that, even if he had been startled and unprepared, and even with the aid of the mysterious book, he couldn't have stood against 5 or 6 seasoned adult wizards. And even if they had managed to defeat them and escape, the subsequent situation would have been far from favorable. With people aware of his visit to the Hogshead bar, Matthew would effectively become a social pariah. He would have to leave Hogsmeade, depart the wizarding world, and live in exile as an obscure wizard. Such a life was undoubtedly fraught with difficulties. Fortunately, Professor Rosier appeared under the moonlight on Hogsmeade Avenue. Matthew felt grateful to be in the company of someone as seemingly cold as Professor Rosier. If I recall correctly, you were working at Honeydew Candy Shop over the summer, correct? Professor Rosier stopped, glanced at Matthew, and spoke at a measured pace. Yes, Professor, Matthew responded promptly and respectfully. Thank you so much, Professor Rosier. I was terrified just now. I had no idea what was happening. I thought I was really about to be sent to Azkaban. Matthew had fully transformed himself into a frightened young boy, blurting out phrases like, "It's dreadful. Azkaban is like hell, I've heard. I'm so fortunate that you arrived." Yes, you are indeed fortunate, Professor Rosier remarked, her mouth curving slightly in what appeared to be a touch of irony. Matthew wasn't entirely sure about the meaning behind her words. For a while, he dared not respond. The moonlight illuminated Hogsmeade Avenue, and the two of them remained motionless. Professor Rosier didn't glance at Matthew but rather at the bright moon above. Professor Rosier. After nearly 30 seconds, Matthew couldn't help but whisper. It's disheartening, Professor Rosier sighed. I can't believe how deeply our corruption runs. This time, Matthew was taken aback. Werewolves, vampires, blackmailers, butchers, muggle sadists, Professor Rosier continued, still not looking at Matthew but rather at the moonlit sky. When I was younger, I would have used my wand to send them all to hell. But now, I have no choice but to cooperate with them. Matthew suddenly found himself at a loss for words. It's disheartening, don't you think? Professor Rosier repeated, her tone laden with bitterness. Matthew felt that nodding in agreement was probably the most appropriate response. Do you believe they're there to capture the remnants of the Dark Wizard? Her voice now carried a hint of irony. Impossible. Do you truly believe they don't know? That bar was merely an ordinary one before. A simple, ordinary bar that has endured for over 50 years. Countless unsuspecting customers may have passed by at any time, RA with ring above NS. It's because they know that they do this. Professor Rosier shook her head. Did you think they were pledging allegiance to Lord Grindelwald? No, they're simply serving their own interests. Ah, I see, Matthew suddenly understood. Before, something had struck him as peculiar. The Hogshead Bar had always been frequented by individuals of all backgrounds. While it didn't host many patrons, it certainly wasn't lacking in visitors. If wizards entering the Hogshead Bar were all destined for Azkaban, would it mean that 1/3 of the wizards in Hogsmeade would be incarcerated? It now made sense that there was a deeper purpose behind this operation. It's disheartening, Professor Rosier reiterated for the 3rd time. Power, when placed in the hands of individuals like that, is used for nothing but abuse. The new generation of Alliance are like this. What's even more disheartening is my need to seek our greatest interests in cooperation with such individuals. She finally spread her hands, and then fell silent. Once again, the two of them stood in silence for a while, and Professor Rosier's emotions seemed to ease somewhat. No lingering concerns, Wickfield. Professor Rosier's voice started to convey a bit more concern. I'm fine, Professor. Matthew quickly assured her. It seemed that she harbored no suspicions about him, much like the believers at the Hogshead Bar earlier. At this point, Matthew's mood had improved considerably. Today's situation didn't appear to be as dire as he had initially thought. Head back and get some rest, Professor Rosier instructed, waving him away. Remember not to venture out recklessly during this time, especially in unsavory areas. I understand. Matthew nodded eagerly. To be honest, I didn't even want to come here originally. It was Madame Rosmerta who. She recommended this place to me. I'll inquire about that with Rosmerta later, Professor Rosier said impatiently. Let's go now. You're a good lad, and I believe Lord Grindelwald wouldn't misjudge someone like you. Her voice alternated between heaviness and lightness. In the future, strive to become an upstanding wizard. Don't become like those who came before you. We're all growing old, you know. The future belongs to you. Our greatest interests are ultimately achieved for your sake. No, Professor, you're still young, Matthew retorted quickly. Professor Rosier offered a faint smile. That's just for show, she murmured. Then, her form dissipated into a black mist and vanished before Matthew's eyes. Matthew couldn't believe his luck. Amidst such a crisis, he had been saved in such a straightforward manner. Had Professor Rosier appeared later, or had other wizards loyal to Grindelwald been present, the outcome could have been entirely different. Matthew couldn't be certain that, even if he had been startled and unprepared, and even with the aid of the mysterious book, he couldn't have stood against 5 or 6 seasoned adult wizards. And even if they had managed to defeat them and escape, the subsequent situation would have been far from favorable. With people aware of his visit to the Hog's Head Bar, Matthew would effectively become a social pariah. He would have to leave Hogsmeade, depart the wizarding world, and live in exile as an obscure wizard. Such a life was undoubtedly fraught with difficulties. Fortunately, Professor Rosier appeared under the moonlight on Hogsmeade Avenue. Matthew felt grateful to be in the company of someone as seemingly cold as Professor Rosier. If I recall correctly, you were working at Honeydew Candy Shop over the summer, correct? Professor Rosier stopped, glanced at Matthew, and spoke at a measured pace. Yes, Professor, Matthew responded promptly and respectfully. Thank you so much, Professor Rosier. I was terrified just now. I had no idea what was happening. I thought I was really about to be sent to Azkaban. Matthew had fully transformed himself into a frightened young boy, blurting out phrases like, "It's dreadful. Azkaban is like hell, I've heard. I'm so fortunate that you arrived." Yes, you are indeed fortunate, Professor Rosier remarked, her mouth curving slightly in what appeared to be a touch of irony. Matthew wasn't entirely sure about the meaning behind her words. For a while, he dared not respond. The moonlight illuminated Hogsmeade Avenue, and the two of them remained motionless. Professor Rosier didn't glance at Matthew but rather at the bright moon above. Professor Rosier. After nearly 30 seconds, Matthew couldn't help but whisper. It's disheartening, Professor Rosier sighed. I can't believe how deeply our corruption runs. This time, Matthew was taken aback. Werewolves, vampires, blackmailers, butchers, Muggle sadists, Professor Rosier continued, still not looking at Matthew but rather at the moonlit sky. When I was younger, I would have used my wand to send them all to hell. But now, I have no choice but to cooperate with them. Matthew suddenly found himself at a loss for words. It's disheartening, don't you think? Professor Rosier repeated, her tone laden with bitterness. Matthew felt that nodding in agreement was probably the most appropriate response. Do you believe they're there to capture the remnants of the Dark Wizard? Her voice now carried a hint of irony. Impossible. Do you truly believe they don't know? That bar was merely an ordinary one before. A simple, ordinary bar that has endured for over 50 years. Countless unsuspecting customers may have passed by at any time, a Nigerian Nairabeta. It's because they know that they do this. Professor Rosier shook her head. Did you think they were pledging allegiance to Lord Grindelwald? No, they're simply serving their own interests. Ah, I see, Matthew suddenly understood. Before, something had struck him as peculiar. The Hog's Head Bar had always been frequented by individuals of all backgrounds. While it didn't host many patrons, it certainly wasn't lacking in visitors. If wizards entering the Hog's Head Bar were all destined for Azkaban, would it mean that 1/3 of the wizards in Hogsmeade would be incarcerated? It now made sense that there was a deeper purpose behind this operation. It's disheartening, Professor Rosier reiterated for the 3rd time. Power, when placed in the hands of individuals like that, is used for nothing but abuse. The new generation of Alliance are like this. What's even more disheartening is my need to seek our greatest interests in cooperation with such individuals. She finally spread her hands, and then fell silent. Once again, the two of them stood in silence for a while, and Professor Rosier's emotions seemed to ease somewhat. No lingering concerns, Wickfield. Professor Rosier's voice started to convey a bit more concern. I'm fine, Professor. Matthew quickly assured her. It seemed that she harbored no suspicions about him, much like the believers at the Hog's Head Bar earlier. At this point, Matthew's mood had improved considerably. Today's situation didn't appear to be as dire as he had initially thought. Head back and get some rest, Professor Rosier instructed, waving him away. Remember not to venture out recklessly during this time, especially in unsavory areas. I understand. Matthew nodded eagerly. To be honest, I didn't even want to come here originally. It was Madame Rosmerta who. She recommended this place to me. I'll inquire about that with Rosmerta later, Professor Rosier said impatiently. Let's go now. You're a good lad, and I believe Lord Grindelwald wouldn't misjudge someone like you. Her voice alternated between heaviness and lightness. In the future, strive to become an upstanding wizard. Don't become like those who came before you. We're all growing old, you know. The future belongs to you. Our greatest interests are ultimately achieved for your sake. No, Professor, you're still young, Matthew retorted quickly. Professor Rosier offered a faint smile. That's just for show, she murmured. Then, her form dissipated into a black mist and vanished before Matthew's eyes. Matthew couldn't believe his luck. Amidst such a crisis, he had been saved in such a straightforward manner. Had Professor Rosier appeared later, or had other wizards loyal to Grindelwald been present, the outcome could have been entirely different. Matthew couldn't be certain that, even if he had been startled and unprepared, and even with the aid of the mysterious book, he couldn't have stood against 5 or 6 seasoned adult wizards. And even if they had managed to defeat them and escape, the subsequent situation would have been far from favorable. With people aware of his visit to the Hog's Head Bar, Matthew would effectively become a social pariah. He would have to leave Hogsmeade, depart the wizarding world, and live in exile as an obscure wizard. Such a life was undoubtedly fraught with difficulties. Fortunately, Professor Rosier appeared under the moonlight on Hogsmeade Avenue. Matthew felt grateful to be in the company of someone as seemingly cold as Professor Rosier. If I recall correctly, you were working at Honeydew Candy Shop over the summer, correct? Professor Rosier stopped, glanced at Matthew, and spoke at a measured pace. Yes, Professor, Matthew responded promptly and respectfully. Thank you so much, Professor Rosier. I was terrified just now. I had no idea what was happening. I thought I was really about to be sent to Azkaban. Matthew had fully transformed himself into a frightened young boy, blurting out phrases like, "It's dreadful. Azkaban is like hell, I've heard. I'm so fortunate that you arrived." Yes, you are indeed fortunate, Professor Rosier remarked, her mouth curving slightly in what appeared to be a touch of irony. Matthew wasn't entirely sure about the meaning behind her words. For a while, he dared not respond. The moonlight illuminated Hogsmeade Avenue, and the two of them remained motionless. Professor Rosier didn't glance at Matthew but rather at the bright moon above. Professor Rosier. After nearly 30 seconds, Matthew couldn't help but whisper. It's disheartening, Professor Rosier sighed. I can't believe how deeply our corruption runs. This time, Matthew was taken aback. Werewolves, vampires, blackmailers, butchers, muggle sadists, Professor Rosier continued, still not looking at Matthew but rather at the moonlit sky. When I was younger, I would have used my wand to send them all to hell. But now, I have no choice but to cooperate with them. Matthew suddenly found himself at a loss for words. It's disheartening, don't you think? Professor Rosier repeated, her tone laden with bitterness. Matthew felt that nodding in agreement was probably the most appropriate response. Do you believe they're there to capture the remnants of the Dark Wizard? Her voice now carried a hint of irony. Impossible. Do you truly believe they don't know? That bar was merely an ordinary one before. A simple, ordinary bar that has endured for over 50 years. Countless unsuspecting customers may have passed by at any time, a Nigerian Naira Beta. It's because they know that they do this. Professor Rosier shook her head. Did you think they were pledging allegiance to Lord Grindelwald? No, they're simply serving their own interests. Ah, I see, Matthew suddenly understood. Before, something had struck him as peculiar. The Hogshead Bar had always been frequented by individuals of all backgrounds. While it didn't host many patrons, it certainly wasn't lacking in visitors. If wizards entering the Hogshead Bar were all destined for Azkaban, would it mean that 1/3 of the wizards in Hogsmeade would be incarcerated? It now made sense that there was a deeper purpose behind this operation. It's disheartening, Professor Rosier reiterated for the third time. Power, when placed in the hands of individuals like that, is used for nothing but abuse. The new generation of Alliance are like this. What's even more disheartening is my need to seek our greatest interests in cooperation with such individuals. She finally spread her hands, and then fell silent. Once again, the two of them stood in silence for a while, and Professor Rosier's emotions seemed to ease somewhat. No lingering concerns, Wickfield. Professor Rosier's voice started to convey a bit more concern. I'm fine, Professor. Matthew quickly assured her. It seemed that she harbored no suspicions about him, much like the believers at the Hogshead Bar earlier. At this point, Matthew's mood had improved considerably. Today's situation didn't appear to be as dire as he had initially thought. Head back and get some rest, Professor Rosier instructed, waving him away. Remember not to venture out recklessly during this time, especially in unsavory areas. I understand. Matthew nodded eagerly. To be honest, I didn't even want to come here originally. It was Madame Rosmerta who. She recommended this place to me. I'll inquire about that with Rosmerta later, Professor Rosier said impatiently. Let's go now. You're a good lad, and I believe Lord Grindelwald wouldn't misjudge someone like you. Her voice alternated between heaviness and lightness. In the future, strive to become an upstanding wizard. Don't become like those who came before you. We're all growing old, you know. The future belongs to you. Our greatest interests are ultimately achieved for your sake. No, Professor, you're still young, Matthew retorted quickly. Professor Rosier offered a faint smile. That's just for show, she murmured. Then, her form dissipated into a black mist and vanished before Matthew's eyes. After the previous false alarm, Matthew became cautious and refrained from acting rashly. He dutifully remained at the Honeydew, playing the role of an ordinary temporary clerk. His daily routine was extremely regular, avoiding any actions that might attract attention. He dared not venture near the Hogshead Bar anymore, where the Alliance continued their plans to cath the remaining Order of the Phoenix members. Matthew never breathed a word about the events in the Hogshead Bar to anyone, and he didn't attempt to contact anyone from the Order of the Phoenix. Likewise, no one from the Order of the Phoenix initiated contact with him, as if the organization had vanished from the wizarding world. Unbeknownst to him, a month slipped by in this manner. Throughout July, business at the Honeydew boomed. It was incredible how many wizards in Britain, regardless of age or gender, had an insatiable love for sweets. Foreign wizards also flocked here in admiration. From morning until night, the candy store welcomed a continuous stream of customers, with business peaking at dusk. The store's owners, the Flumes, and their helper, Matthew, were stretched to their limits every day. The shop was so busy that it was challenging for him to take a day off. Now, Matthew desperately needed a day off for a normal reason. July was coming to an end, and it was time for him to visit Diagon Alley to purchase necessities for the new school year at Hogwarts. As a third-year student, he would have several new electives: ancient runes, Muggle studies, care of magical creatures, divination, and arithmancy, from which he would need to choose 3. Matthew selected ancient runes, care of magical creatures, and divination. Additionally, he needed new textbooks for other courses, some due to textbook updates and others because of new professors. To complete his third-year coursework, he needed to purchase the following books: Intermediate Transfiguration Guide by Emmerich Switch, The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3 by Miranda Gosshawk, Book of Potions by Zygmunt Budge, Unfogging the Future by Cassandra Vablatsky, Mauen Dictionary by Arafat Horst. Additionally, as 2 years had passed, Matthew's previous Hogwarts robes, school uniform, and pointed hat were clearly too small. He needed to buy a new set. In summary, Matthew was in dire need of a day off. After much persuasion, Mr. Flume, the store was doing exceptionally well during this period, and the Flumes alone couldn't handle the workload, reluctantly agreed to grant Matthew a day off on the final day of July. Arno Thailand Bodies. The last day of July arrived. In the early morning, Matthew reached the fireplace at the Honeyduke. He lit the fireplace and retrieved a small handful of flu powder from a flower pot on the side, tossing it into the flames. As the emerald fire blazed, Matthew shouted, "Diagon Alley." In an instant, he vanished into the emerald green flames. Flu travel was an experience that left much to be desired. It felt like riding a roller coaster, but even more uncomfortable. After a few moments, Matthew successfully emerged in front of another fireplace. This was a familiar place, the leaky cauldron in Diagon Alley. Old Tom, the toothless innkeeper, observed with a slow shuffle, clearly accustomed to wizards suddenly emerging from the inn's fireplace. He didn't display any surprise. "Good morning, Mr. Abbott." Matthew greeted him before proceeding to the backyard patio, making his way into Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley, the United Kingdom's largest wizarding shopping street, appeared emptier than usual. Many shops in the vicinity were shuttered, and there were few pedestrians on the street. However, it was possible that this was because it was early in the day. Thankfully, several crucial stores were still open. Matthew first headed to the bookstore to purchase the necessary books. However, he didn't go to Flourish and Blots this time, as it had closed down a year ago. Instead, he opted for another bookstore. Then, he went to a nearby leather shop to acquire a set of dragonhide protective clothing. Following that, he purchased a crystal ball from a magical item shop. Finally, he stood outside Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Madame Malkin, a short and stout witch dressed in purple, welcomed him. "Are you here for a new robe, dear?" she asked as she stood at the shop's entrance. She didn't wait for Matthew to respond and continued, "May I inquire which house you belong to?" "Slytherin," Matthew replied honestly. "Then you can try this one," Madame Malkin said as she retrieved a silver green robe from a hanger. "We have plenty of these in stock. To be honest, we've had quite a few young folks in for fittings." "Thank you," Matthew responded. Behind the shop, several tall boys stood on footstools, and a few witches were adjusting their robes. They were clearly several years older than Matthew, and the robes they held were yellow and black, indicating they were Hufflepuff students. Madame Malkin instructed Matthew to stand on a nearby footstool and put a robe on him, making adjustments with pins for proper fit. While Matthew was being fitted, he couldn't help but overhear the senior Hufflepuff students chatting. "Have you heard about Professor Snape?" a freckled student asked mysteriously. "Rumor has it he's left Hogwarts." "What happened?" "I kind of liked him," a shorter student expressed surprise. His true identity was exposed. Severus Snape was just an alias. His real name is Remus Lupin, a werewolf registered with the Ministry of Magic, the freckled student continued. "Although it's gossip, many people seem to know about it." "Werewolves. We spent a year with a werewolf? That's terrifying," a pale, thin youth remarked with concern. "My dad said that Professor Grindelwald has always been a bit unpredictable in his choice of teachers. And with the late Professor Slughorn gone, we're likely to have 2 new professors next year." Upon hearing Professor Slughorn's name, Matthew's eyes welled up with emotion. "Don't stiffen up, kid, relax," Madame Malkin reminded him. Matthew nodded in agreement. "No, actually, it's 3, the freckled Hufflepuff student continued. "Rumor has it we might be getting a new divination professor too." "New divination teacher?" Matthew was taken aback. To be honest, he didn't know much about the subject of divination. After all, first and second year students at Hogwarts rarely encountered this subject. Moreover, divination teachers were typically mysterious and avoided school gatherings. Matthew had no knowledge of the previous divination professors. He perked up his ears, eavesdropping on the conversation among the senior Hufflepuff students. "Who do you think these new teachers will be?" the shorter student inquired. "I don't have information on the new transfiguration teacher yet," the freckled student, who seemed privy to some inside knowledge, stated confidently. "However, the new potions teacher is Hector Dagworth Granger, the founder of the Extraordinary Pharmacists Association and a potion expert specially recruited by Professor Grindelwald. As for the new divination professor, it's none other than the renowned seer Cassandra Trelawney. Rumor has it that President Grindelwald had a close relationship with her when she was younger. All in all, they are all famous individuals." Cassandra Trelawney? The name wasn't unfamiliar to Matthew. As the freckled student had mentioned, she was a renowned seer. In another timeline, she was closely related to Sybil Trelawney, the divination teacher at Hogwarts, as her close family member. Cassandra possessed a talent for making several significant prophecies. The idea of having a true seer like her teaching at Hogwarts seemed remarkably talented. After all, divination was a gift based on innate talent. A wizard without the second sight couldn't learn it no matter how hard they tried. Matthew wondered if Grindelwald had another purpose in mind. As Matthew contemplated these thoughts, the Hufflepuff boys seemed satisfied with their new robes and left the shop. "Your fitting is complete, dear," Mrs. Malkin informed Matthew not long after. Matthew nodded absently and stepped off the footstool. The new school robes hadn't cost him a single canute, leaving him with a sense of loss because he hadn't purchased a set of clothes during the summer vacation before his second year. With several large and oddly shaped bags in tow, Matthew strolled down the streets of Diagon Alley. As the sun steadily climbed higher, the number of pedestrians on the street increased. However, Matthew couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He had spent the entire summer here last year and knew the alley like the back of his hand. Several familiar shops remained closed or hadn't yet opened. The Terror Tours, which took no responsibility for accidental deaths or personal injuries, and the Zonko Joke Shop, which exclusively sold struggling fireworks AENG. Frankly, Matthew didn't care much about the first two, but the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor was held different meaning for Matthew. Last summer, Matthew had enjoyed reading books while savoring ice cream under the colorful sunshade there. But now, the sunshade was askew, its colors had faded, the shop's door was tightly closed with hardly any gap, and no one seemed to be inside. Matthew frowned slightly and hurried across the street to the bookstore. "Excuse me," he addressed the bookstore owner. "What happened to the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor across the street? Is it closed or has it moved?" The bookstore owner's expression changed abruptly. Looking around cautiously, he then whispered, "Florian has been apprehended and sent to Azkaban. There are rumors of his involvement with dark wizards. Don't inquire too deeply into this matter, it might hasten your own troubles." With that, he waved Matthew away, ushering him out of the shop. Azkaban again, Matthew muttered to himself. There seemed to be no connection between Mr. Florian and the Order of the Phoenix in his memory. He didn't feel inclined to ask more questions. Instead, he found a discreet spot with a good vantage point and placed all his packages on the ground, waiting. Because he had arranged to meet Hermione and Neville there. Matthew didn't have to wait long before Hermione and Neville arrived together. Seeing the closed door of the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, they were both appeared surprised. Matthew called out their names before they noticed him. "What's going on?" Hermione asked in a hushed voice, glancing at the parlor. "Mr. Florian is rumored to have been arrested and sent to Azkaban. Allegations of connections with dark wizards," Matthew replied, shrugging with a touch of irony. "It's those dark wizards again," Neville grumbled, his face clouded. "It seems like a recurring theme." "Let's find a quieter place to talk first," Matthew suggested, picking up the packages from the ground. Hermione and Neville each took a few bags. They left the bustling street and found a relatively secluded tea shop. The three of them sat at a small round table in a corner. "Matthew, how have you been?" Neville asked with genuine concern. "Not bad," Matthew replied casually, simultaneously inquiring, "How have things been in the outside world lately?" To be honest, after working as a temporary clerk at Honeydukes for over a month, Matthew's awareness of current events in the wizarding world was nearly non-existent. After all, customers came to the candy store for sweets, not for conversations about current affairs. He would occasionally hear snippets of news when enjoying butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks in the evenings, but lately, such discussions had become increasingly scarce. It seemed that most wizards outside preferred not to talk about current events. Matthew didn't mind, as it wouldn't have much impact even if he were informed about these matters. He believed that Neville and Hermione had been actively seeking news everywhere. "It's grim," Neville sighed. Speaking in hushed tones so as not to be overheard, he continued, "Pius Thickness is now the Minister for Magic, but many believe he's just a puppet, with someone else pulling the strings behind the scenes. Moreover, they're attempting to amend the International Statute of Secrecy. It won't be long now," Neville went on in a whisper. Matthew and the others continued their hushed conversation when Neville was suddenly interrupted mid-sentence. A mysterious wizard, dressed in dark, boldly kicked open the door of the remote tea house, causing the aged tea house owner, who was leisurely puffing on a cigar, to react with nonchalance. Neville promptly closed his mouth, but the stern-looking dark-clad wizard had already advanced towards them. Hermione and Neville exchanged surprised glances. The dark wizard eyed each of them suspiciously, appearing taken aback by their youthful age. However, he soon regained his composure and barked sternly, "What are you lot discussing in here?" The entire tea house fell into an eerie silence as the intruder made his presence known. Witches sipping tea at nearby tables hurriedly paid their bills and left, abandoning their tea and pastries. In contrast, the cigar-smoking old wizard and the tea house owner began gathering the silver and copper coins, seemingly unperturbed by the intrusion. "We were just having a conversation," Neville quickly stood up, addressing the unexpected guest. "Just a friendly chat." "Chat." The dark wizard sneered and waved his hand, summoning a few rusty iron chains onto the table before them. "I find that hard to believe." "I don't understand," Neville feigned ignorance, attempting to play it off. "What exactly were you discussing just now? We can continue that conversation in more detail at Azkaban." The dark wizard roared menacingly, his grip tightening on Neville's wrist. Hermione sensed that something was amiss and instinctively reached for her wand, but Matthew held her hand in time, shaking his head subtly. Matthew then stood up and approached the intruder. The dark wizard eyed him suspiciously, his wand trained on Matthew's chest. Sir, we were truly just having an innocent conversation. Matthew took a few steps back, signaling his lack of hostility. Simultaneously, he pulled out a coin purse from his pocket. Please trust us, he implored with an air of sincerity. We're merely Hogwarts students, and perhaps we unintentionally discussed something inappropriate. I can swear we harbor no ill intentions. Please, trust us. As he spoke, Matthew respectfully presented the coin purse, filled with golden galleons, to the dark wizard. The dark wizard accepted the purse and appeared to weigh its contents. Upon hearing the jingle of gold coins, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, he remarked slowly. You're just ordinary students, and you shouldn't be meddling in the wizarding world's affairs like the members of the Order of the Phoenix. Exactly. Matthew quickly agreed, maintaining a friendly demeanor. We understand. Thank you for your understanding. We'll be more cautious in public conversations from now on. With that, he put the coin purse back in his pocket. The dark wizard shot a final glare at the cigar-smoking old wizard and then turned to leave the tea house. The cigar-smoking old wizard remained nonchalant, and the tea house owner, who had bowed his head throughout the entire incident, continued to puff on his cigar as if nothing had happened. Alpha OES. As the menacing dark wizard departed the tea house, Matthew, Neville, and Hermione finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. What on earth just happened? Neville collapsed into a chair, still looking somewhat shaken. It seems we stumbled upon some forbidden words, Matthew explained in a low voice. Do you remember Draco's experience in first year? He uttered the word mudblood at Hogwarts and ended up in the school hospital. It's some form of magic. Recall what we were discussing. They didn't want us spreading certain topics, Matthew added. I see. Hermione grasped the situation. Matthew, however, quickly signaled her to stop speaking the prohibited words again, prompting her to cover her mouth in compliance. The three of them fell into another short silence. So, what should we do now? Neville inquired in a hushed tone. What else can we do? We have to be cautious, Matthew replied, shrugging with uncertainty. But it's unsettling. Wizards can't suppress free speech in this manner. Let's keep an eye on things. There's bound to be some changes. Neville and Hermione both nodded thoughtfully. It was no longer comfortable to stay in the tea house. The three paid their bill and exited the establishment. The shabby tea house owner accepted a few silver cigars from them before returning to his counter to resume smoking. Stepping outside, Hermione suddenly remembered something and gave Matthew an incredulous look. What's the matter? Matthew felt a twinge of unease. Aren't you the one who broke into Gringotts, Matthew? Hermione asked in a low voice. Where did you get all this money? Judging from the size of the purse handed to the dark wizard, it contained at least 100 galleons. Matthew, an ordinary Muggle-born student, had briefly worked as a temporary employee, so conjuring such a sum was quite out of the ordinary. It's simple, Matthew grinned triumphantly. He leaned in close to Hermione's ear and whispered, I came prepared. With a basic transfiguration spell, I made copper newts appear exactly like galleons in both appearance and weight. Of course, there's no magical protection on them. If he tries to use them, he'll be found out. Ah, I see, Hermione replied, slightly anxious. If they catch on, they catch on. Matthew shrugged nonchalantly, then asked, do you really think they'll expose this matter? Hermione was at a loss for words. Let's not discuss this on the street. Let's go, Matthew waved to his two friends. The three of them then vanished into the bustling streets of Diagon Alley.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.